Chapter 10:14. Hope. The desolate hall master's voice also became somewhat serious. Qin Shao, you should know that the destruction of the universe epochs is a chaos disaster. After 9 universe epochs, the Hongmeng universe will be destroyed. It will return to chaos and cease to exist. Everything will cease to exist. Although we universe masters can enter the endless universe ocean, it is still hopeless. We can't see any hope. We will drift endlessly until we die. Therefore, after the chaos tribulation of the universe, everything will perish. Universe masters are struggling at death's door, and they won't be able to hold on for long. How sad is that? From the tone of the desolate palace master, Qin Shao could also hear a trace of desolation. Qin Shao could imagine this feeling. When he was chatting with Senior by Chuan Fu Su, he could feel the endless sadness. Just thinking about it made him feel like a lost art. If he really had to drift alone in the endless universe ocean like by Chuan Fu Su and Prince Yu, it would be better to stay in the universe. That was why Bai Chuan Fu Su and Prince Yu tried so hard to enter the Hongmeng universe. Drifting endlessly for an endless amount of time was indeed terrifying. Just as Senior by Chuan Fu Su said, some universe masters couldn't bear the loneliness of the endless darkness. Their god hearts collapsed and died. In the endless universe ocean, there were many universe masters' bodies floating around. How tragic was that? This kind of desolation was also a huge sense of crisis. It was because of this that Desolate Land Palace leader and the others felt sad. If I could choose, I would rather stay in the Hongmeng universe forever. It's a pity that our primordial universe only has one last universe epoch left. The 8th universe epoch is about to enter the final stage of its lifespan, and then a new universe epoch will begin. A universe era might seem long and slow, but to us, it will eventually pass. So, the path before us universe masters is either to drift in the endless universe ocean until we die, or to find a way to enter Saint Domain. Once we enter Saint Domain, it will be eternal. And this is also the hope of generations of universe masters. And now, I'm going to entrust this hope to you. The Desolate Land Palace master's words were extremely solemn, and even Qin Shao could feel the weight of these words. Hearing this, Qin Shao roughly understood what the Desolate Land Palace master meant. Lord, do you mean that the Death Valley left behind by the Lord of Death hides the secret of the path to the Holy Land? This is the blessing that the Lord of Death left for the future generations. So, the Temple Lord wishes for me to obtain this information from Death Valley. The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace nodded non-committally and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you're very smart. You immediately understood what I meant. The Lord of Death has heaven-defying means. He is the only person in our primordial universe who is most likely to have entered the Saint Realm. Furthermore, the reason why the Death Valley Master left behind the 9 Death Valleys was to bless the later generations. In addition to the information we've been collecting, the Lord of Death did leave behind some clues. So, the future generations of the godly world have been working hard, and countless geniuses have tried to enter Death Valley. But until now, they haven't gained much. Maybe you can give us hope. Qin Shao was puzzled and asked, Palace Master, do you mean that no one has succeeded in obtaining the opportunity of Death Valley? No one has been able to pass the first-class Death Valley? Was the first-class Death Valley really that scary? The Desolate Land Palace Master shook his head and said, That's not the case. Not many people have passed the first-class Death Valley, but in the past 8 universe epochs, there are about 10 people who have. It's just that no one has obtained the greatest opportunity. The greatest opportunity? Qin Shao was even more puzzled. The Desolate Land Palace Master explained, Maybe you don't understand some of the rules of Death Valley. How about this? You first combine the 9 Death Valley and the 4th Death Valley Jade tokens you obtained. Then you'll know the situation. Hearing the Desolate Land Palace Master's words, Qin Shao immediately took out the 2 Jade tokens. Once the 2 Jade tokens were combined, they emitted a halo of light. Qin Shao's mind power entered the 2 Jade tokens. Immediately, a feeling was transmitted from a distant place. It was in the sea of darkness, and it was extremely deep. It was very far from here. Qin Shao immediately compared it with a map of the Sea of Darkness. Only then did he roughly determine the location of the feeling. If he could sense it so clearly, even though it was so far away, he would be able to determine the precise location if he got closer. Through the 2 jade tokens, he could sense that the place he was sensing was a first-class Death Valley. No one knows the exact location of the third-class Death Valley. You can only find it through the jade token. The closer you are, the more accurate the location will be. Moreover, the first-class Death Valley has been changed by the Lord of Death. If you don't have the jade token, even if you stand in front of the Death Valley, you won't be able to sense it. The 9 Death Valleys are divided into 3 classes. The opportunities are all in the first-class Death Valley. However, the first-class Death Valley is also divided into classes. The greatest opportunity is in the first-class Death Valley, followed by the second and third Death Valleys. And the rules of Death Valley are like this. Pass the second and third class Death Valleys and accumulate 3 points. Then, you can sense the third Death Valley. Accumulate 6 points, and you can sense the second Death Valley. Accumulate 9 points, and you can sense the first Death Valley. In the end, it depends on your choice. The difficulty of accumulating 9 points isn't too difficult. The key is still in the first-class Death Valley. Although the opportunities in the second and third Death Valleys are not bad, to us, the first Death Valley is still the most desirable. Over the past 8 epochs, many geniuses have tried, but in the end, all of them failed. A few people have passed the second and third Death Valleys, but they weren't of much significance. They only provided us with some sporadic clues, but they weren't of much use. Qin Shao only knew now that there were such rules in the 9 Death Valleys. The first Death Valley was where the greatest opportunity was. It was the true land of inheritance. The core opportunities left behind by the Lord of Death were all in the first Death Valley. However, over the past 8 epochs, no one had passed the first Death Valley. Qin Shao also understood the Halm Master's intention. He wanted to pass the first Death Valley by himself. To pass the first Death Valley, it would be of great significance to the Halm Master, or even to all the rulers of the divine world. It wasn't just for the rulers, but also for the people of the 5 great sacred lands. If they could really find the way to the sacred region, they would be able to bring everyone out of the primordial universe and into the sacred region before the arrival of the great chaos tribulation to obtain true immortality. This added a lot of pressure to Qin Zhao's shoulders and added a lot of responsibility. He didn't expect that his attempt to pass the first Death Valley would involve so many things. Even Qin Shao had to face up to the significance of this. It wasn't just for the desolate land shrine and the divine world. It was also for his hometown, his family, and his friends. Just as the desolate land shrine master had said, a universe epic seemed very long, but to the divine beings, it would eventually pass. No matter how long the time was, it would come to an end one day. Once the great chaos tribulation arrived, everything would return to chaos and everything would be destroyed. Therefore, Qin Shao, you should understand what I mean. I hope that you will try your best to pass the first Death Valley. If you can really find the way to the sacred region, you will be the savior of the entire divine world. The desolate land shrine master looked at Qin Shao with an expectant look. His words were full of hope. As a universe master, he had an incomparable desire for the sacred region. In the primordial universe, there was nothing else for him to pursue. The sacred region should be his stage. For cultivators, there was a very strong desire to strive for improvement. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said with a straight face, "Shrine Master, don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, I would definitely pass the first Death Valley. As a member of the Desolate Land Shrine Master and a member of the human race, I will try my best to do what I can for the human race. Besides, even if I don't consider other people, I will consider my people, my family, and my friends. They're all people that I can't give up on. And as for me, I have to consider my own future. To be able to find a sacred region, to be able to live forever, is also very meaningful to me. So for this matter, I will try my best to do it, even if it means risking my life." The Desolate Land Shrine Master nodded with satisfaction. He had not misjudged Qin Shao. Qin Shao was indeed the best choice. He was loyal, responsible, and had a strong sense of justice. There were not many talents like him. Qin Shao was indeed the most likely to become the desolate land shrine master and the hope of the divine world. By the way, Shrine Master, who from the desolate land shrine master has passed the second and third death valleys? Qin Shao suddenly asked. He was curious about this. The desolate land shrine master said, only one person from the desolate land shrine master has passed the third death valley. You should be able to guess who it is. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, Senior Lord Huayang? The desolate land shrine master nodded and said, yes, it's Lord Huayang. Other than Lord Huayang, there is another person from the divine world who has passed the second death valley. I don't need to tell you. It's Tian Lingzi. Qin Shao was also surprised. It turned out that Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun had both passed through the first grade death valley and obtained the great fortune in the death valley. No wonder they could be so monstrous and heaven-defying. Their strength was unshakable since the beginning of the universe era. No one even knew just how strong they were. However, Qin Shao was still very confused. Shrine Master, Tian Lingzi, and Senior Lord Huayang have both passed the first Death Valley and obtained great opportunities. But why are they still unable to become powerful beings or dominators? Why are they still stuck at the fourth step heavenly god level? Qin Shao had never been able to understand the situation. This was also one of the unsolved mysteries of the divine realm. No one knew why. Chapter 10:15. An ambition this matter had probably troubled countless people. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had always been regarded as outliers in the godly world. They were unbelievably powerful, but they were stuck at the level of a fourth-step heavenly god. It shouldn't be difficult for them to become a ruler. The desolate land temple master shook his head and smiled. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang chose different paths, so they're destined to be different. For now, it's hard to say whether they're on the right path or not. We can only say that they're on a path no one has ever taken before. It's a path left behind by the Lord of Death. If they succeed, it'll be a qualitative leap for them. Their potential isn't something that universe masters like us can compare to. But if they don't succeed, they'll be stuck at this level forever. They'll be limited by their level forever. They'll never be able to reach the level of a universe master. Qin Shao was confused. A different path? Is it because they're practicing other cultivation systems? But that couldn't be right. If they were practicing other cultivation systems, it wouldn't be a different path, right? The Desolate Land Temple Master explained, I'm not talking about other cultivation systems. I'm talking about how our cultivation of Great Tao is different. Cultivation of Great Tao was different? Cultivation of Great Tao was about comprehending the Great Tao and then merging with it to improve one's level. Wasn't everyone like that? Qin Shao, you should know that merging with 2 types of top-grade Great Tao will make you a powerful being, and merging with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao will make you a ruler. Have you ever thought about merging with 4 types of Great Tao? Merging with 5 types of Great Tao? Or even merging with 6 types of Great Tao? The Desolate Land Temple Master asked again. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He knew about merging with 2 types of top-grade Great Tao and 3 types of top-grade Great Tao, and he had always been preparing to merge with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao. Merging with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao would make him a ruler, skipping the level of a powerful being. Master Qingye had taken this path, which made Master Qingye famous and shocked Hongming. As for fusing 4 types of supreme grade Grand Taos, that was something that had never been heard of and had never existed since ancient times. Theoretically, merging with 4 types of top-grade Great Tao would make one a ruler of the universe. If that was the case, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were both heaven's Great Tao. If that was the case, it would be unprecedented. Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun were walking on the road that no one else had walked on. It was no wonder that they were stuck at the 4th step of the heavenly god realm. It was simply too difficult for them to walk this path. It was the path. Of the of is translations, is of the path of lands, of the of God, of the God of God, of God, translations of God, translations of the translations of universe, of the of 8 eras have passed since the first universe era. Although there have been some geniuses who have tried to take this path, most of them have given up in the end. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have persisted for an era, and they are still persisting. They are walking the path of the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death succeeded in merging with 6 types of top-grade Great Tao and became the most powerful ruler. Qin Shao was shocked. The Lord of Death was indeed the Lord of Death. He had succeeded in merging with 6 types of top-grade Great Tao. It was no wonder he was so powerful and heaven-defying. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang also wanted to take this path. They were indeed monstrous. In that case, the two of them should have completely mastered all 6 types of top-grade Great Tao. Those who could master all 6 types of top-grade Great Tao were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There were only a few of them in history. Peerless beauty, peerless talent, and dazzling the world. However, Qin Shao didn't have much of a concept of this. He couldn't help but ask, "Palace Master, how many types of top-grade Great Tao have you merged with?" Desolate Land Palace Master glanced at Qin Shao and said, "I've only merged with 4 types of top-grade Great Tao. Although I've been trying to merge with a 5th type of top-grade Great Tao, I haven't succeeded. Among the 10 universe masters in our Hongmeng universe, other than Sky Court Master, who has merged with 5 types of top-grade Great Tao, the others have only merged with 4 types of top-grade Great Tao successfully. Since the first universe era, only Lord of Death has merged with 6 types of top-grade Great Tao successfully. This is a path that has been created. It's a pity that we can't do it." Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang are also peerless geniuses. They have worked hard for an entire universe era, but they still haven't succeeded. This path is too difficult, too difficult. Yes, it was too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Even Desolate Land Palace Master sighed. One could imagine how difficult it was. Even ordinary gods knew that the higher one went, the harder it was to merge. The more types of Great Tao one had, the harder it would be. For example, if one used top-grade Great Tao to merge with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao successfully, one would become a great being. However, if one used top-grade Great Tao to merge with 9 types of top-grade Great Tao to become a great being, there was only one way to become a great being. The more types of Great Tao there were, the harder it would be to merge. The difficulty of Tao unification with 9 types of high-grade Taos was simply too terrifying. That was why there were so few great beings. Merging with top-grade Great Tao was even more difficult. With each additional type of top-grade Great Tao, the difficulty would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. Merging with 6 types of top-grade Great Tao was something that no one dared to think about. By the way, Palace Master, why didn't Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang first merge with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao to become great beings, then slowly merge with the Great Tao? Qin Shao asked again. The Desolate Land Palace Master smiled and said, "Think about it. It's already difficult to merge with the Great Tao once. It's even more difficult to merge with the Great Tao a few times. Take Qin Yi, for example. He merged with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao to become a great being. If he merged with 2 types of top-grade Great Tao to become a great being, it would be very difficult for him to become a great being. It would be much more difficult than if he merged with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao to become a great being. Therefore, merging with the Great Tao is a choice given to everyone. Admittedly, merging with 2 types of top-grade Great Tao is much easier than merging with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao. If you try to merge with the Great Tao now, your chances of becoming a great being are very high. However, if you choose to become a great being now, it will be very difficult for you to become a great being again. And after you become a great being, it will be even more difficult for you to become a master of the universe. If you follow this conventional path and follow the prescribed order step by step, it will be very difficult. Of course, there are gains and losses. It is very difficult to merge with 3 types of top-grade Great Tao to become a great being directly, but it is still easier than the conventional path. It is also easier to become a master of the universe with 4 types of top-grade Great Tao than the conventional path. However, if you take this path, the threshold will be very, very high, and it will be much more difficult to cross it. If you can cross it, it will naturally be a leap. However, if you can't, you will be trapped like Tian Lingzi and the others. Moreover, The lifespan of a heavenly god is only 84 billion years. The threshold of time is the biggest restriction. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. A unique path also had unique difficulties. Temple Master, why were Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang able to break through the lifespan limit of a heavenly god and break the rules of time? Qin Shao asked again. The Desolate Land Temple Master said, "This is the secret of Death Valley. It is to cultivate 6 types of top-grade Great Tao to perfection. Only then can you use the power of the top-grade Great Tao to transcend the constraints of time and reach the point where you can coexist with the universe. To cultivate 6 types of supreme-grade Great Tao to perfection within a period of 1,084,000,000 years is already a nature-defying feat. In these endless years, those who have reached this step can be counted on one hand. However, there shouldn't be any problem for you to reach this step. In the end, it will depend on which path you choose. The harder the path, the brighter the light once you have walked it. Of course, the final choice is still in your hands. I am just explaining the situation to you." Qin Shao nodded to show that he understood. Although the Desolate Land Temple Master didn't say it explicitly, Qin Shao could tell that the Temple Master still hoped that he would choose the path of Lord Huayang and Tian Lingzi. Walk an extreme path, a path that was different from the rest, the path of the Lord of Death. After all, only the Lord of Death had the ability to freely enter the endless cosmic sea and even enter the sacred realm. Therefore, if he walked the path of the Lord of Death, he would have the opportunity to enter the sacred realm and become truly eternal. Qin Shao was a little excited about this path, but Qin Shao also knew that this path was too difficult to walk. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to walk this path. Qin Shao's beliefs also changed a little. Originally, Qin Shao only wanted to merge 3 types of top-grade Great Tao and become a ruler. Now, it seemed like this path wasn't going to work. It was too short. If he wanted to walk it, he should walk the extreme path. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang couldn't succeed, but it didn't mean that he couldn't succeed. Qin Shao had always had absolute confidence in himself and had strong beliefs. This could also be considered to be a part of Qin Shao's ambition. It was also a part of the Desolate Hall Master's ambition. The Desolate Land Temple Master also had a lot of hope in this. This was a pioneering path. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had persistently worked hard for an era for this path. So why couldn't he? Qin Shao made this decision in his heart and became firm, becoming an unshakable belief. Seeing that Qin Shao had made up his mind to walk the path, the Desolate Land Temple Master felt gratified. But at the same time, he also felt a little strange. He wasn't sure whether his actions were helping Qin Shao or harming Qin Shao. After all, since the first era of the universe, only the Lord of Death had walked this path. If he couldn't walk it, then he would be like Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, forever trapped in the 4th step of the heavenly god realm. He hoped that Qin Shao did walk this path with a little selfishness. Qin Shao, this is all about the situation of the Death Valley. I'll send you the information about the 5th and 8th Death Valleys directly. If you want to try it, then go ahead. However, there's no need to rush. Although you've passed the 4th Death Valley, the 5th and 6th Death Valleys aren't simple either. It's not that easy. The Desolate Land Temple Master said. Qin Shao nodded. After receiving the information, he didn't say anything more and left. Chapter 10:16. First meeting with Lord Huayang after returning to his mountain, Qin Shao called Yi Juanhe over. Qin Shao took out the sacred armor and showed it to Yi Juanhe. Seeing Qin Shao's sacred armor, Yi Juanhe couldn't help but frown. I heard about what happened in the Primal Chaos Dream. I didn't expect the sacred armor to be damaged to this extent. This is a sacred artifact. If it's damaged to this extent, I'm afraid it's at least 50% damaged. It's too difficult to repair it with such great damage. The price you'll have to pay will definitely not be small. You want to find someone to repair the sacred armor? Qin Shao nodded. After all, this was an important treasure for protection. It would be best if it could be repaired. Otherwise, the sacred armor's power was indeed not strong enough. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to ask the Desolate Land Temple Master about it. However, he didn't dare to ask. The sacred armor was given to him by the desolate land temple master. Now that it was damaged, Qin Shao really couldn't bring himself to ask the desolate land temple master to repair it. Therefore, he asked Yi Juanhe to see if there was any other way to repair it. Yi Juanhe said, "In the desolate land temple, I estimate that there are only 2 people who can repair the sacred armor. One is our temple master. However, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to ask the temple master for help. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me to ask. The second person would be Senior Lord Huayang. His attainments in weapon refinement might not be unparalleled in the universe, but they are at the peak of perfection. Moreover, it's said that the sacred armor was made by Senior Lord Huayang. Of course, that's only hearsay. I don't know whether it's true or not. However, it's undeniable that Senior Lord Huayang's weapon refinement skills are definitely among the top 5 in the primordial universe. Many of the treasures used by the desolate land temple masters were made by Senior Lord Huayang. However, Senior Lord Huayang is a bit of a loner and rarely meets guests. It's said that he hasn't shown his face for hundreds of billions of years. Therefore, it's not easy to meet Senior Lord Huayang. I'm afraid that Senior Brother Huayang will be displeased if I ask to see him rashly. So, if you really want to see Senior Brother Huayangjin, I think it's best if you go find He Jim and Greenleaf and ask him to take you there. Or at least let him know. That would be better. After all, Master is quite a lot. If you really ask him, I believe Master Qingye won't refuse." Qin Shao nodded. He Jim and Greenleaf truly was a very amiable person, and he truly did take good care of him. If he really asked Master Qingye, he believed that Master Qingye wouldn't refuse. However, Qin Shao didn't want to trouble Master Qingye so easily. After all, this was a favor. Qin Shao had never been willing to owe anyone a favor. After thinking about it, Qin Shao decided to see Senior Lord Huayang and see if it was possible. If it was only about the sacred armor, perhaps Qin Shao wouldn't have asked to see Lord Huayang so rashly. However, Qin Shao had other matters to discuss with Lord Huayang about the path that the Lord of Death had taken. "Are you really going to look for Lord Huayang directly?" Yi Juanhe was slightly worried when he saw that Qin Shao had made up his mind. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, at most, I'll get the cold shoulder. That's fine. If Senior Lord Huayang isn't willing to see me, I'm afraid that even if I ask Master Qingye, Senior Lord Huayang might not be willing to repair my sacred armor. I'm afraid that even if he agrees to repair it for Master Qingye's sake, it won't be that easy." Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "Yes, what you said does make sense. However, although Senior Lord Huayang is a bit of a loner, it doesn't mean that he's unapproachable. It's just that we haven't met him before. You're quite famous in the desolate land now. Perhaps Lord Huayang will see you." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We'll know once we try." Once he made up his mind, he immediately acted. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and went directly to the mountain where Lord Huayang cultivated. The mountain where Lord Huayang cultivated was also deep in the desolate land. It was the core area of the desolate land. Ordinary powerful people weren't even qualified to enter this core area. Qin Shao stopped in front of the majestic sacred mountain. Lord Huayang cultivated at the top of the mountain. However, Qin Shao didn't fly directly to the top of the mountain. Instead, he stood at the foot of the mountain and bowed respectfully to the top of the sacred mountain. Then he said, "Senior Lord Huayang, Junior Qin Shao requests to see you." His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to reach the top of the sacred mountain. After reporting, Qin Shao stood there and waited patiently. At this moment, a white-haired old man was sweeping the ground on the sacred mountain. He swept up the fallen leaves on the ground like an ordinary person. His aura was very faint, but he was obviously a powerful person since he could stay on the sacred mountain. With this old man's strength, he could completely sweep away all the fallen leaves with a thought. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he swept very seriously like an ordinary person. If someone didn't know better, they would think that he was an ordinary servant. The white-haired old man was surprised when he heard Qin Shao's voice. "His Highness Qin Shao requests to see you." His Highness Qin Shao has been in the limelight recently. His name has spread throughout Hongmeng. In the godly desolation palace of forgetfulness, he was now a popular figure. I heard that he's a good person. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come and see you today." However, the white-haired old man looked at a courtyard behind him and sighed silently. He shook his head and said, "Master hasn't left the sacred mountain for hundreds of billions of years. Even if Master Qingye came, Master might not be willing to see him, let alone His Highness Qin Shao. Forget it, let him stay at the foot of the mountain. He'll be leaving soon." With that, the white-haired old man continued to sweep the ground seriously. Sweeping the ground was something that he had to do every day. It was like a mission that he had to fulfill. As he swept the ground, he enjoyed himself and comprehended the great Tao. If news of this cultivation method were to spread, many people would be flabbergasted. The white-haired old man ignored Qin Shao, but a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Bring Qin Shao to see me." Clearly, this was Lord Huayang's voice. The white-haired old man was slightly taken aback when he heard this voice. He'd thought that his master, Lord Huayang, would ignore Qin Zhao's request for an audience. He hadn't expected that his master would actually do so. He had served his master for countless years, and he had seen far too many people who had been turned away by his master. Even sovereigns had been turned away by his master. Thus, the white-haired old man didn't think that his master would so easily grant an audience with Qin Shao. After all, this was a junior who'd only lived for 300,000 years. The white-haired old man didn't hesitate in the slightest. He respectfully replied, "Yes, master. I'll bring His Highness Qin Shao here right away." With that, the white-haired old man went down the mountain. After shouting his request for an audience, Qin Shao didn't have to wait long before he sensed a figure descending from the divine mountain. He quickly saw that the person who landed in front of him was a white-haired old man. "Greetings, senior." Qin Shao smiled at the white-haired old man and gave him a simple salute. This salute made the white-haired old man feel fear and trepidation. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, this old man doesn't deserve such a salute. This old man doesn't deserve such a salute. This old man should be the one saluting and greeting your Highness Qin Shao." Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about such complicated formalities. In terms of age, you are indeed my senior. Therefore, I fully deserve to call you senior." Ahem. The white-haired old man didn't know how to respond. However, his impression of Qin Shao had indeed improved a lot. Although he was also a powerful figure, he was only a servant of the Lord Huayang. How could his status be compared to Qin Shao, a disciple of the Desolate Land's divine palace? In this universe, seniority was something that couldn't be ignored. The white-haired old man respectfully made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, my master invites you." "Oh, haha, it seems that my character is not bad. I was worried that senior brother Lord Huayang wouldn't want to see me." Qin Shao immediately smiled when he heard the white-haired old man's words. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed that senior brother Lord Huayang wasn't the kind of person who was too reclusive. As soon as he asked for an audience, he immediately sent someone to take him up the mountain. With the Lord Huayang status, there was no need for him to curry favor with anyone. Following the white-haired old man, Qin Shao quickly ascended the divine mountain. The divine mountain was very simple. There were no magnificent palaces, no jade palaces, and no bustling scenes. There was only an ordinary scene. It was a very simple courtyard that looked a little dilapidated. It was just like a farmhouse. It was indeed a little too simple. It could be seen that the Lord Huayang's temperament was indeed very indifferent. But speaking of which, there was indeed no need to pay too much attention to these materialistic things. There was indeed no meaning in it. Of course, it was meaningless. How many people could be completely indifferent to it? The white-haired old man led Qin Shao to a wooden door. After respectfully bowing to the door, he said to Qin Shao, "Your Highness Qin Shao, please come in. My master is inside." Qin Shao nodded and said to the white-haired old man, "Thank you for your trouble." After that, the white-haired old man left and continued to sweep his floor. As for Qin Shao, he pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, everything changed. His vision changed completely. In an instant, he entered a different world. What appeared in front of Qin Shao was a vast starry sky. It was a beautiful and gorgeous starry sky. It was incomparably quiet, yet incomparably mystical. This kind of beauty was truly indescribable. A man in a light blue robe was sitting in this starry sky. What appeared in front of Qin Shao was a face of about 30 years old. He wasn't very handsome, but he made people feel very comfortable looking at him. Qin Shao knew that the man in front of him was none other than the Lord Huayang. Chapter 10:17. A road full of unknown. The previous chapter that said, first meeting the Lord Huayang, was wrong. The Lord Huayang went to Qin Zhao's opening ceremony, so this was their second meeting, so it has been corrected. Some channels might not have been able to correct it in time due to synchronization issues. Let's skip this mistake. Qin Shao had met the Lord Huayang once at his opening ceremony. However, it was a short meeting, so the Lord Huayang didn't stay for long. He only congratulated him, sat for a short while, and then left with the Flame Emperor. This time, he felt that the Lord Huayang's aura was different from the last time he met the Lord Huayang. This time, the Lord Huayang was even more illusory. He was clearly standing right in front of Qin Shao, but he felt as if he didn't exist. His aura was just like the resplendent starry sky. In this starry sky, the Lord Huayang was the only ruler. Any life form that entered this place had to submit to him. Greetings, senior brother Lord Huayang. Qin Shao cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Qin Shao respected the Lord Huayang very much. Before he became a disciple of the Desolate Land Temple, Qin Shao had heard all kinds of legends about the Lord Huayang. At that time, Qin Shao had developed a sense of respect for the Lord Huayang. Such a powerhouse was worthy of respect. Qin Shao admired the Lord Huayang even more after he learned from the Temple Master of the Desolate Land that the Lord Huayang was walking a different path. It was a path that the Lord of Death had walked before, and he was going to create an era that belonged to him. Now, Qin Shao was determined to walk this path and learn from the Lord Huayang. The Lord Huayang, who was incomparably cold and arrogant in the eyes of others, didn't seem to reject Qin Shao. On the contrary, he revealed a smile on his face. The Lord Huayang waved his hand, and an exquisite stone table suddenly appeared in front of Qin Shao. There was wine and food on the table. Junior brother Qin Shao, have a seat. The Lord Huayang beckoned Qin Shao casually, as if he was entertaining an old friend. Qin Shao, of course, Qin Shao didn't think that his meeting with the Lord Huayang would go so smoothly. But not only did the Lord Huayang go, but senior brother Lord Huayang treated, and the Lord treated Lord Huayang was. Such a situation was indeed unexpected to Qin Shao. Yi Juanhe had said that the Lord Huayang was a loner, but it seemed that wasn't entirely true. Qin Shao sat down and didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and talked about Death Valley. The Lord Huayang listened carefully before saying, the Lord Huayang should have told you the basic situation. You have to walk your own path. It's up to you to decide which path you want to take. Once you've made a decision, don't waver. Stick to it. Once your determination wavers, your future path is basically cut off. Therefore, you have to think this through clearly. There's no medicine for regret. Take Tian Lingzi and I, for example. We've persisted on this path for more than an era, but we still haven't been able to break through. This path is basically a dead end for us. There's basically no possibility of a breakthrough. However, we can't give up. If we give up on the Tao integration stage and become a ruler, it'll be meaningless to us. Our cultivation level will increase, but our strength will remain the same. Moreover, once we choose the Tao integration stage and become a ruler, our cultivation path will be cut off and we'll lose the potential to improve again. If we take it step by step from the beginning and improve step by step, there's still potential. Both paths have potential. It's just that one path leads directly to the other side, while the other is a longer and more tortuous path. Qin Shao nodded. He had also heard about this from the Lord Huayang. Qin Shao, you should have some understanding of the great wide world. Although we're not sure whether the Holy Realm exists or not, the Lord Huayang has indeed walked a path that he created. The Holy Realm should exist. The universe can't truly last forever. Only the holy realm can truly last forever. Cultivators of my generation walk the path of defying the heavens and cultivate the supreme realm. The heart of our generation is also a heart that wants to stand at the peak of the world. The path is endless, so our pursuit will never end. We can live forever. If we have no pursuit, then what's the point of living forever? If we live like a walking corpse, then it's better to die. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Lord Huayang's words. Yes, people live for their pursuit, for their beliefs. Take me, for example. When I was in the source world, when I was still very humble, I lived for the sake of not being bullied by others. I lived for my family. Later, my strength slowly became stronger. I had to live for my people, for the infernal palace, and even for the 9 provinces world. The higher we go, the more we have to pursue. Cultivators of my generation pursue the supreme martial path. Our pursuit is endless. Therefore, our path is also endless. The higher we stand, the further we can see. Now, I can also guess that the master of the universe is not the limit of the realm. The master of the universe is even lacking the ability to walk out of the universe. There are even more powerful realms for the master of the universe. What's more, the master of the universe is probably pitifully weak in the saint domain. It's just a starting realm. Lord Huayang nodded with a serious expression and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, you're right. Although we can't say for sure, based on the situation we have, it is indeed so. If the saint domain really exists, then the master of the universe is definitely a very weak existence in the saint domain. The master of the universe can only be called the king of the universe. The greater 1,000 worlds that surpass the universe are vast and boundless, full of unknowns. That is the real ocean, the land of dreams that we should pursue. You're still very young now. You've only lived for 300,000 years. When you've lived for a universe era, you'll realize how painful it is to live forever. Especially when your path of cultivation is blocked, you'll really start to doubt life. In serious cases, your deity heart will collapse and you'll die. So the further you go in cultivation, the more important your temperament is. Your temperament is extremely good, and you've also cultivated the heart force cultivation system. The heart force cultivation system has extremely high requirements for one's temperament. This is where your advantage lies. Each cultivation system had its own emphasis. The Great Path cultivation system was more comprehensive. It touched on a little bit of everything, but there was no particular emphasis. The sword cultivation system focused on the sword. The true meaning of strength system focused on physical strength. The heart force cultivation system focused on temperament. Each had its own strong points, and they could complement each other. Because Qin Shao had cultivated both the true meaning of strength system and the heart force cultivation system, his body and temperament had been greatly complemented each other, which made him invulnerable. If you want to surpass the restraints of our universe, then you have to walk a different path, a path that defies the heavens. The path that others have walked has been verified by countless ancestors. There's no way to walk out of this universe. If I walk the normal path, I'll at most become a universe master. And with the restraints of the universe origin, I'm afraid I won't be able to become a universe master in this universe era. I might even have to wait until the beginning of the next universe era. Even if I become a universe master in the 9th universe era, I'm afraid I'll be like the palace leader and the others, enduring a long universe era. Then when the chaos disaster arrives, I'll enter the endless universe ocean and wander endlessly until I finally die. If I'm lucky, I might be able to enter other universes and struggle at death's door. But this kind of life isn't what I want. It's not what I'm after. Qin Shao shook his head. If he were to be like Senior by Chuan Fu Su, drifting endlessly in the darkness, then Qin Shao really didn't want to. Endless loneliness, endless loneliness. That was a life worse than death. That's why I've long since made up my mind to walk the path that the Lord of Death has walked. At least for now, the path that he's walking is the only path that will succeed. Qin Zhao's face was filled with determination. Lord Huayang nodded slightly in approval. I also thought that you would walk this path. To be so determined is the right thing to do. Although this path is harder to walk, It's a path that can succeed. Since you've already made up your mind, then I have nothing else to say to you. As for the specifics, it'll depend on the result of your attempt at Death Valley. Speaking of which, now I'm really hoping that you'll be able to pass the first Death Valley. There are many secrets left behind by the Lord of Death, and I'm afraid only the first Death Valley has them. The first Death Valley is the core inheritance of the Lord of Death. If you can get it, then your chances of success will be even higher. Tian Lingzi and I have tried our best, but we both failed. Now it's up to you. For 8 universe eras, no one had successfully passed the first Death Valley. Qin Shao pursed his lips hard and secretly gave himself a challenge. He had to pass the first Death Valley. He had to. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to prepare well and increase his power. Right now, he wasn't strong enough. He was far from being strong enough. Qin Shao asked again, "By the way, Senior Brother Lord Huayang, what's the requirement of power to pass the first Death Valley?" Qin Shao knew that the first Death Valley was terrifying, but he didn't have a rough idea. If he could find out, then he would have a goal there. Lord Huayang said, "If you want to pass the first Death Valley, you'll definitely do it as a 4th step heavenly god. I'm not sure what kind of power you need to pass the first Death Valley. If I have to say something for sure, then I'm afraid you'll need to reach the power of the Kuan Peng ruler. It's possible. When your power isn't below that of a ruler, then you'll have more confidence." Hearing this requirement, Qin Shao laughed bitterly. The Kuan Peng ruler was known as the strongest ruler. He was definitely the #1 being below the universe masters, and his power was infinitely close to the level of a universe master. Many people even said that the power of the Kuan Peng ruler was comparable to that of an ordinary universe master. The Kuan Peng ruler's experience was unquestionable. It was only possible if one's power reached the level of the Kuan Peng ruler, but it was only a possibility. Only when one's power reached the level of a universe master would he have more confidence. Reaching the level of a universe master as a 4th step heavenly god? How is that possible? Even reaching the level of the Kuan Peng ruler sounded impossible, let alone the level of a universe master. Chapter 10:18. Repairing the holy armor. Thinking about it, he felt that it was an impossible mission. However, no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way. Since he had chosen this path and was determined to walk it, he had to continue walking it. Once he made up his mind, he would not waver. Although he could not see hope for the time being, it did not mean that there was no hope. It could only mean that he was not strong enough and had not set his sights high enough. Along the way, Qin Shao had experienced too many seemingly impossible missions, but he had accomplished them in the end. Some things were just like that. When you were weak, you were like a frog in a well. If you could not jump out of the well, you would never know how big the world was or how high the sky was. However, when you left the well, you would suddenly see the light. Every tribulation, every hurdle was a well. Whether you could jump out of the well or not depended on your ability and luck. If you could not jump out, then your sky would forever be as small as the mouth of the well. Senior Brother Lord Huayang, I have always been curious about your and Tian Lingzi's current strength, said Qin Shao. Qin Shao asked, with your current strength, how confident are you if you go to the first Death Valley again? Regarding Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength, it had always been a mystery. There were many opinions, but no conclusion had been reached. Lord Huayang smiled faintly and said, Tian Lingzi's strength should be comparable to Kuan Peng rulers. I'm slightly weaker than them. Hearing this, Qin Shao finally had a clear understanding. If that was the case, Kuan Peng ruler, Tian Lingzi, and Lord Huayang were the three most powerful people below the universe master level. No wonder Lord Huayang said that it was meaningless for him to complete the Tao and become a universe master. As a fourth-step heavenly god, his strength was close to that of a universe master. Just thinking about it was terrifying. It was too terrifying and heaven-defying. No wonder Qin Shao was ranked 3rd on the Earth leaderboard. Even though he was ranked 4th on the Sky leaderboard, he was still firmly suppressed by Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. It was no wonder that no one had been able to shake the position of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang since the beginning of the new era. It was no wonder that they were so heaven-defying. They were able to break through the restraints of the river of time and the limits of their lifespan as fourth-step heavenly gods. As for going through Death Valley, I estimate that I only have a 30% chance of success at most. Tian Lingzi should have a 50% chance of success. Qin Xiao said, 35%? That's still not a small number. There's still a good chance for him to pass the test. If that was the case, then he would have to be at least as strong as the Lord Huayang. This was also the direction that Qin Xiao would work hard in the future. If he had a 30 to 50% chance of success, then he could definitely give it a try. It was too unrealistic to be 100% sure. Yes, it's not that small. However, there was only one chance in the first Death Valley. If he failed, he would lose the chance to try again. Therefore, it was better to be as confident as possible. When I went through the first Death Valley, although I wasn't as strong as I am now, I wasn't that much weaker. However, I lost very badly. You still have time to prepare, so there's no need to rush. As long as you don't break through, you can go to the first Death Valley. Lord Huayang nodded and said. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, only fourth-step heavenly gods can go to the first Death Valley. Yes. Lord Huayang nodded again. If it's a mighty figure or a ruler, then it's definitely not possible. The first Death Valley is the path left behind by the Lord of Death. This was a choice that could only be made when one was a fourth-step heavenly god. Once you converge, then it's set in stone. There's no way to make a choice, and there's no way to reverse it. However, you definitely won't be in a hurry to converge, so there's definitely time. You're still young, so there's no need to rush. Qin Xiao was relieved. He thought about it and realized that it was indeed so. Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry to converge, but he was still worried about his hometown being enveloped by the black vortex. As long as this matter wasn't resolved, Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to truly feel at ease. There was also Gu Lingwei. This was what Qin Xiao was most worried about. The black vortex was slightly better. At worst, he could ask the universe masters of the 5 holy lands of the godly realm to attack together. Together with his teacher, he believed that they would be able to destroy the black vortex. What troubled Qin Xiao the most was Gu Lingyue's situation. Qin Xiao had done a lot of research on the highly toxic dream of 1,000 years. If a god was poisoned by this poison, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, the problem was that Gu Lingyue was immortal. A poison like the dream of 1,000 years could easily poison even a god to death, much less a mortal. The body and soul of a mortal were very weak, so they couldn't withstand such devastation. If she died immediately, it would be easier to deal with. He could just revive her soul from the long river of time. However, the problem was that Gu Lingyue hadn't truly died after being poisoned by the dream of 1,000 years. Her soul couldn't enter the long river of time. So even if he killed Gu Lingyue now, there was no way to revive her. It would only cause her soul to be completely destroyed, and she would die completely. Once the limit of her lifespan was reached, everything about Gu Lingyue would return to chaos. Then, no matter how much damage was done, there would be no way to revive her. Gu Lingyue had taken a godly pill, but she could only live for 100 million years. This was the limit. If there was no way to revive her within 100 million years, then she would really die. Qin Xiao had also asked the Palace Master of Desolate Land. Even the Palace Master of Desolate Land said that he wasn't absolutely confident. However, there was no way around this. There was no use worrying about it, and there was no use being anxious. One could only walk the path one step at a time. Now, Qin Xiao could only focus all his attention on cultivation. After chatting with the Lord Huayang for a while, Qin Xiao was even more determined to walk this path. At least, this wasn't a path that no one had ever walked before. At least, there was a successful precedent set by the Lord of Death. If the Lord of Death could walk this path, why couldn't he? As a cultivator, we should have the heart to pursue the supreme realm of the gods. In the past, Qin Xiao had done it for his people, for the 9 provinces world, for his family, and for his friends. Now, he had an additional responsibility on his shoulders. He had to do it for the desolate land, godly palace, and even for the entire godly realm. It wasn't that Qin Xiao was noble or selfless. However, He felt that since he had reached this position, he should take on an additional responsibility and an additional obligation. Just like those powerful beings guarding the sealed abyss, those rulers and the masters of the universe. They fought for the godly realm and protected it. They didn't even hesitate to pay the price of their lives. For countless years, they had stood guard there. They didn't complain at all, and they didn't retreat in the slightest. The entire godly realm was a huge home. Those who were capable should protect this home well. Junior Qin Shao, you must have other matters to discuss with me, right? Lord Huayang took the initiative to bring it up. Qin Shao nodded and didn't hide anything. He said, "Yes, Senior Lord Huayang. This time, other than asking you about the Death Valley, I actually have another matter that I need your help with." With that, Qin Shao moved his hand and took out the Saint Armor. At this moment, the Saint Armor had lost its previous brilliance. It had become somewhat dim. The Saint Armor was also badly damaged. Lord Huayang glanced at the Saint Armor in Qin Shao's hand and said, "I made this Saint Armor a long time ago by chance. It was made from special materials found in the Sea of Darkness. The Saint Armor is damaged to this extent. It is indeed troublesome to repair, and it requires a lot of rare materials." Lord Huayang's words were very calm, and it also showed that he had the ability to repair it. Qin Shao had heard from Yi Junhe that the Saint Armor was made by Lord Huayang. Now, he could finally confirm it. Lord Huayang was really lucky to be able to make a Saint Armor. No wonder Yi Junhe said that Lord Huayang's ability to make weapons was definitely in the top 5 in the primordial universe. It was true. Although he might not be in the top 2, he was definitely in the top 5. Qin Shao was already prepared. He said, "Senior Lord Huayang, I was too embarrassed to ask you. However, other than you and the Hall Master, I'm afraid that no one else can repair the Saint Armor. A Saint Armor was destroyed in my hands. It is really shameful to say that. If I don't repair it, I feel that I am letting down the Hall Master's gift. Even if I don't need this Saint Armor in the future, I can leave it to others. Therefore, I can only thicken my skin and beg you, Senior Lord Huayang. Senior Lord Huayang, you can tell me what materials you need. I will think of a way to gather them. No matter the price, I have to repair it." Although Qin Shao was young and might not have accumulated enough wealth, he still had a lot of wealth on him. These were mainly obtained from the weapons of war. After a few battles, Qin Shao had indeed obtained a lot of weapons. Moreover, Qin Shao still had tens of thousands of contribution points. These could be exchanged for many things in the Desolate Lands Temple. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that if he exhausted all his wealth, he should be able to gather all of it. However, Lord Huayang shook his head slightly and said, "There is no need for that. I still have enough materials to repair this Saint Armor. Since your junior Qin Shao came looking for me, I still have to give you face. The Saint Armor is something that I refined. I can't bear to see it damaged like this. Just leave the Saint Armor with me. Come and get it after 1,000 years." Hearing Lord Huayang's words, Qin Shao was stunned. He looked at Lord Huayang in a daze and quickly said, "Senior Lord Huayang, how can this be? I need your help to repair the Saint Armor. How can I let you pay for the materials?" Lord Huayang waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't be so sour with me. Since I have agreed, I don't care about these things. For me, wealth doesn't mean much. I'm only helping you because we're fated to meet. If it was someone else, even if they gave me 10 times the materials, I wouldn't care." Since Lord Huayang had put it this way, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't say anything else. It would be unreasonable. Even so, Qin Shao could only say, "All right, thank you very much, Senior Lord Huayang. Qin Shao owes you this favor. I've been sitting here for a few days. I won't disturb Senior Lord Huayang anymore. I will take my leave first." Chapter 1019. The discussion in the meeting hall. Qin Shao wanted to make a trip back to the Nine-State City since he had to wait for another 1,000 years. The last time he returned to the Nine-State City, he rushed to the Chaos Stream without even entering his house. He did not expect to be gone for more than 60,000 years. Therefore, when Qin Shao returned to the Nine-State City, he felt refreshed. After 60,000 years of development, the Nine-State City had become even more prosperous. Even the huge nine-continent city was filled with densely packed skyscrapers. Magnificent buildings could be seen all over the nine-continent city. Therefore, looking down from the sky, the visual impact was not bad. Although Qin Shao had seen many magnificent cities, the nine-state city was his home, his power, and his foothold in the realm of the gods. The feeling of returning home was naturally different. Even the desolate land deity palace could not compare to it. Outside the nine-state city, Qin Shao saw many divine beings. The weaker ones were divine beings of the fourth step. There were also many divine beings of the fourth step. There were so many of them that he couldn't see the end of them. The gates of a nine-state city were tightly shut, and the guards were guarding the gates. No one wanted to let them in. He didn't need a guess to know that these people must have come because of its reputation and wanted to seek refuge in the nine-state city. Master Qingye had told him about this when he was at the desolate land deity palace. The nine-state city's name shook Hongmeng with the update of the Earth ranking. The nine-state city occupied 3 of the top 10 spots of the Earth ranking. In many people's eyes, the nine-state city occupied the 4th spot. Many people thought that Yao Shiwilian was also from the nine-state city. After all, Yao Shiwilian spent most of her time in the nine-state city. Her status in the nine-state city was extremely high. Therefore, many people thought that Yao Shiwilian was also from the nine-state city. No matter if it was Yao Shiwilian, Shi Jian, or Brother Pure, they were all unknown and weak at the beginning. None of them could be called peerless geniuses. However, as Qin Shao grew, they also grew rapidly. The speed of their improvement had also reached an unimaginable level, shocking everyone. Therefore, everyone thought it had something to do with Qin Shao. That was why it attracted countless gods who were trying their best to join Jiuzhou City. As for the gods who had already joined Nine-State City, they were extremely glad that they had made the right choice. In the past, when Nine-Continent City's influence wasn't that great, it wasn't difficult to join Nine-Continent City. But now that the Nine-Continent City was overcrowded, it wouldn't be so easy to join the Nine-Continent City. Therefore, the gates of the Nine-State City were now tightly shut, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Seeing this, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head, Qin Shao directly entered the virtual realm and quietly entered Nine-State City. Naturally, the restrictions and protective formations of Nine-State City couldn't stop Qin Shao. Qin Manor, Conference Hall. It was a bit lively, and the core figures of Nine-State City were basically all present. Almighty Xingyin, you're in charge here. Tell us what we should do now. It's not a good idea to keep the gates closed, Heavenly Star God said. When Qin Shao left, he had already arranged everyone's duties. Sheng Yin was in charge of everything, and then everyone had their own division of labor. Palace Master Xia also said, Almighty Sheng Yin, I think we should inform Qin Shao and see what he thinks. Sheng Yin waved his hand and said, there's no need to disturb Master over such a small matter. In the past, our Nine-Continent City was worried that we wouldn't be able to attract people to join us. Now that there are so many people joining us, we are worried again. That's a good thing, but now it depends on how we're going to arrange them. Our Nine-State City is already overcrowded. If we take more people in, it won't be easy to arrange them. After all, those who come to join us basically bring their entire clan. Since their people want to join us, we must treat their clan well and let them settle down in Nine-State City. But with the current situation, Nine-State City can't make any more arrangements. If we want to take them in, we must open up new territories and build new cities. However, if they want to build a new city, it would be a huge project. They would need to invest a lot of money into it. With our strength, I'm afraid it won't be easy to operate. This is a bit troublesome. Captain Sword, one of the Desolate Land Army, said, Almighty Sheng Yin, I think we should do this for the time being. First, we'll requisition a few cities to be our branches. Then, we'll slowly build new cities. It's been more than 60,000 years, and His Highness should be back soon. As for the other things, we'll wait for His Highness to come back and decide. Sheng Yin nodded and said, Yes, I have the same idea. However, in terms of resources, we need to think of a way. The taxes that His Highness originally set for the various forces to pay were originally very low. We have only cared about the development of 9-continent city these past few years and have not made any progress in the way of business. So now the burden on our 9-continent city is very heavy. If we continue to take in people who want to join us, resources will be a big problem. This is something we need to solve now. Everyone nodded. It was indeed a big problem. To raise a huge army, it would require a lot of resources. To nurture some geniuses, it would require even more investment. Just taking in people without nurturing them wouldn't work either. Moreover, without nurturing them, it would be difficult to gain loyalty. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Fortunately, 9-state city had the support of the entire Hidden Dragon Territories tax, but the tax wasn't high. Therefore, with the rapid expansion of a 9-continent city, the situation naturally became somewhat precarious. Palace Master Xia, you've always been in charge of the resource treasury. This is an internal matter. Palace Master Xia, you have to think of a way. Sheng Yin looked at Palace Master Xia and said. Palace Master Xia smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't have much experience in this area. Otherwise, we can try to do some business and see if there's a good way. I can't do anything else. Qi Zhu shook his head. I've thought about this before, but it's not very practical. Our 9-state city is located in a very remote and barren location. It's too far away from the prosperous Hidden Dragon Territory. There's no way to form a trade route. Without a trade route, it'll be too difficult for us to do business. Palace Master Xia said. Then why don't we build a branch city in the most prosperous star field of the Hidden Dragon Territory? That'll be fine. That's feasible, but it'll take a long time and the initial investment will be larger. Well, we could try this method, but there's still many problems to be solved. Almighty Sheng Yin, you should come up with an idea. This discussion isn't a good idea. Sheng Yin also had a troubled look on his face. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Oh, the discussion is so intense. It seems that you're really worried. Hearing this voice, everyone was delighted and looked over one by one. A figure walked out of the void. It was none other than Qin Shao. Everyone stood up. Greetings, Your Highness. Welcome back to the mansion. Qin Shao waved his hand and sat down on the seat of honor. He said, Don't just stand there. Take a seat. I listened for a while just now and roughly know what you're worried about. I didn't consider these things thoroughly before, which is why we're in such a predicament now. But these are all trivial matters. They won't hinder our development. The 9-continent city alone is still very weak. Therefore, we naturally have to take in people who want to join us. Of course, the standard now must be higher than before. We can't take in people at will. We must select carefully. It must be better to have nothing than to have something substandard. We must consider all aspects before we can take them in. As for the matter of resources, I have some ways to get them. I'll tell you in detail later. Also, I won't consider increasing taxes for the time being. Don't cause public resentment. Brother Xia said that the business route is the first choice. We can consider building a city in the Hidden Dragon Territory in the New Star Field. Leave this matter to me. As for the business route, I'll talk to Brother Xia in detail later. I have a lot of experience in this area now. Well, the general problem should be more or less like this. Do you think it's solved? Hearing Qin Shao explain all the problems clearly in a few words, everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Shao in a daze. After a long while, they finally came to their senses and laughed heartily. With Qin Shao's help, they naturally didn't have to worry about not being able to solve the problem. Once Qin Shao came back, they found their backbone and didn't have to worry about anything. To Qin Shao, these problems were indeed not much of a problem. In the world of sword cultivators, Qin Shao learned a lot of business methods from young Master Kai. He also saw a lot in the residence of the Riding Cloud Alliance's chief. Therefore, Qin Zhao's words of experience were definitely not empty words. Those business methods could be completely applied, and Qin Shao believed that the effect would be very good. Qin Shao also knew about the problems that 9-state city had encountered. They really didn't consider it well before. However, these were all trivial matters that could be easily solved. Qin Shao didn't take these trivial matters to heart. Brother Xia, give the order to prepare a banquet. Then, summon some important people to the residence, Qin Shao said to Palace Master Xia. Palace Master Xian nodded, indicating that he would arrange it accordingly. Every time Qin Shao came back, he would basically hold a big banquet and drink with some of the important people of Nine-State City. Firstly, he wanted to gather with everyone. Otherwise, if he didn't deliberately go to see people when he came back, he wouldn't be able to see them. After all, it was not easy to enter his residence. With so many people, Qin Shao couldn't say that he would meet them one by one. Therefore, it was better to hold a banquet and call everyone over, which would make the atmosphere more lively. This had basically become an unwritten rule. Naturally, everyone was very happy with such an arrangement. Chapter 10:20. Qin Zhao's bestowal. There were quite a lot of people attending the banquet this time. It had been more than 60,000 years since the last banquet. 60,000 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. In terms of reproduction, 60,000 years was enough for a large number of people to reproduce. After more than 200,000 years in the God Realm, the Origin World's bloodline had already grown to a scale of over 100 billion people. Of course, the Source World's population wasn't considered as natives anymore. After all, they were inseparable from the Divine Realm. They had always intermarried with the Divine Realm. The population of the entire nine-continent city had swelled to the scale of trillions. The number of people attending the banquet this time also exceeded 10,000. In addition to the older generation, there were also many new faces. They were all outstanding young geniuses among the younger generation. Many of these younger generation hadn't seen Qin Shao before. So to them, being able to see Qin Shao was a very glorious and happy thing. In the eyes of these younger generation, Qin Shao was their faith. He was the existence that they worshipped the most. Qin Shao felt a little strange when the younger generation called him Old Ancestor to toast him. He hadn't even married yet, but so many people were calling him Old Ancestor. Shi Jian and Brother Pure also rushed back. They were now very famous. Their status in the nine-continent city was second only to Qin Shao. The two of them now had a lot of admirers. Qin Shao, Shi Jian, Song Gui, Brother Pure, Chongfeng, Bai Jianxiu, Palace Master Xia, and Heavenly Sage Qi Zhu sat at the same table. Everyone was talking and laughing. They chatted and talked about their daily lives. Laughter was unceasing. Qin Shao was also willing to listen to everyone's chatter. Now that Palace Master Xia and the others had all become old ancestors, they had all started a huge family. He was also talking about some things about their descendants with a smile on his face. When they talked about their outstanding descendants, it made them feel proud. They even compared their descendants to each other. Did you see that, Qin Shao? Big Brother Xia and the others who have become patriarchs are so bad. They only know how to talk about those little brats every day, Brother Pure teased. Qin Shao smiled and said, "You speak as if you are alone. Why didn't you bring your exquisite, mysterious fairy here? I say, you've been together with her for more than 100,000 years. Why haven't you done anything?" "Master, I think Uncle Master Peerless is not very good in some aspects." Shi Jian joked. Brother Chuanjia glared at Shi Jian and scolded. "How dare you laugh at your martial uncle? Believe it or not, your martial uncle will beat you until your teeth fall out." Shi Jian wasn't afraid. He snickered and said, "I'm just telling the truth." "Bah!" Brother Pure spat at Shi Jian and said, "What do you know? Exquisite, mysterious fairy, and I have a pure love. We are sacred. Before we become powerful, we won't consider having children. Once we have children, there will be a lot of things. We are focused on cultivation. Why will we think about these things?" Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Speaking of which, Brother Pure and Exquisite Mysterious Fairy were both geniuses. Both of them had great potential. Needless to say, Brother Pure would definitely become a powerful person. It was just a matter of time. Although Exquisite Mysterious Fairy's talent and potential were far inferior to Brother Pure's at present, she was still a genius who entered the Earth list. There should be no problem for her to become a powerful person. Now, it was a good choice to put all his efforts into cultivation. People who were really obsessed with cultivation would not easily get married and have children. Song Gui was relatively dull. He basically didn't say anything. As for his second disciple, Although his talent and potential were a little lacking, Qin Shao had never had any requirements for him. This was because Qin Shao accepted Song Gue not because of his talent and potential, but because he liked him a little. In Song Gue, Qin Shao seemed to see a younger version of himself. Now, Song Gue had reached the 4th step of the divine realm. Although he hadn't entered the Earth list yet, he wasn't too bad. Song Gue, come and have a drink with me. Qin Shao raised his wine cup and said to Song Gue. Song Gue immediately picked up the wine cup in fear and trepidation. He respectfully toasted Qin Shao and said, "Master, I'm really ashamed. After so many years of cultivation, I haven't made much progress. I've failed to live up to your expectations." Qin Shao smiled faintly. He patted Song Gue's shoulder and said, "You're already doing well. Being able to reach the 4th step of the divine realm proves that you've been working hard in cultivation these years. Hard work can change everything, but it doesn't necessarily change some things. The affairs of this world are unpredictable, and no one can fully grasp them. Your talent and potential are a little lacking, but your willpower is all right. Therefore, it's already not bad that you've reached this point. Everyone has their own path. You just have to work hard to pursue it. There's no need to be too deliberate. Stay true to your heart and walk down this path firmly. You still have a very good chance of becoming an almighty. Even becoming a ruler might not be completely impossible. The key is still your heart. If your heart wavers, then you won't have that possibility." Songye nodded and said solemnly, "I understand, Master. I will continue to work hard." Shijian also said, "Yes, junior brother. You've already worked very hard. However, some things can't be changed with hard work. Even if you can change them, you'll need 10 times or 100 times more time than others. We're still young. There's no need to pursue this too much." Song Gue nodded. The guilt in his heart lessened greatly. After not seeing each other for over 60,000 years, everyone had changed a lot. Many of them had improved in strength. Qin Shao chuckled and suddenly stood up, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Qin Zhao's actions caused everyone to stop and look at him. "Speaking of which, I've been extremely incompetent as the city lord of 9 Province City. I've spent very little time in the city. Everyone has worked together to maintain the city's operations so well. 9 Province City is our new home. The city's development is the fruit of our victory, the result of everyone's hard work. Today, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to reward everyone according to their contributions. It'll also raise everyone's enthusiasm, and let's build 9 Province City even more beautiful. Let's let the city shine brighter and brighter. In a few years, 9 Province City may even become a superpower second only to the sacred lands. Men should sing songs. How long is life? As hot-blooded men, we should sing songs to the world and make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, if we do nothing, wouldn't we be wasting our youth? We've come from the source world. We've come from a humble place. We've come from a weak place. But we're still not strong enough. In the laws of survival in the jungle, we're still in a relatively low-end position. Therefore, we still need to continue to work hard to make ourselves stronger. Until one day, we can confidently and proudly tell others that we are very strong. We can proudly tell our descendants that we're very strong. We can use this to motivate them and make them work hard to cultivate. We can make them become heroes. We can make them become the light of the God realm." Qin Zhao's simple words made everyone's blood boil. Palace Master Xia, Tian Xing, and the others had tears in their eyes. This was something they didn't even dare to dream of before. But Qin Shao wanted to lead everyone to accomplish this heaven-defying feat. Their dream in the Source World was to become gods and bring their clansmen from the Source World to the God Realm. But now, their dream had become even more lofty. From a humble place, step by step, to where they were now. Thinking back carefully, they already felt that it was a very magical thing. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Tian Xing. With a move of his hand, a divine pill flew into his hand. As soon as the divine pill appeared, a strange fragrance immediately filled the entire hall, intoxicating everyone. Seeing this divine pill, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They let out a cry of surprise. This is a path integration pill. It's really a path integration pill. The legendary path integration pill. It's said that a path integration pill can make one of the four divine gods directly become an almighty. This is simply a priceless treasure. How can it be a priceless treasure? Even an almighty would fight to the death for it. I've long heard that the city lord has a few path integration pills. Is he taking it out to bestow it to old ancestor Tianxing? Seeing Qin Shao looking at him with a smile, Tianxing was also very excited at this time. He looked at Qin Shao with a nervous expression. The eyes of the others had already cast a luster of envy. Obviously, Qin Shao was going to bestow this path integration pill to Tianxing. The truth was as expected. Qin Shao said, "Big brother Tianxing, you can be considered the most senior doyen of our heavenly dragon continent's bloodline. You can be considered our bloodline's ancestor. All these years, you can be said to have worked hard for the nine-state city. To be able to make the internal affairs of the nine-state city so colorful, you, Big Brother Qizhu, and Big Brother Xia have contributed greatly. Big Brother Tianxing, your talent and potential are limited. To be able to become a fourth-step divine god, you also spend a lot of resources and external forces. Therefore, I want to bestow you a path integration pill so that you can directly become an almighty. Are you willing? However, you should also know the side effects of the path integration pill. Once you take the path integration pill, your cultivation path will be considered to be broken. There will be no possibility of improvement in the future. Are you willing? Tianxing immediately nodded. Yes, I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. 1,000, 100 times willing. If I don't use the path integration pill, I will have no hope of becoming an almighty in my lifetime. Qin Shao nodded and waved his hand to give the path integration pill to Tianxing. The others were also envious. After bestowing Tianxing, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Qizhu. Qizhu's body and mind shook violently. Was it his turn? Sure enough, Qin Shao gave Qizhu another path integration pill. 2 path integration pills were given out in one go. This could be said to be a huge gift. In addition to bestowing 2 path integration pills to Tianxing and Qizhu, Qin Shao also bestowed some other people. Every time, the people who were bestowed with the path integration pills were moved to tears and even knelt down to kowtow. After a series of bestowments, everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Of course, there were also some that Qin Shao did not bestow. Well, today's banquet is over. In the future, I will bestow the path integration pills to everyone regularly. Everyone, please disperse first. Qin Shao waved his hand to everyone. The banquet was over, but the atmosphere was unprecedentedly good. Chapter 1021. Great Desert Shang family this time. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to leave immediately. Instead, he inquired about the various matters of the nine-state city, and then proposed some of his own ideas to discuss the best solution with everyone. At other times, Qin Shao also drank and chatted with Bai Jinxiu, Changfeng, and Brother Pure. It was also a way to let go of his mood. Also, he would occasionally give some pointers to the talented juniors. To be able to receive Qin Zhao's pointers was a great opportunity. Some people with good talent and comprehension ability directly had a huge breakthrough. This kind of pointers also became the most desired thing for some young geniuses in the nine-state city. This kind of thing was something that they did not even dare to dream of. They did not expect it to become a reality. Of course, the lucky ones belonged to the minority. Qin Shao only gave some pointers on a whim. It was impossible to say that he would give pointers to everyone. Things like opportunities and creation should be done casually. One must not force it. If one forced it, then it would not be an opportunity or creation. This time, Qin Shao had stayed in the nine-state city for 100 years. After more than 60,000 years of cultivation in the primal chaos stream, he indeed felt somewhat mentally exhausted. After staying in the nine-state city for 100 years, Qin Shao felt very comfortable, relaxed, and enjoyed. When he was with his family and friends, even if it was just a simple meal, a drink, or a chat, the mood was completely different. To be honest, Qin Shao had never liked the days of fighting and killing. He had always yearned for these peaceful days. If one had less ambition and desire, they would like this kind of peaceful life. Although Qin Shao yearned for this kind of life, he knew that he could not have this kind of life now. Behind this seemingly peaceful life, there was a huge hidden danger. No one could say when the great calamity of the divine realm would erupt. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Otherwise, all this beautiful life would instantly turn to nothing in the near future. After staying here for 100 years, it's time to start doing things. The nine-state city is indeed too small, and its location is too remote. This place is too barren. From now on, it will be the headquarters of our source world in the divine realm. Building a new city and developing the power of the nine-continent city is indeed a very necessary time. I don't have the ambition to rule the world, but I have to think about the future of my source world's clan. If they don't develop their own powerful strength, it will be very difficult for them to establish themselves in the God realm in the future. Qin Shao had already made these decisions, and now it was time to implement them. 3 figures came over and saluted Qin Shao respectfully. "Your Highness, Master." Qin Shao looked at the 3 and said, "Baki, Baifin, Songgu, I'm going to the Hidden Dragon territory. You 3 can accompany me." 8 Enlightenment and Baifin nodded. They were Qin Shao's servants and had been following Qin Shao around. This was their duty. Hearing this, Song Gue was pleasantly surprised. Master was going to take him out for a walk. That was an expression of love. In fact, Song Gue had always thought that he was lucky to be able to become Master's disciple. With his talent and potential, logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to become Master's disciple. Compared to his senior brother, Shi Jian, he was simply too ashamed to show his face. However, he didn't expect Master's love for him to be no less than his senior brother's. Song Gue was so touched that he couldn't express it in words. Tears welled up in her eyes as she was so emotional that she started tearing up. Qin Shao saw all this and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Qin Shao didn't bid farewell to him and left the nine-continent city. Among the thousands of manors in the Hidden Dragon Ridge, the Great Desert Mansion was definitely one of the most prosperous manors in the Hidden Dragon Ridge. There was no doubt that it was ranked in the top 5. And the Great Desert City was the economic center of the Great Desert Prefecture, the most prosperous city. This was because Desert City was the territory of the Desert Shan clan. It was an economic city built by the Desert Shan clan over countless years. In terms of business, the Desert Shan clan was second to none in the Hidden Dragon territory. After entering the Great Desert City, Song Gue's eyes were completely transfixed. The shock it brought him was incomparably huge. So this is the famous Grand Desert City. It really lives up to its reputation. It's really too prosperous and too beautiful. It's worthy of being a city that has been developed for countless years. In terms of area, it's tens of thousands of times larger than our nine-continent city. In terms of prosperity, our nine-continent city can't compare to it. In front of Grand Desert City, I feel that our 9-provinces city is like a small thatched cottage, Song Gue said bluntly, not holding back at all. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it does feel like a small cottage is compared to a throne room. But it's normal. Our 9-continent city has developed for more than 200,000 years. In front of an ancient city like Desert City that has developed for countless years, it's still very young. It's not even a fraction of its size. Give us a few 100 million years, or even tens of millions of years of development, and we can also reach such a scale. The construction of a city isn't something that can be completed overnight. The accumulation of a foundation requires countless years of accumulation. This can't be rushed. Song Gue nodded. This was indeed the case. Qin Shao continued. Actually, this is just like cultivation. Although cultivation comprehension is very important, many times it also needs to rely on accumulation. The accumulation of the great Tao, the accumulation of comprehension, the accumulation of experience, the accumulation of life, etc. Everything can be accumulated in all aspects. All things in the world begin with the great Tao. The great Tao that we cultivate actually exists in all things in the world. To pry into the great Tao from all things, it depends on whether you have the eyes of wisdom. Cultivation isn't blind cultivation. It's not blindly going into seclusion to forcefully comprehend the great Tao. Haste makes waste. Only when the water is there can a channel be formed. Song Gue nodded as though he had learned something. He fell into deep thought as he recalled Qin Zhao's words and committed them to memory. Of course, these words sounded very simple. If one thought about it carefully, they could be understood. However, many things weren't as simple as they sounded. The key was whether one could do it or not. This was very important. All things in the world began with the great Tao. This was a basic principle that many people knew. However, in reality, how many people could comprehend the great Tao from all things in the world? Song Gue, I brought you out this time because I wanted you to travel and experience our universe. Experience all things in the world and many things that you haven't seen before. Perhaps this will give you some enlightenment and allow you to comprehend some great Tao. You've been staying in Jiuzhou City all these years. You haven't left or gone out to explore. This won't do, Qin Xiao said. Song Gue nodded and said, Yes, master. I haven't left Jiuzhou City all these years. Senior brother has asked me to go out with him a few times, but I didn't go. It's not that I'm a coward. I just feel that I'm too weak and don't want to go out and embarrass myself. I'm afraid I'll bring unnecessary trouble to master. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. That's why I said that you care too much about some complicated things. This will bind you and limit your path forward. I'm your master. Even if you cause a huge mess, as long as you stand on the right side, I'll definitely stand on your side. Master recognizes both kindness and reason. If the reason isn't right, Master won't protect you. If the reason is right, then even if a ruler wants to touch you, Master will protect you. Master rarely stays in Jiuzhou City, so I can give you very few opportunities to teach. Most of the time, you still need to work hard. The path of cultivation is long, so you have to grasp it well. If you don't carve wood, you won't become a weapon. If you don't carve stone, you won't become jade. If you don't experience wind and rain, it's hard to grow. Song Gue nodded heavily and said, Disciple understands. I'll definitely plan my own path in the future. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. He patted Song Gue's shoulder and said, Of course, you don't have to listen to everything Master says. Master won't ask too much of you. It's fine as long as you can walk your own path. Remember, you can't force yourself to do anything. Disciple understands. Song Gue said. Qin Xiao didn't say anything else. In fact, he was a bit conflicted sometimes. On one hand, he really wanted Song Gue to grow. Even if he couldn't be like Shi Jian, he had to at least make it onto the Earth ranking. On the other hand, Qin Xiao felt that it would be too cruel to ask Song Gue like this. After all, Song Gue's talent and potential were much worse than Shi Jian's. If he was too harsh, it might push Song Gue to a dead end. How he wanted to walk his own path was up to him. Everyone had their own destiny. Qin Xiao would only give some suggestions, but he wouldn't force anything. I'll help. Little bitch, how dare you run? Let's see where you can run to. Suddenly, two sharp voices were heard, immediately attracting the attention of Qin Xiao and the others. On this bustling street, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. The bustling crowd showed the prosperity of Grand Desert City. However, this sudden voice broke the good atmosphere. A young girl was running in a panic. She looked nervous and shouted for help as she ran. Behind the young girl, there were two burly men chasing after her. These two burly men had a strong aura. Their eyes were fierce, and their auras were powerful. The passers-by on the road consciously retreated, not daring to get too close. When Song Gue saw this situation, he immediately became enraged. To think that such a thing would happen in broad daylight. It seems like the security of the great desert city isn't very good. In the nine-continent city, such a thing would never happen. If anyone dared to cause such trouble in Jiuzhou City, the city guards would have been dispatched to arrest the offender and hand him over to the law. No one would enjoy such a privilege. However, this wasn't the case in Grand Desert City. Song Gue was also born in a poor family, so he was very angry about this. Chapter 10:22. A servant. Young hero, save me. I beg you. The young girl looked at Song Gue pleadingly as she grabbed Song Gue's arm tightly. Judging from the aura emanating from her body, she was also a first-step heavenly god. Her strength was not considered weak. If it was in a smaller place, it would be considered relatively strong. However, in the great desert city, she was indeed very ordinary. Being able to become a celestial god meant that she had some talent. All the major forces would recruit celestial gods. However, this young girl was being chased. It seemed that there was a lot going on. Qin Shao glanced at the two fierce-looking brawny men and discovered that both of them were in the fourth step of the heavenly god realm. In terms of cultivation level, they were not low. However, judging from their auras, Qin Shao knew that they were only ordinary fourth-step celestial gods. They might have even become fourth-step celestial gods with the help of external forces. This meant that their cultivation path was broken and they had no potential to improve. The two burly men were clearly servants. "Don't worry, miss. I will help you. Don't worry. I won't let the bad guys hurt you." Song Gue nodded to the young girl with a serious expression and said words that were very comforting to people. His words were very warm, like broad shoulders that gave people a sense of security. Hearing this, the young girl looked at Song Gue gratefully. Her eyes flickered with a strange light. The two burly men looked at Song Gue. The bald man on the left snorted fiercely and said, "This is our Shang family's business. Don't meddle in other people's business. Get out of the way, lest you get into trouble." Song Gue could not help but frown when he heard the Shang family's name. His face turned serious. Only then did he realize that it was no wonder that when the two burly men appeared, the surrounding people fled in all directions as if they had seen ghosts. Only now did Song Gue realize that they were from the Shang family. No wonder they were so arrogant and domineering. Originally, Song Gue wanted to be a hero and save a beauty. As the saying went, "Draw your sword when you see injustice on the road." This should be the magnanimity of a hot-blooded man. However, the Shang family's name was like a mountain pressing down on Song Gue's heart. Song Gue was born lowly. His family had been killed by a major force. He knew very well what would happen if he provoked a major force. Although he was now Qin Zhao's disciple, he did not dare use Qin Zhao's name outside. He did not put himself in a very high position. Even in the entire Hidden Dragon territory, the Desert Shang family could be ranked among the top 10 superpowers. There were definitely giants that could dominate a region. The Great Desert City was the Shang family's territory, was the absolute ruler desert city. No one could provoke the Shang family Shang. In the Great Desert City, once the Shang family's name was mentioned, people would naturally be afraid. Seeing Song Gue hesitate, the young girl pitifully begged for help again. "Young hero, if you don't save me, I will be captured and beaten to death." Qin Shao did not have any intention of coming over. Instead, he was interested in being a spectator. It was as if he was deliberately distancing himself from Song Gue. Song Gue also saw that his master had no intention of coming over. Therefore, he felt that his master had completely let him handle this matter and had no intention of doing anything. What should he do? Provoke the Shang family? But how could Song Gue have the strength to provoke the Shang family? Should he give up? However, Song Gue really could not do something like watching someone die. Therefore, he was conflicted in his heart and was struggling fiercely. "Kid, are you deaf? Did you not understand my words?" The bald man saw that Song Gue did not react and coldly shouted again. Song Gue clenched his teeth and finally made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at the bald man with determination. He said fearlessly, "In the past, I was also in a situation where I was hunted down. At the time, I was very helpless and in despair. I felt like I was about to die. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just unwilling to die in a cowardly manner. I'm unwilling to die without avenging my family. Fortunately, my master saved me and gave me a new life. Now that I am traveling outside and have met a pitiful person like myself, how can I not save her? If I am afraid of your great Desert Shang family and go against my conscience, then I will never forgive myself. Therefore, since I have encountered today's matter, I can't just ignore it. If you want to hurt this young girl, then you have to ask if I agree first." When the two men saw that Song Gue was determined to interfere, they laughed instead of being angry. This was especially true for that bald-headed thug, who laughed very playfully. Humph. I've seen too many hot-blooded youths like you. You're just a greenhorn. You don't have much experience. When you travel outside, you always like to think of yourself as a great hero and call yourself a savior. When you encounter some things, you always like to interfere. People like you, who knows how many die every day. This world is not something a fledgling like you can imagine. You are a brat who has only lived for 200,000 years. You only have hot-blooded blood, but your brain is not good at all. Kid, I will say one more thing. If you scram now, then it will have nothing to do with you. If you don't know what is good for you, then I promise you will not be able to leave our great desert city alive today. Don't put your precious life on the line for a moment of hot-bloodedness. Who dares to interfere with the matters of our great desert Shang family? I fear that even His Highness Qin Shao will not interfere. What qualifications do you have to interfere? Who do you think you are? Are you someone from 9 Provinces City? Even if you are from 9 Provinces City, it is not up to a mere 4th-step heavenly deity like you to interfere with the matters of our great desert Shang family. However, Song Gue's face was filled with determination. He firmly shook his head and said, I have already made up my mind. I will not change it. I, Song Gue, am unable to do something like watching someone die. Thus, today, either you kill me or I take this girl away. No matter what, she is only a girl. No matter how great a mistake she has made, you should not treat her like this. If there is anything, we could talk it out. The bald man continued to laugh playfully. He laughed coldly. A hot-blooded greenhorn like you is a wild horse that cannot be pulled back. Fine, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Since you do not know what is good for you, then die. It is only a life. Sometimes it really is worthless. To think that you are a 4th-step heavenly deity. It was not easy for you to reach this level. Today, you're going to ruin your future. How laughable. After saying that, the bald man charged at Song Gue. The bald man was also a 4th-step heavenly deity. His attack carried the terrifying might of the great Tao. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he charged at Qin Shao like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Surging momentum and brilliance of sword qi came crashing down. Song Gue's eyes were cold. He did not dare hesitate in the slightest. He drew his sword and slashed out with a resplendent sword light. Although Qin Shao had asked Shijian to teach Song Gue a secret technique, Song Gue had not been able to master a single one. The technique that he displayed could be considered to be extremely powerful. Song Gue could be considered to have practiced this sword technique quite well. When he slashed out with his sword, boundless sword qi surged over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The bald man originally thought that Song Gue was a young man who had just stepped into the 4th-step heavenly deity realm. His strength should be very ordinary. No matter what, he was a man who had lived for tens of millions of years. He was somewhat confident in all aspects. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, he immediately knew that he was wrong. The incomparably young man in front of him was not simple at all. This sword technique was quite formidable. Under the surging power of the resplendent sword light, the bald man was beaten back repeatedly. Song Gue did not stop until he had retreated to his original position. Such a situation made the two men's expressions even more ferocious. The onlookers in the surroundings were also pointing and whispering. Song Gue pointed at the two men and said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Now, can you let me take this girl away?" The bald man sneered. "Boy, aren't you too naive? Go. Where do you think you're going? Humph. Open your eyes wide and look where you are. This is the Grand Desert City, the territory of the Grand Desert Shan clan. You want to leave after provoking the Grand Desert Shan clan? Do you really think you're dreaming?" Song Gue said, "Don't pretend to be powerful here. There are countless members of the Grand Desert Shan clan. I'm afraid at least 20 to 30% of the people in Grand Desert City can call themselves members of the Grand Desert Shan clan. Do you think you can scare me with this? I, Song Gue, am not a coward." Since I've taken part in today's matter, I won't back down. What other moves do you have? Use them all. If not, I won't keep you company." The bald man sneered again. "Humph, even if we let you go, do you really think you can take her away? This girl is only a servant of our young master. She has a soul contract with our young master. With a thought from our young master, her soul will scatter. What right do you have to take her away?" "A servant?" Song Gue was taken aback. He frowned as he looked at the young girl. Looking at the girl's pained expression, Song Gue knew that the bald man was right. It seemed that the girl really was someone's servant. How could he save her if she had a soul contract with someone else? There was no way to save her. Song Gue also felt bitter. He hadn't thought that the situation would be like this. If that was the case, how could he save her? Moreover, she was someone else's servant. It wouldn't make sense for him to forcibly save her. The sense of justice in Song Gue's heart was also greatly diluted. But did he have to give up on this matter now? The girl still looked at Song Gue with a pitiful expression, hoping that he would save her. Chapter 10:23. Not backing down at all. You want me to meet my family's young master? The bald man's smile became even more playful, as if he had heard something very interesting. Song Gue nodded. Yes, I want to see your master. Since you don't want to live, I'll fulfill your wish. If you want to see our young master, that's fine. Come with us. The bald man sneered, but agreed readily. Song Gue wasn't afraid, but the girl shook her head and grabbed Song Gue's arm. No, don't go. You're not my master's match. If you go, you'll die. Was he courting death? Song Gue clenched his teeth, but his mind didn't waver. We have no other choice. If we don't talk to your master, we won't be able to save you. You're bound by the soul contract. Only if your master takes the initiative to break the soul contract will you be free. Other than that, there's no other way. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. Don't be afraid. The girl knew this, but she was really afraid. She also knew she had no other choice. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Her master only needed a thought, and her soul would scatter. No matter how far she hid, it was useless. The soul contract was so powerful that even powerful beings and rulers couldn't resist it. Probably only universe masters had the power to resist it. Of course, universe masters couldn't become the servant of others. To break the soul contract, it wasn't only the master who took the initiative to break it. There were other ways, but they were too difficult. The first way was for a great being to kill the master in an instant, and the master couldn't even send out his last thought. Once the master died, the soul contract would naturally be broken. The second way was for a universe master to take action and break it by force. These two methods were impossible for Song Gue, so he could only talk to the girl's master. Song Gue looked back at Qin Xiao and realized his teacher didn't intend to follow. Song Gue knew his teacher wanted him to solve this, so he wouldn't interfere. Song Gue didn't intend to trouble his teacher. Since he was in charge of this, he had to do it to the end. Since the conviction in his heart was firm, there was nothing to be afraid of. Song Gue strode away with the two thugs. The surrounding crowd also pointed in disgust. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Everyone wanted to be a hero, but it wasn't easy to be a hero. If he didn't do it well, he would have to pay with his life. People who like to meddle in other people's business always have a hard time living long. The law of the jungle was only fists, no hot-bloodedness, no righteousness. Your Highness, I'm afraid Song Gue will suffer a great loss if he goes alone, Ba Qi said worriedly. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, It's all right. Young people have to experience some hardships. On the road to growth, it was impossible not to have any setbacks. Being fearless and sticking to one's nature was the best. To be able to hold on to this pure kindness is indeed not bad. Some things are worth defending with one's life. Since he has made his choice, he should persevere until the end, no matter how dangerous it is. Only with pressure can one have unlimited potential. Don't make a move first unless your lives are in danger. Ba Qi Dao and Bai Fan both nodded, indicating that they understood. On the other side, Song Gue followed the two thugs into a huge palace. Looking at the arrangement of guards here, he knew that this was a very important place. Moreover, there were guards from Grand Desert City, standing guard, reflecting the importance of this place. Only then did Song Gue realize that the people he had provoked this time might really be important figures of the Grand Desert Shang family. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big lineup. Such a discovery made Song Gue's heart sink. However, he still didn't cower. Soon, the two thugs brought Song Gue into a heavily guarded courtyard. In the spacious courtyard, a man in embroidered robes was brandishing a sword. Song Gue's gaze landed on the man in embroidered robes. He was also a fourth-step heavenly god. His aura was very powerful, making Song Gue feel like he was invincible. After a while, the man stopped, put away his sword, and looked over. His gaze was like a venomous snake. Being stared at by him made Song Gue feel very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. His body also felt inexplicably cold. The young girl was so frightened that she hid behind Song Gue. Her body trembled, and she didn't dare show her face. The two thugs retreated to the side and stood guard there. As long as their young master gave the order, they would immediately come and take her away. The man in embroidered robes glanced at Song Gue, then sat down and poured himself a cup of fine wine. After taking a sip, he asked, "Where are you from? You become a fourth-step heavenly god at such a young age. I think your talent is quite good. Seeing that you look unfamiliar, I don't think you're from Grand Desert City, right?" The man in embroidered robes didn't seem like someone who was difficult to talk to. Song Gue cupped his hands at the man and said, "I came from Qianshi Manor. I don't have any intention of offending you, nor do I have any intention of becoming your enemy. I just feel that this young girl is too pitiful, so I hope you can let her go. I know that she's your servant. So if you have any conditions, you can state them. If I can do it, I won't refuse." Ha ha ha. The man in embroidered robes wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He took another sip of wine and said, "I'm interested. This is really interesting. Have I stayed in this palace for too long and didn't go out? Someone actually dares to come to my manor and want to take away my servant? Ha! Since you know that she's my servant, do you still dare to meddle in other people's business? She's my servant, so her life is mine. Whatever I do to her, it won't be overboard. She'll stand by you. Who are you to her? What right do you have to take her away?" Song Gue's expression turned slightly ugly, but he still said, "Young master, I'm not related to this young girl. We've only met by chance. But I feel that she's pitiful, and she asked me for help, so I have some thoughts of hiding. If I can do it, if I don't save her, my conscience won't be at ease. Young master, I'm not here to take her away, but to ask you to let her go. I'm willing to pay a price." Clap, clap, clap. The man in embroidered robes clapped his hands and smiled even more playfully. "A hero saving a beauty? Haha, interesting. It seems that you've really flaunted yourself as a hero. Perhaps you're sanctimonious and say that you're righteous, but I think you're infatuated with my servant's beauty. If you like her so much, then why don't you recognize me as your master? I can consider betrothing her to you." Hearing this, Song Gue's face turned red. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. Young master, you misunderstood. I'm not after her beauty. I just want to save her." The man in embroidered robes put down his wine cup and said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. Brat, you're quite bold, daring to come to my residence. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing that you're quite interesting, if you scram now, I might not bicker with you. If you don't scram, then don't blame me for being merciless." Song Gue pursed his lips. "Young master, since I've come today, I won't leave until this matter is resolved. I don't think you're a hedonistic son of a rich family. You're not someone who bullies others. This is your family's matter. As an outsider, I really don't have the right to interfere. But since I've decided to get involved in this matter and promise to save her, I naturally can't give up. If I do that, I'm afraid I won't be able to get over this for the rest of my life. It'll become a knot in my heart and even affect my cultivation. So, no matter what, I must save her today. I hope young master can grant my wish." Oomph. The man in embroidered robes was finally angry. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know what's good for you. Even if you're ranked on the Earth ranking, you don't have the right to speak arrogantly here, much less a mere fourth-step god like you. Do you really think my great desert Shan kingdom is a place where you can behave atrociously? I originally wanted to let you live, but it seems you don't know how to cherish it at all. You really don't know what's good for you. Young people will always be young. A life is so worthless. The man in embroidered robes was enraged. The two thugs bared their fangs, looking like they were about to charge up and grab Song Gue. Song Gue also smelled danger, the scent of death. But he couldn't retreat. He had no way to retreat. Therefore, Song Gue still stood there steadily. He looked at the brocade-clothed man without any fear and said, "Young master, what will it take for you to let this young lady go? I've already made up my mind, so I won't be threatened by you. Even if I die here today, I won't frown. Although I'm not strong, I might be able to cause you some trouble. Rather than that, why don't you give me a chance? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me?" The man's expression darkened, and he sneered. Song Gue shook his head. "No, I'm not threatening you. I'm just expressing my determination. Back then, my sister and I were in such despair. When we faced death, we couldn't see any hope. At that time, we yearned so much for someone to come save us. So this time I won't retreat." The man's laughter grew colder. "It seems you've really made up your mind. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a hothead like you. You have such courage. This young master does admire you. How about this? I'll give you two choices. First, you submit to me now. If you follow me in the future, I can let her go. Of course, you don't have to sign a master and servant contract with me. You only need to be loyal to me. I won't treat you badly." Song Gue frowned. It was impossible for him to be loyal. There was no need to think about it. Chapter 1024. Defeated when the man in embroidered clothes saw that Song Gue had no intention of choosing the first option, his eyes flashed with anger. "The second option is for you to defeat me. If you can defeat me, I can consider letting you go. Other than that, there is no other option for you. From the looks of it, you don't want to take the first path. Make your move, then. Don't say that I am bullying you. I have given you a chance. Let's see if you can grasp it." Although Song Gue didn't know how strong the man in embroidered clothes was, he could sense that he wasn't a match for him. Since the man in embroidered clothes dared to say such big words, he obviously had full confidence in winning. Otherwise, if he allowed an outsider to humiliate him in his own home, where would he put his face? Song Gue didn't hesitate at all. He could only choose the second option. "Then I'll have to offend you." Song Gue cupped his hands at the man in embroidered clothes and made his move. Song Gue Jian was startled. He struck out with a thunderous momentum. The momentum of his sword was like a thunderbolt, surging forward with a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. The five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, shone brightly in the sword. This sword seemed to be an invulnerable sword. This sword attack was indeed powerful enough. This was also the result of Song Gue's years of cultivation. Facing Song Gue's sword, the man in embroidered clothes didn't panic. He was calm and collected, displaying the demeanor of an expert. He glanced at Song Gue with disdain and said, "You have comprehended the five elements. It's not bad to be able to cultivate the five elements to the 5th level. However, it's just not bad. If that's all you have, it's a joke if you want to fight me." As he spoke, the man in embroidered clothes waved his hand, and his sword moved to meet the attack. His sword shone with a resplendent splendor. His sword had a dazzling might. As soon as his sword moved, it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. When the sword moved, it immediately cut the void and created a natural chasm. With the natural barrier, Song Gue's sword was easily blocked. It couldn't even get close to the man in embroidered robes. It was instantly swallowed up. Your sword is still not strong enough, and your training is only SOSO. Your use of the Tao, might of the five elements, is still very ordinary. This Tao technique of yours is quite powerful. It's just a pity that your level of comprehension is far from enough. You can't even unleash 50% of your power. Your strength is just average. After defeating Song Gue's sword move, the brocade-robed man leisurely took a sip of wine and commented. This was the demeanor of an expert. Song Gue suffered a defeat, and his frown deepened. Actually, Songgue didn't need to exchange blows to know that his strength was definitely not a match for the embroidered clothed man before him. As soon as they exchanged blows, this feeling became even stronger. This also made Songgue understand that his strength was considered average among fourth-step celestial beings. It was precisely because of this that he had always felt very ashamed. He felt that he had let down his master. He had good resources, a powerful senior brother to guide him, and even an almighty to guide him occasionally, but his strength was still very ordinary. Compared to his senior brother, Shi Jian, his senior brother was the brightest star in the sky, and he was just a weak firefly. However, Songgue didn't admit defeat. He attacked again with his sword. The power of the five elements was pushed to the extreme. His sword technique and Dao technique were also pushed to the extreme. His strength and sword intent were completely unleashed. This was a full-powered attack, the strongest attack. However, Songgue was still defeated this time. His sword was easily blocked by the man in embroidered clothes again. He still couldn't hurt the man in embroidered clothes. I've said that your strength is average. You're average in all aspects. You want to hurt me with that sword of yours? That's simply a fool's dream. Even if I sit here and don't move, you can't touch the corner of my clothes. Save your strength. The man in embroidered clothes seemed to enjoy the feeling of power and control. Toying with others in the palm of his hand was also a very enjoyable thing. If it had been an ordinary person, the man in embroidered clothes definitely wouldn't have played with him. However, Songgue was different. He could be considered a genius. He had cultivated to the level of a fourth-step sky god at such a young age. That was very good. Toying with such a genius would be more interesting. Therefore, the man in embroidered clothes wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to slowly toy with him. Verbal humiliation wasn't inferior to the ruthless stab of sharp sword. Songgue's expression became very ugly, but how could he refute? Without strength, he would only be bullied by others. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he still couldn't beat the man in embroidered clothes. This was a huge gap in strength. What else could he do? Was he going to lose just like that? What? You still want to fight? I think you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, do you? The man in embroidered clothes looked at Songgue with a playful smile. I gave you a choice, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You didn't take the path to heaven, but chose to barge into hell. Since this is your choice, I will definitely respect it. Today, you will die without a doubt. If you want to die a quick death, then end it yourself. That way, you won't be humiliated and tortured by me before dying. At least if you die like this, you might be able to retain some of your heroic demeanor in front of my servant. For the sake of a lowly servant, you're seeking your own death. I've seen plenty of brainless people like you, so it's nothing strange. Songgue glanced at the girl and said heavily, No, she isn't lowly. I don't think that a servant is lowly. Since she doesn't want to follow you anymore and wants to leave you, that means she isn't truly willing to follow you. There are different levels of people, but there shouldn't be a distinction between high and low. Even the weakest person can become a great figure. No matter how noble one's birth is, they can become a demon that everyone hates. I'm also incomparably lowly, but I don't think I'm more lowly than you. I'm more superior than this girl. Whether you're noble or lowly, that's only what you think. The brocade-robed man smiled. You speak with a bodhisattva's heart. Do you really think you're so great? I think you don't understand the situation at all. Just because you're hot-blooded, you think you can influence the entire world with your righteousness. I've seen many people like you who are blind and ignorant. All right, I've wasted enough time talking nonsense with you. You could die in peace now. With that, the brocade-robed man waved his hand in the air. An extremely domineering sword energy shot towards Songgue with a cold glint. Like the moon and the stars, it shot towards him with extreme speed. The sword was resplendent with peerless brilliance. All of its might was unstoppable. The world trembled under the sword, as if it would collapse at any moment. What a powerful sword! What a domineering sword! This sword contains the might of two upper-grade great Daos. The boundless Dao and the extremity Dao. One is incomparably dense, while the other is the extremity piercing. They're both incomparably powerful. Two types of upper-tier Dao might have fused together. The combination of the two upper-tier Dao might was almost flawless, making the sword extremely terrifying. These two upper-grade great Daos should have been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. That's why their Daos are so terrifying. No wonder my sword was easily defeated by him. As soon as the brocade robe man attacked, Song Gue was shocked. He could see the obvious gap between them, a huge gap. Facing the brocade robe man's sword, Song Gue felt extremely bitter. But there was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and face it head-on. Song Gue attacked with all his might, but as soon as his sword touched the brocade robe man's sword, it collapsed. There was no way to block it at all. The powerful sword energy smashed heavily on Song Gue's body. Fortunately, Song Gue also had a protective treasure on him. The powerful force sent Song Gue flying. He crashed heavily on a stone pillar and rolled on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that Song Gue was protected by a powerful treasure, he would have been heavily injured even if he didn't die. Even with the protective treasure, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of Song Gue's mouth. Oh, it seems like you do have some background. You even have a powerful protective treasure on you. There are only a few factions in the Chincha Prefecture. Which faction are you from? The brocade-robed man still looked disdainful. The factions in the Chincha Prefecture couldn't be compared to the Desert Shan clan. The difference was too great. Therefore, the brocade-robed man naturally didn't take those factions seriously. The brocade-robed man naturally didn't expect Song Gue to be from Jiuzhou City. Song Gue didn't reply to the brocade-robed man. Instead, he stared at him. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Song Gue didn't admit defeat. He didn't give up. Instead, he was stubborn. The brocade-robed man couldn't be bothered to wait any longer when he saw that Song Gue didn't reply. He chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter to me who you are. In the endless territories of the Hidden Dragon Territory, there are no factions that the Desert Shan clan can't afford to offend. Since you've come to our desert city, you have to bow your head. Therefore, you don't need to have any illusions. All right, the game is over. It's time for you to die. Everything ends here." With that, the brocade-robed man waved his hand again. However, this time, his aura was clearly stronger than before. A powerful force burst forth. This time, a total of 9 rays of sword chi shot out from Song Gue's palm. Although it wasn't a secret technique, it was still an extremely powerful Dao technique. Clearly, the brocade-robed man had cultivated this Dao technique to 70% completion. Coupled with the boundless Dao and the extremity Dao, the power of these two high-grade Dao techniques naturally made this sword strike extremely terrifying. It carried with it the power to sweep through the heavens, and it carried with it the power to destroy the vast expanse. The sun and moon darkened, and the void sank into oblivion. Song Gue smelled the scent of death under the destructive power of this sword strike. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the void, 3 figures stood there, watching the situation. Bai Fan was a little anxious. "Your Highness, I'm afraid Song Gue's life will be in danger if we don't make a move." However, Qin Xiao was still calm. There's no rush. Only when one considers life and death can one's endless potential be stimulated. It's also necessary to experience it appropriately. Chapter 1025. Song Gue's metamorphosis. The destructive power surged towards Song Gue, making him feel despair once again. Once upon a time, he'd been in such a hopeless situation and had walked to the gates of hell. At that time, he'd met his master. His master had pulled him back from the gates of hell, allowing him to live until now. He'd suffered too much luck along the way. This time, he was once again faced with a hopeless situation. He didn't want fate to repeat the same mistake. He had to face it bravely and use his own strength to turn everything around. He'd gained too much and grown too much in Jiuzhou City after becoming his master's disciple. When history repeated itself, he couldn't rely on his master anymore. He had to rely on himself. This was a step that he had to take with determination. The intent in his heart had also become extremely strong and turbulent. Death was approaching him step by step. Under the threat of death, he had to break through his limits and become stronger. Otherwise, what awaited him would be death. Although this was only a clone, He wouldn't allow himself to die. He couldn't die. For his sister, for his master, he couldn't die like this. The power of faith became incomparably strong and turbulent. His temperament was extremely good to begin with. In this hopeless situation, he could still maintain absolute calm. Song Gui knew very well that it was impossible for him to block this wave of attacks from the brocade-robed young master with his strength. His only hope now was to break through, to improve, and to transform. Only in this way would he be able to turn the tide and survive. The man had forced him into a corner. He had no other choice. Senior brother has been teaching me the way of the sword all these years. Master has also left behind many of his comprehensions for me to study. It's a pity that I'm not talented enough and haven't been able to make many breakthroughs in the way of the sword. I have a sword in my heart, so I have a sword. The sword is in the heart is in the sword. The mind is the sword, all things are the sword. The sword is without shadow or form, without intention or thought. The sword of the heart is the foundation of sword. The ultimate way of the sword, my heart, is the sword. Thoughts surged through Song Gui's mind. His mind became empty and turned into a world of the sword. There were many things that he didn't understand in the past, things that he was unfamiliar with, but at this moment he suddenly became clear. The darkness in his heart was actually illuminated by a ray of sunlight. In an instant, he had an epiphany. Song Gui's heart was filled with light. His mind became extremely clear. His master's comprehension of the way of the sword and his senior brother's guidance made him understand many things. Everything was clear in his heart. When he understood everything, the dark clouds in his heart dispersed, and he became sunny again. I see. This is the true way of the sword, the ultimate way of the sword. My heart is the sword. My mind is the sword. My everything is the sword. The sword in the heaven and earth. The sword in all things. The sword in the boundless universe. The universe is limitless. Everything is the sword, the sword. The power of the mind, the power. After understanding, Song Gui's eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Although there were many thoughts in his mind, they were all completed in a flash. At the same time, the sword of the man in embroidered gown arrived in front of Song Gui. The power of destruction and devouring was about to kill Song Gui. Song Gui's sword finally moved. When the sword moved, the 8 wastelands moved. The skies surged and surged in all directions. The sun and moon dimmed. The resplendent splendor was like a surging tsunami, gushing out wildly. The power of the ultimate way of the sword was extremely powerful. As soon as the sword came out, it destroyed the sword power of the man in embroidered gown with overbearing power. The 9 rays of terrifying sword chi couldn't withstand a single blow. Everything was crushed and turned into nothingness. What? The young master in brocade clothes was so shocked that he stood up. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Song Gui in shock. He was hiding his strength? The ultimate way of the sword. You've mastered the ultimate way of the sword. Who are you? When did the Qinshe Prefecture have a genius who has mastered a supreme great way? Is it because I'm too uninformed? Why didn't I know? The man in embroidered gown couldn't help but be shocked. A divine realm expert who had mastered a supreme great way was an absolute genius. It was enough to cause a sensation. It was rare to find such a genius among the younger generation in the Hidden Dragon Ridge. Every one of them was a genius that would attract the attention of the major forces. They were even qualified to be sent to the Desolate Land Island to train. There were only a few dozen places to train in the Desolate Land Island every 10,000 years. It was a pitiful number. Obtaining a place to train in the Desolate Land Island was almost like soaring to the sky. There was a chance to become a disciple of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. Although the chances of becoming a disciple of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land were very small, there was still a chance to fight for it. Moreover, even if one didn't become a disciple of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land in the end, one's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds after training in the Desolate Land Island. His future was limitless. Basically, becoming an almighty was something that one had a high chance of succeeding in. An almighty being was enough to open up new territories and dominate a region. A genius with the potential to become an almighty was someone that even a major force like the Desert Shang family would try their best to rope in. In comparison, the man in embroidered gown was nothing. The man in embroidered gown had been working hard in his pursuit. He hoped that he could master a supreme great way one day and rise in status in the Desert Shang family. However, he had worked hard for so many years and still hadn't succeeded. He didn't expect to meet a kid who had mastered the ultimate way of the sword today. It made him jealous and resentful. Song Gue said coldly, "I'm just a nobody. You don't know me even if I tell you. I said that I have no intention of being your enemy. I just want to help this lady. I'm just a servant. I believe it's nothing to you. Why don't you give me face and let her go? This way, we don't need to continue fighting. Don't you think so?" Song Gue was a modest person and didn't want to cause trouble. However, once he made up his mind about something, he would persist to the end and wouldn't back down. This kind of personality was somewhat similar to Qin Zhao's. In the dark, Qin Zhao saw Song Gue's transformation and had a gratified expression. He smiled and nodded. It seems that Song Gue is still too inexperienced and hasn't been tempered enough. Therefore, his improvements in the nine-continent city over the years are barely satisfactory. He still has potential and his temperament is quite good. That's what's valuable. So, if we give him some tempering and some life and death tests, it might stimulate some of his potential. If even this can't stimulate his potential, then it means that his potential is indeed limited. I wasn't willing to make a move just now because I wanted to force him to see his potential. Only in this way could he have a clearer understanding of himself, which would be more beneficial to his future cultivation. After experiencing some tempering and transformation, his future path will be much easier. Although I don't have much expectation or request of him, I still want to be his disciple. As a master, I hope my disciple can become a talent. At the very least, he has to become a powerhouse. Now, I have more confidence in him. 8 Enlightenment Dao and Bai Fan nodded as well. They were impressed by Qin Zhao's foresight. If they were in charge of this matter, they would have saved Song Gue a long time ago. If they were to save him, Song Gue would lose a chance to transform. Once the opportunity was lost, there wouldn't be a way to grasp it again. Putting flowers in a greenhouse would only harm them. Qin Zhao looked at Bai Fan and said, "Bai Fan, you have to remember this. You've been a fourth-step heavenly god for a long time, millions of years. Although your strength isn't bad, it's not good either. For you, there's still a lot of room for improvement and transformation. A single transformation can even change your entire life. This is what Song Gue needs. Actually, you need it too." Bai Fan nodded with shame and said, "You're right, Your Highness. However, Bai Fan's talent and potential are indeed lacking. My temperament is also lacking. Bai Fan will remember Your Highness's words. If there's a chance in the future, Bai Fan will explore and gain experience." Qin Zhao nodded and said, I'll arrange it for you if there's a chance in the future. Thank you, Your Highness." Bai Fan was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. He was just a servant. He didn't expect His Highness to be so concerned about him. Qin Zhao smiled and patted Bai Fan and said, "You've been by my side all these years. You've been loyal and devoted to me. Although I don't usually say these things, I've always seen them. I won't mistreat anyone who's devoted to me." Bai Fan scratched his head and smiled. He was a bit embarrassed. In fact, he hadn't done much in the past few years. He was too weak and couldn't help His Highness much. It was his great honor to be by His Highness Qin Zhao's side. On the other side, Song Gue looked calmly at the man in embroidered clothes, waiting for his final reply. The man in embroidered clothes' expression was a bit unsightly. He was humiliated by an outsider in his residence. How could he let go? The young master in embroidered clothes suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of city guards surged in and surrounded Song Gue. These were all elite city guards. Even the weakest one was a second-step heavenly god. Individually, they weren't strong. However, when hundreds or thousands of them were added together, they became very terrifying. They were enough to pose a threat to a fourth-step heavenly god. Seeing this, Song Gue frowned and said angrily to the man in embroidered clothes, "What? Can't accept defeat? If you're not convinced, you can continue to fight with me." If you can make me lose, I'll admit defeat. If you can't beat me, then you should honor the bet. What do you mean now? You want to bully me with numbers? You want to eat your words? Chapter 10:26. Shan Clan Ancestor. Humph, you're quite despicable to play such a lowly word game. You're a member of the Shan Clan, yet you're such a sore loser. Aren't you afraid of losing face for the Shan Clan? Song Gue snorted angrily. He really didn't expect that the young master in embroidered clothes would use such words. It was indeed a little despicable. Hearing Song Gue's words, the young master's expression became even uglier. Such behavior was indeed shameful. However, if he were to allow an outsider to take his servant away, wouldn't his reputation be ruined if word got out? Therefore, under the extreme anger of the brocade-robed young master, he didn't care so much. He wanted to get his face back first. Song Gue soon calmed down. In the end, it's my lack of experience that allowed you to take advantage of me. Although you're despicable, I'm at fault too. Then cut the crap. If you really want to fight to the death, then make your move. I'm not afraid of you. Even if I die here today, I won't frown. However, I'll remember this grudge. When my original body succeeds in the Tao integration, I'll get my revenge. Hearing this, the young master's expression couldn't help but change slightly. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Once something like karma was formed, it would indeed bring about some consequences to oneself. How could the young noble not see the potential of this person before him? How could a young genius who grasped a supreme Tao not have great potential? He could foresee that this person had a very high chance of becoming a powerful being. For Shenlai, so what if thousands of years had passed? The seeds he sowed now would reap the fruits of his actions in the future. However, he had already spoken. How could he stop now? How could he do that? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he still made up his mind. I hate it when people threaten me. If you want to take revenge, then wait until your original body becomes a mighty figure before coming to find me. I don't have to kill you today, but I must get my face back. I can let you go, but you must pay a price. Apologize to me, and I'll let this go. Apologize? Song Gue's brows couldn't help but frown. His expression became somewhat ugly. Why should I apologize to you? If you don't accept this, you can fight me. If you have any tricks, just use them. If you can beat me, you can say anything. If you don't want to fight, you lose. The winner needs to apologize to the loser? Is this the logic of a bandit? Then I'm sorry, I can't accept this. Let's cut the crap and get it over with. If you want to kill me, just do it. No need to waste words. The young noble was furious. He really didn't want to kill Song Gue. However, he couldn't back down for the sake of face. The atmosphere became even more tense. At this time, the color of the world suddenly changed. The sun and moon completely dimmed down. A supreme divine aura descended as if it came from the 9 heavens, descending into the mortal world. Time and space froze. Everything stopped. The entire world froze. A figure walked out of the void and arrived before Song Gue and the others. The supreme divine might press down on their hearts. They couldn't help but want to kneel and worship. Only when that figure completely descended did the space-time recover and resume its operation. When a young noble and the others saw who it was, they knelt down in fright. The young noble's face was filled with fear and trepidation. He was puzzled. Why did the ancestor come? He was born so old and had only seen the ancestor once during the clan's annual sacrifice. He hadn't seen the ancestor at any other time. But now, why did the ancestor descend upon his estate? Greetings, patriarch, the young man in the brocade robe shouted respectfully. The others also said in a loud and respectful voice, Greetings, ancestor. Everyone's heart trembled. This was the ancestor of the Shan clan, the absolute leader of the Shan clan, the supreme ruler. The Shan clan's ancestor? Song Gue was quite shocked to see the young noble and the others respectfully calling him ancestor. He carefully sized up the person who came. Song Gue knew that this person must be a powerful existence, and from the aura, it should be a powerful existence, but he didn't expect it to be the Shan clan's ancestor. Thus, after recovering from his shock, Song Gue respectfully bowed. Junior Song Gue greets the ancestor of the Shan clan. The ancestor didn't pay attention to the young noble and the others. He smiled and walked towards Song Gue with a friendly expression. Song Gue was shocked to see the ancestor like this. However, he immediately realized that the ancestor might have found out about his identity. Although the fact that he was Qin Zhao's disciple didn't spread, the big shots in the Hidden Dragon Ridge should know. There was no reason for them not to have collected such important information. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they bumped into each other. The powerful figures of the Shang clan naturally received this information long ago. Thus, they had ordered some hidden sentries in Grand Desert City to pay attention. If one day someone really came to Grand Desert City, they had to report it immediately. The ancestor of the Shang clan had just received a report from his subordinates that someone who looked like Qin Zhao's second disciple, Song Gue, had appeared in Grand Desert City. Thus, the ancestor of the Shang clan immediately paid attention and investigated. As soon as he found out that the person was here, he immediately came over. When he came over, he saw that it really was Qin Zhao's second disciple, Song Gue. This discovery made the ancestor of the Shang clan happy. It was worth it to be on good terms with Qin Zhao's disciple. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Zhao, Baki, and Bifan all disguised themselves. Unless someone was familiar with them, they wouldn't be able to recognize them. Song Gue shouldn't have walked outside before. Thus, Qin Zhao didn't have him change his appearance. Thus, the hidden sentries in Grand Desert City only recognized Song Gue. They didn't recognize Qin Zhao and the other two. Haha, little friend Song Gue, it really is you. My apologies for neglecting our esteemed guests. Why didn't you inform us that you came to Grand Desert City to play? Our Shang clan should have treated you well. The ancestor of the Shang clan smiled with a friendly expression. Hearing this, the young master in embroidered clothes was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the ancestor so polite to this kid? Song Gue? Why did this name sound so familiar? However, the young master in embroidered clothes couldn't recall where he had heard this name before. Only then did the young master in embroidered clothes realize that his ancestor didn't come to his estate for him, but for Song Gue. As the ancestor, he was actually so polite to a fourth-step heavenly god kid. What was this kid's background? Was he from the Qianshi estate? But how could the other powers in the Qianshi estate be worthy of his ancestor's courtesy? No, a thought flashed through the young master's mind. He immediately recalled that there was another power in the Qianshi estate, Nine-State City. That's right, Nine-State City. Only Nine-State City could make his ancestor so polite. Song Gue, the young master in embroidered clothes' heart skipped a beat. He finally remembered where he had heard this name before. It was Qin Zhao, Qin Zhao's second disciple. The young master in embroidered clothes felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. He nearly vomited blood and collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. He really hadn't expected to provoke Qin Zhao's disciple. He was finished. Not to mention the young noble. Even Song Gue himself was startled. This was an almighty being, the ancestor of a hegemonic power, the Shang clan. For him to be so polite to Song Gue made him feel very fearful. Song Gue hurriedly said, "You're too polite, ancestor. This junior is only an insignificant kid. How would I dare trouble the Shang clan? I'm just casually sightseeing in the city. There's no need to be so courteous." The Shang clan's ancestor smiled. "Then I can't neglect you. Since you've come to my Grand Desert City, the Shang clan must be a good host. Young friend Song Gue, if you're sightseeing in the city, I'll order a few subordinates to accompany you. I believe it'll save you a lot of trouble. I've already arranged a banquet. Young friend Song Gue, you must give me face." Song Gue was so flattered that he didn't know what to do. He really didn't know how to refuse the Shang clan's ancestor's hospitality. The Shang clan's ancestor smiled. "By the way, young friend Song Gue, is your master, Qin Zhao, also in the Grand Desert City?" Song Gue didn't know how to answer this question. If he said no, he really didn't want to lie. If he said yes, he didn't know if his master would be willing to reveal his whereabouts. Seeing Song Gue's difficult expression, the Shang clan's ancestor laughed. "Ha, young friend Song Gue, it seems you're in a difficult position. That old man also knows. His Highness Qin Shao must be here. His Highness Qin Shao has graced our grand desert city with his presence. As the master of the city, how can we not entertain him? Wouldn't that make me say that our Shang clan doesn't know etiquette? His Highness Qin Shao, if you're here, please show yourself. A ripple came from the void, and 3 figures walked out. It was Qin Shao, Baki, and Bifan. Qin Shao walked over with a smile. Song Gui hurriedly bowed to Qin Shao and pulled the young girl behind Qin Shao. That young girl had experienced the most exciting moment of her life. That magnificent moment made her unable to calm down for a long time. Shang clan's ancestor, I trust you've been well since we last met. Qin Shao smiled. Back then, the Shang clan's ancestor had also attended the opening ceremony. Thus, Qin Shao still had some impression of the Shang clan's ancestor. The Shang clan's ancestor bowed respectfully to Qin Shao. Your Highness Qin Shao, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? It's really a sin. I've neglected you. Qin Shao waved his hand. It's fine. We're just here to play. We didn't want to disturb the Shang clan's ancestor. However, since you've shown yourself, we can have a chat later. Chapter 10:27. The 9 Provinces Merchant Alliance's concept. The young master trembled as he knelt on the ground. He even had thoughts of dying. What was going on? Could he be considered to be extremely unlucky? He hadn't expected to provoke Qin Zhao's second disciple while cultivating in his residence. Moreover, His Highness Qin Shao had appeared. The young master secretly sized up Qin Shao. He wanted to see this legendary figure with his own eyes. An invisible pressure pressed down on the young master's heart like a heavy mountain. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Speaking of which, he admired Qin Shao a lot. He had always viewed Qin Shao as his idol and a goal to strive towards. How could he not fantasize about the day when he could shine like Qin Shao and Sheikh Hongmeng? Which hot-blooded man didn't want to rule the world? But after seeing Qin Shao with his own eyes, he realized how big the gap between him and Qin Shao was. A thunderous snort suddenly exploded in the mind of the young master in embroidered clothes. The young master in embroidered clothes vomited blood, and his face became even paler. The Shang clan's ancestor glared at the kneeling young master and said angrily, "How dare you? Who spoiled you to this extent?" The young master's face was pale as he lay on the ground. He had no way out of this. One wrong step and he would lose his life. "Little friend Song Gui, it's my fault. I didn't teach my descendant well and caused you to suffer. However, I will punish this matter severely. Little friend Song Gui, you can punish this bastard however you want." The Shang clan's ancestor said to Song Gui. Song Gui looked at the brocade-robed young master sitting there and shook his head. "Forget it. This matter can't be blamed on him. I was also rash. Actually, he isn't that evil. I didn't suffer any harm. Let's forget about today's matter." "Forget about it?" The Shang clan's ancestor immediately said, "Little friend Song Gui, how can that be? This bastard offended you and almost injured you. How can we forget about it?" Qin Shao smiled faintly. "Shang clan's ancestor, since my disciple says to forget about it, then forget about it. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. My disciple is also a kind person. If others died because of him, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to live with it. I saw what happened today. It's just a small matter. It's normal for young people to be rash." The Shang clan's ancestor was stunned. He was thinking of how to appease Qin Shao and Song Gui's anger. Who would have thought that Qin Shao and Song Gui would be so easygoing? The Shang clan's old ancestor was astonished by his magnanimity. Such peoples would definitely be easy to get along with. Being on good terms with His Highness Qin Shao was definitely a good thing for the Shang clan. Very well. Since little friend Song Gui and His Highness Qin Shao are so magnanimous to not bicker with this vile creature, I will thank the two of you." The Shang clan's ancestor gave his thanks. He glanced at the embroidered gown man and scolded, "Bastard, why aren't you thanking us yet?" When the embroidered gown man heard Song Gui and Qin Zhao's words, he thought he'd misheard. He stood there in a daze, not daring to believe his ears. They actually didn't blame him? They actually let him go without any punishment? He was already prepared to die, but this sudden gift really made him feel a little dumbfounded. After a while, the embroidered gown man came to his senses. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Songue was a kind person. He wasn't angry with the embroidered gown man. He said, "Then this young lady are you?" The embroidered gown man hurriedly nodded. "Of course. I'll immediately remove the soul contract." After speaking, the embroidered gown man immediately removed the soul contract with the young lady. Once the soul contract was removed, the young lady regained her freedom. She was no longer bound by the soul contract. In the future, she would no longer have to listen to the orders of others. The young lady's eyes were filled with tears. She was about to kneel to Songue, but Songue stopped her and helped her up. "Young Master Song, you are my benefactor. I, Xiaolinger, will never forget you for the rest of my life," the young lady said gratefully. Songue was a little embarrassed. His face couldn't help but blush. He didn't know what to say, so he could only nod at Xiaoling. The Shan clan's ancestor chuckled and said to Qin Shao, "Your Highness Qin Shao, I've already prepared a banquet. I hope your Highness Qin Shao will do me the honor of being the host." "Good, then I'll respectfully accept. Ancestor Shang, please." Qin Shao didn't refuse. He had some important matters to discuss with the Shan clan's ancestor. Now that Qin Shao was about to leave, Songue felt a little awkward. Xiaoling looked at Songue with wide eyes. She had nowhere to go and wanted to follow Songue for the time being. Thus, Songue was in a difficult position. Just as he was thinking about how to explain this matter to his master, Qin Shao took the initiative to speak. He smiled and said, "If you want to bring her along, then let Miss Xiaolinger follow you for the time being. If you like, you can directly bring her back to the 9 Provinces city. In any case, this is your personal matter. You can deal with it yourself." "Master, this disciple didn't mean that." Songue's face turned even redder. Xiaoling's face also flushed red. This made her seem even cuter and more nimble. She really lived up to her name. Xiaoling was indeed very nimble and adorable. A servant who was able to rebel against his master was definitely not a weakling. The Shan clan's ancestor also teased and patted Song Gui's shoulder. "You're already 200,000 years old. What's there to be embarrassed about? I've heard of a saying in the mortal world, men should marry when they are of age, and women should marry when they are of age. You have to know that in the mortal world, men marry and have children in their teens. You're already 200,000 years old. It's normal for you to think about the matters between men and women. Haha, why are you still blushing? Look, your master isn't stopping you." Songue became even more anxious after being teased by the Shan clan's ancestor. His face turned red all the way to his ears. No, ancestor, I really don't have any improper thoughts towards Miss Xiaoling. I only want to help her, nothing else." Xiaoling lowered her head and followed behind Songue. She didn't show any signs of cowardice at all. Xiaoling's courage was not bad. For a girl to have such courage, it was indeed rare and commendable. You actually say you don't have any other thoughts towards such a beautiful girl? Aren't your words too hurtful? Look, she's very willing to follow you. Your words are too heartless." The Shan clan's ancestor continued to tease. Song Gui's face turned red, and he couldn't say anything else. Xiaoling also lowered her head even more. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. "Ancestor, my disciple is very shy. Don't make fun of him." It's my fault. I'm not joking. This way, we're here." The Shan clan's ancestor didn't continue the joke and led Qin Zhao's group to a beautiful place. There were waterfalls of immortals, rugged rocks, exotic flowers and plants, colorful glazed sceneries, jade palaces, and divine lotus ponds. It was truly a dreamlike feeling, and the visual impact wasn't bad. The air was filled with a strange fragrance that refreshed one's spirit with a single breath. This was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Above the Jade Palace, there was a white stone table, and 2 thrones with 9 dragons carved on them were placed there. Below them, there was also a table with 4 ordinary chairs placed there. The 2 tables were filled with exquisite delicacies, wine, and delicacies. The Shang clan's ancestor invited Qin Xiao to the Jade Palaces. Baki, Bifan, Song Gui, and Xiao Ling naturally sat at the table below. After tasting the wine and delicacies carefully prepared by the Shang clan's ancestor, he took the initiative to ask, "Your Highness Qin Xiao, you said you have something to tell me. May I know what it is? If you need my Shang clan's help, just say the word. As long as it's something we can do, I won't refuse." Qin Xiao put down her chopsticks and nodded slightly. "Well, I wouldn't have come here without a reason. I did come to the great desert city because I have some matters to discuss with you, Old Ancestor Shang. Perhaps Old Ancestor Shang should know that our nine-continent city has been developing too quickly over the years and has attracted too many people to join us. Therefore, my nine-state city has been overcrowded for a long time. The huge nine-continent city needs to operate normally, and we need to nurture some people who are loyal to our nine-continent city, which required a lot of resources. Our nine-continent city is located in a very remote area and is built in a secluded area where resources are scarce. I didn't think too much when I built the nine-state city there. I didn't expect the city to develop so quickly. I only wanted to be closer to my hometown and protect it. But now, the situation is urgent. I need to build another nine-state city and use it as a headquarters for my forces in the God Realm. It'll be a base for my forces in the God Realm. That's why I came to find you today." The Shang clan's old ancestor started to think. For the time being, he couldn't understand the meaning behind Qin Zhao's words. But on the surface, he said very tactfully, I've heard a little about this. The speed at which the nine-state city is developing is indeed a miracle. Of course, this can't be separated from Her Highness Qin Zhao's contributions. It's your unparalleled brilliance and your charisma that attracted so many people to join the nine-state city and become subordinates of Your Highness Qin Xiao. If Your Highness Qin Xiao wants to establish your own forces, then you need to build an even more magnificent city as your headquarters. This way, you can ensure that your forces will develop smoothly. If Your Highness Qin Xiao wants me to help you with the specific location of the new city and the specific construction of the new city, then I will definitely not refuse. The construction of a new city requires a large amount of manpower and resources. If I can help, then I will definitely not refuse. Chapter 1028. Old Ancestor Shang's excitement. Although Old Ancestor Shang agreed on the surface, he was a living fossil who had lived for countless years. He was very tactful. Before he fully understood the situation, he would leave some leeway for himself to speak. Qin Xiao also knew some of Old Ancestor Shang's thoughts. This was understandable. Although Qin Xiao was the ambassador of the Hidden Dragon Territory, he could be considered the parent official of the Hidden Dragon Territory. However, when it came to their own interests, the overlords below would naturally have their own thoughts. To build a new city for the nine-continent city was an incomparably huge project. The investment in all aspects was incomparably huge. Therefore, Old Ancestor Shang could not figure out Qin Zhao's intention. Did he want the Shang clan to do it for him? If that was the case, then the Shang clan would have to spend countless years of accumulation to build the new city. This was a matter of life and death. Naturally, Old Ancestor Shang would not agree so easily. Old Ancestor Shang, don't think too much. I have no intention of asking you to pay the price for me. Although this trip requires Old Ancestor Shang's help, I will not ask for your help for free. Qin Xiao did not beat around the bush and directly said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Old Ancestor Shang was slightly surprised. He had thought that if Qin Zhao's request was not too excessive, he would definitely agree to it. Not to mention that the Shang clan could not afford to offend Qin Xiao. If he could use this opportunity to befriend Qin Xiao, it might not be a bad thing. If he wanted to befriend a big shot, he would not hesitate to pay a small price. With Qin Zhao's current brilliance, who knew how many big shots in the entire God Realm would want to befriend Qin Xiao? Old Ancestor Shang should secretly rejoice that the Shang clan was given this opportunity. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Old Ancestor Shang was even more relieved. It seemed that Qin Zhao's character was indeed as good as the rumors said. He was indeed very good. At least for now, the image was still incomparably glorious. Qin Shao explained some of his ideas to old ancestor Shang. After old ancestor Shang listened carefully, he put forward some constructive suggestions, which made Qin Shao praise him again and again. Old ancestor Shang was indeed a figure who had created a huge business empire. He was very experienced in this aspect. After the two of them talked for a while, Qin Shao said with a serious face, "Old ancestor Shang, I've always been a straightforward person, and I don't beat around the bush. That's the general situation. After the new city is built, I will move most of the people from Nine-State City over and start the Nine-States Business Alliance. The Shang dynasty of the Nine Continents is a huge alliance. With the Nine Continents City as the leader and with old ancestor Shang as the backbone, we will maximize the benefits and develop together. With the current influence of Nine-State City, it is completely possible to expand the Nine-States Business Alliance's trade route to the entire desolate land. It might even be possible to extend it to the entire God realm. Of course, if we want to achieve such prosperity with the strength of Nine-State City alone, the road is too long. Moreover, with the current situation of Nine-State City, we really don't have the energy to do so many things. So it's up to you, old ancestor Shang." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, old ancestor Shang felt a burst of joy in his heart. He couldn't help but reveal a few smiles on his face and said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, this old man truly admires and respects you even more. Qin Shao, Hall of Qin, you have given me such generous conditions. I have no reason to refuse. Although our Shang clan is indeed good on the trade route, it's only good in the small hidden dragon territory. Our trade route can't go out of the hidden dragon territory. If we want to reach out to other territories, the power we have to face is too great. It's not something our Shang clan can resist. So, no matter how much our Shang clan grows, we have already reached the peak. There's no room for improvement. And this is also something I've always regretted. But if our Shang clan joins the Nine-States Business Alliance, led by your Highness Qin Shao, then this obstacle can be broken. I believe that in the desolate land, or even the entire God's office, there are not many people who would dare to openly provoke your Highness Qin Shao, right? Moreover, you're only using some trade routes, so you won't infringe on the interests of other powers too much." Qin Shao nodded. Since he wanted to establish the Nine-States Business Alliance, Qin Shao naturally thought of this situation. As long as his side played their part, if other powers wanted to compete for something, then Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite. If they dared to provoke him, then they definitely wouldn't have a good ending. With his current prestige, he believed that there weren't many people who didn't know their place. Of course, the development of the Nine-States Business Alliance wouldn't be so fast. It would definitely have to be done step by step. For the time being, it was just an idea. Not to mention the Nine-States Business Alliance. Just the construction of the new city alone would take some time. This was a long-term development goal, and for the time being, it was also Qin Zhao's next step for the Nine-State City. After a moment of joy, old ancestor Shang said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, if you really want to establish the Nine-States Business Alliance, then we might not be enough. Why don't we invite a few more powerful powers to join us? This way, it's almost equivalent to tying the entire hidden dragon territory together. In this way, it can truly be called a big alliance, and it will be very powerful to the outside world." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Then in your opinion, which other power should we invite to join us?" Old ancestor Shang said, "In our hidden dragon territory, other than my Shang family, there are also the Qinhe dynasty, the Temple of All Gods, and the Sword King's sect. And it just so happens that these four powers are all around the new city that your Highness Qin Shao has temporarily chosen. It's like they are guarding the four sides of the new city. Once we establish an alliance in the future, it's basically equivalent to joining together." "Huh?" Qin Shao laughed. "Old ancestor Shang, we really thought of the same thing. In fact, I think so too. However, I came to you first. It seems that great minds think alike." Old ancestor Shang also laughed. "Of course, great minds think alike, huh? If that's the case, then I'll immediately call the Qinhe dynasty's king, the Temple of All Gods, and the Sword King's sect's master over. I haven't seen these three old guys in a long time. I believe that they will be very interested in cooperating with your Highness Qin Shao. Speaking of which, I actually had the idea of forming an alliance a long time ago, and I've also talked to them. However, my personal appeal is not enough, and there are many aspects that we can't agree on at all. Moreover, even if we form an alliance, it will be difficult for us to leave the Hidden Dragon territory. Therefore, after a few discussions, we stopped being acquaintances. This time, with your Highness Qin Shao taking charge of the overall situation, I believe that the situation will be different. Qin Shao said, "Okay, then old ancestor Shang, I'll have to trouble you with this matter." Haha, it's a small matter. I've already informed the three of them. They know that your Highness Qin Shao is a guest of my Shang family, but they all scolded me for not informing them earlier. They all rushed over and should be here in a while. It seems that your Highness Qin Shao still has more face. Otherwise, if I invite them, they won't pay attention to me. Old ancestor Shang said. Qin Shao smiled. He did have more face now. There was no doubt about this. There were countless people who wanted to curry favor with him. Sure enough, the first to arrive was the Lord of Qianhe country. Compared to the previous Lord of Qianhe country in a dragon robe, he looked very imposing and luxurious, as if he was the ruler of the world. The Lord of Qianhe country was one of the strongest people in the Hidden Dragon territory. Of course, in front of Qin Shao, he was not worth mentioning. Therefore, when the Lord of Qianhe country saw Qin Shao, he was also very humble. He did not have a usual posture of a ruler. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Qin Shao. Qianhe greets your Highness Qin Shao. We haven't seen each other for 200,000 years. Your Highness is far more impressive than before. Why didn't you inform me that your Highness was coming? Otherwise, I would have come over long ago. Qin Shao smiled and said, I originally wanted you to walk around Qianhe country, so I didn't rush to call you over. However, old ancestor Shang felt that it was better to call all of you over for a gathering, so I might as well call all of you over. It also saves me the trouble of running around. Cough, cough. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come. The Lord of Qianhe country coughed twice and said, Then I'll just wait in Qianhe city for your Highness Qin Zhao's arrival. I've suffered a great loss. Old Shang, you've cheated me badly. Haha, I didn't cheat you. I'm helping you. Don't you know how to thank me first? Old ancestor Shang said. The Lord of Qianhe country glared at old ancestor Shang and said angrily, Bah, thank you, my ass. Let's see if the Lord of all gods and the Lord of Sword King's sect will scold you later. Cough, Qianhe, you should change your bad temper. There are still a few little fellows below. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? You're already the ruler of a country, yet you're still swearing, old ancestor Shang said. The Lord of the Qin nation rolled his eyes again. Wasn't he just pissed off? Soon, the Lord of all gods and the Lord of Sword King sect arrived one after another. Seeing the speed of these three people, old ancestor Shang also joked, In the past, when I invited you guys over, I waited for half a day and still didn't see you guys. Now, with your Highness Qin Shao here, you guys are faster than ghosts. In just a short while, the three of you are all here. Your efficiency is extraordinarily high. Isn't that so? Can you compare to your Highness Qin Shao? That's right. When can you compare yourself to your Highness Qin Shao? Then, when you summon us in the future, we'll be just as quick. Haha, old Shang, you have nothing to say, right? Look at your red face. Then continue to hold it in. After being scolded by the Lord of Qianhe country and the other two, old ancestor Shang's face was indeed red. What did he have to compare to your Highness Qin Shao? It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Therefore, there was really no other way about this matter. Old ancestor Shang, I'll have to trouble you to tell the Lord of Qianhe country and the other two about the specific situation, said Qin Shao. Old ancestor Shang didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately nodded and told the Lord of Qianhe country and the other two about the situation that they had just agreed on. After listening, the Lord of Qianhe country and the other two looked at each other. But immediately, the three of them showed a big smile on their faces. They patted old ancestor Shang's shoulder and said in unison, Old Shang, you finally made us like you for once. Chapter 1029. The opening of a new path of cultivation. The matter of the 9 provinces business alliance was quickly settled, which was completely within Qin Zhao's expectations. In the early stages, the alliance would consist of the 9 provinces city, the Shang clan, the Qina Empire, the Gods Alliance, and the Sword King sect. The 5 parties would form a powerful alliance to start the construction of the 9 provinces business alliance. Later on, they would slowly absorb some other forces. However, these forces would definitely be of a lower level than the 5-party alliance and would be equivalent to vassals. The 5-party alliance would definitely be led by the 9 provinces city, but the 5 parties would basically have the same authority and relationship as equals. Qin Shao was very generous. He gave a lot of authority in the construction of the 9 provinces business alliance and gave Patriarch Shang and the other 3 a lot of meat to eat. This naturally made Patriarch Shang and the other 3 even more excited. They could not wait to build the 9 provinces business alliance as soon as possible. After this matter was settled, Qin Shao did not bother about it anymore. The remaining matters would be left to Patriarch Shang and the other 4 to handle. The 9 provinces city would fully cooperate with them. As for the construction of the new city, Patriarch Shang and the other 4 also agreed to help the 9 provinces city. Qin Shao directly instructed Yin Sheng to arrange this matter according to the schedule. With the cooperation of Patriarch Shang and the other 4 major forces, the construction of the new city would be much smoother and easier. This matter was completely settled. Qin Shao left with Song Gui and the other 2. However, Qin Shao did not directly return to the 9 provinces city. Instead, he casually walked around the hidden Dragon Ridge. Song Gui had gained a lot of knowledge from following Qin Shao. In addition to the transformation in the Great Desert City, Song Gui had improved a lot in all aspects. Qin Shao had put in a lot of effort to bring Song Gui out this time. Song Gui had stayed in the 9 provinces city for too long, and his progress was too slow. Therefore, he still needed to travel and broaden his horizons. Only by experiencing some hardships could he grow better. The effect this time was not bad. Of course, this was also inseparable from Song Gui's own good fortune. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, then no matter how much effort Qin Shao put in, it would be in vain. Luckily, Song Gui still managed to fight back. After traveling for almost 1,000 years, Qin Shao went back. The construction of a new city and the 9 provinces business alliance were also progressing steadily, and the speed was faster than Qin Shao had imagined. However, the construction of the new city naturally wasn't something that could be done overnight. Even with the current progress, it would take at least 10,000 years for the initial construction to be completed. After that, they could slowly reinforce it. The establishment of the 9 provinces business alliance could not be rushed. Such a huge alliance would involve too many aspects. After returning to the 9-state city, Qin Shao left Baki, Bai Fan, and Song Gui in the city. Then, he returned to the Desolate Land Shrine. After returning to the Desolate Land Shrine, Qin Shao went straight to the Lord Huayang. As expected, the sacred armor had been repaired. After receiving the repaired sacred armor, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He said, "Senior Lord Huayang, why do I feel that the sacred armor seems to be stronger than before?" Lord Huayang nodded and smiled. "Yes, you're right. After all, this sacred armor was refined by me countless years ago. Although I didn't make much progress in the art of refining over the countless years, I still improved a little. Therefore, when I repaired the sacred armor, I also repaired and reinforced some of the areas that were lacking. This made the sacred armor even more perfect. In terms of defensive ability, it has increased by about 20%. 20%? After hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but click his tongue. 20% was a huge number. A 20% increase in the power of a sacred artifact was too frightening. From this, one could imagine how much effort Lord Huayang had put into repairing the sacred armor. He must have paid a great price. Qin Shao felt even more grateful. He said again, "Senior Lord Huayang, I'll thank you in advance." After bidding farewell, Qin Shao returned to his residence. Sword Proficiency, Almighty Luo Di, and the other servants came to welcome him. Luo Di was still as beautiful and charming as ever. Her entire body exuded an indescribable charm. Most men probably wouldn't be able to resist her charm. However, Qin Xiao was very calm. He didn't give Luo Di a second glance. Every time Qin Xiao returned, Luo Di seemed to be deliberately trying to attract Qin Xiao's attention. However, Qin Xiao was indifferent and ignored her. Qin Xiao didn't stay any longer this time. Instead, he said to Sword Proficiency Almighty, "Sword Proficiency, I originally wanted you to be in charge of the matters here. However, there isn't much to do here. How about this? You will accompany me to the origin world this time. Luo Di, you will be in charge of the matters here in the future." "Your Highness, are you leaving so soon? I've even prepared a meal for your Highness." Heavenly Goddess Luo Di revealed a disappointed expression when she heard that Qin Xiao was about to leave. Qin Xiao waved his hand. "No need. Sword Proficiency, let's go." Sword Proficiency Almighty nodded. He was excited to finally have the opportunity to travel with His Highness. It was really too boring to stay on the sacred mountain all the time. It wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation. After leaving the desolate land Divine Palace, Qin Xiao walked in the void and soon stopped in front of a small celestial body. The location of this small celestial body was relatively remote. There were no cities built around it. Obviously, this celestial body shouldn't have been occupied yet. This celestial body emitted a sky-blue light. It looked very beautiful. However, the outer layer was shrouded in a circle of dense mist. There was an invisible power shrouding the celestial body, protecting it and isolating all external forces outside. This small celestial body was like a small universe, a source world that hasn't been occupied yet. This origin world looks very powerful. Logically speaking, such a large origin world should be able to give birth to many divine spirits and enter the divine realm. How can it be independent? It doesn't sound easy, unless this origin world already has an origin lord. Sword Proficiency Almighty frowned slightly. Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled casually. This place is indeed quite remote and desolate. It's probably possible that there's an origin lord here, but it doesn't matter. We'll enter quietly and won't alarm the divine spirits of this origin world. Your Highness, why are we entering this origin world? Sword Proficiency Almighty was a little puzzled. It was naturally no problem for Almighties to enter an origin world. However, it was more difficult to hide from the detection of the origin will. At least Sword Proficiency Almighty believed that he couldn't do it. If this origin world had an origin lord, he would definitely be discovered immediately. Of course, even if there was an origin lord, it didn't matter. A mere origin lord was not worth mentioning in front of Almighties. If Almighties really wanted to make a move, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy an origin world. The origin world didn't mean much to Almighties. However, some celestial gods were more willing to occupy the origin world. At the level of Almighties, they didn't care. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Of course it's to cultivate. Otherwise, what else can we do?" Cultivate? Sword Proficiency Almighty was still a little puzzled. Cultivate in the origin world? With the Hall Master's level of strength, cultivating in the origin world wouldn't be of any help. Qin Xiao didn't explain anything more. This was a new cultivation path that he had planned. After reaching his level, it was truly too difficult for him to advance any further. For Qin Xiao, what he needed to improve now was the Supreme Grade Great Dao. The ultimate Sword Dao had already become a controller. Next, it was the other Great Dao. Myriad Dao and Chaos Great Dao had been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. Next was the application of Great Dao. There was also the Primordial Great Dao, which was only at the 3rd level. As for the No Beginning Great Dao and Reincarnation Great Dao, Qin Xiao hadn't cultivated them yet. Therefore, Qin Xiao still had too many things to improve. Qin Xiao's current level was still too low. Thinking about it, Qin Xiao felt that he still had a long way to go. He was still far from being strong enough. If he wanted to walk the path of the Lord of Death, he was still just at the beginning. The Great Dao originated from all things in nature. If one wanted to comprehend the Dao, they could often do so in ordinary things. Some people comprehended the Tao by fishing. Some people comprehended the Tao by looking at the scenery. Some people comprehended the Tao by fighting. Some people experienced death. Some people entered reincarnation to comprehend the Tao, and so on. There were many ways. After traveling in the origin world, Qin Shao also wanted to let his heart completely calm down. He wanted to be untainted by the mortal world and not be tainted by anything. His heart was as calm as water, and he wanted to comprehend everything in the world. He wanted to enter the Tao from the small. Master Qingye and senior brother Lord Huayang had also mentioned this cultivation method. In the past, Lord Huayang had also traveled to hundreds of millions of origin worlds and had comprehended many things. Therefore, Qin Shao was now imitating Lord Huayang. He was also prepared to travel to more origin worlds and see more of the local customs of each origin world. He wanted to broaden his horizons, strengthen his heart, and strengthen his consciousness. Qin Shao had also grown up in the origin world. Therefore, his understanding of the origin world was very deep. The origin world was not as complicated as the God realm. There were not as many dangers. It was more simple and ordinary. Everything was more natural and pure. With such comprehension, the effect would most likely be better than traveling in the divine realm. Although there was no lack of places of wonder in the God realm, those places of wonder were shocking at first glance, plain at second glance, and somewhat fake at third glance. Simple and plain were often more realistic and natural. And this was also what Qin Shao needed. Let's go Tong Jian. After entering the origin world, transform into an old servant. Restrain your aura. We will return to being ordinary people. Qin Shao said to Almighty Tong Jian. Almighty Tong Jian nodded, indicating that he understood. Qin Shao and Tong Jian entered the source world directly. They could feel the scanning of the source world. However, everything returned to normal very quickly. When the origin was not as strong as the invader, it would sensibly retreat. After successfully entering the origin world, Almighty Tong Jian said, "It seems that this origin world has not given birth to an origin master. That's rare." Chapter 10:30. Mr. Donggu. Nine Heavens Continent, Qiliang, Yin Kingdom. The imperial city was particularly lively and festive today, with lanterns and colored banners everywhere. The streets and alleys were also filled with colorful lanterns. Many people even took the initiative to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Laughter and clamor filled the entire imperial city, immersing the entire imperial city in a festive atmosphere. Chang, an avenue, was the main street of the imperial city, leading from the imperial palace to the east city gate. It was known as the Imperial Road. Chang'an Avenue was more than 300 meters wide, and the road was paved with neat white jade, which was so bright that it could reflect people's shadows. Both sides of Chang'an Avenue were filled with magnificent shops, all of which were well-known big shops. Those who could establish themselves in Chang'an Avenue were obviously extraordinary, either rich or noble. Today, both sides of Chang'an Avenue were filled with imperial guards in bright armor, forming two long human walls to protect the entire Chang'an Avenue. No one was allowed to enter Chang'an Avenue, but behind the human walls, there were a large number of people, all of whom were full of joy. Seeing such a scene, one could tell that something big was going to happen. Today was not the annual celebration, nor was it the triumphant return of a general after a victory. It was the ascension of the 9th generation of the Yin Kingdom. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the subjects, one could tell that the 9th generation of the Yin Kingdom was very popular, admired, and respected by the people. Under the gaze of thousands of people, a mighty procession finally appeared on the streets of Chang'an. Suddenly, the whole Chang'an Avenue was in an uproar. The people who came to pay their respects also squeezed out excitedly. The shops on both sides were also crowded with people. The cheers were extremely loud. King Cheng, King Cheng, King Cheng. Long live King Cheng, long live. 9 dragons were pulling a chariot, and King Yu, who looked to be in his early 20s, was sitting on a magnificent golden chariot. His face did not have the majesty of a king. Instead, he wore a smile and waved to the subjects on both sides of the road from time to time. This action had indeed shortened the distance between him and the people of the Yin kingdom. He was a king without heirs. At such a young age, he was able to ascend to the throne and stand above the 9 heavens. He was even admired by the people. This was enough to show how outstanding King Yu was. How could it be King Yu who ascended the throne? Wasn't there supposed to be 9 dragons fighting for the throne? Why is King Ching here? Among the crowd, a dull man scratched his head with a puzzled look. Before he could finish his words, a man beside him covered his mouth and pulled him to the side. Only then did he release him and make a shushing gesture before saying, "Brother, you're from out of town, right? How long has it been since you came to Chang'an?" The dull man sized up the man in front of him with some vigilance, but seeing that the person in front of him didn't seem like a bad person, he said, "This one is indeed from outside, and just entered the city today." He had not been back to Chang'an for 3 years. The moment I returned, I encountered a new emperor ascending the throne. It really made me confused. "Brother, what's going on?" "Huh? You don't know this, do you?" The man laughed mysteriously. The dull man nodded and cupped his hands to the man, saying, "Brother, please enlighten me. I'm very grateful." The man was somewhat flattered by this compliment and said, "You have left Chang'an for 3 years. No wonder your memory is still stuck on the 9 dragons fighting for the throne. Our late king of the Yin kingdom was indeed invincible. He had been in the military all his life, conquered the huge Yin kingdom, and developed the Yin kingdom to be very prosperous. The country was peaceful, and there were few wars. The late king was mighty and brave. He was the reincarnation of the god. He was even more magnificent in governing the country. The late king had a large number of children. There were hundreds of princes. Heroes were dying, so naturally, the fight for the throne would be staged. Although the crown prince was brilliant and powerful, there were still a few princes who could compete with him. It was an unprecedented event of the 9 dragons fighting for the throne. But what no one expected was that the one who ascended to the throne in the end was not one of the 9 princes who fought for the throne, but an unknown prince. It was really a big surprise. So now the Yin kingdom has been brand new and has undergone earth-shaking changes. This was an ancient battle that involved countless people. It was so powerful that it almost destroyed the Yin kingdom. However, King Cheng appeared out of thin air. With his own strength and weak fluorescence, he stirred up the entire imperial city. In the end, he went against the heaven and seized the fate. The universe was reversed, and he ascended the throne. The dull man was even more confused. He did not absorb the information for a long time. Obviously, he did not have much idea in it. After thinking for a long time, the dull man said, "Could it be that the 9 most powerful princes fought for the throne so fiercely that they defeated each other and made the late king angry and choose someone else?" The man shook his head and said, No. King Cheng was too smart and powerful. In the end, he forced the 9 princes to join forces, but they were still defeated by him. However, King Cheng was kind-hearted and won the hearts of the people. He was a genius in governing the country. Then what's going on? What's the background of King Cheng? The dull man was surprised. The man continued to explain, King Cheng's background is really very small. His birth mother was just a palace maid. She didn't even have a title. She was even nailed with the name of a lowly servant. King Cheng ranked more than 200 among all the princes. It could be said that he had no power or influence. He didn't even have the backing of an official in the imperial court. Even the palace maids and eunuchs didn't know him. It is said that the late king had never seen him once since he was a child. It could be said that he was very weak. He didn't have any power at all. Few people knew him at all. How is that possible? The dull man didn't believe it. Indeed, such a thing was absolutely impossible to anyone who heard it. It sounded like something out of a fantasy story. The royal water was very deep. It was said that the emperor's mind was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even a country bumpkin who knew nothing about court politics should know that a prince without any power wanting to participate in the fight for the throne was simply courting death. He would be so dead that even a bubble would not be able to emerge from it. That was too strange. The man smiled meaningfully and said, "Yes, it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Moreover, It only took King Cheng a year to complete a transformation and ascend to the throne. In a year, he went from nothing to something. He defeated 9 princes and all the powerful ministers. He even captured the late emperor's favor. But what's even more surprising is that King Yu is not a bad person at all. He is not an unscrupulous person who would do anything to achieve his goals. On the contrary, his methods are all open and above board. They can all be seen in the light and can make people believe him. Therefore, King Cheng won the support of all the people. He eradicated evil and won the hearts of the people. He ruled the country with benevolence. This is the real emperor. However, King Cheng also had the help of a noble person. That's why he could turn the tide and turn the situation around. The help of a noble person? Could it be a god spirit? The dull man suddenly shivered. The man gave the dull man a strange look and said, "You think too much. Will the high and mighty gods care about these mundane things?" It is said that the person who secretly helped King Cheng is called Mr. Donggu. He is a mysterious man. It was under his guidance that King Cheng stirred up the situation of the entire Yin kingdom with a weak fluorescent light. He turned the impossible into possible and completed a miraculous feat. And under Mr. Donggu's guidance, King Cheng changed from a trash in the power realm in his 20s to the most dazzling genius now. He is the undisputed #1 expert in the Yin kingdom. And all of this happened in the short span of a year. Mr. Donggu? Could it be a god? The dull man said again. 2 figures stood above the clouds, but no one could see them. Qin Xiao couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile as she looked at the grand event below and heard many people discussing Mr. Donggu. The sword master said with a smile, "Your Highness, Mr. Donggu, your incarnation has become a legend. I guess it will be widely known throughout the world." Haha, but your Highness is really good. He made a fluorescent light stir up the entire Yin kingdom. In just a short year, the transformation of King Yu's body has truly surprised me. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "King Cheng is a good seedling. It's just that he doesn't have a talent scout. I found him and guided him, but his success is more important because of his own efforts and his own good fortune. If he doesn't have the root of wisdom, I'm afraid it's useless for me to guide him. From nothing to something, from one to the beginning. Don't you find anything else in this mundane matter? Something else?" The sword master frowned slightly and pondered. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only shake his head and said, "Your Highness, I really can't think of anything else. Your Highness, please tell me." Qin Xiao said, "Everything in the world has Tao. Everything is naturally Tao. All Tao exists in a little bit of weakness. It just depends on whether you have an eye to find it. This matter is actually a vulgar manifestation of the great way of no beginning. It contains the great way of no beginning. Yuang had come from nothing. From the beginning, he had changed from being humble to being powerful. He ascended to the throne in an impossible way. His transformation is a process of the great way. A process of the great way of no beginning? The sword master was still confused, but he admired his Highness's comprehension ability. He can comprehend the great way from a mundane matter. He deserves to be the hall master. Seeing that the sword master was still puzzled, Qin Xiao smiled and didn't say anything more. He had comprehended some of the great way of no beginning before, but he couldn't break through in one fell swoop. This comprehension gave Qin Xiao more ideas and ideas to break through. He already had some embryonic forms in his heart. Now he only needed to work hard to integrate, and he should be able to take this step. He had already touched the great way of no beginning. In the following time, he needed to cultivate, comprehend, and digest these things. Let's go, sword master. Find a quiet place, and I'll cultivate well. Then I'll start a new life. Living the life of an ordinary person in the mundane world is indeed a very interesting thing. It's been a long time since I've had such ordinary peace. You should also feel it with your heart. Maybe it will be of some help to you," Qin Xiao said. Chapter 10:31. The great Tao of No, beginning strong winds blew across the calm lake like a raging sea. Sometimes it froze and turned into an ice lake. Sometimes It was as calm as a mirror without any ripples. A figure walked on the surface of the lake, as if he was taking a stroll. He was like a creator who created everything. Life and death seemed to have become incomparably lively in his palm, as if they had become a toy in his hand. The person cultivating there was naturally none other than Qin Shao, who had just comprehended something. After leaving the bustling imperial city, he found a quiet and beautiful place to cultivate. If the people of the secular world saw such a turbulent situation, they would definitely be scared to death. However, the space here was completely isolated. Even if someone passed by here, they would not be able to see the situation here. The Great Tao of no beginning, from nothing to beginning. This was the core of the Great Tao. The foundation of Tao was often a simple sentence. However, this simple sentence was all-encompassing. It contained countless Taoist techniques and innumerable roots. The foundation of the Tao was the trunk of a towering tree. The lush branches and leaves, countless branches and endless leaves, were the complete embodiment of the entire Tao. Following the trunk and slowly comprehending all the branches and leaves, this was an extremely huge project, an extremely long path, and an extremely complicated Tao of cultivation. However, if he could grasp this main pillar and follow the vine to get to the melon, then extend it step by step, he would slowly comprehend everything. The extremely long Great Tao depended on one's comprehension ability. The most important thing in a complicated and endless Tao was comprehension. Comprehension was very difficult to say. You might not be able to understand a point in your lifetime, or you might suddenly have an epiphany and extend from a point to an entire surface in an instant. Qin Shao stayed in the imperial city of the Yin Kingdom for a year. During this year, he cultivated a firefly into a dazzling sun. He had made the impossible possible. He changed the fate of the entire Yin Kingdom and the fate of King Cheng's life. He changed the traces of fate. This was defying the heavens and changing fate. This was a manifestation of the Great Tao of no beginning. Qin Shao comprehended the Great Tao of no beginning from one thing. His current cultivation allowed him to open the mysterious door of the Great Tao of no beginning, blooming with a dazzling light. Qin Shao suddenly waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Jade palaces rose from the ground and grew rapidly like saplings. Just like that, a city grew out of the ground. Soon, it became a bustling city, like a smaller version of the Yin Kingdom's imperial city. And all of this was real. It was not an illusion created by divine power. Qin Shao waved his hand again, and the bustling city, once again, slowly returning to its original appearance. The mountains and lakes were lakes. Everything returned to its original state. This feeling was like going back in time. However, this was obviously not going back in time. It was a manifestation of the Great Tao of no beginning. From nothing to something, from one to start, and it could be repeated. Just now, Qin Shao used the Great Tao of no beginning to create a city out of thin air. If Qin Shao didn't let it return to its original state, then this city would exist here forever, and everything here would be completely changed. The stronger one's control of the Great Tao of no beginning, the more powerful the things created out of thin air. Not only cities, but everything in the world could be created out of thin air. For example, divine weapons, Taoist techniques, treasures, stars, and divine spirits. When one cultivated to the extreme, they could even create Almighty's secret techniques and even sacred objects out of thin air. Qin Shao smirked and mumbled to himself, "The power of the Tao of no beginning is a bit like the power of the heart. If you cultivate the Tao of no beginning to perfection and then cultivate it to perfection, you'll become the controller of no beginning. You can even create a large number of almighty beings. Just like the heart force, if one cultivates the heart force to the 6th level, one should be able to easily create a large number of mighty figures out of thin air. If one really reaches this level, then they'll be unimaginably powerful." Just thinking about it made Qin Shao yearn for it. If he could really reach that level, once a war broke out in the future, Qin Shao would be able to fight against an incomparably huge army. He could create an unlimited number of mighty figures. The power generated would be enough to deal with the enemy's army, and it would be enough to protect the countless living beings in the divine realm. Of course, it was too difficult to reach this level. Qin Shao was now a Sword Dao controller. There is no one in the entire primordial universe who could control the great Dao of no beginning. At least, Qin Shao didn't know that. The great Dao can't be cut. It still needs to be slowly comprehended and accumulated. I need time to consolidate myself. It's unrealistic to want to achieve it in one go. Now, what I need the most is time to accumulate and consolidate myself. Qin Shao shook his head gently and threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his heart. He took a step forward and went ashore. Sword Dao, who had been guarding Qin Shao, immediately came up to him and said with a joyful smile, "Congratulations, Your Highness. It seems that Your Highness has made a breakthrough in the great Dao of no beginning." Qin Shao nodded and said, "I've mastered the great Dao of no beginning. I've cultivated it to the 3rd level in one go." "Tsk, as expected of Your Highness. You've really been through a lot. You've actually cultivated it to the 3rd level in one go." Sword Dao's face was full of surprise and admiration. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was heaven-defying. In just a short year, being able to cultivate the great Dao of no beginning was already not bad. However, Qin Shao was actually able to cultivate it to the 3rd level. It was too shocking. If this news were to spread, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? Compared to Qin Shao, there were probably no geniuses in this world. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not just this 1 year's work. I've also comprehended the great Dao of no beginning before. In fact, I've accumulated a lot before. It's just that I haven't been able to break through in one go. This time, I've gained more insights that touch the soul. That's why I was able to accumulate a lot and cultivate the great Dao of no beginning to the 3rd level in one go. It's obviously not very practical to achieve it in one go. It's only the 3rd level of the great Dao of no beginning. This is just the beginning for me. I still have a long way to go." Sword Dao smiled. In fact, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. However, His Highness was fully qualified to say such words. It wasn't a boast. For His Highness, this achievement was very normal. "Let's go. It's time for us to start a new life. In the 9 Heavens continent, you can live for a few thousand years. Try all kinds of strangers," said Qin Shao. Almighty Sword Master nodded. After following His Highness for more than a year, although he didn't gain much, he had learned a lot from His Highness. He gradually found his own path and saw the road ahead. This allowed him to gain more insights on cultivation. This was a good start. Shocking Sword Dynasty, Muyang County, Dongan City, Oxhorn Mountain. Ox Village, for generations, made a living by farming and hunting. It was self-sufficient. It felt a little like a paradise. Although the village looked a little shabby, it was still clean and tidy. Ox Village had Oxhorn Mountain at its back and Oxhorn River at its side. There were mountains and water, and the land was fertile. Therefore, Ox Village had been nurtured for thousands of years, allowing Ox Village to develop to a scale of more than 1,000 households. In the development, Ox Village had even attracted many outsiders to settle down in Ox Village. As a result, there were many outsiders in Ox Village. However, this didn't affect the unity of Ox Village. During the day, the young and strong men went into the mountains to hunt or fish in the river. The older men went to work in the fields. The women, on the other hand, did some housework in the village. They cooked rice and waited for the men to come back. Some of the children were either reading or playing. However, most of them gathered in the open space in front of the village to practice martial arts. This world was ultimately a world where martial arts ran rampant. Since it was a remote village like Ox Village, there were also ordinary people who practiced martial arts. Even if they couldn't become martial artists, they could strengthen their bodies and become the warriors of the village. In the future, they could go hunting in the mountains and have a better harvest. At this moment, on the open space in front of the village, there were more than 300 young boys and girls between the ages of 8 and 16. Those who had reached adulthood at the age of 16 wouldn't come here to practice every day. The men should go hunting in the mountains and the women should stay at home to do housework. The young boys and girls of this age group were the happiest. They could come here to practice martial arts every day. They could even dream of becoming martial artists. Of course, this dream was good. However, it would soon be beaten black and blue by reality. At this time, all the children had stopped cultivating and were sitting there quietly. In front of them, there was a burly man with a curly beard. He was around 40 years old and was talking about some stories about martial artists with spittle flying everywhere. This burly man was the coach of Ox Village. He was responsible for teaching the children how to practice. His position in Ox Village was very special. Even the village chief had to be respectful when he saw him. Everyone would be polite to him. No one knew his name. He refused to tell anyone. The children liked to call him Bearded Uncle. The old people in the village also followed suit and called him Little Who. No matter what they called him, he didn't care. Listening to Bearded Uncle tell stories about martial artists every day was the happiest time of the day for the children. They listened very attentively. It was as if they were rippling into the world of martial artists. Many times, some of the women were so engrossed that they forgot to go back to cook. After Bearded Coach finished telling the stories for the day, the children below were all dumbfounded. Their dumbfounded looks were very comical. Seeing this scene, Bearded Coach smiled knowingly. He didn't disturb them. Instead, he slowly waited for the children to recover. These children needed some time to absorb these things. Under an old pagoda tree by the side, there was an old man in his 60s or 70s. He sat there calmly while stroking his beard. He was fanning himself with a fan in his hand. He seemed to be quite content. He enjoyed this kind of life very much. Chapter 1032. The hardest fate to grasp. All right. You all should cultivate diligently. Try to break through to the spiritual force realm as soon as possible. Then, you will be considered the warriors of the village. The bearded coach waved his hand at the children, indicating that they should start cultivating. With the guidance and encouragement from the bearded coach's stories about warriors, these children had a strong desire to become warriors since they were young. Desire was a very good motivating force. The heart of a warrior also stimulated the children's cultivation potential. Hearing the bearded coach's words, these children quickly began to cultivate seriously. They were very diligent, and none of them were lazy. The atmosphere of martial arts was very good. Since the bearded coach came to Ox Village 5 years ago, the atmosphere of martial arts in Ox Village, which originally had no atmosphere to speak of, had improved greatly. The results of these 5 years were also very obvious. In these 5 years, Ox Village actually produced more than 10 warriors of the spiritual force realm. It should be known that in the history of Ox Village, on average, only one warrior of the spiritual force realm was born every 100 years. Not to mention the spiritual force realm, even warriors of the peak of the strength realm were extremely rare. Normally, it would take a few years for one to be born. However, in these 5 years, not only were there more than 10 warriors of the spiritual force realm, but there were also more than 100 warriors of the peak of the strength realm and the peak of the strength realm. In these 5 years, the strength of Ox Village increased by more than 10 times. It was also because of this that the bearded coach's position in Ox Village was very special. He was very high and was respected by everyone. Seeing that the children had begun to cultivate seriously, the bearded coach smiled knowingly and walked towards the locust tree. It seems that you are quite fond of this coaching job. Qin Xiao, the old man under the locust tree, joked. The bearded coach laughed dryly and said, "Your Highness, don't tease me. I'm just bored out of my mind. But speaking of which, teaching these little fellows is quite fun. These little fellows can always ask questions that make me not know whether to laugh or cry. Some of the questions even make me stumped. I have never tried this kind of cultivation method. It is quite interesting to comprehend the great Tao from the small details. Although the way I handle things is small, I do feel that my mind has been broadened a lot. My cultivation of the great Tao has also become brighter. Simple and ordinary is also a way of cultivation." Qin Xiao smiled and nodded. "You have been enlightened. It seems that these 5 years, you are much better than the 1 year in the imperial city of the Yin Kingdom. This is a good start. If you can continue to gain this, bit by bit of accumulation, you will eventually make a breakthrough and improve. However, this path is also very difficult and long. Having a good start doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a good result. The key is whether you can grasp it or not, whether you can comprehend it or not. The Sword Master. He had been stagnant for tens of billions of years. After becoming a powerful being, his progress had been almost non-existent. If he had made great progress, he wouldn't have been willing to become a servant of the godly Desolation Palace. Although he had some gains in the past 5 years, they were negligible. It was still very difficult to rely on these gains to improve his strength. To cultivate to his level, he needed to rely on a lot of accumulation. Your Highness, what about you? Your Highness has been very idle in the Ox Village for the past 5 years. The Sword Master asked. After following Qin Shao for a few years, the Sword Master was not as reserved as before. They could get along with each other casually. Qin Shao did not care about these things. Qin Shao smiled and said, I have a little gain, but not much. The ordinary and comfortable life in the Ox Village can be considered a kind of purification of the state of mind. I quite like this kind of life. This place was like an otherworldly peach garden. To be able to find such a peaceful place in the Nine-Heaven world, it's not bad. Yes, Your Highness. The Oxhorn Mountain is very remote. The east is blocked by a monster mountain range. The west is blocked by the Dead Sea, and the north is endless snow mountains. Only in the south, there are some creatures, but they are mainly villages and do not have any decent forces. The nearest city is more than 1,000 miles away. This gives the Ox Village a comfortable living environment, making the people here very simple and aloof from worldly affairs. The Sword Master said, 5 years ago, the Sword Master and Qin Shao passed by this place and stayed in the Ox Village. The Ox Village was tolerant of outsiders. So Qin Shao and the Sword Master built a courtyard here and lived there for a long time, becoming the new villagers of the Ox Village. Originally, Qin Shao just wanted to live an ordinary life, but the Sword Master was bored. One day, he saw a few children cultivating, so he went up and gave them some pointers with interest. As a result, her life as a beard coach began, and it had been 5 years. 5 years of teaching. The results were not bad. Your Highness, how long are we going to stay in the Ox Village? The Sword Master suddenly asked. Qin Shao smiled at the Sword Master and said, Why? Are you a little reluctant to leave? The Sword Master laughed dryly and said, Haha, yes, Your Highness, if we leave now, I really am a little reluctant. After getting used to living in the clouds, this kind of ordinary life is really different. My heart, which has long been numb, is now somewhat touched. When I see the children smile, I smile too. When I see the children's strength improve, I feel a sense of accomplishment. When I hear the children thank me, I feel very gratified. After living for so long, I don't feel the slightest bit of emotion from the wind and waves. This is really ordinary, but there is a magical power. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, Yes, this is the Tao of all things, the natural law of heaven and earth, the operation of everything in the heavens. It is very magical, and you can't figure it out, nor can you explain it. Fate has its own operation of the law. Any external interference will change the trajectory of fate. Because of my appearance, it changed to the fate of the Ho King. Because of your appearance, the fate of the Ox Village changed. But do you think this kind of change is good or bad? Good or bad? The Sword Master hesitated for a moment before saying, For now, it should be good, right? Your Highness helped King Yu change his fate, decide the universe, change the fate of a Yin kingdom, avoid the disaster of the Yin kingdom, and support an emperor who is loved and respected by all people to ascend to the throne. This should be a good thing, right? I guided these little fellows in the Ox Village and made the cultivation of the Ox Village very good. Some spirit strength realm cultivators were born, and the overall strength of the Ox Village increased by more than 10 times. This is a good thing for the Ox Village, right? Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Qin Shao gently shook the fan in her hand and said, Good and bad, you can't just look at it like this. What we think is good is not necessarily good, and it does not necessarily mean that others will think it is good. What is good now does not necessarily mean that it will be good in the future. The reason why fate is magical is that it represents a kind of operation of the universe, a kind of operation that no one can stop. One thing can be extended to many things in the future and produce countless possibilities. The most difficult thing to catch is actually fate. Even if we have mastered the Tao of fate, it does not mean that we have mastered fate. At most, we have mastered our own fate, but we can't master the fate of others. It is also difficult to really change the fate of others. The sword master was puzzled for a moment. He frowned and looked thoughtful. After thinking for a while, the sword master said, "Your Highness, didn't you change the fate of King Yu? Do you really think I changed the fate of King Yu?" Qin Shao asked with deep meaning. The sword master was stunned again. What did she mean? Was it not? King Yu's fate had indeed been changed. But Qin Shao shook her head. At most, I can only say that I temporarily changed the fate of King Yu. But the trajectory of fate and the operating law of the universe will not allow this kind of change to destroy their majesty. Therefore, the changed trajectory will still be slowly corrected. What do you mean, Your Highness? The sword master had never thought of this aspect, so he was really confused for a moment and did not understand. Qin Shao smiled mysteriously and did not explain anything more. Instead, she said with deep meaning, "Don't worry. You will know in a few decades. The correction of fate cannot be completed overnight. It will take a lot of time to complete the correction of the trajectory of fate. The more it is changed, the longer it will take to correct it." The sword master shook his head. Anyway, he could not understand for the time being. Since His Highness was unwilling to explain more, then forget it. Time passed year by year. Qin Shao and the sword master continued to stay in Ox Village. The changes in Ox Village were getting bigger and bigger. More and more teenagers were being cultivated. There were more and more warriors of the spirit power realm. Even warriors of the shedding body realm were gradually born. It was simply unheard of for such a remote village to be able to give birth to warriors of the shedding body realm. After staying in Ox Village for 20 years, Qin Shao and the sword master left quietly. The 20 years of development made Ox Village very powerful. There were 12 warriors of the shedding body realm, more than 100 warriors of the spirit power realm, and even more warriors of the brute force realm. With such strength, it was completely comparable to a decent force. Although Qin Shao and the sword master left Ox Village, they had been secretly paying attention to the changes in Ox Village. Of course, the main reason was that the sword master wanted to find the answer to Qin Zhao's words. Therefore, the two of them stayed in a hidden place. While cultivating, they paid attention to the situation of Ox Village and Yin Kingdom. Bamboo forest, stone platform. Qin Shao sat cross-legged on it, closing her eyes to rest. But in her mind, there were many thoughts surging and dissecting. Having stayed in Ox Village for 20 years, Qin Shao had indeed been touched by many things and gained many insights. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to further deepen his comprehension of these inspirations and finally comprehend the Tao within. However, it was very difficult and time-consuming. Chapter 1033. Reincarnation. The problem of Ox Village finally broke out. The fate of Ox Village seemed to have changed. It seemed to have cultivated many warriors and increased the strength of Ox Village by more than 100 times. Indeed, this type of change indeed brought about enormous benefits to Ox Village in the past few decades. With so many warriors, hunting in the mountains was naturally very effective. They could hunt enough food for everyone in Ox Village to eat and drink to their heart's content. The surplus could be sold in the cities to exchange for money and items to purchase more items. They could even hunt ferocious beasts. The transformation of Ox Village slowly attracted the attention of many people. Some people with bad intentions wanted to pry into this secret. More and more people came to Ox Village. The villagers of Ox Village were very simple and not scheming, so they were easy to be used by others. Gradually, conflicts began to erupt. Under the eruption of conflicts, it caused a series of disputes and brought about battles. In these battles, the warriors of Ox Village died one by one. The fate of Ox Village was changed again. In less than 20 years, it returned to its original state. It could even be said that after going through this disaster, it became worse than before. The prosperous Ox village only lasted for 50 to 60 years. The fate that was changed was also reversed. This scene was seen by Qin Xiao and Swordmaster. Everything was within Qin Xiao's expectations, so he was not surprised. After seeing all this, Swordmaster Almighty finally understood something. Your Highness, I finally understand what you mean. Fate seems to have been changed for a while, but it is very likely to return to its original track. Therefore, fate is the most difficult to capture and change. Qin Xiao nodded and said, the only one who can really change fate is oneself. In other words, it is not called change, but one is creating one's own fate. Everyone's path is decided by himself. Only he can walk his own path. Fate is a very mysterious thing. No one can capture it or figure it out. The greater the interference of external forces, the stronger the correction of fate. Of course, during this process, you can also change your own fate. For example, fortuitous opportunities are actually a kind of external force that changes your fate. The greater the fortuitous opportunity, the greater the external force will change your fate. And the corrective power of fate would also become stronger. But after you obtain the opportunity, you can rely on your own strength to resist this correction. There will be many tribulations inside. As for these calamities, they are the corrections of fate. However, if you are able to break through these calamities, then your fate will be shaped by yourself. Opportunities can make a person, but they can also destroy a person. In the records of history, countless geniuses have died because of fortuitous encounters. The Swordmaster nodded. Although he couldn't fully understand it, he felt that what Qin Xiao said was very reasonable. The fate mentioned here was not simply referring to the fate Tao. The fate Tao was only a high-grade Tao. The so-called Tao of destiny was merely a name. Even if one fully grasped the Tao of fate, they could only vaguely detect the trajectory of fate. They definitely couldn't control true fate. The fate mentioned here actually referred to the most fundamental core of the operation of the entire universe, where the operating law was located. It was an axis, and everything was operating on this axis. The operation of the universe controlled all the living beings in the universe. If one couldn't transcend the universe, then they would be bound by the universe and must obey the operating law of the universe. Just like in the source world, if one couldn't become a god, then one couldn't escape the binding power of the source world. The laws of the source world would directly bind one. However, if Qin Xiao was in another source world, then purely relying on the laws of the source world, there was no ability to control Qin Xiao. Now, the only thing that could suppress Qin Xiao was the operating law of the entire universe. Ox Village returned to its original point and was corrected by fate. Everyone in Ox Village couldn't resist the correction of fate. Under the power of the laws of fate, all of them died in battle. On the other side, after 100 years of prosperity in the prosperous Yin Kingdom, a crisis finally broke out. Although King Cheng's strength had reached the level of king, there were internal and external troubles. When the war broke out, the 9 kings that he had released before rose again and wanted to regain the throne. Each of the 9 kings had received the support of external forces. More than 10 forces in the surroundings had also joined the battle. It was 10 against 1. No matter how much King Cheng suffered, he couldn't save the situation. The flames of war burned the prosperous Yin Kingdom back to the past. The war caused countless deaths and injuries, turning the Yin Kingdom into a hell on earth. King Cheng was defeated, and the 9 kings fought for the throne again. The flames of war continued to burn. Fortunately, the Mastiff King had luckily escaped, and then he'd coincidentally entered a secret realm and obtained the inheritance of an ancient saint monarch. The Sword Master sighed and said, "Your Highness, it's just as you expected. The Yin Kingdom was corrected by fate and returned to the original track of the 9 kings fighting for the throne. If this situation continues, it will eventually lead to the destruction of the Yin Kingdom. Even if it survives, I'm afraid it will become a puppet of other forces." Under this revision of fate, King Yu should have died. However, through his own efforts, King Yu rewrote his own fate and even had a fortuitous encounter. King Cheng's fate may be rewritten by himself to resist the correction of fate and become more powerful. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled, saying, "Yes, King Cheng is rewriting his own fate. This opportunity is also a big hurdle for him. If he could cross this hurdle, then his future path would become more spacious. Of course, he may also die in this opportunity, and the correction of fate will always exist with his growth. Therefore, if he really wants to defy fate and change, he must change his fate again and again and resist the correction of fate again and again until he becomes a powerful figure and transcends the river of time. Then the correction of fate will disappear. This process is difficult, very difficult. King Cheng does have some potential, but still hard to say whether he can reach this step in the end." Sword Master nodded. It was indeed hard to say. After all, King Cheng still had a long way to go. Qin Shao had actually changed his fate a lot. If it developed according to the normal trajectory of fate, King Cheng would definitely die in the Nine Dragons' fight for the throne. Even if he didn't die, once the new king was appointed, he must eliminate some dissidents. At that time, King Cheng, who had no power and influence, would probably be banished to the frontier even if he didn't die. In the end, he would live a mediocre life and die young. This was the original trajectory of King Cheng's fate, which Qin Shao and Sword Master had deduced with the Tao of Fate. Qin Zhao's change of King Cheng's fate was indeed earth-shattering. The greater the change, the stronger the power of the correction of fate would be. Everyone would be in the operation of the universe's laws. And this was the meaning of cultivation. Cultivation was to fight against fate and the operation of the universe all the time. It was endless fun to fight against heaven, earth, and people. Standing at the foot of a mountain, Qin Shao looked down at the vast land, which was green and lush. The breeze was gentle, and the sun was still so warm, illuminating the darkness. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on a tree, but he was in a daze, staring at it. Sword Master stood behind him silently, not daring to disturb Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood in front of that tree, and he actually stood there for 1,000 years. In this 1,000 years, the world had changed and everything had changed. Flowers blossomed and trees blossomed. Every year, they withered and flourished. Every year, they became spring. A big tree slowly grew old and died, and finally turned into dust. In the dust, it sprouted and grew again, and finally grew into a towering tree. The big tree gradually grew old and turned into dust again. After the spring rain, the dust sprouted and grew again. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Qin Shao stood there, and 5,000 years passed in a flash. For the source world, 5,000 years was enough for earth-shattering changes. But for the cultivation of gods, 5,000 years was just a snap of the fingers. The change of fate, the correction of fate, this is a reincarnation of the operation of the universe. Flowers bloom and wither. This is a reincarnation. The withered of trees turned into dust, and then used as fertilizer, sprouts grew and slowly grew into trees. This is also a reincarnation. The reincarnation of heaven and earth, the reincarnation of fate, the reincarnation of all things. Everything is reincarnated. The great paths of the heavens are the laws of the operation of the universe, the fundamental law of operation. Everything will operate under this law. 6 types of supreme great paths will give birth to 10,000 great paths. The 6 types of supreme great paths are the foundation of the operation of the universe, the core of the great paths of origin. Qin Shao had a lot of enlightenment in his heart, and he emitted rays of light, as if he had seen the laws of the operation of the universe and seen the laws of reincarnation. The Lord of Death can successfully integrate with 6 types of supreme great paths, which is equivalent to transcending the shackles of the universe, just like becoming a god in the source world. Once the integration of 6 types of supreme great paths is successful, theoretically speaking, it should be an existence that transcends the master of the universe and the shackles of our Hongmeng universe. Everything has to be transcended, truly transcended. According to the experience of senior brother Lord Huayang, the best way to integrate 6 types of supreme great paths is to cultivate all 6 types of supreme great paths to the controller level. Only when all 6 types of supreme great paths reach the controller level will the control of the great paths reach the highest level and be truly invulnerable. After that, the chances of success will be much higher. And this is what senior brother Lord Huayang and Tian Lingzi are working hard to do, but they are far from achieving it. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this. It was extremely difficult to become a controller of one type of supreme great path, let alone 6 types of supreme great path. Qin Shao was now a controller of the ultimate sword path, and the other 5 types of supreme great paths were still too far away. It could even be said that he hadn't mastered the reincarnation great path. Chapter 1034. 3 steps ahead. Qin Shao had a lot of understanding of the reincarnation Tao. If he wanted to, he could master the reincarnation Tao in one fell swoop. However, if he broke through now, he would probably only be able to cultivate to the 3rd level at most. Of course, this level was very good for ordinary people, but for Qin Shao, it was still not enough. Therefore, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he wanted to accumulate more and break through in one fell swoop. The best situation would be to break through to the 6th level at one go and cultivate the reincarnation Tao to perfection. In that case, it would be easier. Anyway, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to cultivate. When Qin Shao was cultivating the boundless great Tao, he had the same idea. However, he could not help but break through. Of course, it was not a big deal. At most, it would be a little troublesome. However, it was not a big deal for Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued to lead the sword comprehending Almighty around the 9 heavens continent. Every time they went to a place, they would create a new identity. Moreover, the two of them never revealed their strength. The strength they possessed depended on the identity they had. Therefore, the two of them were often killed by others. Of course, that was only the bodies they created. Naturally, it did not affect them at all when they were killed. Living with various identities to experience various kinds of life, more realistically, was not like the kind where one's consciousness entered the reincarnation cycle. Relatively speaking, this kind of life was more realistic. The kind where one's consciousness entered the reincarnation cycle was mainly targeted at the weaker ones. For example, Qin Zhao's consciousness was so strong now. It was basically impossible to create a realistic illusion for him in the reincarnation cycle. Therefore, using this more realistic way to experience life was very effective. In this way, life after life was also a kind of reincarnation cycle for oneself. Qin Shao had been a merchant, a warrior, a general, and an official in the imperial court. He had even been a local emperor, a bandit, and a martial artist who had gone through many hardships. After 100 reincarnations, Qin Shao had lived in the 9 heavens continent for 10,000 years. In addition to the time when he cultivated and comprehended, Qin Shao had lived in the 9 heavens continent for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years later, Qin Shao finally left with sword proficiency. Sword Master Almighty had been cultivating with Qin Shao in the 9 heavens continent for 30,000 years. He had learned a lot and gained a lot. Moreover, Qin Shao would occasionally give him pointers, which allowed sword comprehending Almighty to finally make a lot of progress and increase his strength by a lot. Such a reward made sword mastery even more willing to follow Qin Shao to train and cultivate. Although he had always known about this kind of cultivation method, he had never believed that this kind of cultivation method was very effective. Moreover, he, who was high and mighty, was not willing to say that he would go to the source world. He felt that he was lowering his status. But after following Qin Zhao's cultivation, he had a new perspective on this. He knew that his previous thinking was wrong. After leaving the 9 heavens continent, Qin Shao continued to search for other origin worlds with sword mastery. Each origin world had its own unique characteristics. Everything was done according to one's heart. Some origin worlds only stayed for a short period of 100 years before leaving. Some origin worlds stayed for a long period of more than 50,000 years. As they cultivated in one origin world after another, time flew by quickly. On the other side, Nine Continent City also had a lot of news, which made Nine Continent City's reputation in the God Realm soar. First, Tianxing and Qizhou both succeeded in Dao unification and became Almighties. Nine Continent City had two more Almighties. As for Tianxing and Qizhou, they were the first and second Almighties to be born in the origin world of the Sky Dragon continent. Although the two of them became Almighties by relying on Dao unification pills, they still had the strength of Almighties. They were still very intimidating. As a result, the number of Almighties in Nine Continent City increased. There were 3 Almighties from the Desolate Land Army, 2 Almighties, Sheng Yin and Dao Qi, and the 9 dragons, Almighties of the 9 dragons Dao Palace, who had long pledged their loyalty to Qin Shao. They were also considered Nine Continent City's Almighties. In addition to Tianxing and Qizhou, there were a total of 7 Almighties in Nine Continent City. Of course, 7 Almighties were nothing to the great forces of the God Realm. However, the deterrent force of Nine Continent City did not lie in the 7 Almighties. It lay in Qin Shao, Shi Jian, Brother Pure, and Yao Shuoyan. The 4 of them were in the top 10 of the Earth Roll. Their deterrent force was very strong. With strength and assurance, Nine Continent City's prestige became even stronger. No one dared to offend them. The construction of Nine Continent City's new city was very smooth. It only took 30,000 years for the new city to be completed. Once the new city was completed, according to Qin Zhao's arrangement, most of Nine Continent City's forces were moved to the new city. As for the name of the new city, Qin Shao had already thought of it. It would be called Torch City. Torch City. Firstly, Torch City was passed down from generation to generation. It implied that the prosperity of the new city could be passed down from generation to generation. Secondly, it was also because of the Torch Palace. It could be considered as a memorial to the Torch Palace. The Nine Continent City and the Tinder City became Qin Zhao's 2 major cities. In Nine Continent City, only some direct descendants of the Nine Heavens continent were left. Then, there were some family members who were unwilling to move to the new city. Many forces were left in Nine Continent City. Tianxing and Qizhou were left behind to guard the city. There was also a Desolate Land Army. In addition to the Nine Continent Army that was nurtured by Nine Continent City, the forces left behind in Nine Continent City were quite strong. The other forces were moved to Torch City. With the Tinder City, they would be able to attract more people to join them. At the same time, Nine Continent Commerce Alliance began to operate. With Shang Clan, Qianhe Dynasty, Deities Alliance, and Sword King Sect in charge of various matters, the operation was naturally very smooth. Nine Continent City's forces only needed to be in charge of establishing relationships with various regions. The operation of Nine Continent Commerce Alliance also brought a huge amount of wealth to Nine Continent City. It could provide for the normal operation of Nine Continent City and Torch City. Qin Shao naturally did not care about these trivial matters. He could leave them to his subordinates. He was still very assured. Generally speaking, the realm of the gods was still considered peaceful. There were no major disturbances. Eros, Machine Clan, Demon Realm, Nether Realm, and Abyss Demon Realm seemed to have quietened down. However, the worse it was for it to be a good omen. Under the quietness, there could be even more terrifying storms. Sealed God's Abyss also seemed to have become unusually quiet. There was not much movement from the Devil Beast universe. Even the number of powerful beings who came out to move decreased. The number of fights between both sides also decreased. Behind this seemingly peaceful situation, there was actually some uneasiness. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years had passed. This was Qin Zhao's longest cultivation so far. Including these 300,000 years, Qin Shao was now more than 500,000 years old. He was still very young at this age. In these 300,000 years, Qin Shao had traveled to close to 100 source worlds. His harvest was indeed not small. Now, Qin Shao had completely mastered 4 of the 6 supreme great Daos. Needless to say, the ultimate sword principle and the myriad things Tao had already been cultivated to level 6 complete. In these 300,000 years, the greatest collection was the Chaos Great Tao and the No Beginning Great Tao. These two great Taos had already been cultivated to level 6 complete. The primordial Great Tao had also improved. It had reached level 5 and was very close to level 6 complete. If there was an opportunity, he could even take a step forward. At this point, Qin Shao had already mastered 5 supreme Great Taos. 4 of them had been cultivated to level 6 complete, and 1 of them had been cultivated to level 5. He was only 1 step away from level 6 complete. However, it was foreseeable that Qin Shao would be able to cultivate the primordial Great Tao to level 6 complete in no time. What was left was the reincarnation Great Tao. The cultivation of the reincarnation Great Tao was indeed the slowest. Until now, Qin Shao had not tried to master the reincarnation Great Tao. This was because Qin Zhao's accumulation was far from enough. If he tried to master it now, it was estimated that he would not be able to cultivate to level 4. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to break through. It was better for him to accumulate more. In these 300,000 years, Qin Zhao's energy was almost all on the cultivation of the Great Tao. Focusing on cultivation, his harvest was naturally great. If such a harvest were to be spread out, it would probably scare many people to death. However, to Qin Shao, he was not too satisfied. He only felt that he had reached his expectations. The road he had to walk was still too long. He still could not see the end. If he wanted to cultivate all 6 supreme Great Taos to level 6 complete, he did not know how many tens of thousands of years of hard work it would take. Even if he had reached this step, it was only the first step. The second step was to cultivate the use of all 6 supreme Great Taos to level 6 complete. This was too difficult. The difficulty was far from what the cultivation of the Great Tao could compare with. At present, Qin Shao had only made achievements in the ultimate sword principle. He had not made any achievements in the other supreme Great Taos. The third step, which was also the most difficult and most crucial step, was to succeed in the unification of Tao. As long as he succeeded in these 3 steps, he would be able to embark on the path of the Lord of Death. Only then would he be able to find the location of the holy region. Now, Qin Shao had not even taken the first step. The next 2 steps were too far for Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be too happy about such a great harvest. It was not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, Qin Shao had no intention of returning to the 9-state city or the divine palace in the desolate land. He wanted to continue cultivating until there was no effect. He wanted to take advantage of the current momentum to complete the first step. Even in the entire divine realm and throughout the entire universe era, not many people have been able to successfully complete the first step. Only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have been able to successfully complete the 4th step of the heavenly deity stage. Moreover, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had actually lived from the 7th universe era. They were not born in the 8th universe era. It was not to say that among the 4th step heavenly deities born in the 8th universe era, no one had been able to complete the first step. Qin Shao was about to create history again and become the first person to do so. Qin Shao once again entered an origin world. This origin world had the existence of the origin master. Qin Shao used the stealing the heavens technique to enter quietly, so that the origin master could not detect him. This was also some of the experience that Qin Shao had summed up over the years. This technique could be used across the sky and the sea. Chapter 1035. Spreading faith. This origin world was called the Atoso world. It was a very strange name. In the ancient language, Atoso meant demon god. Therefore, the name of this origin world gave off a sense of evil. After entering this world and learning about the situation of the Atoso world, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Your Highness, this is an origin world with a very high level of faith. All the living beings believe in the great demon god. There are statues of the demon god everywhere. The demon god's faith has been spread in this origin world for millions of years to reach such a high level of faith. There's nothing strange about this, but the demon god isn't the master of the Atoso world's origin. Sword Master was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Could it be that this demon god is a mighty figure?" Therefore, he made the master of the Atoso world submit to him and help him spread the faith in the origin world and collect the power of faith. But relying on an origin world to collect faith isn't very useful to a mighty figure, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, "The power of faith is almost useless to a mighty figure. It's helpful, but it's very little. Moreover, it requires a huge amount of power of faith to be of a little help. Ordinary mighty figures aren't willing to do such a laborious thing. Moreover, excessive collection of faith will also leave behind a lot of karma. Once karma entails, the consequences will be even greater. Therefore, basically no mighty figure is willing to do this." Swordmaster nodded. He was also a mighty figure. He also had a clone that had a force outside and dominated a region. However, he had never thought of collecting the power of faith. This might be more harmful than beneficial to him. The power of faith was a double-edged sword. To gods, it might indeed have many benefits and could help improve their strength. However, there are also disadvantages. Once a god with the power of faith was attracted, it would be almost impossible to become a mighty figure again. In other words, if one wanted to improve their strength temporarily, they would have to pay the price of never having the chance to become a mighty figure again. Of course, many gods didn't care about this price. After all, it was far too difficult to become an almighty. It was far more than 1 in a billion, let alone 1 in 10,000. Therefore, most of the gods would not think about becoming a powerful being. To them, any method that could increase their strength, even if it was somewhat evil, they would still try it. Collecting the power of faith was a very common method. In the past 300,000 years, Qin Shao had been to more than 100 origin worlds. Every origin world had people spreading their faith, so it was not strange at all. Just like the heavenly dragon continent, there are also people who spread their faith. However, it was not easy to spread faith in the source world. Gods are restricted by the source will. Once they became one, they would be expelled from the source world and enter the god realm. After becoming a god, they could spread their faith and establish their own incense. However, once they ascended, they would never be able to return to the source world. Therefore, once the gods left, it would be difficult for him to maintain his faith. After a long time, they would naturally disperse. Therefore, it was very common that the spread of faith in the source world was very scattered. However, the Atoso world was different. The faith was very strong, and all living creatures had the same faith. Generally speaking, only the master of the universe had the ability to do so. Just like how Qin Shao was in his source world, he was also a creator-like existence. Even if he did not deliberately spread his faith, the living creatures on the Sky Dragon continent still worshipped him and believed in him. They were very devout. However, it was still far from the level of the Atoso world. The Sword Master said, "Your Highness, I feel that there is something strange about this matter. It's strange. I feel that there shouldn't be any other Almighty who has nothing better to do than spread his faith here. The Master of the Origin is not the source of faith. What is the background of this demon god?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know for now. I just checked the situation of the Atoso origin world. We are now in the territory of Black Sand Region's Mayan Manor. This star sector is under the control of Nine Mountain Gate. Moreover, when we came here, we saw that there are many buildings around the Atoso world. Many armies are stationed here. Clearly, this source world belongs to Nine Mountain Gate, so they sent troops to guard it. Even if it belongs to Nine Mountain Gate, only the Almighty of Nine Mountain Gate can make the master of the origin of the Atoso world submit to him. Nine Mountain Gate is not very powerful, but in the Mayan Manor, they are one of the top forces. They have two Almighties. One is the master of Nine Mountain Gate, and the other is the old ancestor of Jian Foam. But it doesn't make sense." Qin Shao shook his head again with a pensive look on his face. The Sword Master also noticed the problem. He nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I really can't figure it out. If the demon god spreading the faith is really the master of Nine Mountain Gate or the old ancestor of Jian Foam, then there is no need for them to change their title. If they want to spread the faith, they could just use the master of Nine Mountain Gate or the old ancestor of Jian Foam. Wouldn't that be better?" Otherwise, it's possible that this demon god is not one of the two almighties. It's possible that he's a member of Nine Mountain Gate with some status. Perhaps his talent and potential are lacking, so he is sent to gather the power of faith. Apart from this, I really can't think of any other possibilities. Qin Shao nodded. He felt that this conjecture was somewhat credible. However, Qin Shao still felt that there was something fishy about this. The way this demon god spread the faith was also very crude and evil. It was not open and above board. Perhaps it was because of this that he called himself a demon god. Such an evil method should not be something the people of Nine Mountain Gate could do. After all, the Desolate Land's divine hall would not allow it. Although this was done secretly, the demon god had spread the faith for millions of years. How could he have been able to hide it all this time? It was impossible to say that Nine Mountain Gate did not deliberately cover up for him. Therefore, no matter what, this was obviously not a good thing. Let's go and see what's going on first. We'll talk after we understand the situation, Qin Shao said. Almighty Sword Master nodded. Thus, the two of them transformed into believers and sneaked into a demon god temple. The demon god temple was a place where the demon gods spread the faith. There were countless demon god temples in the entire Atoso world. As long as there were people, there would be a demon god temple. All living creatures lived around the demon god temple. Every day, everyone needed to spend a lot of time in the demon god temple to worship the demon god and pray for the demon god's blessings. During the contact, Qin Shao learned some of the daily lives of the believers in the Atoso world. In the Atoso world, the demon god was everything. He was the greatest existence, the only god in everyone's heart. He was the creator of all things, the ancestor of life, and the source of everything. Everyone would be influenced and brainwashed from the moment they were born. Therefore, the greatness of the demon god was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. All living creatures felt like they had become walking corpses. They had completely become believers of the demon god and no longer had their own thoughts. When a person's mind is completely controlled, it is a very scary thing. This kind of spreading of faith was simply destroying an origin world. Believers who had lost their self-awareness would have very little potential in cultivation. Therefore, it could be seen that among these believers, there was not even a saint, and there were pitifully few great emperors. There were only a few great emperors, and they were the minions of the demon god. They managed the world for the demon god. After becoming a complete believer, it would be difficult for one to become a king. If this continued for a long time, then one day, all living creatures would lose the ability to cultivate. They would no longer cultivate. From birth to death, they would be ordinary people who only knew how to believe in the demon god. Therefore, such a move was completely destroying an origin world. Once the origin world sensed danger, it would probably self-destruct in order to protect itself. Therefore, even the Lord of the Origin would not dare to spread faith in this way, let alone be stupid enough to let others do so. An origin world would probably not be able to withstand the destruction of tens of millions of years. If this continued, it would probably be destroyed in a few 100 million years. This kind of spreading of faith could be said to be vicious. This was different from Qin Shao in the origin world. Qin Shao did not deliberately spread faith on his own. It was completely spontaneous. Because of Qin Zhao's contributions to the 9 provinces world and the human race, because of Qin Zhao's greatness, Qin Zhao's charisma, it would naturally make many people believe in him spontaneously. This kind of spontaneous belief would not affect anything, and the power of faith would even be purer. However, Qin Shao had never collected this power of faith. Once he collected this power of faith, he would have some karmic connections with those believers, and there would be some karmic entanglement. Therefore, Qin Shao had never thought of collecting the power of faith. After some investigation, Qin Shao confirmed the situation. This demon god is definitely not simple. There must be something going on here. Although Black Sand region is not under my jurisdiction, since we have encountered this matter, we have to take care of it. This kind of evil must not be allowed to continue to grow. The Sword Master nodded and said, "Yes, our desolate land temple is a holy land with a majestic light. within the territory of our desolate land temple. Such an evil thing must not be condoned. If Nine Mountains sect wants to cover it up, then Nine Mountains sect will be punished as well. Your Highness, what should we do now? Qin Shao said, this matter is easy to handle. Let's go and capture the Lord of the Origin directly. Only the Lord of the Origin knows about this matter the best. I believe that Demon God will not stay in this Origin world. Later, I will directly capture the Lord of the Origin into the virtual realm and then isolate everything so that he will not even have the chance to inform the Demon God. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Sword Master was still slightly surprised. He definitely did not have such means. However, he believed that His Highness Qin Shao could definitely do it easily. Chapter 1036. Zhao's suspicions. The Sacred Mountain was located in the center of the Itoso world. It was a giant mountain that was 99,999 feet tall. It was the Sacred Mountain of the Itoso world. It was said that the emissary of the great demonic god lived on the Sacred Mountain. The great demonic god was in charge of the entire Itoso world. It was the core of the Itoso world's power. However, people did not know that the one who lived on the Sacred Mountain was actually the origin master of the Itoso world. At the peak of the Sacred Mountain, there was a grand palace. Sacred light lingered on the green jade stone platform. A man in a black robe sat there. He was the origin master of the Itoso world, Somo. However, it was likely that no one would remember this name anymore. He became the origin master tens of millions of years ago. He thought that he could escape all the suffering and not be bullied by the gods of the divine world. However, he did not expect that he would still be powerless in front of an almighty. Although he was the origin master, if an almighty really wanted to make a move, he and his origin world would be destroyed together. Therefore, for the sake of his origin world and his own life, Somo could only submit to the Nine Creeks Gate and be controlled by them. This was a kind of helplessness and also a kind of sorrow. Seeing his origin world being destroyed by the demonic god step by step, he could only watch helplessly. He was powerless. He was really powerless. If he resisted now, not only him, but his origin world would also be destroyed. If he did not resist, even if his origin world was destroyed, he could still leave his origin world and live in the divine world. He could still struggle at death's door. Therefore, for the past tens of millions of years, Somo had been in great pain. Although he was at the peak of the Sacred Mountain and the origin master of this origin world, he could not show his true identity to others. He had to show himself as the emissary of the demonic god. How ironic was this? How humiliating was this? Somo drank wine. He felt like he was living like a walking corpse. Once upon a time, he was hot-blooded, heroic, and had lofty dreams and lofty goals. Once upon a time, he also had peerless elegance and heaven-defying talent. He shocked the ancient and dazzled the modern, creating history and became the origin master. Once upon a time, he also wanted to go to the god realm and make a name for himself. However, his lofty aspirations were quickly shattered by the cruel reality. Thinking back to the past, Somo felt that he was no different from a dead man. Therefore, he decided to drink to drown his sorrows. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him without a sound. "Who's there?" Somo reacted abruptly. His face turned pale with fright as he was about to attack. However, as soon as he made a move, he found that his entire body was confined by a terrifying force. His divine power was also completely confined, making him unable to even wave his hand. Suo Mo immediately knew that the situation wasn't good. It was impossible for someone to enter his source world and appear in front of him without him noticing, unless it was an almighty being. Moreover, he was a very powerful almighty. Ordinary almighties shouldn't be able to escape the detection of the origin will. As long as the origin will detected it, it would immediately know. Since the origin will didn't detect it, it was obvious that the intruder was very powerful. Therefore, Somo didn't hesitate and immediately informed the Nine Mountain Sect Master. However, he was shocked to find that he had no way of contacting the Nine Mountain Sect Master. The space-time here was completely isolated. Such a situation caused Somo to break out in a cold sweat. He looked around and found that the scenery around him had changed completely. Upon closer inspection, he found that this wasn't the real world but the mirage. He had actually entered the mirage without making a sound. Good move. It was indeed a good move. Such a move was definitely stronger than the Nine Mountain Sect Master. Somo's gaze quickly sized up Qin Shao and Sword Comprehension Almighty. As he had always been in the source world, he didn't know much about the outside world. Moreover, Qin Shao didn't appear in his original appearance. Therefore, Somo naturally didn't know that the person in front of him was Qin Shao, who had recently become famous in Hongmeng. However, Somo didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said respectfully and carefully, "Somo greets the two Almighties. May I know what orders the two of you have?" Qin Shao asked, "Somo, let me ask you, who is the demon god?" "What? The demon god?" Somo was shocked when he heard Qin Shao directly ask about the demon god. He was still muttering in his heart, wondering why the two Almighties were looking for him. He didn't expect them to be looking for the demon god. This made Somo's heart skip a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Somo put on an awkward expression and hesitated for a while before saying, "I won't hide it from you, sirs. The demon god is actually my master. May I know why sirs ask this?" At this moment, Somo was completely uncertain. He had no idea why these two almighty beings were looking for him. Logically speaking, this was his source universe. No matter what he did in his source universe, outsiders shouldn't ask about it. However, in this world, reason would never be greater than one's fist. In front of the two Almighties, Somo naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. Otherwise, they could easily crush him. "Your master?" Qin Shao frowned slightly. He clearly felt that Somo was lying. "You are the master of the source universe. To be qualified to be your master, I'm afraid they must be Almighties. As far as I know, the source world of Atoso is under the rule of Nine Mountain Gate. There are only two Almighties in Nine Mountain Gate. Between the master of Nine Mountain Gate and the ancestor of Mountain Gate, which one is your master?" Somo broke out in cold sweat and didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to say that the master of Nine Mountain Gate or the ancestor of Mountain Gate was his master. Pretending to be Almighty's disciple would anger them. If the Almighties were angry, would he still be alive? Qin Shao said without batting an eyelid, "As far as I know, the master of Nine Mountain Gate has 5 disciples, but you are not Somo. The ancestor of Mountain Gate only has 3 disciples, and you are not Somo. Then I don't understand. Who is your master?" "There is no third Almighties in Nine Mountain Gate. If there was, I would definitely know. So what else do you have to say?" Qin Zhao's words also showed that he knew that Somo was lying, but he didn't get angry. He hoped that Somo would tell the truth. Somo was really helpless. With a troubled expression, he said with a pleading tone, "My lord, I am only running errands for others. I really don't know the situation, so if my lord insists on asking me, I really can't answer. I just don't know how I have offended the two of you. Please enlighten me." "You want me to enlighten you? All right, I don't like to bully the weak. I will let you know what you have done," Qin Shao said. Somo was even more confused when he heard Qin Zhao's words. What did he mean? Where did he come from? Could it be that he was from the Desolate Land Temple? It couldn't be. Those existences in the Desolate Land Temple were all high and mighty. Why would they be so bored as to come to his source world? That didn't make sense. In theory, such a situation wasn't very likely. The situation of Almighties going to the source world was too rare. In particular, Atoso's source world was within the protection zone of Nine Mountain Gate. It was protected by Nine Mountain Gate and was ruled by Nine Mountain Gate. When other Almighties learned of the situation, they wouldn't enter the source world anymore. There's nothing wrong with gods spreading their faith. It is also allowed. It depends on the individual's wishes. Originally, there was nothing wrong with you spreading your faith in your source world. No one would say anything about it. However, our Desolate Land Temple is a holy land. The territory of the Desolate Land Temple is also covered by the light. You maliciously spread your evil faith and deliberately destroyed your source world. Do you still dare to say that you haven't done anything wrong? Who instigated you to do this? Was it the Nine Mountain Gate Master or the Jianfeng ancestor? Qin Zhao's voice turned cold. Somo was so frightened that his face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not know that the person in front of him was Almighty from the Desolate Land Temple? He really didn't expect to provoke the Almighty from the Desolate Land Temple. Somo really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wasn't he unlucky enough to be this unlucky? He had become the master of the Source world, and his fate was controlled by someone else. Now, the mighty figures of a shrine of the forsaken wilderness had come knocking on his door to question him. This made mighty Somo want to die. He felt that his calamity had come. No matter which side he offended, there was no way out. Therefore, Somo simply closed his eyes with a look of despair and shook his head. Sir, I really don't know anything. It's useless to ask me. The demon god is just a title. I don't know who the demon god is. Therefore, I don't know anything about this at all. I'm only responsible for spreading the faith here. I don't know anything else. Sir, even if you kill me, it's useless. I really don't know anything. Since he had already come to this point, Somo could only smash the jar and make the final preparations. Somo refused to say. Qin Shao actually knew that his superiors must have been instructed by the Nine-Mountain Gate Master. However, the person who really benefited was not the Nine-Mountain Gate Master, so this matter felt a little strange. Qin Shao was not willing to leave until he figured out this matter. Since he had decided to get involved in this matter, he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Although he was not the border ambassador of Black Sand region, Qin Shao now had a high status in the Desolate Land Temple and had the right to manage things here. Even the border ambassador of Black Sand region had to give Qin Shao some face. Besides, as the Almighty of the Desolate Land Temple, he naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Naturally, he wanted to get involved. Qin Zhao's thoughts moved, and he stared at Somo. Under Qin Zhao's stare, Somo's eyes suddenly dimmed and soon lost their luster. His expression suddenly became sluggish. This was the soul-snatching technique which could control the consciousness of others. Chapter 10:37. More doubts. Qin Shao checked Somo's memories to understand the situation. After that, Qin Shao shook his head and said to Almighty Swordmaster, Somo really doesn't know what's going on. Everything was ordered by the Nine-Stream Sect Master. He's just following orders. He really doesn't know who the demon god is. He's never seen him before. He only saw a statue that descended once when he was establishing faith. However, the figure was blurry and I couldn't see his face. Even the Nine-Stream Sect Master is secretly helping this demon god and passing on faith for him. This situation is indeed unusual. This demon god is really something. The person behind this matter is definitely not that simple. I have a guess. Almighty Swordmaster asked with a puzzled look. Your Highness, what guess? The realm of the gods was huge, and there were many Almighties. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Therefore, there were many Almighties with strange personalities, especially those who had lived for a long time. After countless years, they were unable to improve their cultivation. Their thoughts were no longer on cultivation, and they had long given up on it. After giving up on cultivation, they would indulge themselves. Therefore, it was easy for them to fall into demons and become evil. Some liked to kill and became bloodthirsty demons. They would go on a killing spree and receive their retribution in the end. Some liked to enjoy life. They had endless beauties and built their own dynasties. There were all kinds of Almighties with strange personalities. To be honest, it wasn't a rare thing for a powerful being to spread such evil beliefs. However, when all these situations were put together, Qin Shao felt that he wasn't simple. Very complicated. Eros. Qin Shao spat out these 4 words coldly. What? Eros. Almighty Swordmaster was shocked when he heard these 4 words. He looked at Qin Shao in shock and said, Your Highness, Eros's members wouldn't be so daring, right? How dare they spread their faith in the Desolate Lands territory? Isn't that an act of suicide? Eros was the absolute public enemy of the human race. Everyone had the right to kill him. Qin Shao had once encountered Eros collecting souls in an extremely evil way. Although the inheritance of faith in Atoso's origin world wasn't as evil as the soul collection they had encountered before, it was still an extremely evil method. coupled with the various circumstances that had led Qin Shao to suspect that this matter might be related to the Arrow tribe. That demon god might be one of Arrow's men. If that was the case, then Qin Shao had to take action. Since they had met, they must not let it go. Qin Shao said, "That's not necessarily the case. If the Nine Streams Gate Master is willing to be Arrow's spy, then this matter will be very difficult to be discovered. After all, Nine Ridges Sect is just an insignificant force. Who would know if they were to do something within the territory of Nine Ridges Sect? I don't know if Black Sand region has a border emissary guarding it. Even if there is, I'm afraid they won't care too much about such trivial matters. Just like how I didn't deliberately investigate the situation in the Hidden Dragon territory. If they were to do something sneaky, it would be impossible to find out. The realm of the gods is vast. There are bound to be some rats. Eros has been hiding in our primordial universe for countless years. He must have laid down many chess pieces. Perhaps this Nine Stream sect is just a small chess piece." Sword Master nodded. If that was the case, then it was indeed possible. Let's capture Somo and take him away first. If we want to find the answer to this matter, we have to find the Nine Streams Gate Master. For now, it's just a guess. Although the possibility is relatively high, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is the truth. Therefore, we have to investigate further before we can come to a conclusion, Qin Shao said. Sword Master nodded. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao kept Somo into his inner world. He used various secret techniques to control Somo before leaving Atoso's origin world with Swordmaster. After leaving the origin world, the two went straight to the headquarters of Nine Streams Gate, the Nine Streams region. However, Qin Shao didn't directly ask the Nine Streams Gate Master. It wasn't easy to control an almighty. Naturally, he couldn't deal with a Nine Streams Gate Master like how he dealt with Somo. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't immediately look for the Nine Streams Gate Master. Instead, he secretly searched the consciousness of some important members. However, he didn't find anything. In such a situation, Qin Zhao's suspicions grew even more. His suspicions deepened as he thought, the sect master of Nine Streams Sect is really cautious in his actions. Even some of the important members of Nine Streams Sect have no idea what's going on. It seems that there's at least a 90% chance that the Nine Streams Gate Master is Arrow's chess piece. As an almighty of the God realm, he's actually willing to work for Eros and become his lackey. How abominable. He deserves to die. Swordmaster's face was filled with righteous indignation. He said angrily, "Your Highness, since we've basically confirmed it, let's not give a Nine Streams Gate Master any chance to react. We'll go directly to him and capture him to ask him face to face." Qin Shao said, "Don't be hasty. Since the Nine Streams Gate Master is so careful, he must have a doppelganger hidden outside. It's very likely that it's just a doppelganger that's currently in the Nine Streams Gate. If it's just a doppelganger, then perhaps he won't care so much. He can still bear the loss of his doppelganger if it's destroyed. Therefore, it's best to capture his true body. If his true body is in any danger, I believe he'll have to think twice. Of course, the best way is to capture both his true body and his doppelganger. That way, we might be able to find out something." Swordmaster thought for a moment and said, "It's not difficult to find the Nine Streams Gate Master's true body. We just have to buy information from Heavenly Court Island. No matter how good the Nine Streams Gate Master is at hiding, he won't be able to escape Heavenly Court Island's detection. How about this, Your Highness? I'll stand guard here and deal with the doppelganger of the Nine Streams Gate Master and the Nine Streams Peak Ancestor. Master will deal with the Nine Streams Gate Master's true body." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Our ultimate goal is the God Fiend behind all this, not the Nine Streams Gate Master. To us, killing a mere Nine Streams Gate Master is no different from squashing an ant. Killing an ant is meaningless to us. Therefore, we only need to capture the Nine Streams Gate Master's true body and force him to submit obediently. If the Nine Streams Gate Master is smart, he should know what to do. If the Nine Streams Gate Master really wants to protect Master, then even if we capture both his true body and his doppelganger, it'll be of no use. Spreading faith is a rather crude method. I think it's something Eros' clansmen do in private and not something Eros himself does. Therefore, this matter shouldn't be too difficult to handle. The Nine Streams Gate Master is probably just a small chess piece. Eros won't control it too strictly. This is an opportunity for us. The Sword Master nodded. His Highness's words made sense. If Eros was implicated, then it was a huge matter. They had to deal with it carefully. After deciding on a plan, Qin Shao mobilized the Desolate Land Temple's intelligence department to search for the Nine Streams Gate Master's true body's hiding place. However, they didn't find anything. It seemed that the Nine Streams Gate Master's hiding place was really well hidden. Even the Desolate Land Temple's intelligence department couldn't find anything. Left with no other choice, Qin Shao could only purchase information from the Heavenly Court Island. The Heavenly Court Island was indeed the best in Hongming in terms of information gathering. Qin Shao bought the location of a Nine Streams Gate Master's true body on Heavenly Court Island. Therefore, he went there directly. The two of them left the God Realm's territory and entered the Sea of Darkness. In a dark region near the underworld, Qin Shao found the Nine Streams Gate Master's hiding place. This old man has hidden himself pretty well. He actually hid here. This place is near the underworld. Ordinary experts from the God Realm wouldn't appear here. The experts from the underworld probably won't harm him. However, no matter how well you hide, you won't be able to escape detection from Heavenly Court Island. Qin Shao pursed his lips and laughed coldly. He then walked in directly. In the depths of the dark region, in the depths of the distorted void, there was an independent space. There was a palace built in that space. In a palace, the Nine Streams Gate Master sat cross-legged on a high throne. He was cultivating. His true body had always been hiding here. It was incomparably safe. Although cultivating here was a little boring, as long as he could ensure the safety of his true body, it didn't matter even if it was a little boring. Naturally, he didn't know that something had happened to Suamo. He also didn't know that two figures were approaching him. Someone's here? The Nine Streams Gate Master's eyes suddenly opened. His brows furrowed as his gaze landed on Qin Shao and Sword Master who had walked out from the void. His Highness Qin Shao? The Nine Streams Gate Master's expression changed as his gaze landed on Qin Shao. As the Nine Streams Gate Master, he naturally knew of Qin Shao. However, the Nine Streams Gate Master's heart was filled with shock. Why was Qin Shao looking for him? He didn't have anything to do with Qin Shao. Or was it just a coincidence that he was passing by? But the possibility of this happening shouldn't be high, right? Unsure of Qin Zhao's intentions, the Nine Streams Gate Master's face was filled with vigilance. Qin Shao said, "You don't have to panic, Nine Streams Gate Master. I'm here to discuss some matters with you. I don't intend to do anything to you." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Nine Streams Gate Master was even more certain that Qin Shao had come specially to find him. He wasn't just passing by. His true body was hiding here, so it should be extremely safe and well hidden. Since Qin Shao had come directly to find his true body and even went to the Nine Streams Gate to find his doppelganger, it was obviously not a small matter. He had directly used the information he had obtained from Heavenly Court Island. Therefore, the Nine Streams Gate Master was even more uncertain of Qin Zhao's intentions. However, seeing that Qin Shao didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he still said, "I've long heard of your Highness Qin Zhao's great name. It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you 100 times. It's just that this Nine Streams Gate Master really doesn't know what made your Highness Qin Shao go to such great lengths to find my true body. My doppelganger has always been in the Nine Streams Gate. If your Highness Qin Shao has any matters, you can come directly to my Nine Streams Gate to find me. Here, I don't have anything to entertain your Highness Qin Shao. If there's anything I've neglected, I'll have to ask your Highness Qin Shao to forgive me." Chapter 1038. A chance to choose. Are you sure you don't know what you've done? Qin Zhao's gaze turned colder, causing the Nine Stream Sect Master's heart to go numb. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He was the Nine Stream Sect Master, an ancestor who had lived for over 1 trillion years, the overlord of the star field. How long had it been since he felt this way? He had long heard of His Highness Qin Zhao's strength, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw it, His Highness was so strong that it scared him, especially when His Highness's cold eyes were filled with a hint of majesty and reproach. The Nine-Stream Sect Master felt a little apprehensive. Nine-Stream Sect Master's heart sank. He knew that His Highness Qin Zhao's purpose in coming here was probably for the Fiend Celestial. Otherwise, he could not think of any other possibilities. If it was an ordinary matter, His Highness would have gone to the Nine-Stream Sect Master's headquarters to look for his clone. There was no need to go through so much trouble to look for his main body directly. This made the Nine-Stream Sect Master feel like crying, but no tears would come out. He had always been very secretive about this matter, and only 3 people knew about it. One was him, the other was Jian Feng's ancestor, and the last one was Omo had always been in the origin world, and Jian Feng's ancestor was guarding the Nine-Stream Sect. Logically speaking, this matter should not have leaked out at all. It had been millions of years, and everything had been peaceful. Why would His Highness Qin Zhao suddenly come to his door to denounce him? Which part of the process went wrong? The Nine-Stream Sect Master naturally did not think that Suo Mo had been controlled by Qin Zhao. He also found it hard to imagine that Qin Zhao had the ability to control Suo Mo silently. Suo Mo was his servant, and he would not dare to disobey him. The Nine-Stream Sect Master tried to contact Suo Mo with his soul power, but he found that he could not contact him. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. If Suo Mo could not be contacted, did that mean he had disappeared? There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been controlled. To be able to take control of an origin lord without anyone noticing, this was a terrifying technique. The Nine-Stream Sect Master knew that it must be the work of His Highness Qin Zhao. His Highness Qin Zhao was such an important person. Why did he go to the origin world for no reason? But now that things had come to this, no matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. Nine-Stream Sect Master was completely certain that the matter of the demonic god had been discovered. Now, His Highness Qin Zhao had obviously come to punish him. What? Facing Qin Zhao's ancestors, he knew that he had himself. Run? If he could escape, then it would be a joke. He was powerless to resist. He didn't even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. Him saw the Sect Master to Qin, that was Qin Studio. Was Studio. Sect Master Nine-Stream Sect Master, Qin Zhao said coldly. You are a Sect Master, a powerhouse of the God Realm, and a member of the Desolate Land's Temple Domain. You are blessed by our holy light. How dare you collude with evil and become Eros's lackey, willing to be a spy? Do you even have the slightest bit of conscience that a human should have? For your own personal gain, you have brought the entire Nine-Stream Sect to eternal damnation. You have turned Nine-Stream Sect into sinners. Don't you feel ashamed? As a human, you help the evildoers and become the lackey of the Otherverse to harm the human race. Don't you think you are worse than a beast? Saying that you're scum is already a compliment. Sect Master Nine-Stream Sect Master, your actions have infuriated me. What else do you have to say for yourself? No. Agitated, the Sect Master hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. You misunderstand, Your Highness Qin Zhao. The situation isn't like that. It's true that I am working for the demon god, but the demon god isn't from Eros. He isn't from the Otherverse. Although I am of a lowly status, I am still the leader of a faction and the leader of a clan. As a human, I should contribute to the human race. Why would I do something like this? I've wronged you? Qin Zhao sneered. Then why don't you tell me who this demon god is? Why is he spreading his evil faith in Atoso's origin world? Nine-Stream Sect Master immediately said, the demonic god is indeed an evil person, but he is definitely not someone from another universe. I've known the demon god since 1 trillion years ago. We met in a dangerous situation and became sworn brothers. The demon god is cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. His personality is a little strange. His whereabouts have always been uncertain, and he rarely shows himself. That's why very few people know of his existence. He likes to spread his faith. Of course, I couldn't refuse him when he asked me for help. Plus, I do owe him a great favor, so that's utter nonsense, Qin Shao said angrily. Spreading faith is of no practical use to a great being. Why would the demon god go to such great lengths to spread his evil faith? You know full well that the desolate land shrines forbid the spread of evil, yet you still knowingly broke the law. Do you think you can fool me with such excuses? Your Highness Qin Shao, I'm speaking the truth. If your Highness still believes me, then there's nothing I can do. I have indeed broken the law knowingly in this matter. I am willing to accept the desolate land shrine's investigation and punishment. If your Highness Qin Shao wishes to punish me, I won't say a word. It's just that I really don't dare to bear such a heavy crime. I hope your Highness Qin Shao will investigate this matter. Otherwise, your Highness Qin Shao can send the Desolate Land Army to investigate my Nine Creeks sect. I'll definitely cooperate. The Nine Creeks sect master clenched his teeth and refused to admit it. How should he put it? If something like this really happened, it wasn't Qin Zhao's place to interfere. The Desolate Land Shrines had a department that specialized in managing such matters. Usually, such matters would be handled by the Desolate Land Army. Of course, Qin Shao could interfere if he wanted to. After all, Qin Zhao's status in the Desolate Land Shrines was very high. Naturally, no one would say anything if he interfered in some matters. If it was an ordinary great being, they probably wouldn't interfere in such matters. Not many people were willing to meddle in other people's business. Junior Qin Shao. A voice suddenly sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao frowned slightly, and a shadow appeared in his mind. Senior Yang. Yang was also a great being of the Desolate Land Shrines. Qin Shao had met him a few times. When the shrines were just sealed, Yang had also congratulated Qin Shao. Yang had also attended Qin Zhao's opening ceremony and had also prepared a generous gift. Qin Shao still remembered all of this. Although he didn't have a deep impression of Yang, he didn't have any bad impressions of him. Yang smiled and said, Junior Qin Shao is really elegant. You even went so far. I heard that Junior Qin Shao is questioning the Nine Creeks sect master. I wonder if he can be thick-skinned and ask for some face from Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at the Nine Creeks sect master. The Nine Creeks sect master was looking at Qin Shao cautiously. Obviously, Yang had been invited by the Nine Creeks sect master. Qin Shao didn't expect that the Nine Creeks sect master was so powerful that he could invite Senior Yang. To be able to get the shrines of the Desolate Land Shrines to intercede on his behalf, he must have a lot of face. Qin Shao was indeed very unhappy about this matter. However, in the face of Yang, Qin Shao still smiled and said, Senior Yang, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the Nine Creeks sect master. Why did you bother to intercede on his behalf? This is something that happened 1 trillion years ago. I have been with the Nine Creeks sect master for tens of millions of years. Speaking of which, I owe him a favor. Junior brother Qin Shao, take a look here. If there's nothing particularly big, see if you can give me some face. I'll thank junior brother Qin Shao in person later. Mighty Yang said with a smile. If it was really a matter of spreading evil beliefs, since Yang had stepped forward, Qin Shao had no reason to not give him some face. It was just that this matter wasn't a small matter. Therefore, Qin Shao still said, I'm very sorry, Senior Yang. It's not that I don't want to give you some face, but this matter is really too important. If it was just spreading evil beliefs, I definitely wouldn't do this. Senior Yang should know my character. I don't like to bully others. However, this matter concerns the safety of the realm of the gods and the Desolate Land Shrines. I can't let it go so easily. Hearing this, Yehong's face fell, and he said with a serious tone, It's that serious? The Nine Creeks sect master said that he was wrongly accused? Whether he was wrongly accused or not, I have to investigate thoroughly before making a conclusion. Based on what I know for now, there shouldn't be any discrepancies. Senior Yang, I can guarantee you that if it's not what I think, I won't do anything to him. If it's true, then this matter won't be resolved so easily. Qin Shao said with a serious face. Senior Yehong's expression also became serious, and he said, Junior Qin Shao, what exactly is the matter? Qin Shao said, Senior Yang, I'll explain it to you in detail after I ask clearly. Let's leave it at that for now. After saying that, Qin Shao forcibly cut off the connection with Senior Yang. This matter was too big. Qin Shao naturally had to be more careful and couldn't be careless. The Nine Creeks sect master thought that there would be a turn for the better after he invited Yang. Although Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong and his radiance was strong enough, Yang was after all an elder of the Desolate Land Shrines. He should at least give some face if he stepped forward. But the Nine Creeks sect master didn't expect that Qin Shao wouldn't give Yang any face at all. Nine Creeks sect master, don't think about such petty schemes right now. It doesn't matter who you find. Spies from other universes are punishable by all. This is a matter that infuriates both man and God. Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Qin Shao said coldly again. The Nine Creeks sect master directly denied it to the end. Your Highness Qin Shao, you're strong and I'm weak. Whatever you say goes. If you insist, then I can't refute it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Tell me more about the God Fiend's background before I tell you what I want. Don't worry, I'll definitely buy information from Heavenly Court Island. So when you come up with a lie later, you'd best make it sound more convincing. Otherwise, you can directly question Heavenly Court Island's ability to gather information. If you can find out that this God Fiend isn't someone from another universe, I'll immediately let you go. If you can't find out, what will you do? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Shao said again. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Nine Creeks sect master's face turned deathly pale. It was over. Chapter 1039. Commitment to the God Fiend was from Eros and had no karmic connection with the primordial chaos universe. Fate couldn't capture him either. Furthermore, the people of Eros had always been cautious. Therefore, even Heavenly Court Island could not find any traces of the Eros. If the Heavenly Court Island could find out, Eros would have been destroyed by the God Realm long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't find anything that they wanted the Nine-Stream sect master to reveal some details about the demon god. Wouldn't that be tantamount to a confession without being pressed, doubting the Heavenly Court's ability? If that happened, Almighty Baihong would no longer believe his words. If Qin Shao was really serious, then how could he continue to hide it? A lie was a lie after all. As long as it was a lie, it would be easily exposed. Seeing that the master of the Nine-Stream sect had nothing to say, Qin Shao said in a voice as cold as a sharp sword, "Why don't you tell me the truth?" The Nine-Stream sect master knew that there was no way for him to escape today, and there was no way for him to defend himself. He could only throw caution to the wind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just kill me." Seeing the Nine-Stream sect master's suicidal look, Qin Shao sneered and said, "Nine-Stream sect master, I know what you're thinking right now. Since you're Eros lackey, you'll definitely be controlled by Eros." In front of Eros, a small sect like Nine-Stream sect was as weak as an ant. It's true that you, the master of the Nine-Stream sect, are nothing. You don't want to bear the wrath of Eros, and you can't bear it. You must be thinking that if you betray Eros, then you and your Nine Creeks sect won't be able to survive and will all be killed. And if you don't say anything, you're asking for death. Even if you die, Nine Mountain Stream's ancestor will also die. At the very least, Nine Mountain Stream sect would still be able to survive. Even if our godly Hall of Desolation wants to punish you, we will not implicate your clansmen. Am I right? The Nine-Stream sect master simply laughed. Since he was already prepared to die, there was nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps he, the Nine-Stream's sect master, had never imagined that such a day would come. What he had constructed in his heart was a vision of the future. But who would have thought that the situation in Atoso's world would be discovered by Prince Qin Shao? Originally, spreading evil beliefs wasn't a big matter. But who would have thought that Qin Shao would be able to find the unusual situation? It was all this was. The 999-stream sect master had his ancestor. Was Qin Shao Baihong. Qin, you translation you what? You God. You translation be what you translation. In any case, if I fall into your hands today, only death awaits me. My doppelganger is too lazy to run away. You can go ahead and inform the Desolation God Squad to capture me. I be that as I is. Was. I. The 99 Streams Sect Master was ready to die. He wouldn't give Qin Xiao a chance to question him. Qin Xiao smiled disdainfully when she saw how determined he was. If you could be so magnanimous and throw life and death to the back of your mind, then you wouldn't have been so spineless as to become a spy and a pawn of the Arrow clan. There were many powerful people who weren't afraid of death. But obviously, they weren't like the 9 Streams Sect Master. Although Qin Xiao hadn't lived for long, he still thought that he had a good eye for people. The 9 Streams Sect Master closed his eyes. He didn't want to talk anymore. Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He knew that it wasn't easy to deal with an old fox like him. To put it bluntly, you're still afraid of death. As powerful people, there aren't many who are willing to die. Even if you've lived for 1,000,000,000 years, what's 1,000,000,000,000 years to a powerful person? 9 Streams Sect Master, I've looked into you. You're a very ambitious person. If I were to promise you a lifetime, would you be willing to cooperate with me? You should know what I'm after. My target isn't you or your 9 Streams sect. It's Eros. You should know what I'm capable of. As long as you're willing to cooperate with me, I guarantee with my integrity that I'll speak to Master Qingye about this. There won't be any accidents. The 9 Streams Sect Master's expression changed slightly when he heard Qin Xiao's last words. If that was the case, it wasn't impossible for him to consider it. However, an old fox like him wouldn't easily believe Qin Xiao's words. Seeing the 9 Streams Sect Master's reaction, Qin Xiao knew that there was hope. As long as there was a reaction, it meant that there was room for negotiation. As long as there was a small opening, it would be easy. What he was afraid of was people who wouldn't budge no matter what. People like that could only be killed. Qin Xiao, you can't possibly be so kind as to let me go, right? Even if you're willing to let me go, I have nowhere to hide, right? Since you've analyzed my situation so accurately, you should know that I have no other choice, the 9 Streams Sect Master said after a long silence. But your conscience can make the choice, Qin Xiao said sternly. Conscience? The 9 Streams Sect Master laughed self-deprecatingly. He didn't think so. He was just an insignificant person. So what if he was an almighty? He was just an ordinary almighty who didn't have much influence. At most, he could dominate a territory. So what? Qin Xiao also knew that everyone had their own ambitions. The 9 Streams Sect Master definitely wouldn't listen to what he said. Qin Xiao calmed down a little before continuing. That's right. If you were exposed, there would be no way to hide. You can't hide, but I have a way to help you. Of course, I won't let you go so easily. That would be letting you off too easily. I've said that I can guarantee your life, but that's all I can do. The 9 Streams Sect Master frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He wanted to hear what Qin Xiao had to say. Since the situation was already so bad, the 9 Streams Sect Master didn't care anymore. You should have heard of the Desolate Land Prison, right? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. The Desolate Land Prison? The 9 Streams Sect Master's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. These words were enough to make people tremble in fear. How could he not have heard of it? The Desolate Land Prison was used by the Desolate Land Divine Palace to punish those who had committed the most heinous crimes. They were made to suffer endless pain, so much so that they were better off dead. It was either used to imprison almighties who had committed crimes, or it was used to imprison evil beings, such as ancient giant beasts. Being imprisoned in the Desolate Land Prison was a nightmare for any living being. A super nightmare. Therefore, when the 9 Streams Sect Master heard about the Desolate Land Prison, he broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood what Qin Xiao meant. However, his expression grew even uglier. Qin Xiao didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked coldly at the 9 Streams Sect Master and waited for his final reply. If he still didn't agree, then Qin Xiao could only bring him back to the Desolate Land Army and let them deal with him according to the law. For such a heinous crime, only death awaited him. There was no doubt about it. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the 9 Streams Sect Master finally made his decision. This decision was indeed very difficult for him, but he had no other choice. The 9 Streams Sect Master bit his lip hard and said, Your Highness Qin Xiao, Are you sure you can safely send me to the desolate land prison without being harmed by others? When he heard that the Nine Streams sect master was willing to relent, the coldness in Qin Zhao's eyes faded a little. He said, "If you don't believe me, then I can swear on my soul. Although the desolate land prison is very scary, at least you can survive. The punishment in the desolate land prison will only last until the end of this universe era. At the beginning of the next universe era, you may have a chance to come out again. If you really can't withstand it, then there's a possibility that you will die in the desolate land prison. At least, there's a high chance that you will survive in the desolate land prison. No matter how powerful Eros is, he won't be able to kill you in the desolate land prison. You should know this very well. This is your only way out. You should be very clear about this. Other than this, you have no other way out. Eros's target is you. At most, he will add the Jianfeng ancestor. Your Nine Streams sect's Eros shouldn't make a move. Otherwise, if there is too much of a commotion, then our desolate land temple is not to be trifled with. Of course, your clone and the Jianfeng ancestor will definitely not be able to survive. I will only protect you. Someone has to come out and answer for this matter. If you're willing to cooperate with me and honestly tell me everything, then your life will be spared. Your Nine Streams sect will also be fine. If I were you, I would choose this path too. What do you think?" The Nine Streams sect master smiled bitterly. He really couldn't feel happy now. His life was temporarily saved, but he had lost too much. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really didn't want to choose this path. He wanted to choose a path where he could barely survive. But what else could he do? Now that things had come to this, there was no room for negotiation at all. There's a saying in my hometown, "A bad life is better than a good death." As long as you are alive, then there is still hope. But once you are dead, then there is nothing left. We can't expect everyone to be so great and so selfless. When I do things, I only ask for a clear conscience. If you want to talk about greatness, then I can't be considered great. All right, can you tell me the details of Xiang's situation now? Qin Xiao asked. The Nine Streams sect master nodded helplessly and began to narrate. In fact, the story wasn't strange at all. According to the Nine Streams sect master, he had mistakenly entered a secret realm a long time ago and fell into the hands of Eros. He was then forced by Eros to become a spy. All these years, he had been secretly working for Eros and was Eros' little pawn. However, he had no choice back then. In order to save his life, he could only agree to Eros and become Eros' lackey. This demon god was indeed one of Eros' men. In fact, Qin Xiao wasn't 100% sure of this at the beginning. He only wanted to deceive the Nine Streams sect master. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't completely believe the Nine Streams sect master's words. He only half believed and half doubted them. However, all of this wasn't important. What was important was that the Nine Streams sect master was willing to obediently submit and cooperate with him. Since he had already promised not to kill him, Qin Xiao didn't care what the truth was. Chapter 1040. Setting a trap. Now that the matter regarding the Nine Mountain Ridges sect master was more or less settled, Qin Xiao said, "All right, since the matter is more or less settled, let's get down to business." Business? Nine Stream sect master's expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew something was up. However, he had no choice but to cooperate. Qin Xiao continued, "You should be able to contact the demon god. He asked you to spread faith for him, so he must come here to collect faith. You'll collect it and pass it to him, but he'll have to come here to collect it himself. Your original body's hiding place is more secluded, so I'm guessing that most of your previous interactions were here. So, contact the demon god now and ask him to come here to collect faith." What? Contact the demon god? This was setting a trap for the demon god. Qin Zhao's action made Nine Stream sect master break out in cold sweat. He was openly provoking the demon god. If the demon god was angry, would his Nine Stream sect still have a way out? What, you're not willing? Qin Xiao asked coldly. Nine Stream sect master felt like dying. Your Highness Qin Xiao, it's not that I'm not willing. It's just that the demon god is too powerful. If I lure him here to set a trap to kill him, I'll be the biggest sinner. About this, Qin Shao waved his hand. What? You don't believe in my strength? Do you think it's the demon god or me? This nine-stream sect master was indeed worried about this matter. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Qin Zhao's strength, but he knew that the demon god was very powerful. However, he wasn't sure how powerful he was. He only knew that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist the demon god. Qin Shao was indeed very powerful, but he couldn't guarantee exactly how powerful he was. Therefore, if the demon god was lured here and Qin Shao couldn't kill him, the situation would be very bad. Moreover, if he provoked a few more arrows powerhouses, wouldn't the situation be even worse? If Qin Shao couldn't defeat them, would he still be able to live? The answer to this question was obviously no. Therefore, the nine-stream sect master had no choice but to worry about this matter. However, under Qin Zhao's powerful aura, how could a nine-stream sect master dare to resist? Therefore, the nine-stream sect master could only nod his head in the end. Now, there was no other way. Since they had placed their bets on Qin Shao, they could only go all the way. There was no other choice. As long as he dared to say no, he knew that Qin Shao would not let him off easily. Since both were harmful, he could only choose the lesser. In the depths of the endless sea of darkness, in an extremely hidden place, from within a black mountain, a figure flew out. His appearance was a little peculiar. However, the moment he flew out, he transformed into the appearance of a human. If Qin Shao were here at this time, he would definitely discover that this appearance was exactly the same as the demon god statue in Atoso's source world. The demon god's lips curled into a cold and eerie smile. The nine-stream sect master is an idiot. He only managed to collect a batch of power of faith after so long. He's really useless. Collecting power of faith is a little too slow. It's better to directly consume the souls of humans. It's a pity that the clan leader told us not to easily consume the souls of humans. It's all that idiot's fault. He exposed himself once before. Now he can't easily consume the souls of humans. Otherwise, why would I care about this little bit of power of faith? Now there's no better choice. We can only consume some power of faith. The demon god was very careful in his actions. Eros was the most proficient in dark methods. They could fly in the endless sea of darkness without leaving any traces behind. It was extremely difficult to detect. It was precisely because of this that Eros was able to hide so well. Even Heavenly Court Island couldn't find a trace of them. Moving quickly in the darkness, they finally arrived at an area. However, as soon as they arrived, the demon god frowned deeply. He sensed that something was wrong. The mirage? That damn Nine Creeks. How dare he set this demon god up? The demon god was very shrewd. As soon as he sensed the mirage, he knew that something was wrong. He immediately knew that he had been betrayed by the Nine Creeks sect master. The demon god's eyes were as sharp as knives. He scanned the surroundings and said eerily, "Who's sneaking around and doing such despicable things? Come out and show yourself." A figure walked out of the mirage and stood gracefully in front of the demon god. He held a long sword in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his anger was like thunder. He stared coldly at the demon god with a murderous look in his eyes. Qin Shao? The demon god recognized the person in front of him. His frown deepened. Qin Shao said coldly, "It seems that you still recognize me. However, it's not strange that someone from Eros would recognize me. After all, I've dealt with Eros a few times. I even had the honor of meeting your clan leader once." Previously, the clan leader of Eros had attacked Qin Shao, but he had been stopped by the palace master of Desolate Land. That battle between universe masters was still fresh in Qin Zhao's memory. It was still vivid in his mind. It was too shocking. Only a few people in the entire god world had the honor of witnessing a battle between universe masters. Qin Shao had seen it before. The people of Eros were indeed familiar with Qin Shao. Of course, the reason why they were familiar with Qin Shao was not entirely because Qin Shao had dealt with Eros a few times before. More importantly, the clan leader of Eros had instructed the people of Eros not to provoke Qin Shao. Even if they did, they were not to kill Qin Shao. At first, many people did not understand. However, they gradually understood that the clan leader was thinking about the big picture. Qin Shao was Red Dust Guest's disciple, and Red Dust Guest was currently an outsider who would not help either side. If Eros killed Red Dust Guest's disciple, Red Dust Guest would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. If that happened, Red Dust Guest would turn around and help the God world. Then Eros would be in deep trouble. Therefore, for the sake of the big picture, the clan leader of Eros people had personally ordered that they were not to provoke Qin Shao unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, when the demonic god saw that Qin Shao was the one who had set up the trap to deal with him, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Putting aside whether he could deal with Qin Shao alone, even if he could, there was nothing he could do to Qin Shao. Just thinking about it made him very unhappy. Qin Shao, the demonic god, said, "I didn't provoke you. Why did you go through so much trouble to lure me here?" Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "What do I mean? Of course it's to kill you. You are a member of Eros. Everyone in the god world has the right to kill you. You usually hide very well, so we have no way of finding you. Now that I've lured you out, what do you think I'm trying to do? Cut the crap. Die." With that, Qin Shao did not say anything else and immediately attacked. Of course, before he attacked, Qin Shao had already informed Master Qingye of the situation. To be able to capture a member of the Eros tribe alive was quite a meaningful thing. Master Qingye had also rushed over as fast as he could, but the demonic god was one step ahead of him. Seeing that Qin Shao attacked without saying anything, the demonic god's heart skipped a beat. In fact, when he realized that something was wrong, he had already informed the clan leader. It was just that the clan leader did not respond to him immediately. Seeing that Qin Shao had attacked, the demonic god became anxious and was about to attack. At this moment, a huge hand reached out from the void and slammed down heavily. The terrifying power distorted the void completely, as if it was about to be crushed. Under this power, the demon god's eyes couldn't help but be filled with fear. The intense fear made the demonic god lose the ability to fight back. Qin Shao pursed his lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He knew that Master Qingye had arrived to attack. In fact, he wanted to take down the demonic god personally. However, since Master Qingye had already made his move, there was nothing more for him to do. How could the demonic god break free from Master Qingye's hands? Thus, he was immediately imprisoned by Master Qingye. The demonic god, who had been imprisoned, immediately fell into despair. Truly, a single misstep could lead to everlasting regret. He did not expect to fall into the hands of the god palace of Desolate Land just like that. He felt that he had been very careful, but he did not expect to fail miserably at such a simple task. One wrong step, and the whole game would be lost. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the god palace of Desolate Land, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Even if the clan leader wanted to save him, it would be difficult for him to do so. It was over. He was really done for this time. He had really taken a big tumble. Despicable Qin Shao, despicable and shameless humans, how dare you trick me? The demonic god cursed angrily in despair. However, Master Qingye and Qin Shao could not be bothered with him. Master Qingye walked out and landed in front of Qin Shao in a single step. "Let's go back first. We can't stay here for long," Master Qingye said. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped Qin Shao. Then, the two of them tore open the void and left. Not long after the two of them left, a blurry giant face appeared in the void. It was ferocious and extremely angry. On the other side, Master Qingye had already sent the Desolate Land army to take control of the entire Nine Streams sect and capture all the important figures. The doppelganger of the Nine Streams sect master did not put up any unnecessary resistance and surrendered immediately. And this matter also quickly spread in the divine world and caused a huge uproar and also caused many people to be in a state of panic. The Nine Streams sect master was not the first spy to be exposed, but he was definitely the one with the greatest impact. He was publicly serving as Eros' lackey, which was a disgrace to him. The reputation of the Nine Streams sect master was thoroughly tarnished. Such a matter could be said to have caused an uproar in the divine realm. It caused a lot of discussion and also made the situation in the divine realm a little tense. Qin Xiao and Master Qingye returned to the desolate land temple. At Qin Zhao's request, the Nine Streams sect master's original body was locked up in the desolate land prison, while the demonic god was secretly imprisoned. The temple master of the desolate land temple would personally interrogate the people of Eros. They would be able to dig out some information from them. Even if they could not dig out anything, an Eros people was still a useful bargaining chip. Chapter 1041. Human Ambition. The Nine Mountains Gate incident caused a storm in the realm of the gods. However, it wasn't a big one and died down very quickly. The spy incident only attracted a lot of attention because it was a big one. However, it wasn't a big deal to the five great sacred lands. He had already expected such a thing to happen. The realm of the gods was too big after all. There were countless gods, countless forces, and all kinds of people. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. That was indeed the case. Eros's meticulous planning over the years was all-pervasive. It was normal for him to leave many pawns in the realm of the gods. If they couldn't even do something like this, then the Ero race was truly incompetent. Therefore, the five great sacred lands had already known about this incident. They even secretly knew about many spies. They just didn't want to alert the enemy. Capturing a member of Eros alive would be a huge contribution to an ordinary person. Of course, such a contribution was nothing to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, you've captured a member of the Eros tribe. You need to be careful on your own side. Eros is extremely united. They treat every member as their own. Therefore, they will do everything they can to save him. You will definitely be Eros' main target. Master Qingye reminded him. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, I understand, Master Qingye. I will be more careful. It won't be easy for Eros to deal with me. I don't have to worry about myself. However, I'm afraid that Eros will use some despicable means to deal with my friends and family. I've already informed them not to leave the Nine-State City and Tinder City for the time being. If there's anything, they could just send someone out. The desolate land is the territory of the Temple of the Gods. I believe Eros won't act rashly. Jim and Greenleaf nodded and said, under normal circumstances, the Ero race shouldn't dare to enter your hidden dragon territory. Of course, this was not absolute. Eros had many tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, even if they have a lot of pawns, it's hard for us to know what kind of pawns are lurking in the dark. I can't deal with you, but I can deal with your clansmen and friends. I've also arranged for some forces to be stationed in the dark. I hope that they can protect your nine-continent city and infernal city well. Qin Xiao looked at Master Qingye gratefully and said, Thank you, Master Qingye. Jim and Greenleaf chuckled. This is something that our godly temple of the wilds should do. If everyone could think like you, selflessly contributing and fighting evil to the bitter end, then I'm sure our god realm would become even more powerful. In that case, even if Eros, the machine race, the Yao realm, the Nether realm, and the Abyss demon realm join forces, they won't be much of a threat to the divine realm. But the human race isn't united. We're constantly at war with each other, not to mention external enemies. Qin Xiao nodded. That was indeed the case. In comparison, the human race wasn't united at all. In this aspect, they couldn't compare to the Yao realm, the Netherworld race, or the Abyss demon race. Not to mention Eros and the machine race. If the human race could be as united as Eros, they would be invincible. However, the divine realm was so big, and there were so many humans. It was really too difficult to unite. Fortunately, the five sacred lands were still united. Although there were many open and covert struggles, the five sacred lands would still unite and fight against their enemies when the divine realm's survival was at stake. It was because of this that the divine realm's prosperity and stability were ensured, and that the divine realm would always be the overlord of the primordial universe. This hadn't changed since the first universe era. Master Qingye said, No matter how many spies there are, they're just a bunch of clowns. They won't affect the big picture or the foundation of the divine realm. At most, they'll cause us some trouble. But that doesn't matter. The real war will still depend on our top forces. As long as we're still here, everything will be fine. Therefore, you don't have to deliberately look for those spies or deal with them. If you happen to run into them, kill them as a warning to others. As for the rest, just forget about it. Small fries won't be able to cause much trouble. Qin Shao nodded. He understood this principle. If he ran into them, he would take care of them. If he didn't, so be it. By the way, Qin Shao, do you think there's a problem with Yi Hong? Master Qingye suddenly asked. Senior brother Yi Hong. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Previously, Yi Hong had come to him to plead on behalf of the Nine-Stream Gate Master. Now, it was confirmed that the Nine-Stream Gate Master was Eros's spy. Therefore, this matter naturally made people wonder if Yi Hong Almighty was in cahoots with the Nine-Stream Sect Master. The Nine-Stream Gate Master was insignificant. After all, he wasn't a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple. If he died, then so be it. However, Yi Hong's situation was different. After all, he was a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple. He was very powerful. This kind of mighty figure would be the main force of the war in the future. Moreover, they were all sealed members of the Temple of Desolation. If they were willing to sell their lives to the Eros tribe, it would truly be too disappointing. In fact, Qin Shao had also seriously considered this question. However, Qin Shao still shook his head. I really can't say for sure. After all, I haven't interacted much with senior brother Yi Hong. We've only met twice. Both times were relatively short, and we didn't communicate much. It's hard for me to make a judgment based on this alone. Master Qingye said, I know Yi Hong very well, but the more I know him, the more problems I have to consider. Therefore, I just wanted to ask for your opinion. After all, you don't know Yi Hong well. When you judge him, you won't bring your personal feelings into it. Your judgment will be more accurate in comparison. Just tell me your opinion based on your current understanding. It's fine. We're just discussing this matter in private. It's not official. Just say whatever you think of. Don't worry about it. Qin Shao thought about it for a moment, then said, I'm also a little hesitant at the moment. Logically speaking, when I captured the Nine-Stream Sect Master and he asked senior brother Yi Hong for help, senior brother Yi Hong shouldn't have stood up for him. If he stood up for the master of a Nine-Stream Sect, wouldn't it be a little too obvious? The master of the Nine-Stream Sect asked him for help. If he's really in cahoots with the master of the Nine-Stream Sect, he should know that the matter has been exposed. Under such circumstances, if he still wants to plead for mercy for the master of the Nine-Stream Sect, wouldn't his actions be a little too obvious? Master Qingye gestured for Qin Shao to continue. Qin Shao continued. However, the situation isn't absolute. Perhaps senior brother Yi Hong is afraid that the master of the Nine-Stream Sect would reveal something, so he deliberately came to plead for mercy for the master of the Nine-Stream Sect to confuse our investigation. After all, based on this situation, we definitely think that senior brother Yi Hong isn't that stupid and should have nothing to do with this matter. So, there are two possibilities. But if I have to choose, I'd rather choose senior brother Yi Hong to be innocent. Senior brother Yi Hong has lived for more than 1 trillion years, so his experience can be considered quite deep. Moreover, he seems to have made some contributions to the Desolate Land Temple. As a senior of the Desolate Land Temple, would he really betray the Desolate Land Temple? Was he after? Master Qingye said, there are many things he's after. Strength is something that no one can give up. Yi Hong hasn't entered the celestial list yet. Although his strength is not bad among the Almighties, he's not at the top. He definitely has some ambitions. The celestial list and the ruler's realm. He might even want to enter it. The Yao realm, Nether realm, and the abyssal demon realm clearly know that Eros and the machine race are from the outerverse, but they're still willing to wallow in the mire. Their goal is to conquer the entire primordial chaos universe. This is ambition. The greater the power, the greater the ambition. Our 5 great holy lands may seem like an impenetrable fortress, but that doesn't mean we won't be infiltrated by Eros. Therefore, as long as there's some possibility, we can't afford to be careless. Of course, these are just guesses for now. There's no real evidence. However, I have to remind you that even if you're a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple in the future, you have to be careful. To put it simply, one should never have the intention to harm others, but one should always have the intention to guard against others. You're the main force of the celestial realm. Nothing can happen to you. Qin Shao nodded solemnly, indicating that he would remember Master Qingye's words. After discussing official matters, Master Qingye chatted with Qin Shao about other matters. He asked about Qin Zhao's current cultivation situation. Gem and Greenleaf was full of praise for Qin Shao. In the past tens of thousands of years, Qin Shao had traveled to various origin worlds. He had indeed gained a lot, and his strength had increased a lot. In particular, his cultivation of supreme-grade Great Daos had improved tremendously. Now, Qin Shao could be considered to have mastered all 6 supreme-grade Great Daos. Not many people in the entire primordial universe could achieve such a feat. Now, you can only rely on yourself for your cultivation. I don't have any good advice for you. What you need now is time to accumulate. You could travel to various places in the universe. Only by accumulating more will you be able to achieve great results, Master Qingye said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, that's what I'm planning to do as well. After all, I'm still too young. My accumulation is far from enough. Therefore, I need to accumulate more. Master Qingye, I'll take my leave first. Master Qingye nodded and waved his hand at Qin Shao. Go ahead. However, it might not be too peaceful recently. If anything happens, I'll call you back at any time. You just have to be careful when you're out there. I have a bad premonition. I'm afraid that the great calamity will come early. Therefore, you have to improve your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Chapter 1042. Goodbye to Baichuan Qin Shao did not stay in Tinder City for long. This time, he left Tinder City alone. Qin Shao had already traveled to more than 100 origin worlds. Qin Shao did not continue. Instead, he went to some dangerous places in the universe. Ancient dangerous places like the Primal Chaos Stream and the Gate of All Realms were among the 6 great dangerous places of the universe. Qin Shao went to Hongmeng Mountain first. Hongmeng Mountain was known as Hongmeng. It was said to be the first mountain formed in the universe at the beginning of the universe. Hongmeng was the first mountain formed in the universe. Secondly, it was because there was still Hongmeng Qi left here. However, the ancient remnant lands were extremely dangerous. Even if a ruler went in, he might not have the confidence to come out alive. If one's strength did not reach the heaven list, there was basically no chance of survival. Among the 6 great ancient danger lands in the universe, Hongmeng Mountain was ranked 2nd. The Primal Chaos Stream that Qin Shao went to was ranked 3rd, and the Gate of All Realms was ranked 6th. Qin Shao had already mastered all 6 great Daos. Hongmeng Dao was cultivated to the 5th level, Reincarnation Dao was cultivated to the 5th level, and the other 4 great Daos were cultivated to the 6th level. However, in terms of the application of great Daos, he only had some achievements in the ultimate Sword Dao. The other 5 great Daos were still in the beginning stages. This is Hongmeng Mountain. It's really vast and majestic. There's Hongmeng in the mountain. Hongmeng Divine Mountain. It's the first mountain when the universe was first formed. It's ranked 2nd among the 6 great dangerous places of the universe. However, I don't feel that there's anything scary about Hongmeng Mountain. Qin Shao saw Hongmeng Mountain from afar. At first glance, he was shocked. However, in terms of aura, he did not feel that Hongmeng Mountain was dangerous. In fact, he felt that it was very beautiful. Hongmeng Mountain was really huge. It was unknown how tall it was, and its length and width were indescribable. Standing in the endless sea of darkness, it emitted an incomparably dazzling light. This was the light emitted by the grand mist energy. It was very beautiful, simply magnificent. Hongmeng Mountain emitted a holy light. It was as if there was a mysterious force that attracted people to it. If one didn't know that these people were from the Hongmeng Mountain, they might have thought that this was a good holy mountain. Just the appearance alone was indeed too confusing. This time, Qin Shao wanted to explore Hongmeng Mountain. Firstly, he wanted to gain experience in such a dangerous place. After all, with Qin Zhao's current strength, there really wasn't any good place for Qin Shao to train himself other than the 6 most dangerous places in the universe. Only a place that could pose a certain threat to him would have some pressure and achieve the purpose of tempering himself. Therefore, ordinary places definitely wouldn't work. Although the effect of traveling in the source world was quite good, Qin Shao had already been to more than 100 source worlds, so he didn't want to continue traveling in the source world for the time being. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to go to Hongmeng Mountain. A figure suddenly walked out of the void, silently, and blocked Qin Zhao's path. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shao to be slightly startled. However, when Qin Shao clearly saw who it was, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his face. However, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Baichuan." The person who came was none other than the Otherverse powerhouse, Baichuan Fusu. Baichuan Fusu smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Preparing to go to Hongmeng Mountain to train?" Qin Shao nodded and said in a non-committal manner, "That's right, Senior Baichuan. Senior Baichuan must have come looking for me for something, right?" Qin Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Why was Senior Baichuan looking for him? Logically speaking, he shouldn't have anything to do with Senior Baichuan Fusu. Hence, Qin Shao was puzzled. Baichuan Fusu waved his hand, and the two entered a room and sat at a table. There was a pot of wine and 2 jade cups on the table. Baichuan Fusu poured a cup of wine and raised his hand to Qin Shao. After drinking a cup of wine, he opened his mouth and said, "Qin Shao, I came to find you today because I have some things to discuss with you. I've been in Hongmeng world for more than 100,000 years, and I've learned a lot about Hongmeng universe. I've also been to many places. There's a place that I found quite mysterious. You've been there before, it's called Death Valley." Death Valley? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He frowned and looked at Senior Baichuan Fusu. He didn't expect him to be here for Death Valley. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. He could vaguely guess the reason for Senior Baichuan Fusu's visit. "According to the information I've gathered over the past 100,000 years, your Hongmeng universe has indeed produced an amazing person in the First Era. I'm sure you know a lot about this. It's said that the Lord of Death has already found the way to the sacred region. After leaving behind 9 death valleys, he entered the sacred region." When Baichuan Fusu mentioned the Lord of Death, his face was filled with admiration. His eyes shone with a strong yearning. He had been drifting in the endless sea of a universe for countless years. His greatest desire was to find the sacred region and enter it. He wanted to obtain true immortality and not continue drifting in the dark. Baichuan Fusu didn't expect to find clues about the sacred region in Hongmeng universe. Hence, he was naturally excited. He couldn't wait to find Qin Shao and ask him about it. This was a huge secret of the God Realm. Qin Shao couldn't tell anyone about it. However, since Senior Baichuan Fusu knew about it, there was no point for Qin Shao to hide it from him. Hence, Qin Shao admitted it directly. "Yes, Senior Baichuan. According to what I know, the Lord of Death has indeed entered the sacred region. He even left behind the way to enter the sacred region. Of course, the Lord of Death's requirements are extremely high. He wouldn't easily let others know the location of the sacred region. Hence, he set up a terrifying test and set up 9 death valleys. It's just that, at the moment, these situations are only inferences and they haven't been completely confirmed. Hence, I don't dare to say how accurate it is. Senior Baichuan, how accurate do you think this is? Guess? You also think it's just a guess?" Baichuan Fusu smiled as he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He stared blankly at Senior Baichuan Fusu. From what he said, it wasn't a guess. If it wasn't a guess, didn't that mean it was true? But something that even the palace lord didn't dare to confirm. How could Senior Baichuan be so sure? Baichuan Fusu continued, "I've also entered the Death Valleys and found out quite a bit. Hence, I'm very sure that the Lord of Death has definitely found the sacred region. He's definitely in the sacred region right now. Although the sacred region has always seemed to only exist in legends, there has always been such legends. This proves that it's not baseless. Previously, I've always believed that the sacred region exists. It's just that we couldn't find it. We weren't strong enough to go to the sacred region. Now, I'm even more certain that the sacred region exists. The Lord of Death must have entered the sacred region. And before he went to the sacred region, He purposely left behind these 9 death valleys. Clearly, he wanted to leave the way to the sacred region for the future generations. He also hoped that the future generations would be able to enter the sacred region. Qin Shao didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Baichuan Fusu. Was there really a sacred region? Hearing this, it was indeed a bit too inconceivable. Even the desolate palace master did not dare to believe this matter. However, after hearing Baichuan Fusu speak so confidently, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this happening was very high. Of course, Qin Shao had always wanted the sacred region to exist. If there wasn't a sacred region, then everything would cease to exist when the primordial universe headed towards the primordial chaos tribulation. Qin Shao didn't want to be like Baichuan Fusu and the others, drifting in the endless sea of the universe. Since the sacred region existed, then he had to enter it. He had to. Baichuan Fusu continued, Qin Shao, with your potential, walking the path of the Lord of Death is still possible for you. Since someone has walked this path successfully, then you can definitely replicate the power of your ancestors. What we need to see now is how you're going to take this path. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it depended on how he walked it. He would definitely work hard to cultivate. Entering the sanctuary realm had long been Qin Zhao's goal, not only for himself, but also for his family and friends, for his people in the source world, and for the prosperity of the entire god race. Baichuan Fusu Sr., what do you need me to do? Qin Shao asked. Baichuan Fusu's expression became very serious. He looked at Qin Shao seriously. Qin Shao, you're so smart. You already guessed my goal. Firstly, I want to tell you about the sacred region's real situation. Secondly, I hope that you can grow up quickly. Thirdly, I want you to pass the first Death Valley's test and obtain the true clues left behind by the Lord of Death. As long as you get the clues and the map to the sacred region, then everything will be easy. According to my conjecture, the first Death Valley will definitely contain everything left behind by the Lord of Death, all the secrets. So, you have to pass the first Death Valley and obtain the final inheritance. Only like this, then your chances of finding the sacred region will be much higher. Of course, I'm doing this for my own selfish reasons. I'm thinking if you can really find the temple region in the future, then you have to bring me and my second brother along. That way, I'll be very grateful. Qin Shao quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Baichuan Sr., you're treating me like an outsider. I'm embarrassed. Even if Baichuan Sr. didn't ask, I would definitely think of a way to pass the first Death Valley. It's just that I'm still weak, so I need more time to improve myself. Chapter 1043. Hongming Mountain Sacred Area, a sacred place that all universe masters yearn for. Just like in the origin world, all the monks yearn for the godly world, the legendary godly world. Only those who were weak would view the sky from the bottom of a well. They would feel that the world was very small, and they would not be able to see further ahead. Sacred Area, to universe masters, was the place they yearned for the most, but no one knew if it existed or not. Even though they were willing to believe in the existence of Sacred Area, there was no concrete evidence to prove its existence. Baichuan Fusu and Prince, you had been drifting in the endless universe ocean for an unknown number of universe eras, but they still hadn't found Sacred Area. Where was Sacred Area? Did Sacred Area exist or not? This question was always thought-provoking, causing people to yearn for it and pursue it endlessly. Living in this world, one had to have a goal, or else one would live blindly and be no different from a walking corpse. The higher one stood, the greater one's goal would be. One's goal would always be endless. It wasn't just a desire, but a motivation to continue living. One had to live for a reason to make one's life exciting and happy. Some people live for hatred, some live for power and desire, some live for happiness, and some live for others. But no matter how one lived, one had to live for a reason. If one lived without a goal, what was the difference between that and death? Perhaps the life given to humans by the heavens was also for them to have all sorts of goals, which would make one's life so exciting. Qin Shao looked back at his past 300,000 years. When he was still a teenager, sometimes he was very weak. Back then, he only lived to become stronger, to not be bullied by others. Later on, He lived for his father, for his mother's revenge. Later on, he lived for the Qin family. The more he lived, the more burdens he had to bear, and the goal of his life changed again and again. But no matter how much he changed, Qin Shao still had a desire to become stronger. And by Chuan Fu Su and Prince, you had been drifting in the endless universe ocean for an unknown number of universe eras. But they were still able to survive because they still had a strong desire for sacred area. They wanted to enter sacred area. With this desire supporting them, their god hearts wouldn't crumble. By Chuan Fu Su and Prince, you had been drifting in universe ocean for countless years, and they had seen many corpses. They were all dead universe masters. When these universe masters entered the endless universe ocean, some might have perished in some dangerous situations, but some might have died due to the collapse of their deity hearts. The slow drifting and the endless darkness was indeed a test of one's heart. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, or if one's god heart wasn't firm enough, one's god heart would eventually collapse, and one would walk towards death. Qin Shao. Bai Chuan Fusa looked at Qin Shao with a serious expression. I've tried to enter First Death Valley, but I couldn't. If I unleash my full strength, I'm afraid I'll be expelled by the universe origin, so I don't dare to try too much. Now, all my hopes are pinned on you. No matter what, I owe you this favor for now. It might be difficult for me to promise you anything else, but if your godly world is really in danger, you can ask me for help. My second brother, and I can lend you a hand. If I unleash my full strength, I might not be able to kill a universe master, but I'll definitely be able to severely injure him. If there's really any trouble, my second brother and I can lend you our full strength, and we should be able to turn the tide and help your godly world out of trouble. Hearing Bai Chuan Fu Su's confident words, Qin Zhao's heart was shaken. Although Qin Shao knew Bai Chuan Fu Su was very powerful, perhaps even more powerful than Celestial Island leader, Qin Shao didn't have a clear idea. Now that he heard Bai Chuan Fu Su say this, he had a basic idea. Universe masters from other universes were greatly suppressed in the Hongmeng universe, and they could at most unleash 70% of their power. 70% of their power. Yet he was so confident that he could at least severely injure a universe master. How powerful did he have to be? Even if Celestial Island leader unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to do so. To be able to do such a thing, even when his strength was suppressed, Senior Bai Chuan Fu Su's strength was truly unfathomable and had reached an unimaginable level. And Prince Yu's power didn't seem to be much weaker than Bai Chuan Fu Su's. And with Qin Zhao's understanding of Bai Chuan Fu Su, he shouldn't be exaggerating. After the shock, Qin Shao was delighted, and he quickly said, "Then I'll represent the godly world to thank Bai Chuan Fu Su. Our godly world isn't in a good situation. If Bai Chuan Fu Su and Prince Yu are willing to lend a hand, then our godly world will have a much better chance. Then this matter is settled. I'll make a move first." Bai Chuan Fu Su nodded and left. After sending Bai Chuan Fu Su off, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. Actually, there was no need for Bai Chuan Fu Su to come personally. Qin Shao would definitely bring Bai Chuan Fu Su along if he could find the way to the Holy Domain. After all, Qin Shao had received quite a bit of help from Senior Bai Chuan Fu Su. He had obtained 2 supreme techniques, the Great Tao Creation Art and the Sword Sovereign Sutra. These 2 supreme techniques had surpassed all the techniques that Qin Shao knew of. In front of these 2 supreme techniques, the difference between the top 10 techniques was too great. Even the manuals couldn't compare to them. Qin Shao had received the manuals before, but he hadn't started cultivating them. For the past 200,000 years, Qin Shao had focused all his attention on the cultivation of the Great Tao. He didn't have the energy to cultivate techniques. There was also the Universe Treasure, Mt. Fengyu. These were all bestowed by Bai Chuan Fu Su Sr. It was a huge favor. Qin Shao would always remember this favor. Qin Shao had always remembered that there was a saying in his hometown, "You should repay the kindness of others with gushing springs." All these years, he had been doing the same. Retracting his thoughts, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Hongmeng Mountain once more. 9-Continent City. Ever since Infernal City was built, a large number of people from 9-Continent City migrated to Infernal City. Naturally, 9-Continent City became less lively. The forces left behind to guard Nine-Continent City were only one-fifth of what they used to be. However, ever since the Nine Mountain Gate incident, the city's defenses had been strengthened. The Desolate Land Shrine had also sent a portion of their forces to guard the city to prevent arrows from invading. In a courtyard, a man and a woman leaned against each other under a tree. From time to time, petals would fall from the tree, scattering a fragrance. Ciao. Why have you been so unhappy recently? Did I make you unhappy? Song Gue looked at Ling Xiao, in his arms with concern. He gently caressed her cheeks. Her skin was as smooth as glass and as delicate as milk. It was indeed beautiful. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched. There was no joy on her face. Instead, there was a hint of sadness. She said, Song Gue, I have lived with you in Nine-Continent City for tens of thousands of years. It might be a little boring to stay in Nine-Continent City all this time. It's fine. Don't worry about me. However, Song Gue was obviously not at ease. He still asked with concern, Xiao, do you think that we will attract criticism if we are together without any status? Actually, I have long wanted to marry you and give you a grand wedding. It's just that Master has not returned yet. I don't dare to make the decision on my own. Therefore, I want to wait for Master to return before telling him about this matter. I want to ask Master to host the wedding for us. This way, you will be more glorious. Ever since Song Gue saved Ling Xiao, in Grand Desert City, Ling Xiao had always been by his side. She had developed feelings of admiration for him. It was said that even heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Song Gue, who had never experienced such things, quickly fell in love with Ling Xiao. In addition to the tens of thousands of years together, the two naturally appreciated each other and walked together. Originally, Ling Xiao was with Song Gue's avatar in the Infernal Palace. However, ever since the matter with the Nine Mountain sect became more and more serious, Song Gue was worried about Ling Xiao and sent her back to the Nine-Continent City to be with his main body. After all, Nine-Continent City was the main base of the origin world. Moreover, Shi Jian's brother Pierce's main body was also here. The forces here were very strong and should be relatively safe. Ling Xiao shook her head and said, No, Song Gue, I'm not that vain. As long as I can be with you, I don't care if I have no status or status. You naturally have to report to your master about such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't you be betraying your master? This is a serious crime. How can I be so unreasonable? I am originally lowly. I don't care about status or status. Song Gue scratched his head and was even more puzzled. He then said, Ciao. Then why are you always so unhappy? Is it too boring to stay in Nine-Continent City? Don't you like to cultivate? Our Nine-Continent City has many places for cultivation. You can use many resources as you wish. Ciao. Your talent is actually not bad. I have seen you grow in these tens of thousands of years. Now, your cultivation has risen from second step to third step. At this speed, you will be able to become a fourth-step celestial god in a few 100,000 years. This kind of speed is pretty good. I don't dare to say much. Ciao, becoming a fourth-step celestial god won't be a problem for you at all. Ciao. You are willing to become someone's servant and sneak into the Great Desert Shang family. Wasn't your goal to obtain more cultivation resources and become stronger? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, why are you still unhappy? For the woman he liked, as long as she was a little unhappy, Song Gue would naturally be anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to make Ling Xiao happy. Ling Xiao's talent was not bad. The reason she became the young master's servant was to obtain some cultivation resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to run away. Fortunately, she was saved by Song Gue. Otherwise, no one knew what would have happened to her. Ling Xiao shook her head and looked at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 1044. Ling Xiao's sorrow, however, the more Ling Xiao said this, the more worried Song Gue became. Men were like this. They always cared about the woman they loved, treating her as more important than their own lives. Song Gue seriously thought about it, and his eyes lit up. Chower, I know. You definitely wanted to take you out to play, right? That's right. Staying in the nine-continent city every day is too boring. In these tens of thousands of years, we've traveled to every corner of the nine-continent city. There are many fun places in the divine realm, but I've never taken you there. I'm really too stupid. How about this, shower? I'll take you out to play, all right? We don't have to go too far. In any case, we'll just stay in the Hidden Dragon territory. According to what I know, there are some beautiful places in the Hidden Dragon territory. Ling Xiao shook her head. No, Song Gue. I don't want you to take me out to play. As long as I can stay with you, it doesn't matter where it is. It's all the same to me. I'm happy. It's just that. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go cultivate. Shower, don't forget it. If you have something to say, just say it. Is there anything that can't be said between us? If you don't say it, I really can't guess. It's my fault for being stupid. Just tell me. Shower, I'm begging you. If you're like this every day, I'll feel worse than death. Song Gue was as anxious as a child. Facing his first love, he was still very innocent. Ling Xiao had a difficult expression. However, she couldn't stand Song Gue's pleas. In the end, she bit her lips and said, It's like this, Song Gue. You should know why I became young Master Shang Jin's servant. Firstly, it was because I was too weak. Wherever I went, I would be bullied. Secondly, it was because I wanted to become stronger. That's why I didn't hesitate to pay a price. You've asked me about my hometown and my family before, but I haven't told you much. Previously, I felt that our relationship hadn't reached that stage yet, so it wasn't appropriate for me to ask you. Since you insist on asking, then I can only tell you. Actually, I still have clansmen. I escaped to become stronger and also to save my clansmen and help them escape the sea of suffering. But right now, I'm not strong enough, so I don't want to talk about this matter. It's just that I've escaped from my hometown for hundreds of thousands of years, and I don't know if my clansmen are still alive. So when I think about it, I feel. Only then did Song Gue feel relieved. Ciao. So it's because of this. Look at how stupid I am. I asked you before, but you weren't willing to tell me, so I didn't ask you again. I didn't think of this aspect. Ciao. Tell me about it in detail. As long as it's about your hometown, then it's my problem. I'll definitely help you. If my strength is not enough, then I will ask my senior brother for help. I believe that as long as my senior brother makes a move, there's no trouble that cannot be solved. Actually, as long as you make a move, you should be able to solve it easily. And it's even easier. Ciao. Since it's like this, what's there to hide? You should have told me earlier. Song Gue said. Ling Xiao shook her head. This is my private matter. How can I tell you? Also, I don't want to tell others about it. Otherwise, some people will gossip. Although I don't really care about these things, I don't care what others say about me. But I care about you. I don't want to hear others talk about you behind your back. If others talk about you because of me, I'd rather leave you. Song Gue immediately hugged Ling Xiao, and shook his head. No, Xiao, I won't allow you to leave me. I don't care about those gossips. I only care about you. Xiao, don't think too much. Don't do anything stupid. I won't tell anyone about this. I alone am enough. Xiao, there's no time to lose. Let's go to your hometown immediately. Where is it? Ling Xiao didn't move. Instead, she looked at Song Gue with deep affection. A blissful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A woman who had fallen in love would always seem a little silly. Song Gue scratched his head and touched his face. He looked at Ling Xiao blankly. After a while, he asked, Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Ling Xiao smiled and shook her head, but didn't say anything. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and just smiled. Song Gue was even more confused. Xiao, don't just smile. Tell me what's wrong. Ling Xiao sighed and shook her head. Why are you still so impatient? You're already hundreds of thousands of years old. Can't you be more mature? But you're really cute like this. Cute? Song Gue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could she use such a childish word to describe him? Ling Xiao stopped smiling and said seriously, It's not like you don't know the current situation. Our nine-state city is now an important place to protect. Your master also told you not to leave nine-state city. If you take me out of 9 States City now, it won't be child's play. If we encounter any danger, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. It's fine, Songgue. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. I'm just a little sad. I don't really want to do this right away. I know you're good to me. I know you care about me and care for me. I know if something happens to me, you'll definitely be anxious to do it for me. I know your heart. That's enough. As for the rest, I don't care. There's really no need to rush this matter. When things are stable, we'll go take a look. They're just my clansmen. My parents aren't there. Although she said this, Song Gue knew Ling Xiao's character. She didn't want him to take risks for her. Therefore, her words might have been a little light. However, Song Gue knew that there was no such thing as light. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be so sad. Therefore, Song Gue said with a resolute face, "Xiao, don't say any more. I know what I'm doing. As a man, if I can't even protect the woman I love and help her solve her problems, then what kind of man am I? Your clansmen are my clansmen. How can I continue to wait when they're in trouble? Besides, we don't know how long this situation will last. It might go on forever. Can we continue to wait? Therefore, this matter shouldn't be delayed. Since we've decided to do it, there's no need to hesitate. Just do it directly. The sooner we rescue them, the sooner they can be free and the fewer casualties. Besides, your hometown must be in the Hidden Dragon territory. The Hidden Dragon territory is my master's territory. It's the territory of the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land. I believe that no one will dare to offend you. Although the situation is a little bad, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. If there's nothing else, we'll try not to go out. But if there's really something, there's nothing to worry about. We'll just go directly. At the very least, if there's really any danger, I have a life-saving trump card given by my master. I can also ask my master, senior brother, and martial uncle for help. We're just in the Hidden Dragon territory. We won't go too far. Therefore, there won't be any trouble. But Ling Xiao was still worried, but it could be seen that her heart was moved. Song Gue waved his hand and said, "There's no buts. Just listen to me this time. If I can't even do such a small thing for you, then I'm not qualified to be your man. All right, Xiao, let's go. Tell me the address, and we'll go directly." Ling Xiao was still hesitant. She was struggling in her heart. After a while, she clenched her teeth and said, "All right, Song Gue, I'll listen to you this time. You're so good to me. Being able to meet you is the greatest fortune of my life. Being able to be with you is the greatest fortune of my life. Song Gue, I love you." Saying this, Ling Xiao threw herself into Song Gue's embrace. Song Gue hugged her tightly, his face brimming with happiness. Love had a special kind of magic. Song Gue and Ling Xiao secretly left 9 State City without letting anyone know. Although Ling Xiao's hometown was also in the Hidden Dragon territory, it was close to the border. It would take some time to get there from 9 State City. Fortunately, Song Gue had a flying treasure. He could get there in 10 years. 10 years wasn't long for a god. It could even be said to be very short. In the palace, Ling Xiao and Song Gue leaned against each other, drinking wine and chatting. While drinking, Song Gue's head tilted to the side and he fell on the table, unconscious. After Song Gue fell asleep, Ling Xiao's expression, which was originally brimming with joy and happiness, instantly turned cold. It was as if she had changed into a different person. Her eyes flickered with a dark light. A strange light shot out from the void, tearing the void apart and forming a huge mouth. It directly swallowed Song Gue's flying treasure and quickly disappeared, returning the void to its original calm. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. On the other side, in the Sword Mountain of Tinder City, a figure was practicing the sword. He was very diligent and serious. However, that figure suddenly stopped and frowned. His face revealed a trace of doubt. This person was none other than Song Gue's clone. Why did the connection between me and my main body suddenly weaken so much? Why does my main body feel completely unconscious? I can't sense the surrounding situation at all. What's going on? Did something happen? Could it be that My main body is so unlucky to have encountered Eros's power. Cold sweat seeped out from Song Gui's furrowed brows. He had a bad premonition. Chapter 1045. Broken heart slowly, Song Gui woke up. Song Gui shook his head hard, trying to clear his head. He tried to recall what had just happened. What happened? How'd I fall asleep after drinking some wine? Song Gui was very puzzled. He also realized that his connection with his clone was very weak. This situation was very scary. This meant that something big must have happened for it to be like this. Song Gui couldn't determine where he was by relying on his clone senses. He only knew that he had left the divine realm and entered the endless sea of darkness. However, the endless sea of darkness was so vast that Song Gui could only sense a vague direction. He couldn't be more specific. Under such circumstances, even if Song Gui's clone asked his master for help, Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to come and save him. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Xiao didn't have that kind of ability. What are you? Song Gui's gaze fell on a figure standing in front of him. It was a translucent body. It was like a black shadow standing there. It didn't have a face. It was just a black figure. The underworld race. Clearly, only the people of the netherworld race would look like this. Moreover, from the powerful aura emitted from the other party, Song Gui could clearly feel that the other party was an almighty. Moreover, it was an almighty who was relatively experienced. Just a trace of his aura was enough to let Song Gui know that he couldn't resist. How could Song Gui not understand his situation? He had been captured by the people of the underworld race. It was definitely Eros doing behind the scenes. Originally, he thought that nothing would happen in the hidden dragon territory. After all, he was just a small fry. However, he didn't expect to be captured by the people of the underworld race as soon as he came out. This made him feel very ashamed. Xiao, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Song Gui pulled Ling Xiao behind him and stared at the almighty of the underworld race. He felt like he was going to sacrifice himself for justice. There wasn't much fear on Song Gui's face. Instead, he looked determined. The terrifying pair of dark eyes stared at Song Gui, which was enough to make one's scalp go numb. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to be a hero here? With that little bit of strength of yours, do you think you have the slightest ability to resist? He really doesn't know what he's talking about. Song Gui gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't beat you, I won't back down. If you want to kill me, then do it. I will never beg for mercy. So, you don't have to think about getting anything from me, and don't even think about using me to threaten my master. Wasn't it just a life? What do I, Song Gui, fear? My life was given to me by my master. I should have died 200,000 years ago. Living an extra 200,000 years is more than enough for me." The almighty of the underworld race chuckled and said in a playful voice, "You have some backbone. You're also someone who values relationships. No wonder you were able to become the disciple of His Highness Qin Xiao. To be accepted as a personal disciple by Qin Xiao, you are indeed somewhat outstanding. I know you're not afraid of death, so I don't plan on doing anything to you. However, I feel that you value relationships a lot. You care a lot about this woman, don't you?" Song Gui's expression changed greatly when he heard the almighty of the underworld race. He didn't care about his own death, but he cared a lot about Ling Xiao's death. Song Gui firmly protected Ling Xiao behind him and stared at the almighty of the underworld race. The almighty of the underworld race walked over with a playful smile. Suddenly, a powerful force sent Song Gui flying. He couldn't resist at all. When Song Gui crawled back up, Ling Xiao had already fallen into the almighty of the underworld race. "Hurry up and let go of Xiao. If you dare harm a single hair on Xiao's head, the two of us will be irreconcilable." Song Gui's eyes immediately turned red. He glared at the almighty of the underworld race with extreme fury. However, the almighty of the underworld race didn't pay any attention to him. He tightly gripped Ling Xiao with one hand and stared at Qin Xiao with eerie eyes. "Brat, don't be agitated. If you want this woman to live, then you have to obediently follow my orders. You have to sign whatever I ask you. If I'm satisfied, then I'll consider letting this woman go. If you displease me, then this woman will die in front of you. Aren't you someone who values relationships? Don't you like this woman a lot? Then let's see how deep your love for this woman is. How much weight does this woman have in your heart? No. Song Gui was so angry that his teeth were about to crack. He was furious and wanted to resist, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Strength, at this moment, was displayed to the fullest in a cruel manner. What was the use of being angry? He had to make a choice now, a difficult choice. How could he make such a choice? Song Gui felt like he was going crazy. His blood was swelling, and his blood was flowing in reverse. However, he had to restrain himself no matter how angry he was. Anger couldn't solve the problem at all. If he wasn't strong enough, then he could only be at the mercy of others. On one side was his master. On the other was his most beloved woman. Both were things he couldn't part with and betray. However, at this moment, he had to make a choice. How cruel was that? If he could, he would rather use his life to end all of this. However, he had no choice in this regard. Kill me. I won't compromise with you. If you have the ability, then kill me right now. I'm only an insignificant nobody. There's no use in capturing me. Song Gui said. No, no, no. The Almighty of the underworld race shook his head and smiled even more eerily. If I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. You want to die? That won't be so easy. You are indeed an insignificant nobody, but you're lucky. You're Qin Zhao's disciple. According to what we know about Qin Zhao, he cares about you quite a bit. Therefore, your life is quite valuable to Qin Zhao. Song Gui clenched his teeth and said, Don't even think about using despicable methods to deal with my master. This is only my body. Even if my main body is killed by you, that doesn't mean I'm dead. I still have a clone. Therefore, it's impossible for you to use me to threaten my master. I think your wishful thinking is going to fall through. I never thought I'd be able to return alive after falling into your hands. I told you, I'm not afraid of death. The Almighty of the underworld race sneered. I believe you're not afraid of death, but are you really willing to watch your woman die at my hands? I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you won't cooperate with me? Song Gui, save me. Save me. Ling Xiao looked at Song Gui with a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with tears. Song Gui closed his eyes with a pained expression. 2 lines of tears actually fell from his eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao. I've let you down. If I could use my life to save you, I wouldn't even frown. I really want to save you, but I really can't betray my master. I really can't. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. He's my second parent. How could I betray him? Xiao. You're a girl with a deep sense of righteousness. I know you'll understand me. I'm sorry, I can't save you. If there's a next life, I hope we can meet again sooner. When Ling Xiao heard that Song Gui wasn't willing to save her, her expression became strange. She became angry and said, Song Gui, you keep saying that you love me, but you aren't willing to save me. Are you really going to watch me die? Song Gui stared at Ling Xiao in a daze. This was clearly outside of his expectations. Song Gui always felt that Ling Xiao was a woman with a deep sense of righteousness and would understand his choice. In fact, she should support his choice. If he betrayed even his master, then was he still human? However, Song Gui didn't expect Xiao to be so cowardly in the face of death. She actually wanted him to betray his master to save her. Song Gui felt a chill in his heart. If it wasn't for his master, he wouldn't have been able to successfully rescue her from Badland City. His master could be considered Ling Xiao's savior. Therefore, this was a huge blow to Song Gui and made him feel very uncomfortable. Song Gui closed his eyes and felt a bit disheartened. Even his beloved woman couldn't understand him. Kill me. Song Gui begged for death again. At this time, the Netherworld race's almighty expert released Ling Xiao and didn't kill her. After being released, Ling Xiao's expression instantly turned cold, and she respectfully retreated to the side. It seems this move won't work on you. Forget it. It's better to use your life to threaten Qin Shao. I believe it will be more useful. The Netherworld Race's almighty expert coldly said. Song Gui opened his eyes and saw Ling Qiao, standing respectfully behind the Netherworld Race's almighty expert. His mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. Thoughts surged in his mind one after another. They were all unbelievable and difficult to accept. Like a bolt from the blue, Qin Shao was completely dumbfounded. Xiao, are you? Song Gui's expression also turned cold and unsightly. Ling Qiao, sneered. It's just as you think. I was just playing along with you from the start to lure you into the trap and hide by your side. I really didn't expect you to be so foolish. I could play with your feelings so easily and trick you out. What? A spy? Ling, it was actually a spy. Song Gui felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife. He found it hard to accept. How could this be? The woman he loved the most was actually a spy sent by another universe to hide by his side. So you were lying to me all along. No wonder I fainted and lost consciousness. So you were the one behind all of this. Linger, I loved you so much and doted on you so much. Why did you do that? Why? Why is this happening? Song Gui yelled hysterically. The pain of being betrayed was truly painful. It was a fate worse than death. Chapter 1046. A perfect plan. Ling Xiao, sneered and said with a mocking expression, Song Gui, do you know that you're really stupid and naive? I just casually seduced you, and you're dead set on it. Who else can I blame? I've been lying to you from the very beginning. Since the great desert city, I've been deliberately trying to get close to you. It's just that you didn't know about it. Who would have thought that in just a few tens of thousands of years, I would have firmly grasped your heart? I told you to leave the 9-continent city, and you really dare to leave. This is your true body. Haha, you're so gullible. Very foolish and naive. So gullible? Was he lying to me from the very beginning? Nimble Xiao's every word was like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into the depths of Song Gui's heart, causing him incomparable heartache. The most painful thing in life was to be betrayed by the person you love the most. No other suffering could compare to this kind of pain. Even going to the desolate lands, purgatory, to suffer the cruelest punishment would not be like this. Have you never loved me at all? I love you so much and care for you so much. Can't you feel it at all? Song Hui was a little unwilling. Ling Qiao sneered. You're thinking too much, too childish. Love, those superficial things, I don't have any at all. I've said it before. I've been putting on a show with you from the very beginning. I've planned to deceive you from the very beginning. How could I possibly fall in love with you? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid. Wake up, idiot. Song Gui was in total despair. His heart was dripping blood, and the blood wouldn't stop. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Yes, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I naively thought that if I treated others well, they would treat me well. I thought that if I gave my true love, I could get my true love back. I thought that after being together for tens of thousands of years, we understood each other well enough. It turns out that everything was just my wishful thinking. I was too stupid. No wonder you desperately wanted me to save you when I said that I would die to prove my sincerity. Haha, I'm so stupid. I deserve it. I should have thought of this a long time ago. Nine Stream's sect has always been a lackey for the power of the other universe. You're also from Nine Stream's sect, so how could you possibly be clean? My death is nothing to be regretted. It's just that I've let Master down. I've let down Master's trust. Master, goodbye. Song Gui was completely disheartened. He wanted to die. He no longer had the face to continue living in this world. Death was his only choice. He didn't want to implicate his master because of this. However, just as he was about to self-destruct, a powerful force descended upon him and shackled him, preventing him from unleashing his power. Even his will was greatly restricted. The Netherworld Race's almighty expert sneered and said playfully, "Do you want to die? If I could let you die so easily, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to catch you. In order to catch you, we have exposed a chess piece. You should be content. I played with you for tens of thousands of years. That's enough for you to enjoy. Song Gui was in complete despair. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. How could this be? He really wasn't afraid of death. However, he had let down his master. If he implicated his master because of this, he would never be able to forgive himself. From the very beginning, this plan had targeted him. It was simply impossible for him to guard against it. He hadn't expected everything to end up like this. Pain. His heart really hurt. It was said that pain was worse than death. However, this kind of pain was even worse. Song Gui, who had always been strong, really wanted to cry at this moment. Shower, I've given up all my feelings for you all these years. I'm even willing to do anything for you. My love for you even surpasses my love for my sister. Whatever you want, I'll do my best to give it to you. Seeing you unhappy makes me sad too. I'll think of a way to make you happy. Seeing you smile makes me very happy and satisfied. After receiving your praise, I will be as happy as a child for a long time. I originally thought that we would be able to live happily. At the very least, we would be able to live a happy life without any worries. We would be able to cultivate to the fourth step together. We would be able to live a carefree life for 1,084,000,000 years without any worries. If you still don't want to die, then I can thicken my face and beg my master to let us become powerhouses together. That way, we can live forever. Everything should have been so beautiful. It's what I've always longed for. However, I was too foolish. I was too self-righteous. Everything I thought of was a dream, a bubble that burst upon contact with the wind. I could control everything. However, the only thing I didn't control was you. Song Gui closed his eyes in incomparable pain. The corners of his eyes were already wet. He forced himself not to let his tears fall. It was said that men didn't cry easily. It was only because they hadn't reached the point of sadness. Ling Xiao was still expressionless. How could a heart that had long died be awakened? The powerhouse of the netherworld race chuckled. All right, kid, don't be sentimental. Youngsters will always be youngsters. What's there to talk about love? It's really boring. Your personality is similar to your master's. Although your master is powerful, he has a fatal weakness. Being sentimental and righteous is his fatal weakness. With a fatal weakness, we can take advantage of him. And you are now the bargaining chip in our hands. Song Gui's face was cold. He glared at the powerhouse of the netherworld race and said angrily, being sentimental and righteous is still better than being sinister, despicable, and shameless people like you, right? You are all cold-blooded animals. You are all heartless and unjust. You are all people who will do anything to achieve your goals. I disdain your actions. People can die. It can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as Hongmeng. So what if I die? I'm just an insignificant person. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. You netherworld race have aided the evildoers and colluded with the powers of the other universe. One day, you won't have a good ending. The final victory will belong to us humans. A real man is born lowly, but he can also die honorably. What nonsense are you talking about? The so-called righteousness is nothing but dog's hit. The powerhouse of the netherworld race snorted. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the void. If justice is dog's hit, then what's the point of being evil? Worse than dog's hit? It wasn't just Song Gui who was shocked. The netherworld race's almighty figures were also shocked. A figure walked out from Song Gui's body and stood in front of him. When Song Gui saw the figure clearly, he was stunned. He was so excited that he couldn't be any more excited. After a while, he said in a daze, Master. What? Qin Xiao, it's you. The powerhouse of the netherworld race was shocked when he saw the figure clearly. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fright. Ling Xiao was so scared that her face turned pale and her body trembled. What's going on? Why are you here? Aren't you at Hongmeng Mountain? We have people secretly monitoring you. If you left Hongmeng Mountain, how can we not know? The powerhouse of the netherworld race was shocked, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Hongmeng Mountain was very far from here. It was impossible to reach here in a short time. Moreover, even if Song Gui's clone had asked Qin Xiao for help, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been able to find this place so quickly. Therefore, when he saw Qin Shao, the powerhouse of the Netherworld race was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. Could it be that Qin Shao had a second clone? But that couldn't be right. According to what they knew, Qin Zhao's original body had been trapped in the Manyu universe. It was impossible for him to have another clone. What was going on? After thinking about it carefully, the Netherworld race's almighty figure's heart suddenly jolted. A thought came to him. No, this isn't your true body at all. It's an energy clone of yours. So, it's just an energy clone. Thinking of this, the powerhouse of the Netherworld race regained his confidence. He was no longer afraid of anything. If he really encountered Qin Zhao's true body, he would naturally be afraid and would not be a match for it. However, it was just an energy clone. He had nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao stared coldly at the powerhouse of the Netherworld race and said, "Even if it's just an energy clone, it's more than enough to deal with you." Qin Shao had a confident look on his face. However, the powerhouse of the Netherworld race was disdainful. "Qin Shao, don't boast too early. Who doesn't know how to boast? It's just an energy clone. At most, it'll only have 10% of your original body strength. Perhaps not even 10% of your original strength. Moreover, if an energy clone really fights, I'm afraid it can only last for 5 minutes at most. Let's see what you can do to me in such a short time." Humph. The situation was indeed as the powerhouse of the Netherworld race had said. The energy clone was a clone formed by a portion of Qin Zhao's energy. Its strength was indeed less than 10% of Qin Zhao's original strength. Moreover, it could only last for less than 5 minutes at most in a fight. 10% and 5 minutes were the limit of an energy clone. If one really wanted to create such an energy clone, one would have to pay a price. If it was just an ordinary energy clone that was formed completely by one's mind, it would only have the strength of a divine realm expert at most. This energy clone had been deliberately left by Qin Shao on Songgue, so its strength would be much stronger. However, the powerhouse of the Netherworld race was still not afraid. He was not weak and was close to being on the heaven roll. He naturally knew that he was no match for Qin Zhao's original body. However, he was completely unafraid of an energy clone. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the pale-faced Ling Xiao again. "Actually, when we were in the great desert city, I already felt that you were a little suspicious. It's just that I didn't pay much attention to you. However, I secretly observed you a few times and knew that you were unreliable. Therefore, I have long been on guard against you. I secretly left this energy clone on Songgue when I left last time. Therefore, even Songgue himself didn't know about it. Naturally, he didn't tell you either. You've done everything you can, but it's all in vain. Today, as long as I'm here, you can forget about harming a single hair on Songgue." Qin Zhao's calm words were filled with a sense of dominance. Songgue's tears finally fell uncontrollably. Chapter 10:47. "Don't kill me. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, don't be too confident. If your true body was here, I might have shown you some respect. However, you're just an energy clone, yet you dare to talk nonsense here. I really don't know where your confidence comes from." The Almighty from the Netherworld race laughed wantonly. If he could destroy one of Qin Zhao's clones, then it was enough for him to brag. He was very willing to do such a thing. "Your Netherworld race has wild ambitions and doesn't abide by justice. May the heavens and earth destroy you," said Qin Shao coldly. The Almighty from the Netherworld race sneered. "Don't say such sanctimonious nonsense. Your God realm has been dominating the primordial universe for 8 universe eras. You should be satisfied. It's our turn. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll destroy your energy clone first." After saying that, the Almighty from the Netherworld race attacked. Energy clones couldn't carry treasures with them, so this was also their weakness. The Almighty from the Netherworld race was close to the heaven roll. Among the Almighties, he was definitely a top existence. His strength was naturally abnormally strong. As soon as he attacked, the sky changed color, the stars moved, and the sea of stars churned as if doomsday had arrived. The Netherworld realm descended and completely enveloped the surrounding void, turning it into a gloomy and desolate land. Streaks of eerie and cold light shot out, carrying a powerful and terrifying force toward Qin Shao. There was a trace of chaos Dao power contained in these streaks of light. Clearly, this almighty from the Netherworld race had mastered the Chaos Dao. The Netherworld race had an innate advantage over the Chaos Dao. Their innate ability was very compatible with the Chaos Dao, so the Chaos Dao in the hands of the Netherworld race was even more powerful and terrifying. Coupled with a powerful supreme art and treasure, it naturally made the almighty from the Netherworld race extremely terrifying. Once he attacked, it made people tremble with fear. Song Gui was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Even a trace of power from afar made him feel like he was no match for it. In the face of the Netherworld race's all-out attack, Qin Zhao's hand moved and an ordinary sword appeared in her hand. Qin Zhao didn't do anything, but Qin Zhao gently slashed the sword in his hand at the void, and a ray of light slashed out. Wherever the light went, all the darkness was instantly illuminated and turned into light. All of the dark energy was destroyed, crumbled, and finally turned into nothingness. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. What a powerful sword! What a terrifying sword! It was a sword that only existed in the world. This sword strike was enough to illuminate the entire universe and destroy all darkness. When this sword was unleashed, it was as if the entire universe had become dim and colorless under this sword. The entire universe had been mobilized by this sword. This was a sword, a real sword. The Almighty from the Netherworld race was originally full of confidence. He originally thought that he would be able to thoroughly torture Qin Zhao's energy doppelganger. That would be considered as torturing Qin Shao, which was enough for him to feel excited and proud. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he realized that he was completely wrong. Qin Zhao's sword strike instantly destroyed all of his confidence. He was as vulnerable as a chicken egg. The sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword immediately made him smell the scent of death and feel the arrival of death. No, no, no. How can an energy doppelganger be so terrifying? This sword, could it be that she has already become an ultimate sword controller? Otherwise, how could she be so strong with just this alone? The Almighty from the Netherworld race was completely dumbfounded and immediately panicked. He wanted to escape, but how could he have a chance to do so now? No, no, no. Qin Shao, Your Highness Qin Shao, don't kill me. Don't kill me. If you kill me now, Lord Ian won't let you go. He's already here. You can't run away. The Almighty from the Netherworld race was so frightened that he immediately begged for mercy. He was an Almighty whose strength was close to the heaven list, but at this moment, he was actually so humble and begging for mercy in a low voice. However, Qin Shao ignored him and snorted coldly. I'm afraid that Lord Ian won't dare to come in person. You may be prepared, but do you think that I'm not? Since I've already seen through your conspiracy, do you really think that I'm not prepared? You can inform Lord Ian to come over. I'd like to see how strong he is and whether he can behave atrociously in front of the desolate land divine palace. The Almighty from the Netherworld race's face darkened completely. Yes, since Qin Shao had already seen through their plan, how could he not have prepared for it? They were not in Eros's territory yet. Would Lord Eros dare to come over here? If Qin Shao had any backup plans, Lord Yin would become the prey of the desolate land divine palace as soon as he appeared. Therefore, Lord Yin would definitely not take this risk for his sake. It's over. The Almighty from the Netherworld race's heart skipped a beat as he smelled despair. This time, it was really over. No one could come to save him. He was going to die. He was really going to die. The tip of the sword descended with an unstoppable sharpness. Everything would be destroyed by the sword. This was Qin Zhao's strongest move, the sword he controlled. Qin Shao had already become a controller of the ultimate sword principle. He could control the strongest power of the ultimate sword principle in the universe. Therefore, Qin Zhao's current sword move did not need to be fancy. He did not need to use any swordsmanship. He only needed to use the sword. He could draw upon the supreme power of the ultimate sword principle and integrate it completely into the sword. Naturally, it would be extremely powerful. Swordsmanship at the level of the top 10 ultimate techniques was no longer of much help. Only secret manuals would be of some help. An ordinary sword move was enough to destroy everything. This was the power and dominance of a controller. A controller controlled a complete great path. With a single thought, the entire great path would be at his disposal. He could mobilize all the power of the great path. Converging the power of the great path into one sword move, it was naturally incomparably powerful and overbearing. In despair and fear, the Almighty from the Netherworld race could not resist at all. He was killed on the spot by Qin Zhao's sword move. His divine soul was destroyed. He could not be more dead. The space quickly calmed down. After using all his strength to attack, Qin Zhao's energy doppelganger clearly became transparent. Obviously, it could not hold on for much longer. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Song Gui. Plop! Song Gui knelt in front of Qin Zhao with tears on his face. He lowered his head in shame and said, "Master, I am ashamed to face you. I have made a grave mistake this time. I hope you will respect me and punish me severely." Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled faintly. He helped Song Gui up and said, "Silly boy, why would I blame you?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Gui suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Zhao in a daze. He did not understand why his master would say that. Qin Zhao said, "This is not your fault. You are loyal, righteous, and affectionate. This is a good quality. This is also what I admire about you. If you did not have this quality, I would not have taken you in as a disciple. You have been blinded by love, and your heart has been deceived by kindness. This is just a setback in your life. It is not a grave mistake. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. You are in the game, and your heart has been taken away. Naturally, your eyes are blinded. It is normal that you cannot see through it. I have had my suspicions for a long time. The reason why I did not remind you was that I did not want to alert the enemy. Moreover, I want you to uncover this conspiracy with your own hands. This ugliness is the most painful thing in the world. You will only understand and grow after experiencing the pain. Only then will you not be persecuted in the future. Therefore, this is not your fault. Do you understand? It was not his fault. Song Gui still looked at Qin Zhao in a daze. For a moment, he could not come back to his senses. He really blamed himself. He really hated himself. He really wanted to slap himself. But his master actually said that it was not his fault. His master was so considerate of him and did not blame him. But the more it was like this, the more guilty he felt, and the more difficult it was to let go. For a moment, he really could not accept it. Qin Zhao patted Song Gui's shoulder and said, "All right, don't think so much. Painful and sad things will always become a thing of the past. Only through constant pain and torment could humans grow strong and strong. It is difficult to see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. I have also experienced a lot along the way. That is why my mind has become more mature than ordinary people. You have stayed in Jiuzhou City all these years. In terms of experience, you are indeed lacking. I hope that the pain and suffering this time will allow you to grow faster. People have to look forward. Don't always think about the past. The pain now is only for the better happiness in the future." Song Gui seriously tried to understand his master's words. Every word was worth his time. In the past, he really did not think about this aspect. The blow this time was really too big for him, but it also gave him too much. Now, he needed to properly digest it. Qin Zhao turned to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already paralyzed on the ground. Even a Netherworld race's powerhouse was killed with a single sword strike. How could she resist? "What do you have to say?" Qin Zhao asked coldly. Ling Xiao shook her head with a pale face. "I have nothing to say. You can do it." Ling Xiao, who had failed her mission, did not have her life to live. Qin Zhao said to Song Gui, "This is your person. I'll leave her to you. If you're willing to let her go, then let her go. Since Master has given you full authority to deal with her, Master will not say anything. Hurry up and deal with her. Master will send you back to the God Realm. Then your senior brother will come to pick you up. Master's energy clone can't be maintained for long." Song Gui glanced at Qin Zhao before looking at Ling Xiao again. This woman he loved deeply was also the woman who hurt him the most. This woman, whom he thought he could spend his life with, betrayed him. What should he do? Song Gui came to Ling Qiao's side. Looking at Ling Qiao, his heart really hurt. A heart-wrenching pain. Song Gui, you still love me, right? You can't bear to kill me, right? You regret it. I actually love you too. Let me go. I won't harm you anymore. Ling Qiao actually begged Song Gui for mercy. Song Gui's heart was even more painful. He closed his eyes forcefully, but shook his head and said, I used to love you, but now I don't. The one I love is only that kind Qiao, not you. So you better die. Chapter 1048. Auspicious signs descend on Hongmeng Mountain since ancient times. Heroes have a weakness for beauties. Love was the most difficult thing for humans to escape. Many cultivators would dilute their 7 emotions and 6 desires, or even cut off their 7 emotions and 6 desires in order to achieve the highest state of having no desires and desires. This was how they cultivated in a frenzy. Love was a vicious cycle that many heroes could not escape from. Just like Qin Xiao, he had fallen into love early on. He had always been concerned about Gu Lingyue and even saw her as his motivation to become stronger. Love was a beautiful thing for those who valued it. But love was often the most hurtful. Love was a crack that was very difficult to heal. When people thought of peach blossoms, snow would fall from 100 miles away. Sparkling and translucent snowflakes suddenly fell, causing the primordial chaos world to turn snowy white. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked up at the sky and was a little surprised. Why is it snowing in Hongmeng Mountain? This was indeed a strange sight. It actually snowed in Hongmeng Mountain. Qin Xiao had never heard of this before. In this Hongmeng Mountain, holy snowflakes fell one by one. It was said to be heavy snow like goose feathers, but this snow was much bigger than goose feathers. It was also much more sparkling and translucent. Each snowflake was like a holy gem, emitting a holy luster. Under the illumination of Hongmeng Mountain, it was even more dazzling. Hongmeng Mountain was ranked second among the 6 most dangerous places in the universe. Logically speaking, it should be much more dangerous than the primal chaos stream and the gate of all realms that Qin Xiao had been to before. What was the situation with this snow? The snow was very soft and beautiful. Each snowflake was like a beautiful goddess dancing there, blooming with a beautiful figure, washing away the filth and darkness of the world, returning it to holiness. It was Qin Xiao's first time seeing such beautiful snow. It touched his heart. After looking at the snow for a while, Qin Xiao quickly collected his thoughts. He shook his head and chuckled. Everyone has countless obstacles in their life. Emotional blows are also a big obstacle for Song Gui Lai, a big test of life. Looking at his situation, he should be able to overcome it. The deeper the injury, the faster he will grow. Perhaps Song Gui Lai's potential will be forced out and he will have a new life. Forget it. Let's see how he walks on his path. If it doesn't work out, when his time is near, I can think of a way to make him a powerful figure and ensure that he will have no worries for the rest of his life. Qin Xiao had some high hopes for his eldest disciple Shermu, but Qin Xiao did not have many requests for Song Gui Lai. Qin Xiao had been in the Hongmeng Mountain for 10,000 years, and he hadn't encountered any major dangers during this time. His journey had been rather peaceful and peaceful. There were indeed many dangers in the Hongmeng Mountain. Qin Xiao had not met anyone else in the past 10,000 years, but he had encountered many dangers. However, with Qin Xiao's strength, these dangers were nothing to him. Qin Xiao saw a lot of corpses of powerful figures. Qin Xiao came to Hongmeng Mountain mainly to cultivate the Grand Mist Great Tao. Hongmeng Mountain was formed at the beginning of the universe. It was formed from the remnant Grand Mist Great Tao. Therefore, it contained the Grand Mist Great Tao. Comprehending and cultivating the Grand Mist Great Tao here was naturally the best. In 10,000 years, he did comprehend some things, but he was still far from breaking through to the 6th level of the Grand Mist Great Tao. All of a sudden, beams of mystical light rose from every corner of the Hongmeng Mountain, surging through the heaven and earth and shocking the 9 heavens. The entire Hongmeng Mountain became unusually beautiful. Strange ripples spread out, making the entire Hongmeng Mountain shine with extraordinary splendor. The Hongmeng Mountain shook the 9 heavens, and strange phenomena appeared in the 10 lands. Rainbows, sky canopies, light belts, strange phenomena, ancient sacred beasts, sacred mountains, azure dragons, white tigers, vermilion birds, black tortoises, streaks of auspicious signs descended upon Hongmeng Mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. What powerful auspicious signs! The entire Hongmeng Mountain is enveloped by auspicious signs. What's going on? Qin Shao frowned and looked at the void in confusion. What's going on? Auspicious signs suddenly enveloped the entire Hongmeng Mountain. The situation was not simple. The powerful auspicious signs illuminated the endless sea of darkness, extending to an extremely far distance, allowing the strange scene to be seen from very far away. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar suddenly reverberated through heaven and earth. Qin Shao was shocked. He looked sharply in the direction of the beast roar. But after a closer look, he did not see anything. What's going on? The roar did not come from the ancient beasts. Was it from the auspicious signs? The roars of the beasts were endless. Qin Shao could even see the figures of ancient beasts, sacred deities, and divine beasts in the void. There were also many strange phenomena that were changing unpredictably. Qin Shao did not know much about Hongmeng Mountain. When he came, he did not deliberately investigate the situation of Hongmeng Mountain. He thought that there should be no danger in Hongmeng Mountain. But now, it seemed that there were many things that he did not understand. However, although the auspicious signs were powerful and magnificent, Qin Shao did not sense any dangerous aura. In fact, Qin Shao felt that it might be a good omen. It was as if a peerless sacred object was about to appear. It was as if a great opportunity was about to appear. Qin Shao. A voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's mind. A figure appeared in Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. Master Qingye. Qin Shao hurriedly said when he saw who it was. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Otherwise, Master Qingye would not have come to find him so quickly. Hegemon Greenleaf said, Qin Shao, you should be able to see the auspicious signs descending from the primordial mountains. You've hit the jackpot. To think that such a wonderful thing would happen to you so easily. Take advantage of the fact that the others have not reacted. Hurry up and take action. You might reap great rewards. Qin Shao had already guessed that the auspicious signs descending from Hongmeng Mountain might be a great opportunity. Now that he heard Master Qingye's words, Qin Zhao's guess was confirmed. In that case, his luck was indeed very good. Master Qingye, what is this auspicious sign descending from Hongmeng Mountain? Such a terrifyingly powerful auspicious sign was truly unheard of. The appearance of strange phenomena, the cries of hundreds of beasts, and the arrival of ancient times. The momentum is incomparably vast, said Qin Shao. Hegemon Greenleaf explained. If you want me to explain, I won't be able to. All I know is that Primordial Mountain once had an auspicious sign descend trillions of years ago. That time, it caused a massive uproar. The War of the Four Realms. Although the war was very fierce and cruel, many almighty beings benefited in the end. A few of them even became rulers. This time, it can be considered the second auspicious sign descending from Hongmeng Mountain. The momentum is even greater than the previous one. Therefore, I suspect that there might be more opportunities than the previous one. Moreover, it is said that there is a strand of primordial Genesis Qi in the Primordial Mountain. Once one obtains this strand of primordial Genesis Qi, one can easily become a primordial master. This strand of primordial origin energy is the greatest treasure in Primordial Mountain, the greatest opportunity. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. The situation this time is a little different from the past. In the past, the four realms were still considered peaceful, so there was a series of agreements. The rulers of both realms could not participate, so only the competition between the almighty beings was relatively fair. However, now that the three realms are in chaos, the three realms may not play by the rules. Therefore, Qin Xiao, you have to be careful. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. However, I may not be able to come and save you in time. Of course, the God Realm will keep a close watch. If the three realms do anything strange, the God Realm will definitely not sit back and wait to suffer. All right, that's the general situation. I wish you good luck. The God Realm will definitely send some almighty beings over. When the time comes, you can contact each other and take care of each other. The competition this time will probably be even more intense and exciting. I look forward to your performance. Qin Xiao nodded, indicating that she understood. After sending off Master Qingya, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a devilish smile. The opportunity had naturally piqued Qin Zhao's interest. The 10,000 years in Hongmeng Mountain had been rather boring and boring. Now, some excitement had finally been aroused. I have heard of primordial energy before. It is a primordial energy that was born when the universe was first created. It is the foundation of the universe's power. It is extremely powerful and powerful. A strand of primordial energy is enough for me to become a primordial controller. This is also a huge opportunity for me. It is said that some of the ancestors in the God Realm obtained primordial energy and chaos primordial energy and became controllers through this method. This method is also the fastest way to become a primordial controller. Otherwise, it will be too difficult to become a controller through cultivation alone. Among the 6 supreme grade Daos, only primordial energy and chaos primordial energy had primordial energy. Primordial energy and chaos primordial energy were the foundation of the universe. At the beginning of the universe, at the beginning of the epoch, there were some remnants. Most of the remnants were taken away by people from the ancient times. It was extremely rare for there to be any left until now. It was completely out of luck. Qin Xiao was extremely lucky that the auspicious sign had descended upon Hongmeng Mountain this time. Of course, it was hard to say whether he would be able to obtain the strand of primordial energy. Qin Xiao put aside some distracting thoughts and smiled confidently. Normally, there shouldn't be many people on Hongmeng Mountain. Even if I'm not the only one, I am definitely one of the earliest. Taking advantage of the fact that the others haven't arrived, my chances are indeed the greatest. There is no time to lose. I will go and look for it. However, to be able to find primordial energy, it is probably heaven-defying luck. It is something that can only be found by chance. Fortunately, other than primordial energy, there were also other opportunities. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately began his search in Hongmeng Mountain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange light flashed past Qin Zhao's eyes. It was so fast that even Qin Xiao could not see clearly what it was. Chapter 1049. The Birth of a Saint Artifact. Qin Xiao quickly chased after it. The speed of this treasure was really fast, but fortunately, this treasure was not flying all the time. After flying for a distance, it landed. If it had been flying all the time, Qin Xiao would have had a hard time catching up with it. As soon as the treasure landed, Qin Xiao quickly caught up with it and grabbed it in his hand. The treasure wanted to resist, but how could it escape from Qin Xiao's palm? After grabbing it, Qin Xiao finally saw the appearance of this treasure. Its shape was a little strange. Qin Xiao could not tell what it looked like. It was not the shape of some common treasures. This treasure should have a good defensive power, but Qin Xiao did not study it too much and directly put it away. This treasure could only be regarded as a top-level heavenly divine artifact. It was not very attractive to Qin Xiao. Now, the only thing that could attract Qin Xiao was the level of a saint artifact. Otherwise, it would be a very strange cosmic wonder or something like that. This treasure might have many wonderful uses, but it was useless to Qin Xiao. Of course, this treasure was also extremely precious. Moreover, it was a treasure formed naturally. It contained a lot of Tao in it. If this treasure was in the outside world, it was enough to make almighty experts fight for it. After putting away this treasure, Qin Xiao continued to search. Sure enough, many treasures appeared. This was a great bargain for Qin Xiao. Every once in a while, he would encounter a treasure. There were heavenly divine artifacts, cosmic wonders, worldly treasures, and some rare herbs. Each and every one of them was incomparably rare and valuable. In a short period of time, Qin Shao actually found more than 10 treasures. However, Qin Shao finally encountered some trouble. Two extremely ancient ferocious beasts blocked Qin Zhao's path. They were as big as a small mountain, but they were not too big. That said, his appearance was truly exceptionally malevolent and frightening. The two ancient beasts stared at Qin Shao with their green eyes, treating Qin Shao as their prey. They walked towards Qin Shao from two different directions. Although these two ancient beasts were not huge in size, every step they took caused the ground to tremble. Their auras were terrifying. Its body was covered in black scales, and it had horns, barbs, and a long tail. The two primordial ferocious beasts exuded an extremely ferocious aura, which made people feel extremely terrified. Interesting. I haven't seen a single ancient ferocious beast in the 10,000 years since I came to Hongmeng Mountain. I didn't expect all of them to appear. Two ancient ferocious beasts. Let's see how ferocious you are. Qin Shao was not afraid at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, and he was full of fighting spirit. The sword in his hand moved as he took the initiative to attack the two ancient ferocious beasts. Roar! Roar! The two ancient ferocious beasts seemed to have felt Qin Zhao's provocation, and they were completely enraged. Flames spewed out of their eyes as they let out two earth-shattering roars. Suddenly, they rushed towards Qin Shao, and their auras were extremely ferocious. A huge claw slapped towards Qin Shao, and it slammed heavily onto Qin Zhao's sword. With an unparalleled force, Qin Shao felt as if he was hit by a star, and he was forced to retreat. What a powerful force! They are indeed ancient ferocious beasts. Their speed is fast, their strength is terrifying, and their physical defense is strong enough. There are no obvious flaws on their bodies. It seems that they are not easy to deal with. Qin Shao curled his lips. However, he was just saying it casually. Dealing with two ancient ferocious beasts was not a problem for him. In terms of strength, even an ordinary Heaven Roll Almighty could only flee upon seeing these two primordial ferocious beasts. However, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. His sword attacked again. Come, let me see how strong you are. Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was even higher. The power of the true meaning of power was fully released, and at the same time, he displayed the sword technique of the desolate land. The dazzling sword momentum bloomed with endless brilliance. Thousands of swords turned into a sword waterfall, surging towards the two ancient ferocious beasts. Clang, 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 clang. Qin Zhao's sword did not hurt the two ancient ferocious beasts. Instead, it made the two ancient ferocious beasts roar even louder. Their defensive ability is really strong. No wonder it is said that every part of the ancient ferocious beasts is a treasure. Just the materials on their bodies are extremely rare, and they can be used to refine sacred objects. Ancient ferocious beasts are known as ferocious beasts. All of them are extremely bloodthirsty. These ancient ferocious beasts have been dormant in Hongmeng Mountain for a long time. Now that they have been awakened by the auspicious signs, all of them have become extremely crazy. However, to me, they're just some sparring partners. At most, they can be used to sharpen my sword. Qin Shao curled his lips, but his face was full of confidence. Qin Shao did not care about the threat of these ancient ferocious beasts. Although the ancient ferocious beasts were very strong in both defense and attack, they were also very fierce and violent. Ordinary experts on the heaven list would have to give way if they encountered them. However, Qin Zhao's current strength was comparable to an overlord. He was an ultimate Sword Dao controller. Moreover, Qin Shao was impeccable in all aspects. Therefore, he was very calm when facing only two ancient ferocious beasts. It would be a headache if he faced a large group of ancient ferocious beasts. Qin Shao was able to deal with the situation in front of him calmly and easily. After using various methods to exchange blows, Qin Shao did not continue to play around. He used the power of the Chaos Tao to destroy the two ancient ferocious beasts. After dealing with the two ancient ferocious beasts, Qin Shao saw a few figures flying towards him. They were three almighty figures of the human clan. Qin Shao recognized them. They were the three almighty figures of the Star Alliance, led by Ninth Heaven Qizun. Eighth on the heaven list, Qizun was also a well-known figure in the God realm. Along with Ninth Heaven Crimson Zun was a giant that was over 10 feet tall. He was as strong as an elephant and looked very rough. He looked a little ferocious. This was a descendant of the giant clan. He was also the leader of the giant clan, ancestor Juta. The giant clan was born with great strength. Their bodies were as hard as iron. However, their talent was average. They had never produced an overlord. The ancestor's strength was only in the top 100 of the heaven list. However, it was still considered not bad. After all, ancestor Juta's strength was at the peak of the universe. Standing with Ninth Heaven Qizun was a dwarf who was only 3 feet tall. His skin was brown, and he had no hair. The shape of his head was a little strange. His eyes were especially large, and they flickered with a strange light. His skin was wrinkled, and he looked very scary. This was also a foreign clan in the God realm. The dwarf was called Leader Dudun. He was the leader of the Dudun clan. Leader Dudun's strength was not much different from ancestor Juta. They were both in the top 100 of the heaven list. There was a slight difference in the heaven list, but in truth, there was not much difference in strength. Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao, I didn't expect to meet you here. It is truly an honor to meet you. Your Highness Qin Shao's luck is not bad. Your Highness Qin Shao is the first to encounter such a good thing. It seems Your Highness Qin Shao has gained a lot. Ninth Heaven Qizun smiled and greeted him. Ancestor Juta and Leader Dudun faintly stared at Qin Shao. No matter what, Ninth Heaven Qizun and the other two were almighties of the God realm. In this kind of environment, it could be said that they were on the same side. Since Ninth Heaven Qizun took the initiative to express his goodwill, Qin Shao naturally did not put on any airs. He nodded slightly to Ninth Heaven Qizun and the other two and replied, Ninth Heaven Qizun, I have long heard of your great name. It is a pleasure to meet you today. Ancestor Juta, Leader Dudun, you two can be considered as the absolute leaders of the foreign clans. It is a pleasure to meet you. Leader Dudun let out a strange laugh and said in a sharp voice, Your Highness Qin Shao, I have long heard that you are an easygoing person without any airs. It seems that it is true. To be so courteous to us, this quality is truly admirable. Ninth Heaven Qizun smiled at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, since we have met so coincidentally, why don't we go together? This time, the auspicious signs will descend on Hongmeng Mountain. Other than the strength of our 8 great holy lands, the strength of the other foreign clans will definitely be mobilized. Although the heaven list records the majority of the almighties, there are still many almighties of the foreign clans who have never gone all out. Therefore, we cannot just use the heaven list to measure strength. This time, the competition would definitely be very intense. The demon race, Nether Realm, and Abyss Demon World will definitely join forces. Some of the other foreign clans might also join forces. Therefore, if the 5 great holy lands of the God Realm do not join forces, it will be easy for us to be at a disadvantage. Qin Shao had long thought of this situation. Master Qingye had also reminded Qin Shao once. However, Qin Shao clearly did not agree to Ninth Heaven Qizun's suggestion. Instead, he directly rejected, Ninth Heaven Qizun, your suggestion is not bad, but there is no need. I still prefer to be alone. If we really want to form a team, then the Desolate Lands Divine Palace will also send almighties over. Ninth Heaven Qizun seemed to have expected this outcome. He smiled and said, Since your Highness Qin Shao is unwilling, then we will not force you. However, I still hope that your Highness Qin Shao will not make a move against us. Haha, I'm just casually saying this. I believe that your Highness Qin Shao will definitely not do so. Qin Shao nodded and said, Don't worry, Qin Shao, will not do such despicable things. Since you obtained it, I will naturally not snatch it. Moreover, we are all people of the God realm. It is only right that we should unite against the outside world. I, Qin Xiao, will not do something like killing each other. All right, we will part here. I wish you all good luck." After saying that, Qin Xiao directly turned and left. Ninth Heaven Shi Zun and the other two did not stay any longer. The three of them also quickly left. More and more Almighties entered Hongmeng Mountain. Hongmeng Mountain also became lively. There were even Almighties who had never appeared in public in the God Realm. At the same time, the competition also became more intense. Buzz. Chapter 1050. Fierce Competition. Two figures suddenly emerged from a quagmire. Both of them had an excited look on their faces. Their eyes flashed with a strong sense of greed. "Big brother, there's a holy relic not far from us." "Humph, I didn't manage to get the sacred object last time, but I can't miss it this time." A black-clothed figure exuded a thick black baleful aura. The nether black evil chi was one of the most terrifying evil chis in the universe. Ordinary mighty figures would not be able to come into contact with this kind of black baleful aura. They would die if they got close. However, this almighty was able to cultivate the black evil chi into his own technique. He could control the scariest evil chi in the universe at will. It was enough to show how strong this person was. If Qin Xiao were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize who the person in front of him was. It was none other than Black Fiend Emperor Lord, who had chased after Dao Qi. Previously, one of Black Fiend Emperor Lord's clones had been killed by Qin Xiao, causing him to suffer a huge loss and forming a deep hatred. The person he addressed as Big Brother was naturally the Black Submerged Demon Emperor. Both of their techniques were cultivated by absorbing the most terrifying, baleful aura in the universe. However, Demon Emperor Black Submerged's murderous aura was even stronger and more frightening. His entire being was like a black hole. He stood there, seemingly capable of devouring everything in the world. Even time and space could not escape his devouring power. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. However, he had been at a disadvantage when he fought with Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao had already become an ultimate Sword Dao controller. It was normal for him to be able to defeat the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Controllers were comparable to sovereigns in power. No matter how strong the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor was, his strength was at most infinitely close to the ruler level, but he still couldn't truly reach the ruler level. The strength of a controller, when fully unleashed, would reach the threshold of a ruler. Second brother, it's too early for you to be happy. This time, the auspicious sign has descended upon Hongmeng Mountain. I'm afraid that all the powerful beings in the universe will be mobilized. Many hidden powerful beings will also be mobilized. We came rather late, so we can't be careless. Let's hurry over." The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor said in a low voice. In the void, a beam of light descended from the endless sea of darkness, and a man in golden robes landed on a huge rock. Heroic and valiant, with an imposing appearance, he was like a peerless monarch, ruling over the world. The golden-robed man's lips curled into a faint smile. His laughter was filled with confidence. "Looks like I'm pretty lucky this time. I just arrived to Hongmeng Mountain, and I've already encountered the birth of a sacred object. It's not bad to be able to get a holy artifact." After he finished speaking, the golden-clothed man rushed towards the place where the sacred object had appeared. His speed was extremely fast. In the depths of Hongmeng Mountain, there was a dark lake. The water in the lake was completely black, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Those who were knowledgeable would recognize that the black water in the lake was dark, stagnant water, an extremely terrifying substance. Ordinary powerful beings would be devoured by the dark, stagnant water if they came into contact with it. The dark, stagnant water had the name of stagnant water. It was enough to see how terrifying it was. The dark, stagnant water could devour everything. Splash! A head suddenly emerged from the lake. The dark, stagnant water slowly rolled down, revealing a delicate and pretty face. However, the delicate and pretty face was somewhat pale, without any trace of blood. At first glance, it was quite frightening. He looked into the distance of Hongmeng Mountain and muttered to himself expressionlessly. A sacred object has actually appeared. I didn't expect to encounter an auspicious sign descending upon Hongmeng Mountain after being in seclusion for 100 million years in the depths of this dark lake. Interesting. Looks like the heavens have given me a chance to obtain a fortuitous encounter. The last time an auspicious sign descended upon Hongmeng Mountain, even a universe treasure appeared. There is also a strand of primordial origin energy. There are also quite a few sacred objects. I don't care too much about sacred objects. It's naturally best if I can obtain one. Universe treasures and primordial origin energy are what I desire the most. UMO, have always kept a low profile. I haven't fought for hundreds of billions of years, so I'm not even on the heaven list. However, with my strength, why would I care about the heaven list? After being in seclusion for so many years, it's time for me to come out and move around. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one will recognize an old man like me. Rumble. A series of intense sounds came from afar, and the void trembled violently. Qin Xiao, who was flying, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Looks like someone has arrived before me. Let's go over and take a look. It's naturally best if I can obtain a sacred object. However, if someone else has gotten it before me, I won't fight for it again. Soon, Qin Xiao saw the battle over there. There were 3 almighties fighting, and the battle was extremely intense. Qin Xiao quickly searched for information about the 3 almighties and soon found out their origins. One was an almighty from the demon realm, one was an almighty from a foreign tribe, and the last was an almighty from the human clan. He was an almighty from the immemorial Jiang clan named Jiang Wuya. His strength was on the heaven list, but his ranking was relatively low, around 300. The almighty from the demon realm and the foreign tribe were about the same strength as Jiang Wuya, but neither of them was on the heaven list. This was enough to show that the heaven list wasn't absolute. It was just a list for reference. Of course, the strength of those on the heaven list was comparable. Some people weren't on the heaven list because they hadn't fought for a long time and kept a low profile. Some people have been deliberately hiding their strength and didn't really show it. This situation was very normal. Generally speaking, if nothing major happened, many almighties on the heaven list wouldn't fight for a long time. Some of them deliberately hid their strength, while others didn't. They were always in seclusion and didn't have the chance to fight. Heavenly Court Island naturally didn't have the ability to find out about such a situation. Whether it was the heaven list or the earth list, they were ranked according to the strength of the person who fought. The battle between the 3 was intense. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. It looks like there are indeed many people hiding their strength. Although I'm strong, it doesn't mean that there aren't almighties who can suppress me. If we're talking about controllers, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have long become controllers. Among the almighties, there might be some who have become controllers. Maybe some have been hiding their strength. Haha, I've got the sacred object. It's mine now. Jiang Wuya had a slight advantage in terms of strength. After fighting for a while, Jiang Wuya used some of his trump cards to defeat the 2 of them. Finally, he took the holy relic that had just appeared. Once the sacred object was in his hands, Jiang Wuya laughed wantonly. He was in a good mood. After all, this was a holy artifact. As long as he could completely refine this sacred object, his strength would be much stronger. Moreover, this sacred object was also a life-saving artifact. Since he was facing the top 10 of the heaven list, Jiang Wuya had some confidence in surviving. A sacred object was enough for him to risk his life. Fortunately, he was lucky. He was the first to discover the sacred object and also the first to get it. With the sacred object in hand, Jiang Wuya wasn't afraid of the 2 opponents. He said proudly, "Hoshi Patriarch, Jing Patriarch, do you still want to fight with me now? Haha, your strength is not as good as mine. Now I have the sacred object in hand. Even if I haven't recognized it as my master, I can still summon a part of the sacred aura. If you don't know what's good for you, I'm afraid you'll suffer a big loss. Don't blame me for not showing mercy later." Hoshi, Patriarch of the Demon Clan, snorted angrily. "Jiang Wuya, don't be complacent too early. I'm afraid you won't be able to take the sacred object out. It won't be that easy for you to completely recognize the sacred object as your master." Jiang Wuya said, That's my business. I don't need you to worry about it. As long as you don't bother me anymore, I have a way to hide. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since you don't want to fight with me anymore, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Jiang Wuya was about to leave. But as soon as he turned around, Jiang Wuya saw Qin Shao standing there, and he was shocked. Jiang Wuya immediately looked at Qin Shao with vigilance and said with some worry, "Your Highness Qin Shao, you're not thinking of snatching it, are you?" Qin Shao chuckled and said, "You and I are both from the human clan and also from the sacred land of the God realm. Since you have the sacred object, I naturally won't snatch it from you." "Haha, good. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Shao. You are indeed a hero. Seeing you in person is nothing compared to hearing about you 100 times. I won't talk much with you today. When I see you in the future, I'll definitely thank you properly." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jiang Wuya's heart was immediately relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely happy. He was naturally aware of Qin Zhao's strength. If Qin Shao really attacked, he wouldn't be able to keep the sacred object. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't have any intention of snatching it. It was indeed the action of a gentleman. Jiang Wuya didn't hesitate and quickly left. Obviously, he wanted to find a place to hide and refine the sacred object. Once the sacred object was completely refined and recognized him as its master, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. He could openly take the sacred object out and leave Hongmeng Mountain. Even if he couldn't refine it in a hurry, it was fine. The immemorial Jiang clan's almighty had already rushed over. Therefore, as long as a helper came, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Now, Jiang Wuya just needed to buy some time. Seeing Jiang Wuya leave, Ancestor Jing and Ancestor Tianshi were naturally extremely unwilling. Ancestor Jing didn't belong to any sacred land after all, so he didn't have any helpers. They didn't manage to snatch the sacred object just now, so it was even more impossible now. Ancestor Tianshi's expression was gloomy and his eyes were gloomy. He said to Qin Shao, "Qin Shao, you're really putting on a sanctimonious act. You didn't even try to snatch the sacred object? If you had taken action just now, the sacred object will have fallen into your hands by now. With your strength, I'm afraid that with the sacred object in your hands, not many people would dare to snatch it away. Moreover, there are many capable people in your desolate land, Divine Palace. I believe some of them have already rushed over. You actually gave up on a sacred object, just like that." Chapter 10:51. Sacred Beast Green Bull. Jiang Wuya left with a sacred artifact, and Qin Shao did not follow him. However, Hosher Ancestor did not give up and followed him. Qin Shao was too lazy to care about what would happen next. That was Jiang Wuya's problem. Since Jiang Wuya had obtained the sacred artifact, Qin Shao would not snatch it from him. Qin Shao did not want to snatch something that had fallen into someone else's hands. This was his basic principle. Unless Qin Shao had entered the fight from the beginning, he would only consider such words. Not long after Qin Shao left, he saw a green bull. This young man looked no different from an ordinary young man, except that he was slightly taller and more handsome. The young man was drinking spring water from a clear spring. The water in the spring water was also very strange. It was colorful and gorgeous. Is this Hongmeng holy water? It was formed after countless years of contact with Hongmeng Qi. It is said that this Hongmeng holy water has the effect of reviving the dead, the power of life and death, and the ability to help people break through. A small drop of Hongmeng holy water is enough to turn a mortal into a god. A pot of Hongmeng holy water is probably as effective as a Tao integration pill. It could turn a fourth-step heavenly god into an almighty. This Hongmeng holy water spring probably contains more than 1,000 pots of Hongmeng holy water. However, this green bull has benefited from it. This green bull should not have been born for too long, but with the help of this Hongmeng holy water, he can grow rapidly. Regardless of whether it was the Grand Mist holy water or the Azure Cow, both were rare treasures in the universe, and both were extremely rare. The green bull was known as an ancient sacred beast. Although it looked ordinary, it was much more precious than the ancient sacred beasts such as the green dragon and the white tiger. Hongmeng holy water only appeared in Hongmeng Mountain. In terms of value, the amount of Hongmeng holy spring water was equivalent to 10 saint artifacts. Therefore, Qin Shao felt like he had obtained a heavenly treasure when he saw the green bull gulping down the Hongmeng holy water. If he could obtain so much Hongmeng holy water, he would be able to create a large number of almighties. He wouldn't need to be so careful like now. It could even be said that the Hongmeng holy water would be helpful to his breakthrough. This effect was comparable to the dragon saliva and the peaches of immortality. However, compared to the Hongmeng holy water, Qin Shao was more interested in the azure cow. The azure bull is a sacred beast of the primordial era. An adult azure bull is so powerful that even sovereigns would find it hard to injure it. However, the green bull was gentle and rarely hurt people. Therefore, in the ancient times, there was a sage who tamed a green bull as his mount. The azure ox is born with the ability to control space-time and can easily leap through the void. Rumor has it that the azure bull can cross the entire god world in a single day and can reach the end of the universe in 1,000,000 years. Azure bull is the only living creature, aside from the hegemons, who can reach the borders of the universe. If I can tame an azure bull as a mount, I'll be able to easily escape from even the most powerful sovereigns. Unless a ruler intervenes, I'll be able to go anywhere in the world. Since the beginning of the current era, the azure bull had only appeared once in the historical records. It was the mount of a sage from the primordial era. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If he could really tame the azure bull, it would be more valuable than 10 sacred artifacts. A green bull indeed made him restless. However, the green bull's speed was extremely fast, so if he alerted the enemy, he might scare the green bull away. Once it ran away, it would be almost impossible to chase after it. Fortunately, the azure bull was drinking the Hongmeng holy water and wasn't on guard. This gave Qin Shao an opportunity. The azure bull is gentle, so it's not suitable to use brute force to tame it. I'll seal the surrounding space and use my world of heart to project the azure bull into the mirage. Then, I'll think of a way to tame it. It's said that there was a sage from the primordial era who used his unparalleled virtue and holy might to make the azure bull submit to him and become his mount. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to that sage, so I can only try all kinds of methods and see what works. Qin Shao pondered in his heart, thinking of a strategy. He could not be careless. Qin Shao slowly inched closer to the green cow as he came up with his plan. Fortunately, the green cow's attention was on the Hongmeng holy water. It seemed as though it had been starving for a long time and was going to have a full meal today. Qin Shao walked in the mirage and quietly approached the azure bull. Soon, he was within 10,000 miles of the azure bull. Such a short distance was enough. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately took action. Treasures flew out one after another and set up all kinds of restrictions. The world of heart descended and transformed this place into another world. The world of heart, an illusory world, completely belonged to Qin Shao. With Qin Zhao's current strength, his world of heart projection was enough to trap an almighty on the heaven ranking. Even an almighty on the heaven ranking would need some time to break through his world of heart. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that his world of heart could only trap the azure bull for a short while at most. It definitely wouldn't be able to trap it for too long, but a short while was enough. To true experts, even a short moment was enough. It was enough for them to accomplish many things. As his world of heart descended, Qin Shao launched an attack on the azure bull from the mirage. First, it was a heart attack. He used his powerful heart force to attack the azure bull. Second, he exuded an aura of righteousness and descended with virtue. Thirdly, the might of the ultimate sword Tao was fully mobilized. The might of the supreme great Tao descended and completely enveloped the entire space. This was the oppression of strength. He attacked from 3 directions at the same time. He wanted to take down the azure bull in one fell swoop. Qin Shao didn't know any better methods, so he could only use these stupid methods. He used both the carrot and the stick to see if it would work. The azure bull finally reacted in the face of this sudden attack. It had drunk almost all of the Hongmeng spring water. Not even 10% was left. The bottom of the spring could be seen. The Azure Bull was a little angry that someone had interrupted its drinking of the Hong Meng spring water. The bull let out a moo sound at Qin Shao. This voice seemed to have come from the ancient times, passing through endless time and space. It was extremely penetrative and terrifying, directly attacking Qin Zhao's soul and will. If Qin Zhao's soul and will had been slightly weaker, just this moo would have been enough to cause internal injuries to Qin Shao. The Azure Bull was just as the legend said. It was extremely docile. Even in the face of Qin Zhao's sudden attack, it didn't counterattack. Instead, it glanced at Qin Shao and mooed. It actually wanted to flee. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's heart force world was extremely strong and stable. In addition, he had set up many restrictions and used the influence of the mirage. As a result, the Azure Bull was unable to escape from the projection of his heart force world. While the Green Bull was running away, Qin Shao had also arrived in front of it. The attacks from three sides descended simultaneously, causing the Green Bull to let out a moo sound. The moo was furious, but it also seemed to be in pain. Azure Bull, I have no intention of hurting you. I just want to be friends with you. You don't have to be so nervous. If I wanted to hurt you, it wouldn't be like this, Qin Shao said sincerely. As a sacred beast of the primordial times, the Azure Bull was naturally no different from humans. A brat like you wants me to be your mount? Aren't you being a little too ambitious? Your strength is decent, but it's definitely impossible for you to tame me. The Azure Bull spoke in the human tone. It was rather arrogant. Qin Shao was not surprised at all by the rejection. Instead, he chuckled gently. Azure Bull, you should know the story of Laozi. Laozi used his supreme way of virtue to influence the heavens, making an Azure Bull willingly submit to him and become his mount. Although I don't dare to claim that I'm comparable to Laozi, he's still my role model. That's the standard of my life. If you continue to hide in the darkness, you won't be able to shine. If you follow me, we can shine together and do some meaningful things together. The greatest heroes rule the world with benevolence. The God's world is in danger. Why don't you lend us a hand? That's a matter for the human race. What does it have to do with me? It has nothing to do with me, which race is in charge of the Hong Meng universe. I've been sleeping in the Hong Meng mountains for God knows how long. This time, I was woken up and was fortunate enough to find the Hong Meng sacred spring. After drinking it, I'll enter the boundless sea of darkness and find a new place to sleep. Human brat, you'd better stop dreaming if you want me to be your mount. The green ox did not pay any attention to him. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed bitterly. You can't go against the will of the heavens. You beasts only submit to the strong. That's your nature. I've subdued a primordial beast before. Today, I wanted to convince you with virtue, befriend you, and use benevolence to influence you so that you can protect my home with me. There's a saying in my hometown. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. Hong Meng is about to fall. There's no distinction between races. As a sacred beast, it's a pity that you've been hiding in hibernation. I, Qin Shao, have great ambitions for the God's world. I've sworn to protect it. I want you to submit to me with supreme virtue and become my mount. I want you to lead me in a battle and brandish your weapons across the world. Are you really not willing? Qin Zhao's words were forceful and filled with righteousness. A vast aura of righteousness flowed through his chest. This was a selfless spirit. This was a quality of benevolence. The Azure Bull didn't seem to want to pay any more attention to Qin Shao. He did his best to destroy Qin Zhao's heart force world projection. He wanted to leave this place and flee. Qin Shao shook his head when he saw that the Azure Bull hadn't been influenced by his words. It looks like I'll have to take action. So be it. Today, I want to see just how powerful an ancient sacred beast like you is. Since I can't influence you with virtue, I'll subdue you with force. As a sacred beast, you shouldn't ignore the God's world. The rise and fall of the God's world is related to your rise and fall. Chapter 1052. River Ancestor Qin Zhao's sword aura was pushed to the limit. He mobilized the might of his ultimate sword Dao and sent it crashing down. The entire world suddenly became a world of swords. An ocean of sword aura endless swords. Only swords existed in the world. Countless swords with unparalleled sharpness blasted towards a green ox. The green ox emitted a series of angry moos and stomped its hooves heavily. Each stomp caused Qin Zhao's heart force world projection to tremble. It felt like it was on the verge of collapse. It was clear that each of the green ox's hooves was terrifyingly powerful. The green ox's hooves flew, and its tail whipped about. The two horns on its head were like peerless blades, repelling all the swords. This was an adult green ox. Its strength was comparable to a ruler. Ordinary rulers would find it difficult to deal with it. Therefore, although Qin Zhao went all out and unleashed the strength of a ruler, he still couldn't do anything to the green ox. However, he managed to temporarily trap the green ox, making it difficult for it to escape. Qin Zhao felt bitter. It seems like I've been thinking too much. With my current strength, trying to subdue a green ox with brute force isn't very realistic. In the historical records, only an ancient sage managed to subdue a green ox. There are no other records. My current cultivation level isn't high enough. My strength is only at the ruler level. It's not very possible to subdue this green ox. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. But since he saw the green ox, he had to at least try, right? Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, it was worth a try. If he failed, there was nothing he could do about it. However, if he succeeded, the rewards he would reap would be far greater than 10 sane artifacts. It was a pity that he couldn't succeed even after trying. It seemed like he was still a little too weak. There was nothing he could do about it. He was so lucky to encounter a green ox, but he couldn't subdue it. It was indeed very depressing. But that was all he could do. With that in mind, Qin Zhao decided to give up. There was no point in continuing the fight. But right at this moment, several powerful figures suddenly descended. Terrifying waves of energy blasted down, instantly destroying Qin Zhao's heart force world projection. Huh? Qin Zhao frowned slightly. Only now did she see clearly who these people were. Qin Zhao was no stranger to the Black Submerged Demon Emperor and his younger brother, the Black Fiend Heavenly Emperor. In fact, they were very familiar with each other. They had even fought before. The Black Fiend Heavenly Emperor's clone had been killed by Qin Zhao, and the Black Submerged Demon Emperor had even been forced back by Qin Zhao. Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Skies of the Star Alliance, accompanied by the Patriarch of Pagoda and the leader of the Dun clan. In addition to the Nine Dragons Palace and the Star Alliance, there were also two other Yao powerhouses. Qin Zhao recognized them, having fought them on the Mother Planet. One was Sha Tian Yao, and the other was the River Ancestor, who was ranked 9th on the Heaven list. He was an almighty of the demon race, and it was said that he was born at the beginning of the universe. He could be considered an old antique. 3 factions, 7 powerhouses, 3 of them in the top 10 of the Sky list. These 3 powers descended at almost the same time. Clearly, they'd been drawn here by the battle. They were here for the green ox. The ancient sacred beast, the green ox. I didn't think I'd run into one here in the primordial mountains. If I can tame it as a mount, I'll be able to protect myself even against a ruler. The Black Submerged Demon Emperor's eyes shone with greed. Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Skies and the River Patriarch's eyes shone with the same light. The value of the green ox was too great. If they could tame it, not even 10 sacred relics would be enough to trade for it. They hadn't come to the primordial mountains for the sacred relics. If they could tame the green ox, it would be worth it. Therefore, they all had their own plans. The green ox sensed danger when it saw the arrival of these powerhouses. It stood in place and looked around vigilantly, trying to think of a way to escape. The 4 factions were guarding it, making it difficult for it to escape even if it wanted to. Black Submerged Demon Emperor, Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Skies. Since we found it together, I don't think any of us can take it for ourselves. Why don't we work together to tame the green ox? Then we can talk about it later. What do you two think? The River Patriarch suggested. Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Skies and Black Submerged Demon Emperor were aware of this. The green ox wasn't something they could tame on their own. Therefore, the best way to tame the green ox was to work together. Black Submerged Demon Emperor was the first to speak. I have no objections. Take it as Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Sky's idea. Haha, if you don't have any objections, why should I? I don't have the confidence to tame a green ox. Even a sovereign wouldn't dare to boast like that in front of him. Therefore, we can only work together. Otherwise, we won't have any chance of winning. Once the green ox breaks out of the encirclement, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Therefore, we have to work together. Crimson Keeper of the Ninth Skies laughed heartily. With that, the three of them looked at Qin Shao. The three of them had come to an agreement. Now it was up to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what do you think? The River Patriarch asked in a low voice. His tone wasn't very polite. The demon race had suffered many losses at the hands of Qin Shao. As an almighty with an extremely high status in the demon race, the River Patriarch was naturally displeased with Qin Shao. If they were meet under normal circumstances, they would probably have to fight each other. Today, the River Patriarch didn't act rashly because there were benefits here. Black Submerged Demon Emperor also said, Qin Shao, although there are some grudges between us, now is not the time to talk about them. If there's a grudge, we can settle it later. If you're willing to join us, then join us. If you're not, then you can withdraw. You also attacked just now. With your strength alone, you won't be able to tame this green ox. The green ox suddenly looked at Qin Shao. His eyes flickered with a strange light, as if he was asking for Qin Zhao's help. All right. Qin Zhao's lips curled into an evil smile. He actually agreed. Hearing Qin Zhao's agreement, the River Patriarch also smiled and said, All right, since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's attack together. If we work together, I believe we have a good chance. Let's not hold back. Qin Shao, you're pretty good. Hurry up and attack. A cold light flashed through Qin Zhao's eyes. He took the initiative to attack. However, he didn't attack the green ox. Instead, he attacked the Black Submerged Demon Emperor. Seeing Qin Shao go back on his word and attack him, the Black Submerged Demon Emperor's expression became extremely ugly. He was also extremely angry. He cursed loudly. Damn it, Qin Shao, you actually went back on your word. How despicable. Qin Shao, you despicable person. How dare you? Ninth Heaven Crimson Venerable and River Patriarch were also angry. The two of them also attacked Qin Shao. In an instant, 3 almighties in the top 10 of the heaven ranking attacked Qin Shao. This situation was terrifying just thinking about it. The green ox found an opportunity and naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately fled and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Now that the green ox had fled, it would be impossible to catch up to him. Even if a sovereign intervened, it wouldn't be of much help. Qin Shao wasn't afraid at all. He was in high spirits and had an imposing appearance. He completely activated his ultimate Sword Dao. He used his Sword World to protect himself and resist all forces. The combination of Ninth Heaven Crimson Venerable, Black Submerged Demon Emperor, and River Patriarch was indeed very terrifying. However, Qin Shao was strong enough. He was already prepared. He didn't hesitate to use some of his techniques. In addition to Qin Zhao's own defensive strength and the fact that he was in the ethereal realm, many of his techniques were fully activated. Therefore, after this exchange, Qin Shao didn't suffer any losses. Instead, he safely retreated to his original position. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Ninth Heaven Crimson Venerable and the other two. His aura shook the heavens. Ninth Heaven Crimson Venerable and the other two were furious. They were unable to restrain their anger. Their sinister and fierce gazes fell on Qin Shao. They all looked like they wanted to kill Qin Shao. Black Submerged Demon Emperor, in particular, was furious. He said in a thunderous voice, Qin Shao, why did you go back on your words? Don't you think you're despicable? Qin Shao, you have to give us a good explanation today. Otherwise, we won't let this matter rest. Ninth Heaven Crimson Venerable was also furious. River Patriarch's eerie face was filled with murderous intent. His demonic eyes flashed. Qin Shao, I think you're sincere in opposing us. You want to be enemies with the three of us. Do you really think you're strong enough to disregard the three of us? I admit that you're strong. If it was a one-on-one, the three of us might not be your match. But now it's 3 against 1. Do you really have the confidence to take advantage of the three of us? If you hadn't joined in, we wouldn't have needed you. The three of us were confident that we could have subdued that green bull. But you actually helped the green bull escape. You caused us to suffer heavy losses. I think we should settle this debt properly, right? Settle the score? Qin Shao sneered and stared coldly at River Patriarch. How do you want to settle the score? You're a monster spirit. How dare you talk about settling the score here? If you want to fight me, I'll keep you company. I won't bully you. Come at me with Sha Tianyao. If you have the ability to do anything to me, Qin Shao, then I'll admit defeat. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I can use this opportunity to take down the spirit of the monster spirits. You've aided the evildoers and colluded with Eros. That's a crime worthy of the wrath of both man and God. The fire in my heart has yet to be vented. If you want to fight, then that's exactly what I want. The River Patriarch and Sha Tianyao's expressions darkened at Qin Zhao's domineering words. If it were just the two of them, it wouldn't be easy to deal with Qin Shao. Chapter 1053. The fist was a statement. From the standpoint of the demon race, they felt that their choice was correct. If they didn't join forces with Eros, how could they possibly shake the ruling position of the God realm? There was no point in discussing who was right and who was wrong. Different standpoints gave different perspectives. The river ancestor looked at the black submerged demon emperor and the red reverend of the ninth heavens. He was no match for Qin Shao alone, but if the black submerged demon emperor and the red reverend of the ninth heavens joined forces, he would have nothing to fear. How could they not understand Qin Zhao's actions just now? He clearly didn't want them to subdue the green bull, so he intentionally let it go. The black submerged devil emperor said eerily, Qin Shao, you intentionally let the green bull go and cut off our source of income. You caused us to suffer a great loss. This debt has to be settled. We're both from the God realm, but this is a personal grudge. Don't talk about the righteousness of the race. I won't fight with you today, but you have to make it up to me. Don't say I'm asking for too much. I only want 2 holy artifacts. As long as you hand over the 2 holy artifacts today, we could drop this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing that the black submerged devil emperor was willing to fight, the river ancestor's eerie smile deepened. He couldn't do anything alone, but with the black submerged devil emperor, the situation was different. Qin Shao looked at the black submerged devil emperor. He naturally knew what he was thinking. Wasn't he still holding a grudge over what happened last time? That was why he wanted to use this opportunity to deal with him. He wanted to borrow the river ancestor's hand. If he didn't talk about the righteousness of the race and insisted on saying it was a personal grudge, then there was nothing he could do. Qin Shao wasn't surprised that the black submerged devil emperor wanted to fight. It was normal for such a despicable person to do something. Why would he fear the black submerged devil emperor? Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. His gaze landed on the ninth heaven red sovereign and said, Ninth heaven red sovereign, what do you think? The ninth heaven red sovereign shook his head and said, This is a personal grudge between you two. I won't interfere. After saying that, the ninth heaven Crimson Zune left with the ancestor of the Great Pagoda and the leader of the Zhudan tribe. They did not help or offend either side. The river ancestor and the black submerged devil emperor had already guessed that Crimson Lord of the ninth heaven was unwilling to help. However, they were confident that the 2 of them would be enough. Both of them were ranked in the top 10 of the heaven roll. They believed that they would be able to deal with Qin Shao if they joined forces. With such pride, the 2 of them were naturally not afraid of anything. The river ancestor stared darkly at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, you deliberately ruined our plans and provoked us. If you don't give us an explanation today, where will the dignity of the black submerged devil emperor and I go? Where's your face? This time, the auspicious signs have descended upon the primordial mountain. We are all here to try our luck. Since you destroyed our opportunity, don't blame us for not giving you face. I'm afraid this clone of yours won't be able to leave this place alive. If you know what's good for you and beg for mercy now, perhaps we can let you go. However, the black submerged devil emperor has already told you the conditions. Compensate each of us with 2 sacred items, and we will let you go. Otherwise, Let's see how many tricks you have up your sleeves. Qin Shao sneered and looked at the river ancestor. He said sarcastically, River ancestor, I think you're getting more and more muddle-headed as you age. Just because you've lived for a long time, you think you can spout nonsense here? You're merely ranked 9th on the heaven roll. Even the black submerged devil emperor was defeated by my people, let alone you, river ancestor. You two shameless villains, what do you think you can do to me, Qin Shao? What a joke. To put it bluntly, I don't want to be associated with villains like you. You don't even deserve to carry my shoes. How dare you boast here? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. I want to see how capable you are after living for half a universe epoch. Qin Zhao's words caused the expressions of the river ancestor and the black nightmare devil emperor to become extremely ugly, sinister, and twisted. The black submerged devil emperor's defeat at the hands of Qin Shao hadn't been spread. However, now that Qin Shao had mentioned it, it was an invisible slap to the black submerged devil emperor's face. It made the black submerged devil emperor extremely embarrassed and angry. The river ancestor was an ancient figure who had experienced the great god-demon war. In terms of seniority, he was indeed extremely high. In the demon race, the river ancestor's position was extremely high. Even the rulers were very polite to him. In fact, there were even rulers who had to call him ancestor. The river ancestor could be said to be one of the oldest ancestors of the demon race. He was in existence of the same era as the demon race master. However, the river ancestor's strength was indeed a bit lacking. He was only ranked 9th on the heaven roll. He had lived for countless years, but he hadn't become a ruler. Therefore, when Qin Shao mentioned the river ancestor, it was naturally the greatest insult to the river ancestor. The river ancestor was unable to restrain his anger. His expression was so ugly that it looked like he was going to eat Qin Shao alive. River ancestor, this kid has a sharp tongue and is extremely good at talking. He's purposely trying to provoke us. He's very cunning at such a young age and has a lot of thoughts. Let's not waste time with him. Let's just kill him. Even if we can't destroy this clone of his, we have to cut off a few pieces of his flesh. The black submerged devil emperor said, Do it. The river ancestor also shouted. The river ancestor's body shook and immediately turned into a demon river. The demon river was extremely huge. It was unknown how many trillions of miles long and how many billions of miles wide it was. It was vast and mighty enough to cover a large area and star field. The demon river was said to be the mother river of the demon race. It was the origin of the demon race. All demon spirits were born from the demon river. As soon as the demon river appeared, it covered the sky and the sun. Instantly, everything in the void was enveloped by the demon river and was completely submerged. Monstrous waves rose one after another. It was extremely turbulent and surging endlessly. The huge waves were like ancient beasts. They roared and attacked, smashing heavily on Qin Zhao's body. Just these huge waves alone were enough to pose a threat to ordinary almighties. These layers of huge waves attacked continuously. It was enough to show how terrifying they were. Each layer of huge waves could distort everything. They could distort the void, distort time, and shatter everything. Demonic spirits were also born from the demonic river. Hundreds of millions of demonic spirits appeared, roaring and ferocious as they charged over. They were densely packed, and wherever one looked, there were demonic spirits. They were endless, and it was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was the demon race's strongest absolute art, the demon river. It was said that the demon race also had an ultimate treasure, the demon river, which was at the level of a universe treasure. However, it was obviously impossible for a universe treasure to appear in the hands of the river ancestor. It was definitely in the hands of the demon race's master. The river ancestor also used his ultimate move. Obviously, he didn't dare to be careless. As expected of the river ancestor, to be able to use this absolute art to such a terrifying extent. It's indeed a good move. It seems that the river ancestor's strength isn't inferior to the black nightmare demon emperor. He's not at the level of 9th on the heaven list. As soon as the river ancestor attacked, Qin Shao frowned slightly. The heaven list wasn't absolute. The river ancestor was an existence that had lived for almost an era. Moreover, he hadn't fought for a long time. It was normal for his strength to be underestimated. In the face of the terrifying demon river, Qin Shao didn't attack. Instead, he stood there with his hands behind his back. However, he was invulnerable. Sword Qi light surrounded his body, forming a protective shield. The might of his heart force was able to repel any energy that got close to him. That was why the sight of it was very shocking. In the face of the river ancestors' all-out attack, Qin Shao was still calm and composed. He displayed the demeanor of an expert incisively and vividly. River ancestor, is this all you've got? The power of your demon race's absolute art is indeed not bad. Its aura is also frightening enough. However, when used by you, its power is only so. As expected, you've lived in vain. The more you live, the more backward you become. You want to deal with me, Qin Shao, with this little trick? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Don't you think it's funny? Qin Shao sneered. His words were unforgiving and incomparably sharp. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the river ancestor was so angry that his face turned green. He snorted angrily. Arrogant little, don't be so happy too early. I admit that your strength is not bad. However, we're 2 against 1. You won't be able to gain any advantage. That's true. If you're not strong enough, you can find a helper. Using numbers to bully others is probably one of your specialties. However, I still have to say that your strength is trash. Qin Shao sneered. He continued to provoke the river ancestor and the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Who were the river ancestor and the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor? When had anyone dared to talk to them like this? In the face of such humiliation, both of them were unable to restrain their anger. They were so angry that they wanted to kill Qin Shao. Originally, they thought that if it was really difficult to kill Qin Shao, they would just teach him a lesson to vent their anger. But now, both of them wanted to kill Qin Shao at all costs. Suddenly, darkness descended. Black Qi surged and swallowed everything, including the void. The power of the demon river and the power of the Black Nightmare whirlpool surged at the same time. Qin Shao sensed a trace of danger from both sides. Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. He frowned slightly. The power of the true meaning of power burst out, and he displayed the Heaven and Earth Seal. The Heaven and Earth Seal was one of the top 10 absolute arts. It integrated the Tao of all things and had the power to twist the universe. With the help of the true meaning of power, the Heaven and Earth Seal became extremely powerful. Qin Shao struck out with both hands, twisting the universe. The Heaven and Earth spun, and all order was changed. All the power was blocked out of the universe and could not get close to Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's hands moved rapidly, reversing the universe. One hand was the universe, the other hand was the burial. The universe was reversed, and the left and right were swapped. Under the power of the universe, the demon river and the Black Nightmare whirlpool reversed and collided with each other. The river ancestor and the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor frowned. This was their ultimate move. Even when they attacked together, they could not do anything to Qin Shao. Instead, they were being toyed around by Qin Shao. It was hard for them to accept such a situation. Chapter 1054. Fight to the end. Faced with the river ancestor's displeasure, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's face turned even uglier. He said with a dark expression, "River ancestor, I did fight him once and suffered a little. However, I didn't feel that he was this strong the last time we fought. I also underestimated his methods. It's pointless to say this now. There's no reason for us to suffer a great loss at his hands when we join forces. If that's the case, both of us will lose face if news of today's battle spreads. So no matter what, we have to fight to the end. If we don't take him down today, how can we swallow this anger? I don't believe it. After all, he's only a 4th-step heavenly god. Moreover, he's only cultivated for a little over 300,000 years. He's not even a fraction of our age. Why should we be afraid of him? At most, we'll just fight with some trump cards. For our dignity, even if we have to fight with some trump cards, we won't hesitate." The river ancestor's expression was ugly. He felt that he had been tricked by the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. However, he really couldn't blame the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor for this. After all, he was the one who initiated the alliance, not the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. In this situation, he could only fight to the death. All right, Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since we've already fought, there's no turning back. Today, even if we have to fight with all our trump cards, we can't let this kid off easily. Otherwise, how can we maintain our standing in the primordial universe? We'll really become a joke then. The River Ancestor's voice was incomparably vicious. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's face was also resolute. He said, "Yes, I have the same intention. How can we, two mighty almighties, be provoked by a fourth-step heavenly godbrat? Don't worry, if we join forces, let alone Qin Shao, we can even deal with Nian. Let's do it." The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor and the River Ancestor attacked again. One of them was 4th, and the other was 9th on the heaven ranking. Moreover, the River Ancestor had always kept a low profile. It had been a long time since he had revealed his true strength. Therefore, the River Ancestor's true strength was actually not below the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. If the two of them joined forces, even a number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, Nian would have to be wary of them. The light of destruction was like the arrival of doomsday. The shocking sound was like the chime of the 9 heavens, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, startling the yellow spring and the 9 underworlds. It could intimidate the ancient times and shake the heavens of today. The endless light was like countless scorching flames, completely annihilating the entire world. The scene of the destruction of the heavens and the earth, the image of the sorrowful cries of eternity. The might of the Grand Tao had also wove together into numerous, enormous dragons. They carried the supreme might of a ruler that had descended upon the world as they pressed down. The demonic river, the black vortex, the dim light, the sword edge, all of them were incomparably terrifying, making the heavens collapse and the 4 seas boil. Every wave of energy could easily crush an ordinary almighty into pieces and turn him into nothingness. Qin Shao was enveloped and annihilated by this endless and terrifying energy. He felt like a chick that had fallen into a terrifying tsunami. If he only relied on his physical defense, it was obvious that he would not be able to withstand this terrifying power. Obviously, the Black Submerged Demon Emperor and the River Ancestor had both attacked with all their might. Apart from the trump cards that they had yet to use, they did not hold back at all. Obviously, the two of them wanted to attack forcefully and not give Qin Shao any chance to resist. They wanted to take down Qin Shao in one fell swoop. I think you guys really have a death wish today." Qin Shao snorted coldly. His sword suddenly moved. With one move of the sword, the heavens and the earth were shocked. The ages moved, and the heavens woke up. With one move of the sword, brilliance burst forth. The 4 seas fell silent, and the 9 heavens swooped. With one move of the sword, the entire world seemed to have suddenly entered into silence. Time and space completely stagnated, and everything was frozen. This was the complete embodiment of the might of the ultimate sword principle. The might of the Grand Tao had directly descended. There was no need for any fancy moves, no need for any sword techniques, and no need for any unique techniques. When the sword had reached this level, it had already surpassed a single sword and surpassed the essence of the sword. What was the core essence of the sword? It was the sword principle, the ultimate sword principle. All swords existed for the sake of the sword principle. The sword was just a medium and a carrier. The true core of power was the Tao. Everything was done for the sake of triggering the Tao. Qin Shao was the master of the ultimate sword principle. All sword techniques were meaningless to him. Even the most powerful sword techniques and lost techniques existed for the sake of the ultimate sword principle. In the end, they would trigger the might of the ultimate sword principle and descend with the supreme might of the Tao to destroy everything. The brilliance of the sword principle tore through everything and destroyed everything. It turned all darkness into light. The river ancestor and the black submerged demon emperor's attacks under Qin Zhao's sword. They could not block it at all, let alone hurt Qin Zhao. Everything returned to light. What a terrifying might of the ultimate sword principle. His casual move caused the entire grand Tao to move and the might of the Tao to descend to the nine heavens. Terrifying, it's really too terrifying. This is the level of a controller. Qin Zhao actually became an ultimate sword principle controller? Seeing Qin Zhao's sword, the river ancestor was shocked once again. His face was filled with astonishment. An ultimate sword principle controller. Just the thought of it was terrifying. One had to know that Qin Zhao was only slightly over 300,000 years old. A controller at such a young age, not to mention this universe era. Even if the previous 7 universe eras were included, perhaps only the Lord of Death could compare to him. The number of fourth-step Empyrean gods who could become controllers in the 8 universe epochs added up would probably not exceed 10. On average, only one Empyrean god could be born in each universe epoch. Hence, one could imagine how difficult it was to become a controller. Generally speaking, only a very small number of Dominator existences could become controllers. Even the River Ancestor did not know if there were any Almighties who could become controllers. Nian and the Clear Sky Emperor might be controllers, but there was also a possibility that they were not. At least, according to the public information, neither of them was a controller. Sensing the terror of the ultimate sword principle, the River Ancestor's heart was filled with bitterness. His expression was abnormally ugly as he smelled a trace of danger. On the other side, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's expression was also abnormally ugly. The Black Submerged Demonic Emperor had clashed with Qin Zhao before. Although Qin Zhao had also used Ultimate Sword Dao, she had not used her full strength. As a result, she had barely been able to suppress the Black Submerged Demonic Emperor. She had not even been able to injure the Black Submerged Demonic Emperor, and the Black Submerged Demonic Emperor had even managed to escape. However, this time, Qin Zhao used his full strength and pushed the power of the ultimate sword principle to the extreme. A complete ultimate Great Tao, when fully unleashed, directly reached the battle strength of a Dominator. Hence, Qin Zhao's sword was completely equivalent to a Dominator's attack. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, you knew that Qin Zhao had already become a controller. Why didn't you say so earlier? The River Ancestor angrily transmitted a message to the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Black Submerged Devil Emperor's expression was very ugly as he replied, "River Ancestor, I did exchange blows with him last time, but I didn't feel how strong he was last time. I wasn't even sure if he had become a controller. How long has he lived? Only a little over 300,000 years old. Can you imagine that he has already become a controller? Hence, I did not know about this at all." The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor was indeed not completely certain that Qin Zhao was a controller. In addition, he felt that he had not suffered too much last time. This time, the River Ancestor took the initiative to invite him to join forces against Qin Zhao. Naturally, he wanted to give it a try. Perhaps he could really avenge himself. His younger brother, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's clone, had been killed by Qin Zhao. He had yet to avenge this grudge. I think you're doing this on purpose. The River Ancestor naturally did not believe the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's words. If he had known that Qin Zhao was a controller, he would not have taken the initiative to stir up trouble. The River Ancestor knew the strength of a controller. He was far from being a match for them. Even if he joined forces with the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor now, even if they still had trump cards, they might not be able to do anything to Qin Zhao. At most, they would have some confidence in surviving. The battle had indeed shaken the River Ancestor's resolve. He had just wanted to fight to the death. He would rather use 1 or 2 trump cards to teach Qin Zhao a good lesson. If possible, he would not hesitate to kill Qin Zhao's clone. If he could kill Qin Zhao's clone, it would be a great contribution. However, The river ancestor had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. Qin Shao was actually a controller. This was indeed hard for him to accept, and he was very unhappy. He had lived for almost a universe epoch and had obtained endless cultivation resources. However, he had not been able to become a controller, even after countless years of accumulation. This kid in front of him, who hadn't even lived for a fraction of his life, had actually become a controller. This kind of stimulation was really very big. The worst thing was that now that he had provoked this guy, it would be difficult to settle today's matter. The river ancestor naturally blamed the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor for all of this. After all, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor had fought Qin Shao before. He clearly knew that Qin Zhao's strength was very terrifying. However, he did not say anything and even instigated the river ancestor to fight. Despicable, hateful. However, no matter how angry the river ancestor was, he could only accept this loss. After all, he was the one who had invited the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor first. He could not blame the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Qin Zhao's sword slashed towards the river ancestor, which gave him a fright. He quickly said, "Qin Shao, stop. I admit defeat. Let's call it a day." Qin Zhao's sword slashed towards the river ancestor as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The mighty river ancestor, the most powerful person in the demon race under the rulers. Even the rulers had to call him ancestor. However, the river ancestor had actually taken the initiative to admit defeat. When he heard the river ancestor admit defeat, the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor cursed in his heart, spineless. However, even though he cursed, the river ancestor did not want to fight anymore. He naturally had no way of fighting Qin Shao alone. Therefore, the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor could only admit defeat at this moment, and also wanted to admit defeat. Stop? Admit defeat? Call it quits? Qin Shao coldly looked at the river ancestor and coldly spat out a few words. "River ancestor, you didn't say that just now. You were very arrogant just now and wanted to kill me. We just started fighting and you want to call it quits? Are you playing with me? Do you think that's possible?" Chapter 1055. A life-saving trump carved the river ancestor's facial muscles twitched violently. His expression was twisted and ugly. Just now, he really did feel a little arrogant. But now, reality had given him a resounding slap to the face. He had no choice but to lower his head and admit defeat. The river ancestor's expression was ugly, but he still said, "That was then, and this is now. Cultivators like us only recognize strength." However, Qin Shao still ignored him. Qin Zhao's sword was unstoppable. Seeing that Qin Shao was ignoring him, the river ancestor's expression became even more gloomy. The black submerged demonic emperor wasn't any better. He already knew that Qin Shao wasn't someone easy to talk to. Now that he had provoked him, it would be difficult to deal with the consequences. It was obviously impossible to just call it quits and end the battle like this. But things had already gotten to this point. No matter how much he said, it was useless. The black submerged demonic emperor gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to meet the attack head-on. However, all of his techniques seemed weak in the face of the complete Dao might of the ultimate sword Dao. He couldn't block it at all. A dangerous aura surged towards him. The black submerged demonic emperor opened his palm. A strange lotus flew out of his palm and rapidly grew in size. It turned into a sitting altar. The petals of the flower quickly bloomed and enveloped the black submerged demonic emperor. It was like an unsealable fruit. It emitted a holy light that could block all power. Oh, an ancient divine lotus. The black submerged demonic emperor actually has an ancient divine lotus. As expected of an antique that has lived for so long, he really does have some powerful trump cards. Seeing the lotus, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. The ancient divine lotus was rumored to be an item left behind by an ancient divine sage after his death. It possessed unparalleled divine might. Of course, this was just a rumor. Another rumor said that the ancient divine lotus was a rare treasure born naturally in the ancient divine era. It was protected by the laws of heaven and earth and could withstand an attack from a sovereign. If the ancient divine lotus bore fruit, It was said that a single fruit could make someone a divine sage. Saint was a term used in ancient times. In modern times, it was actually an existence that ruled over everything. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew whether or not it was true. At the very least, there were no historical records to prove the truth of this matter. The authenticity of some of the rumors had yet to be verified. In fact, whether or not the ancient divine lotus would bear fruit was another matter altogether. Of course, since there was such a legend, it also meant that the ancient divine lotus was extraordinary. Qin Shao had only seen records of the ancient divine lotus in the desolate land's divine temple's ancient codex. He did not expect to see one here. Qin Zhao's sword fell on the ancient divine lotus. The ancient divine lotus holy light suddenly burst out like an eruption of sparks. The brilliant light actually blocked the power of Qin Zhao's ultimate sword Dao. On the other side, the river ancestor threw out an ancient token. The ancient token emitted an endless light that immediately separated the void. In front of the river ancestor and Qin Shao, it formed an ancient river of spirits that crossed the river of time and the endless void. Qin Zhao's sword broke through the endless void, but it still could not reach the river ancestor. On the other side of the river of spirits, the river ancestor had a pained look on his face. This was his life-saving trump card. It was given to him by the lord of the demon race. It was more than enough to block the attack of a powerful ruler. But today it was used on Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you are ruthless. You are really ruthless. You forced me to use my life-saving trump card. I, the river ancestor, have never suffered such a big loss in this era of the universe. Today, I actually fell into the hands of a young boy like you. The river ancestor gritted his teeth. Obviously, the anger in his heart had reached the extreme. A life-saving trump card was too painful for him. This kind of life-saving trump card, every time it was used, there would be one less. It was too difficult to get another one, and the price he had to pay was too high. Just thinking about it made his heart ache, and he felt as if it was bleeding. In today's battle, he was indeed unlucky to the extreme. We are the same. You forced me to do this, and you asked for it. If you didn't attack just now, nothing would happen to us. This is not a battlefield, and I can't be bothered to do anything to you. However, you all are arrogant and want to bully and humiliate me. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. I, Qin Shao, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I am never afraid of trouble. Since you took the initiative to provoke me, then don't think about getting any benefits. Even if I have to pierce through the sky, I will not hesitate. Although I, Qin Shao, have not lived for long, there are many people who wanted to kill me over the years. But these people all died in my hands in the end. No matter who it is, if you want to do anything to me, then you have to weigh your own strength first. If you can't kill me, then I will kill you. To me, this is a kind of fairness. So, this is just the beginning. The more ruthless means are still to come. Qin Shao said coldly. The river ancestor's expression was unsightly. He snorted heavily. Humph, Qin Shao, I admit that you are very strong, and I admit that I am heaven-defying enough. You are the controller, and my strength is indeed far inferior to yours. But today you want to do anything to me, the river ancestor, that is also impossible. If I, the river ancestor, am really controlled by you, then I have lived for countless years in vain. My strength is not as good as yours, but I still have the means to protect myself. You have already caused me to use one of my trump cards, and this is already the limit. What else do you want to do to me? You don't have the ability to do so. Don't have the ability to do so. Qin Shao pursed his lips. He did not care about these words at all, and was very unhappy. However, his sword really had no way to cross the endless void. That kind of means was too strange, and Qin Shao did not understand what was going on. This life-saving trump card was indeed very powerful. Although Qin Shao was unhappy, he had to admit that there was indeed no way to do anything to the river ancestor today. This matter was indeed unpleasant. Qin Shao did not like to take revenge overnight, so if there was a grudge, he would usually take revenge on the spot. Qin Shao really wanted to take down the river ancestor, and see if he still dared to be so arrogant in front of him, and see if he still dared to say that he wanted to kill him. River Ancestor, you have a life-saving means with you. Even if I can't kill you this time, there's a grudge between us. When we meet again in the future, it will definitely be the same situation. I want to see how many life-saving trump cards you have. You can protect yourself once or twice, but can you protect yourself 8 or 10 times? Otherwise, you'd better hide in the demon realm in the future and not come out. Otherwise, I, Qin Xiao, will never let you go. Well, this is my promise to you. Qin Xiao said again. Things like promises were originally good things. But to use it here, it made the River Ancestor very embarrassed. The pride in the River Ancestor's heart made him very unconvinced. He shook his hand hard and said, "Today, there is indeed a grudge between us. Today, I have suffered a big loss in your hands. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Qin Xiao, you'd better hide in the divine palace of the desolate land. Otherwise, you will not know when you will die. I've seen people who can talk big, but I've never seen someone who can talk big like you with such confidence. I really won't hide in the divine palace of the desolate land. If you have the guts, then come. I will be waiting for you at any time." Qin Xiao did not show any weakness and retorted sarcastically. Qin Xiao naturally understood that the River Ancestor was just talking big now. Give the River Ancestor courage, and he would not dare to trouble him next time. Unless he brought help, then there was no need to talk about it. But if he really wanted to find help, Qin Xiao was not afraid of the River Ancestor. If the River Ancestor really found a sovereign to attack him, then even if Qin Xiao was no match for him, he still had the confidence to save his life. As long as he could save his life, that was enough. If he really forced him into a corner, he could also ask his master for help. He did not believe that he could not, the River Ancestor. After the River Ancestor said a lot of nonsense, he turned and left. After the River Ancestor left, the endless void disappeared, but there was no trace of him. No one knew where he went. It was obviously impossible to chase after him. Now that the River Ancestor had run away, Qin Xiao was helpless. He could not stop him. Count yourself lucky this time, River Ancestor. There was no other way. Who asked you to live for almost a universe era and be the strongest person under the sovereign realm of the fiend race? I already knew you had some life-saving trump cards. But today, I was able to force you to use one of your life-saving trump cards. My anger can be considered vented. The next time we meet, it won't be today's situation. Qin Xiao was more or less unhappy that the River Ancestor had run away, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Being able to force the River Ancestor to use one of his life-saving trump cards was something he could be proud of. If this matter were to spread, it would obviously cause an uproar and shake the entire divine world. Such a glorious battle had indeed pushed Qin Xiao to a new height. He could only find another opportunity to avenge the River Ancestor in the future. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on Black submerged Devil Emperor, who was still hiding in the ancient Saint Lotus. Although Black submerged Devil Emperor had also used his life-saving trump card, it was clearly not as powerful as the River Ancestors. Therefore, at this time, he could only save his own life, but he did not leave as calmly as the River Ancestor. At this time, Black submerged Devil Emperor's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He knew that the situation was bad. The River Ancestor had run away, and now he was the only one left to face the powerful Qin Xiao. How could he have any confidence left? Detestable, detestable. How did things come to this? But at this time, Black submerged Devil Emperor also knew that it was futile to say anything more. Black submerged Devil Emperor, let's see how long this ancient Saint Lotus can protect you. Let's see if you can leave here alive today. Qin Xiao said coldly to Black submerged Devil Emperor. Qin Xiao looked around, but did not see anyone else. Black submerged Devil Emperor ran very quickly. When he saw that the situation was bad, Black submerged Devil Emperor ran away. Just now, Qin Xiao's mind was focused on dealing with the River Ancestor and Black submerged Devil Emperor. Naturally, he had no way to pay attention to Black submerged Devil Emperor. Chapter 10:56. Begging for mercy, the Black submerged Devil Emperor was truly anxious. As the strongest person under the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, if he were to seek help from a Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, he would definitely alarm the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. However, how could a Nine Dragons' heavenly palace appear so easily? Moreover, it was true that he was not in the right in today's situation. If he did something unreasonable, he would naturally feel guilty and guilty. Seeing the furious Qin Shao, the black submerged devil emperor wanted to cry, but had no tears. He really regretted provoking this brat again today. Great. Now it was difficult to clean up the mess. Although the ancient divine lotus could protect him, it couldn't last long. If Qin Shao continued to attack like this, he wouldn't be able to last long. Although he still had other life-saving trump cards on him, there were only a few of them in total. They were the accumulation of his countless years of accumulation. Every single one of them was incomparably painful to use. Using one meant one less. Therefore, this matter made his heart ache. Qin Shao, you and I are both from the 5 great sacred lands of the divine world. There's no need for us to harm each other. Today's matter is indeed my fault. I apologize to you. If we continue to fight, it won't benefit either of us. Why don't we stop here? Right now, many treasures have appeared in the primordial mountain. If we continue to waste time here, it will only benefit others. Your luck has always been good. I believe you'll be able to obtain many treasures. The black submerged devil emperor had no choice but to lower his head and admit defeat to Qin Shao. If they continue to fight, he would really have to use a few more trump cards. Harm each other? Become a joke? Stop? Qin Shao sneered and said mockingly, Black submerged devil emperor, it's easy for you to say. You teamed up with the river ancestor to kill me, and you still have the face to talk about killing each other? Only you can kill me, but I can't kill you? Black submerged devil emperor, can you represent the Tao of the heavens? Can you represent the laws of the Grand Tao? Do you think you can reverse black and white with just your mouth? Today's matter, you provoked me first. Don't blame me for being rude. You asked for it. If you want to be a joke, you're the one who's the one. You have the nerve to call yourself a member of the divine world's holy land? You've joined forces with the demon race and colluded with the demon race to kill me. What makes you think you're qualified to say that? I've already said that I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. It's impossible for me to stop. The black submerged demon emperor really wanted to vomit blood. He knew that Qin Shao was not easy to talk to, but it seemed like there was no room for negotiation. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Everything was caused by him. So who could he blame? He was the only one who could bear the consequences of his actions. Qin Shao, although I'm not as strong as you, you can't kill me. At most, you can only hurt me. If you push me too far, I can ask for help from the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace's sovereigns. They're on their way here, so why make the situation so tense? If you have anything to say, we can talk about it. We can talk about anything, the black submerged devil emperor said again. He was still showing weakness and begging for mercy. The black submerged devil emperor was ranked 4th on the heaven list. How powerful was he? However, he was speaking so humbly right now. If news of this got out, it would shock countless people. The arrogant black submerged devil emperor had no choice but to lower his head. In this world, one's fists were the most important. Strength was the deciding factor. Being able to force the black submerged devil emperor to beg for mercy was a glorious achievement that he could be proud of. Qin Shao also knew that the possibility of killing the black submerged devil emperor was relatively small. After all, the black submerged devil emperor was ranked 4th on the heaven list. He definitely had some life-saving methods. Moreover, even if he could really force the black submerged devil emperor into a dead end, the black submerged devil emperor would definitely ask for help from the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace's sovereigns. The sovereigns of the sacred lands would intervene in the conflicts between the sacred lands. Even the sovereigns of the desolate land shrines would not allow Qin Shao to kill the black submerged devil emperor. Therefore, even if this matter escalated to the end, Qin Shao would still not be able to kill the black submerged devil emperor. It would only become a farce. Qin Shao also knew this, so he did not say that he really wanted to kill the black submerged devil emperor today. If he really went that far, he would probably become the target of thousands of people. Qin Shao did not care whether he could kill the Black Submerged Devil Emperor or not. He just wanted to vent his anger. Qin Shao, state your conditions. Consider my apology to you. If we continue to fight, I will have no choice but to ask the sovereigns for help. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor gritted his teeth. Forcing him to this point was enough to humiliate him. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. He had never suffered such a great loss in his life. All right, if you want to talk, I will give you a chance. Compensate me with 2 sacred artifacts, and I will let today's matter rest, Qin Shao said coldly. This condition was what the Black Submerged Devil Emperor had just said to him. Now, he was returning the exact same words to the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. To the Black Submerged Devil Emperor, it was obviously a great irony. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor's expression twisted. It was unusually ugly. The corner of his mouth twitched. Qin Shao, you should know that I do not have a sacred artifact. Your condition is too much. I have no way to satisfy you. Qin Shao knew that the Black Submerged Devil Emperor definitely had a sacred artifact. However, the sacred artifact might be with his true body. The one in front of him was definitely a clone of the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. The possibility of a clone carrying a sacred artifact was not high. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor definitely did not lack a sacred artifact. After all, the Black Submerged Devil Emperor was the strongest person in the 9-Dragon Celestial Palace. Moreover, he had lived for countless years. It was impossible that he did not have a sacred artifact. Qin Shao would not believe it. Asking for 2 sacred artifacts was clearly an exorbitant demand. Qin Shao only wanted to humiliate the Black Submerged Devil Emperor and vent his anger. Since you do not have one, then forget it. I am too lazy to say anything to you. Take this, Qin Shao said coldly. He was about to attack again. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly said, Qin Shao, wait. I will not give you 2 sacred artifacts, even if you beat me to death. You should know this. I'm not lying to you. You can state other conditions, but I really do not have a sacred artifact. The 10 great techniques, universal oddities, rare treasures. I can think of a way to get them. Qin Shao shook his head and said, You should keep those things for yourself. They are not rare to me at all. I have no interest in them at all. Forget it. I never wanted to take a sacred artifact from you anyway. Seeing that Qin Shao was still unwilling to give up, the Black Submerged Devil Emperor was anxious and angry. However, he felt more helpless, extremely helpless. Thinking about it, with Qin Shao's strength, his status in the desolate Land Divine Palace was extremely high. If he wanted the 10 great techniques, Qin Shao could definitely choose any one that the Divine Palace in the desolate land had. As for universal oddities, rare treasures, and the like, Qin Shao did not lack them. These sacred artifacts were actually meaningless to Qin Shao. They could not increase Qin Shao's strength. They were almost useless. Even if Qin Shao obtained these sacred artifacts, most of them would be used to give to others. They were not useful to him. Therefore, no matter how many sacred artifacts there were, they would not be able to move Qin Shao. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor was anxious. He was really anxious. He had never been forced into such a situation before. He gritted his teeth and made his final decision. He said, Qin Shao, how about this? I really can't give you a sacred artifact. The only thing I can give you now is a life-saving trump card. What I want are 2 divine artifacts. Do you think you can give me 2 divine artifacts with just 1 life-saving trump card? In your dreams. Qin Shao sneered and pointed his sword at the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. With this little bit of sincerity, don't say anything. I know that you really don't have the means to take out 2 sacred artifacts. I can lower my requirements. 2 life-saving trump cards. I can't go any lower. Qin Shao said 2 sacred artifacts just to vent his anger. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for the Black Submerged Devil Emperor to give him 2 sacred artifacts. Therefore, what Qin Shao really wanted were 2 life-saving trump cards. To be honest, Qin Shao did not have many life-saving trump cards. One was the Sacred Armor, which was a sacred artifact. It was a pretty good life-saving trump card. The other was Mount Fengyu, which was a universe treasure. Qin Shao would not use it so easily. Other than that, He really did not have any other life-saving trump cards, unless he asked his master for help. Actually, with the sacred armor, Qin Shao did not need any other life-saving trump cards. However, it would be good to give it to Shi Jian and the others. Qin Shao would not let go of such a good opportunity. Otherwise, it would be too easy for the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. Since he could not kill him, he could only make him pay. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor still shook his head helplessly. Qin Shao, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I really don't have it. I said that I only have one life-saving trump card. 100 billion years ago, I was lucky enough to obtain 2 ancient sacred lotuses in a secret realm in the Sea of Darkness. They are the twin sacred lotuses. Now that I've used one, I still have one. The value of a life-saving trump card is not much lower than a sacred object. I can't possibly have too many. This is all I have. If you still don't want to give up, then I'll have to do it. I can only thicken my skin and ask the ruler for help. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor had indeed been forced to a dead end by Qin Shao. He had been suppressed to the point where he could not do anything. He had lost all his dignity and dignity. Qin Shao could also see that the Black Submerged Devil Emperor had been forced into a dead end. If he continued to force him, there would be no result. An ancient sacred lotus? Qin Shao pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll let you off this time. If you provoke me again, I won't let you off even if you ask the ruler for help." The Black Submerged Devil Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Qin Shao was finally willing to give up. He was glad that he was still alive. This kid was really crazy. He definitely could not provoke him in the future. Otherwise, he might not be able to survive. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an ancient sacred lotus flew out. The Black Submerged Devil Emperor looked at the ancient sacred lotus in his hand. His heart was bleeding. However, in order to settle today's matter, he had no choice but to offer it up. Qin Shao took the ancient sacred lotus and did not stay any longer. He left immediately. Chapter 1057. Universe treasures more and more almighties came to Hongmeng Mountain, making it more and more lively. Of course, fights over treasures occurred frequently. In the face of the temptation of treasures, there was no such thing as being human or not, hatred or not. The competition was very intense and crazy. Some almighties even died in the battle. Some almighties from the Desolate Land Temple also came. Emperor Yin, Yi Juanhe, Emperor Gongyu, Lord of the Stars, Emperor Qing, and Waterwalker came. Qin Shao was familiar with these people. Previously, he had gone with these mighty figures on the Mother Egg planet. These places were all existences on the heaven ranking, and they were all extremely powerful. Of course, there were many almighties on the heaven leaderboard in the Desolate Land Temple. Only a small number of them came this time. Many almighties were either in seclusion or in the depths of the Sea of Darkness, so they could not attend. Some almighties did not want to take the risk, so they did not come out. Lord Huayong was obviously disdainful. If it was a sacred artifact, he could make one himself. Why would he need to come out and fight? Emperor Hao Tian did not come out either. Emperor Hao Tian was second on the heaven leaderboard, second only to Nian. The number 1 person in the Desolate Land Temple had always been the talk of the town. Some said it was Lord Huayong, while others said it was Emperor Hao Tian. There was no conclusive conclusion. Lord Huayong and Emperor Hao Tian had never fought before. One was second on the heaven leaderboard, while the other was second on the earth leaderboard. Logically speaking, the second on the heaven leaderboard should be stronger than the second on the earth leaderboard. However, Lord Huayong was a variable, so his strength could not be measured purely by the heaven leaderboard or earth leaderboard. Lord Huayong and Emperor Wu Tian were considered extraordinary in the Desolate Land Temple. Junior Qin Shao, you were in Hongmeng Mountain for a long time. I'm sure your collection is not small. The moment the Lotus the Arch arrived, he started teasing Qin Shao. Previously, when they were on the Mother Planet, the Lotus the Arch and Qin Shao were very close. Qin Shao smiled and said, "There are some gains, but it's not much. I haven't even gotten a single divine artifact yet." The Lotus the Arch clicked his tongue and said, "Even if there are no sacred artifacts, there must be many treasures." We've only just arrived at Hongmeng Mountain. We haven't even gotten anything yet. Haha, if I can't get anything in the end, then I can rob you, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, and share some of my loot with you. Ho ho, okay, I'll give you a few. Qin Shao was quite generous. He directly nodded and agreed. Of course, everyone knew that Emperor Qing was joking. Emperor Qing's personality was like that. He was joking and casual, but he was easy to get along with. Yin Di said, Junior Brother Qin Shao, let's go. If we don't act now, I'm afraid we won't even get to drink the soup. Everyone rushed to Hongmeng Mountain as fast as they could in order to obtain some opportunities and treasures. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so no one wanted to miss it. Everyone moved together. With Qin Shao and Yin Di, who were both in the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard, there was nothing for them to worry about. Treasures often flew out of Hongmeng Mountain. However, it still depended on luck. If they were lucky, it would be easy to snatch the treasure if they were close to it. Once someone else obtained it first, it would be troublesome to snatch it later. However, everyone's luck seemed to be quite good. There were a few times when they were the first to discover treasures. Qin Shao didn't snatch the treasures and directly let them snatch them. The Lotus Arch and the others were very united. They didn't fight for the treasures they found. Instead, they snatched them first and split them later. With everyone working together, they were naturally stronger and had a higher chance of success. After a round of exploration, everyone had already obtained more than a dozen treasures. Such a harvest was indeed incomparably delightful for everyone. Haha, Junior Qin Shao, your luck is still the best. Following you is the right thing to do. TSK, if this continues, we will all make a fortune this time. Haha, if Jiukoei and the others knew about this, they would probably vomit blood and die. They wouldn't even come if we asked them to. We'll make them envious when we go back. The Lotus Arch laughed heartily. The Lord of the Stars also nodded in agreement. That's right. The only regret now is that we haven't encountered any sacred artifacts. The Lotus Arch smacked his lips and said, That's right. It's a pity that we haven't encountered any sacred artifacts. However, I feel that Junior Qin Zhao's luck is not bad. Don't be wrong, the sweetness is still to come. There will definitely be sacred artifacts. The group continued their search. Although Hongmeng Mountain was extremely huge, it couldn't withstand hundreds of Almighties searching on it. The Almighties of various forces were all mobilized. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Hongmeng Mountain shook violently. A beam of sacred light shot into the sky and into the endless depths of the Sea of Darkness, illuminating Hongmeng. Such a strange phenomenon caused Qin Shao and the others to stop immediately and look carefully in that direction. Has a universe treasure appeared? The Flame Emperor frowned as he guessed. Qin Shao also had the same guess. The previous sacred artifacts had not caused such a huge commotion when they had appeared. Moreover, the sacred artifact had appeared not far away from him, so he felt it more strongly. However, it was obviously different this time. The sacred artifact was very far away from him this time, but there was still such a huge commotion. It was really extraordinary. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but guess if a universe treasure had appeared. If a universe treasure had really appeared, it would probably make everyone go crazy. This wasn't impossible. The last time the auspicious sign had descended upon Hongmeng Mountain, a universe treasure had appeared. In the end, it had led to an earth-shattering battle. Many of the heavenless existences had been injured or killed before the battle had finally subsided. It's a universe treasure. A universe treasure has definitely appeared. Haha, we're going to be rich. Let's go quickly. The Lotus Emperor suddenly looked excited. The Lord of the Stars patted the Lotus Emperor and said, Don't be happy too early. Even if it's a universe treasure, it won't be that easy to get. I'm afraid that in the end, we'll have to provoke a ruler to make a move. The Lotus Emperor smiled and said, I know. I'm just imagining it. With our strength, there's no need to fantasize about it. Even if we can get it, we won't be able to take it away. If we get a sacred artifact, we might be able to take it away, but a universe treasure is completely impossible. However, how can we not take a look at such a big event? Let's go quickly. Who knows, We might even be able to take the initiative." Everyone nodded. If a universe treasure had appeared, they had to take a look no matter what. Whether they could seize it or not was not worth mentioning. Qin Shao and the others rushed over as fast as they could. All the almighties of the entire Hongmeng Mountain gathered there. When Qin Shao arrived, he saw that there were already 100 to 200 almighties gathered there. There were even more almighties rushing over. The almighties of the 8 great holy lands were all there, and they were all in their own camps. Those who were scattered around were the almighties of the other factions. Their eyes were all filled with greed. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the other side. In the deep valley, a giant 9-legged cauldron was suspended above the valley. It was emitting a dazzling light that soared into the sky and reached the edge of the sea of darkness. The 9-legged cauldron was filled with divine light. Primordial mist was flowing on top of the cauldron. Ancient runes were flowing on top of the cauldron. Ancient divine beasts and sacred beasts were galloping on top of the cauldron. They all shook the primordial mist. Just looking at them would make one feel terrified, extremely terrified. A trace of their aura was enough to shake the universe. Looking at the 9-legged cauldron, Qin Shao was slightly shocked. It really is a universe treasure. Its aura is indeed extremely powerful. MT Fengyu really can't compare to it. Although MT Fengyu is also a universe treasure, it doesn't have any aura. It looks ordinary, and it's only good at speed. It's good for escaping. However, it's much weaker in other aspects. This 9-legged cauldron is obviously different. It has extremely strong offensive capabilities. Just the powerful aura emitted by this cauldron is enough to make me not dare to go near it. While feeling shocked, Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on the deep valley. He saw some things on the ground. They were fragments of weapons and some dilapidated walls. Obviously, some almighties had tried to snatch the 9-legged cauldron. However, they were crushed by the cauldron and lost their lives. How could a universe treasure be easily obtained? Ordinary almighties on the heaven roll couldn't even get close to a universe treasure, let alone obtain one. Could this be the legendary Hongmeng cauldron? The Lotus Emperor suddenly exclaimed. Hongmeng cauldron? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He was unfamiliar with this term and didn't know much about it. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, this should be the legendary Hongmeng cauldron. I always thought that the Hongmeng cauldron was just a legend that had disappeared in the ancient times. I didn't expect it to still exist. It has been in Hongmeng Mountain all this time. It has actually appeared this time. The Hongmeng cauldron is a universe treasure formed at the beginning of the universe. It is a product of refining Hongmeng. Legend has it that it is a sacred object that guards Hongmeng Mountain. However, no one has ever seen the Hongmeng cauldron. It is said that the Hongmeng cauldron can refine everything. It can refine everything in the universe. However, the Hongmeng cauldron needs primordial origin energy to activate it. With primordial origin energy as fuel, it can unleash its greatest power. Without primordial origin energy, its power will be greatly reduced and it will be much weaker. However, no matter how weak it is, it can still easily refine sacred objects and sovereigns. After hearing the Flame Emperor's explanation, Qin Shao was relieved and had a basic understanding of the Hongmeng cauldron. It was indeed incomparably powerful. It could even refine sovereigns directly. In other words, if he had the Hongmeng cauldron, he wouldn't have to fear sovereigns at all. In fact, he might even be able to kill sovereigns. Just thinking about it was enough to make him crazy. Qin Shao also had some thoughts in his mind. However, he suppressed them and didn't act rashly. The situation was unclear now. He couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would become the target of public criticism. The other almighties just stared at the Hongmeng cauldron, but no one dared to act rashly. Those who had acted rashly were already dead. Chapter 1058. Restless, who knows? There might be primordial origin energy in the Hongmeng cauldron. The Lotus Emperor couldn't help but say. Looking at the Hongmeng cauldron was like looking at a mountain of gold. The Flame Emperor also nodded slightly and said, "Yes, that is indeed possible. The Hongmeng cauldron is a product of Hongmeng. It is a universe treasure formed from the essence of Hongmeng. It is entirely possible that there is primordial origin energy in it. Just one Hongmeng cauldron is already worth a fortune. If you add in the primordial origin energy, its value will be even greater. If that is really the case, then this will definitely be the greatest treasure of Hongmeng Mountain this time. It will definitely cause a frenzy. Indeed, if that was really the case, it would definitely cause a frenzy. Just one Hongmeng cauldron was enough to make people go crazy. This was a universe treasure, something that even sovereigns would go all out for. A strand of primordial origin energy was no less valuable than the Hongmeng cauldron. In fact, to many people, primordial origin energy was even more precious. One had to know that a strand of primordial origin energy could allow one to become a Hongmeng master. Strength was king. Strength was everything. What could be more precious than strength? Obtaining a universe treasure would only increase one's strength and increase one's means. Furthermore, universe treasures were the power of external objects, while Hongmeng masters had their own power. The significance was different. Of course, to a sovereign, a universe treasure might be more tempting, but to an almighty, primordial origin energy might be more tempting. Therefore, it was hard to say which of the two was more valuable. Qin Xiao, Flame Emperor, what should we do? Should we make a move? The Lotus Emperor's eyes shone with a golden light. He rubbed his palms together as if he couldn't wait to pounce over and snatch the cauldron. It wasn't just the Lotus Emperor. Everyone else was the same. They were all itching to snatch the Hongmeng cauldron. Who wouldn't want such a great opportunity? If an almighty on the heaven ranking obtained a universe treasure, then they would no longer need to fear the sovereigns of the world. Even if he couldn't win, he still had a way to protect himself. If a supreme being obtained a universe treasure, even universe masters would find it hard to kill him. A universe treasure was so valuable that even universe masters would be jealous of it. Of course, universe masters would not easily make a move. This was something that had been agreed upon. Especially under such circumstances, the universe masters from the 5 Holy Lands would never come here just for the sake of a universe treasure, which would damage the harmony between the 5 Holy Lands and disturb the stability of the godly realm. He believed that the other universe masters would not have the guts to make a move. The sovereigns wouldn't easily make a move either. Thus, many of the mighty figures present were itching to make a move. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. How could the Flame Emperor not be tempted? This was a universe treasure. If he really had the chance to obtain it, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his avatar. Seeing through Yendi's thoughts, Qin Xiao couldn't help but remind him, Yendi, don't act rashly. In today's situation, whoever makes a move will be unlucky. Without a certain level of power, it's impossible to take the Hongmeng cauldron away. I think it will provoke a supreme being to make a move. Even if the supreme beings of the godly realm can restrain each other and won't easily make a move, the supreme beings of the demon realm, the nether realm, and the abyss demon realm may not be so. Besides, some supreme beings of other powers are probably lurking in the dark. Even the supreme beings of other universes are lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. It's not easy to be the one who stands out. You can't be careless. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. After Qin Xiao poured a bucket of cold water on them, everyone became a little more clear-headed. Thinking about it, it was true. Actually, everyone knew the general principle. It was just that under the considerable temptation, many people were hot-headed and wanted to give it a try. Anyway, most of them were avatars. Losing an avatar would give them a chance to obtain a universe treasure. It was believed that many people were willing to risk it. After all, this was really a chance to rise to the top in a single bound. Who wouldn't want it? Which mighty figure wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't go crazy? Even a supreme being would be green with envy. After thinking about it, the Flame Emperor suppressed the fire in his heart and nodded. Qin Xiao, you're right. If we stand out now, we'll definitely become the target of public criticism. More than a dozen powers have gathered here, and hundreds of mighty figures have gathered here. Everyone has their own thoughts and ideas, but no one dares to act rashly. It's said that men die for wealth, and birds die for food. Sometimes this is indeed the case. I'm afraid that many mighty figures are already prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Such madness is really a test of one's heart. How could Qin Shao not be tempted? That was obviously impossible. Who wouldn't want a universe treasure? If it was just a holy artifact, Qin Shao might not be that interested. A holy artifact wouldn't be of much help to him. However, a universe treasure was completely different. If he could obtain the Hongmeng Cauldron, then Qin Shao would be even more confident that he wouldn't need to fear any supreme being. If he had the universe treasure MT, Fengyu, which was good at escaping, and the Hongmeng Cauldron, which was extremely powerful in attacking, what did Qin Shao have to fear? It had both offense and defense, and could be said to be invulnerable. Of course, Qin Shao was more concerned about whether there was Hongmeng origin energy in the Hongmeng Cauldron. This was what Qin Shao wanted the most. If he could obtain a wisp of Hongmeng origin energy, then Qin Shao would have complete confidence that he could directly become a Hongmeng controller. If he wanted to walk the same path as the Lord of Death, then he would have to cultivate all 6 types of supreme-grade great paths to the level of a controller. Such a level was simply too difficult. In the past 8 epochs, only the Lord of Death had managed to do it. Even Tian Lingzi and the Lord Huayong hadn't reached this level. They were far from it. Qin Shao was too far away from this level. Therefore, he had to take one step at a time. He had to work hard and accumulate. He couldn't let go of any opportunity. He had to fight for it. The Hongmeng origin energy was too important to Qin Shao. Even if he couldn't be sure whether there was Hongmeng origin energy in the Hongmeng Cauldron, it was still worth fighting for. Then what should we do? Are we just going to stand here and stare at each other? We can't just wait and do nothing, right? The Lotus Emperor was still a little indignant. He couldn't completely suppress the fire in his heart. The Flame Emperor frowned slightly, and his voice became more solemn. Lotus Emperor, don't act recklessly. Even if you are willing to risk your clone, you still have to look for an opportunity to do so. If you stick your head out now, you will be courting death. Why should we be when others aren't in a hurry? There will always be some lunatics who will stick their heads out. Given the current situation, it's better to be a fisherman. A universe treasure isn't that easy to obtain. Even if you get it, do you really have the confidence to escape? Qin Shao chimed in. Yes, Lotus Emperor. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and watch the show. Don't worry, there will always be people who can't wait. There will always be people who will stick their heads out and make sacrifices. Besides, we won't have to wait for long. The temptation of a universe treasure is the most fatal poison. Not many people can resist it. The Lotus Emperor smiled awkwardly. Ahem, I was just saying. I know my limits. If I really want to make a move, I'll probably end up as cannon fodder. It's just that this temptation is a little too great. TSK. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been tempted to risk my life. It's really too torturous. Indeed, the temptation of a universe treasure was too torturous. It made everyone restless. The Flame Emperor suddenly said seriously, Qin Shao, if you want to get the primordial cauldron, we'll cooperate with you later. Given our strength, we obviously can't touch it. Even if we get it, we won't be able to keep it. In the end, we'll have to pay with our lives. If we really have a chance to succeed, it'll be worth it even if we lose our lives. We don't have a chance to get it, but we can help you and give you a chance to get the primordial cauldron. If you're alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 legs. It'll be quite troublesome. The Lotus Emperor's eyes lit up. He nodded immediately. Yes, Qin Shao. We don't have a chance, but we can succeed. There are so many of us helping you. Even if we have to sacrifice this clone, we won't hesitate. That way, you'll have a much greater chance of getting it. You saved my life anyway. Today, I won't even frown and risk my life for you. I'm willing to, as long as you say the word, Qin Shao. The Lord of the Stars also said. Except for the Flame Emperor, everyone had participated in the operation on the Mother Planet. If it hadn't been for Qin Shao, they would have definitely died on the Mother Planet. Therefore, the Lotus Emperor and the others did owe Qin Shao their lives. If they could use their lives to help Qin Shao get the primordial cauldron, it would be worth it. If Qin Shao could get the primordial cauldron, it would be a great thing for the Desolate Land Temple. Of course, the main thing was that they wanted to thank Qin Shao. Since the Flame Emperor took the lead to say this, the Lotus Emperor and the others all agreed. Hearing everyone's words, Qin Shao was also touched. Her heart felt warm. Although there were some almighties in the desolate land temple that Qin Shao didn't like, the Lotus Emperor and the others were indeed not bad. They were all worthy of respect. However, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let everyone risk their lives for him. He shook his head and smiled. I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but there's really no need for that. As long as the ruler doesn't make a move, I have some confidence that I can give it a try. If the ruler does make a move, then even if you are willing to give up your lives, you might not be able to do anything. Besides, everyone's lives are very precious. There's no need to give up your lives for something that you're not confident of. I'll definitely feel bad if that happens. Let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone don't have such thoughts. When it comes to treasures and opportunities, it's my fortune to obtain them. If I don't, it's my fate. There's nothing much to say. It's fine as long as I've tried and tried. The Lotus Emperor grinned and said, if my life can be exchanged for a universe treasure, I'll definitely be willing. That's an honorable thing. I'll just treat it as a contribution to the desolate land temple. Chapter 1059. The sovereign makes a move. The Azure Supreme the Arch was a good person. Qin Shao had felt that the Azure Supreme the Arch was a good friend when they met on the mother planet. Qin Shao liked and respected him very much because he knew how to be grateful and valued relationships. Qin Shao felt that this was the bottom line of a person. If the Azure Emperor did not even have this bottom line, Qin Shao would not have befriended him. Of course, Qin Shao would never let the Azure Emperor risk his life for him. Qin Shao would never do such a thing. The atmosphere froze. Everyone's eyes were glued to the glowing primordial cauldron as greed filled their eyes. Finally, someone made a move. It was not any of the 8 great holy lands that made a move. It was the power of the foreign tribes. At the same time, more than 10 powerful figures of the foreign tribes suddenly charged out. They threw out their trump cards as if they were free, forming a huge protective circle that approached the Hongmeng cauldron. The moment the foreign tribes made a move, the almighty figures of the 8 great holy lands, who had been itching to make a move, naturally would not let them go. They all attacked angrily. Other than Yin and the Clear Sky Emperor, the rest of the top 10 on the heaven roll were all present. More than half of the heaven roll were present. Of course, other than the heaven roll, there were many almighty figures who had hidden their strength. Some old antiques and living fossils had also come out. These almighty figures were mostly from the foreign tribes or independent cultivators who did not belong to any forces. The first person to make a move would naturally become the target of everyone. The experienced almighty figures attacked with all their strength, killing the 10 or so almighty figures. Rays of destructive light tore through everything, destroying everything. The endless power of the great Tao came crashing down. The light of the sword Qi, the power of the great Tao, the brilliance of the great Tao, destroyed everything. The brilliance of the 9 heavens fell one by one. Even the heavens and earth were annihilated. Every existence on the heaven leaderboard was extremely terrifying when they went all out. They could easily destroy a star region. Fortunately, this was Hongmeng Mountain. The void was very stable, so it would not be destroyed easily. Even so, the entire Hongmeng Mountain trembled violently as soon as he made a move. One after another, powerful beings were directly turned into ashes by this destructive power, turning into nothingness. Even if he had a holy artifact to protect his life, he couldn't stop the crowd's anger and might. After 2 waves of attacks, only a man covered in golden scales was left. His face was ferocious and crazy, and his eyes were filled with a scorching light. He was actually able to block these 2 waves of attacks and was fine. This method was indeed extraordinary, and it shocked many people. That golden scale is a defensive holy object. It must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Good move. He sacrificed the lives of 10 of his companions. With the protection of the holy artifact, he was able to block 2 waves of attacks and safely approach the primordial cauldron. Stop him quickly. We can't let the primordial cauldron fall into his hands. Many almighties became anxious. Some almighties even flew over to stop that outsider almighty from touching the primordial cauldron. It was not easy to refine a universe treasure. However, once the primordial cauldron was in one's hands, even if one couldn't refine it and use it well, it could still be used as a weapon. It could block a lot of power. Therefore, it would be troublesome if it fell into the hands of others. Ha! The primordial cauldron is mine, Jin Chitsue. No one can take it from me. Ha ha ha! The golden-scaled, powerful being let out a wild laugh. It was as if he could already see the primordial cauldron in his hands. His name was Jin Chitsue. Qin Xiao was unfamiliar with this name. It wasn't on the heaven roll. However, with the strength he displayed, even if he couldn't enter the top 10 of the heaven roll, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 30. Moreover, he even had a defensive holy artifact with him. This was enough to make him extraordinary. The golden scales on Jin Chitsue's body were similar to Qin Zhao's sacred armor. They were both defensive holy artifacts. With a defensive holy artifact, even if a ruler attacked with all his strength, he would be able to block it for a while. In fact, Qin Xiao had thought of this before. Not only did he have the sacred armor, but his physical defense was also strong enough. With these two combined, Qin Xiao had absolute confidence that even if a ruler attacked him with all his strength, they wouldn't be able to hurt him in a short period of time. Moreover, he was an ultimate sword master. His strength was comparable to a ruler. If he went all out, Qin Xiao wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a ruler. In addition, he had just obtained an ancient sacred lotus from the Black Nightmare Devil Emperor. It would also be of help. Generally speaking, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he was confident that he could even fight a ruler for the primordial cauldron. He wouldn't be afraid of anything. Qin Xiao had thought of this before, but in the end, Qin Xiao rejected the idea. If he made a move now, the situation wouldn't be good. Once he became the target of public criticism, it would be troublesome. Not to mention these almighties, there would definitely be many rulers hiding in the dark. Therefore, Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry for the time being. He suppressed the impulse in his heart and waited for the rulers to make a move. There was no rush. Once the rulers made a move, the almighties wouldn't be able to do anything. At most, only the top 10 on the heaven list would dare to make a move. However, if that was the case, there would be many people fighting over the primordial cauldron. If there were fewer people, it would be easier to do things. Otherwise, if hundreds of almighties really attacked Qin Xiao at the same time, the killing power would definitely be much more terrifying than a ruler. Perhaps a single attack would be enough to kill Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao naturally didn't dare to take such a big risk. Almighty Jin Chitsue did what he didn't dare to do. He sacrificed the lives of 10 of his companions. That was quite a desperate move. If Qin Xiao really did that, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't be willing. Jin Chitsue was already in front of the primordial cauldron. The smile on his face deepened as he reached out to snatch the primordial cauldron. Aha! The primordial cauldron is mine. It's mine. I've been hiding my strength for hundreds of billions of years. I've been keeping a low profile. I've never shown my face in the God realm. I've been living in the endless sea of darkness, living a dark life. Today, I'm finally going to make a comeback. Jin Chitsue's face was full of excitement. Crash! However, just as his hand was about to land on the primordial cauldron, a ray of light slashed down and smashed heavily on his arm. The supreme sharpness landed and slapped Jin Chitsue's hand away. His entire body was also sent flying. Although his arm was protected by the holy artifact, there was still a faint mark left on it. To be able to leave a mark on a holy artifact, it was obviously a ruler who made a move. However, there was only light and no figure. It was impossible to tell which ruler had made a move. After being sent flying, Jin Chitsue's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He raised his head and stared at the endless void, his face filled with hatred. However, he still didn't see the ruler who'd attacked him. Now that a ruler had made a move, he obviously couldn't continue fighting. If he dared covet the primordial cauldron, he'd probably bring death upon himself. There was definitely more than one ruler hiding in the shadows. Even with the holy artifact on him, he couldn't withstand the wrath of a ruler. So after a fierce struggle in his heart, Jean Chite could only grit his teeth fiercely, waved his hand, and ran away with his tail between his legs. Since there was no chance for him to fight for the primordial cauldron, he might as well leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to run into any mishaps. Besides, practically all of the major powers were gathered here. Now was the best time to search for treasures. There was no hope for a universe treasure, but perhaps he'd be lucky enough to obtain a holy artifact or two. That would be a great gain. Jean Chitsu left, and the situation calmed down once more. However, everyone frowned deeply. Since a ruler had already made a move, it meant that a ruler would be involved in this fight. With a ruler involved, would the major powers still dare to have any delusions? On the 9th floor, the Black submerged Demon Emperor and the others frowned deeply. Their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Although they had many thoughts in their minds, they didn't dare to have any more. If they dared to make a move again, they probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. Although they might be able to fight a ruler if they used all their strength and trump cards. If they really wanted to snatch a universe treasure, it would probably be a futile effort. Besides, the rulers who'd made a move were all rulers of the 8 great holy lands. Thus, these major powers naturally didn't think too much about it. Since a ruler had already made a move, they'd leave it to him. I knew that a ruler would participate in this fight, but I didn't expect him to actually do it. This time, there's a good show to watch. TSK. When a ruler makes a move, the scene will be terrifying. I wonder if Master Chingye will make a move. Haha, I've never seen Master Chingye make a move before. I'm really looking forward to it. Cyan Emperor clicked his tongue. Flame Emperor shook his head and said, I reckon that even if a holy land wants to make a move, at most one ruler can make a move. If all of them make a move, then it'll be a mess. Once it's a mess, it'll be easy for something to go wrong. I reckon the masters of the universe won't allow such a thing to happen. Small fights are fine, but things that affect the foundation of the godly realm are definitely out of the question. If a holy land sends a ruler, our desolate land god palace might not send Master Chingye. However, the possibility is quite high. Even if the 8 great holy lands send a ruler, they probably won't send the most powerful one. It's not very likely that they'll fight so fiercely over a universe treasure. In our desolate land god palace, Master Chingye has the lowest seniority and should be the weakest. Thus, it's still possible that they'll send Master Chingye to make a move. Cyan Emperor laughed and said, Haha, Flame Emperor, we don't have to worry about this. In the end, we'll just have to see who makes a move. Anyway, this show is getting better and better. Sigh, I was still thinking about it. Now that I think about it, it's really funny. With that, Cyan Emperor looked at Qin Shao and said, Junior Qin Shao, I'm afraid you're feeling very frustrated too. If a sovereign didn't intervene, then you'd have to be very strong. Now that the rulers are involved, you don't have to think too much. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Don't have to think too much. Chapter 1060. 9 Heavens diagram. Now that the sovereigns had joined the fray, the other almighties had no choice but to put their thoughts aside. However, the sovereigns still didn't make a move, causing the atmosphere to become tense and oppressive once again. Everyone was waiting for the war to erupt. Undercurrents were surging in the darkness before dawn. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that whoever started the war first would most likely become the target of everyone's attacks. Striking first to gain the initiative here would not necessarily be able to gain any advantage. With my current strength, it'll be difficult for me to pull out the teeth of those sovereigns. With my current strength, I've barely reached the sovereign level, but I'm definitely at the weakest level. After all, my cultivation level is still a little too low. If I were an almighty, it'd be slightly better. The difference in cultivation level isn't something I can make up for. However, this is an excellent opportunity for me. It's a great opportunity for me. I must seize it. It's more convenient for me to think about strength. Qin Zhao's eyes became increasingly deep. In fact, Qin Zhao had some ideas. After all, he had a few trump cards on him. An ancient divine lotus and a holy artifact. Of course, these 2 trump cards were nothing in front of the sovereigns. It would be a joke if he thought he could rely on these 2 trump cards to block a few sovereigns. The 8 great holy lands would send at least 8 sovereigns. If there were sovereigns from other tribes, there would definitely be more than 10 of them. With the power of more than 10 sovereigns, a holy artifact would probably be destroyed in an instant. The ancient divine lotus would also be destroyed in an instant. At most, it would only be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Zhao's greatest trump card was the universe treasure MT Fengyu. However, if he used it, it was very likely that Senior Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu would be exposed. Although Senior Baichuan Fusu hadn't specifically warned Qin Zhao not to use MT Fengyu, since Baichuan Fusu had given it to Qin Zhao, he naturally wouldn't restrict it. Otherwise, it would lose its use. As a last resort, he would still have to use it. As long as he could get the Hongmeng Cauldron, Qin Zhao would be able to escape. Most likely, those hegemons wouldn't be able to withstand a universe treasure. However, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the Primordial Cauldron first. Whoever obtained the Primordial Cauldron first will become the target of all the other sovereigns. Therefore, for Qin Zhao, on the one hand, he had to keep calm and not be anxious. Secondly, he had to think of a way to improve his strength and increase his chances of success. Currently, Qin Zhao's strongest technique was only at the controller realm of the ultimate Sword Dao, which barely reached the sovereign realm. How could he increase his strength? In terms of the Great Dao, there was clearly not much room for improvement. Even if there was improvement, it would not increase his strength by much. There was no need to talk about the realm. Since Qin Zhao had decided to walk the path of the Lord of Death, he would be like Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayan. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be at the Master of the Universe level. Other than these two aspects, the only thing left was the technique. In this aspect, he still had some ideas. A few ideas suddenly surged into Qin Zhao's mind. Previously, when I was on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, I entered the Emperor Tomb of Emperor Guiyang and obtained his lifelong treasure, the Nine Sky Diagram. Previously, my strength was too low, and my horizons were too narrow. Therefore, I had no way to cultivate the Nine Sky Diagram. I only occasionally took a look at it. In the blink of an eye, more than 200,000 years have passed. I almost forgot that I still had a secret manual with me. Although the Nine Sky Diagram is a secret manual and has extremely high requirements for the cultivator, it should be possible for me to step through the threshold now. If I can cultivate this secret manual, then together with my ultimate Sword Dao, my means will undoubtedly rise to a great level. The existence of the Dominators all have secret manuals. If I don't master them, then I will obviously be at a disadvantage in this aspect. It was indeed very difficult to cultivate the 10 great unique techniques and secret manuals. The requirements for the cultivator were very high. This high threshold was actually based on the degree of control one had over the Great Dao. In the cultivation system of the Great Dao, the core of everything was the Great Dao. The Great Dao was the foundation of everything. All methods, all cultivation techniques, all of them revolve around Dao. Whether it was a great unique technique or a secret manual, to put it bluntly, it was a better way to display the power of the Great Dao so that the cultivator could cultivate the Great Dao and control it. The technique was a bridge, a lamp that pointed the way, and the water that carried the boat. If one's core strength was already very high, then it would naturally be much easier to cultivate great unique techniques and secret manuals. For example, if Qin Zhao were to cultivate an ordinary great unique technique now, Qin Zhao could almost cultivate it to perfection with just a glance. Because his Dao was too strong, his cultivation was too deep, and his foundation was too strong, it would naturally be much easier to cultivate great unique techniques. The difficulty of great unique techniques was nothing more than the understanding of Dao and how to use the power of Dao in a very reasonable and ingenious way. Previously, it was really too difficult for Qin Zhao to cultivate secret manuals. It was even difficult for him to get started. After all, when Qin Zhao first obtained the Nine Sky Diagram, the level of each great Dao was very low. But now it was different. Now Qin Zhao's level was extremely high. Not only had he mastered all 6 types of Great Dao, but he had also cultivated 4 types of Great Dao to the 6th level. The other two types of Great Tao were also cultivated to the 5th level. In terms of mastery of Great Tao, not to mention sky gods, even Almighties probably couldn't compare to Qin Shao. Below the ruler realm, perhaps only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang could compete with Qin Shao. With such a solid foundation, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate the secret manual. In addition to the 9 sky diagram, Qin Shao also had 2 other great unique techniques that were not inferior to secret manuals. In fact, Qin Shao felt that they were much stronger than the 9 sky diagram. The Great Tao creation technique that Senior Baichuan Fusu gave me is incomparably broad and profound. It contains all Great Taos. A true Great Tao that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, a supreme technique. It is indeed incomparably profound. If I can successfully cultivate this technique, I feel that its power might be 10 times or even 100 times greater than the 9 sky diagram. But I've done some research before. If I want to cultivate the Great Tao creation technique, it's best to cultivate all 6 types of Great Tao to completion. That way, with the 6 types of Great Tao, I can evolve all the Great Taos and master all the Great Taos in a short period of time. There are 184 billion Great Taos, and the 6 types of Great Tao are the source of everything, the beginning of everything. I'm very close to reaching this step. For the time being, I can't start cultivating the Great Tao creation technique. If I force myself to cultivate it now, I'm afraid the results won't be very good. Qin Shao shook his head. The Great Tao creation technique was too powerful. It was no wonder that Senior Baichuan Fusu had obtained it from a secret region in the Endless Universe Ocean. To be able to live in a secret region in the Endless Universe Ocean, one could tell that the Great Tao creation technique had been created by someone who had surpassed the level of a universe master. At the very least, it had to have been created by a universe master. And even Senior Baichuan Fusu couldn't stop talking about it, which showed how powerful the Great Tao creation technique was. Other than the Great Tao creation technique, there was also the Sword Emperor Sutra. This technique was created by Senior Baichuan Fusu, who had combined his lifetime of comprehension. He had wandered the endless universe ocean and spent countless eras to create this technique. It was also very profound, and it wasn't any weaker than the Great Tao creation technique. However, the Sword Emperor Sutra was a comprehension technique for sword cultivators, and it was used to cultivate sword cultivators. Qin Zhao's level of sword cultivators wasn't very high. He was only at the 4th level, which was equivalent to the level of a powerful being. However, since he had made a breakthrough in the Sword Emperor scripture, the improvement in Qin Zhao's overall strength wouldn't be great. After thinking about it this way, Qin Zhao's best option now was to cultivate the 9 sky picture. He could use this to improve his techniques and reach a level where he could fight against those rulers. Qin Shao didn't really need his power to reach a very high level. As long as he could fight against them, that would be enough. Then, he would have a chance. Once he grasped the opportunity, all he needed to do was get the Hongmeng Cauldron. Then, he could use Mount Fengyu to escape. Using Mount Fengyu to escape was Qin Zhao's final trump card. It was where all his safeguards lay. Otherwise, if he could only snatch the cauldron but couldn't bring it away, it would be futile. Qin Shao quickly made up his mind. It would not be good for Qin Zhao's main body to cultivate here. At most, he could comprehend it in his heart. The mission of cultivating the 9 heavens diagram, Qin Shao directly handed it to his clone. On the other side, the battle still hadn't broken out. Those rulers were still in a stalemate, which made the atmosphere extremely tense. A few powerful beings knew that there was no hope, so they simply left. Instead of waiting here for the battle to break out, they might as well take this opportunity to search for other treasures. Who knew they might be able to gain something? It just so happened that all the major powers were gathered here. The fighting power of Hongmeng Mountain was almost completely wiped out. Of course, most of the Almighties continued to stand guard here. They wanted to see how this ancient war would end up. They wanted to see who would get the Hongmeng Cauldron in the end. It was indeed very rare to see a battle between rulers. The wind was whistling, and the sky was gloomy. Above the void, at the peak of the clouds, Many tall and imposing figures stood there, exuding a powerful aura. The air had already frozen. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the sky and froze the sky. The cold aura made people feel oppressed and nervous. The thick desire to fight was burning their blood. A great battle could break out at any time. However, everyone was trying their best to hold back. They were all waiting for someone to make the first move, for someone to start the battle, and for someone to blow the horn of this great battle to drive everyone's rhythm. The more silent it was, the more oppressive it was, and the more terrifying it was. The wind stopped. The light stopped. Chapter 1061. Above the nine heavens light in the ninth district of Sacred Mountain, Savage Universe. Qin Zhao's body had been trapped in the ninth district for almost 300,000 years. The test of the ninth district was still an impossible task for Qin Zhao. He had no way of defeating the Guardian. Qin Zhao had thought that he would be able to defeat the Guardian and pass the test of the ninth district as a fourth-step heavenly god who had reached the level of a dominator. However, he realized that he had been thinking too much. Even though he had reached the level of a dominator and mastered the ultimate sword Dao, he was still unable to defeat the Guardian. Qin Zhao had challenged the Guardian once before, but he had been defeated in one move. The difference between them was too great. After his previous failure, Qin Zhao could not help but wonder whether the test of the ninth district or the test of the first Death Valley was more difficult. The more difficult the test was, the more Qin Zhao was curious. What kind of being was the ancestor who had left behind this sacred mountain? For now, Qin Zhao guessed that the ancestor was at the level of a universe master. If he was really a universe master, then he was sure that he was not a universe master from this era. Perhaps it was a universe master from the previous universe era. Before he knew about the situation of the first Death Valley, Qin Zhao had not dared to think in this direction. Now, it was logical for him to think of many possibilities. It was no wonder that the godly palace of the desolate land had attached so much importance to the inheritance of a universe master. However, the requirement for a universe master was too high. It was too difficult to pass the test of the ninth district. However, Qin Zhao was not discouraged at all. It was only 300,000 years. He could afford to wait. As long as he was given time to grow, Qin Zhao believed that he would definitely be able to pass the test of the ninth district and the test of the first Death Valley. What he lacked now was only time. Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan had been in complete despair. They had thought that it was impossible for them to leave. However, after seeing Qin Zhao's improvement, they saw hope again. In terms of cultivation, he naturally became more diligent. It was worth mentioning that the chaos beast that Qin Zhao had tamed had been growing at an extremely fast speed in District 9. This situation made Qin Zhao very surprised. She didn't know what was going on. She felt that Xiao Gu must have received some benefits, which was why he grew so fast. At this rate, it would take at most 1,000,000 years for it to reach adulthood. Once Xiao Gu reached adulthood, an adult chaos beast would be as powerful as a sovereign. TSK. Just the thought of having a sovereign as a servant was something to be excited about. At the very least, Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan were drooling with envy. They could only be envious of such a good thing. Apart from being envious, Lord Danshan was quite interesting. He often took time out to play with little antiques. In the beginning, Xiao Gu's mind was still rather childish. Plus, it was quite boring to stay here, so he got along very well with Lord Danshan. In Lord Danshan's words, if something were to happen to him in the future, he could hope for Xiao Gu to help him. That was why he had to build a good relationship with Xiao Gu first. Xiao Gu would often accompany Lord Danshan in his training. Of course, Lord Danshan would only end up being abused. Occasionally, Qin Zhao would drag Xiao Gu to practice with him. However, in Qin Zhao's hands, Xiao Gu could only be abused. This was a spacious area. Qin Zhao had chosen this place to cultivate. Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan wouldn't disturb Qin Zhao's cultivation here. Thus, as long as Qin Zhao didn't leave this place, it would be very quiet. The diagram of 9 heavens contains the Tao power of 3 supreme Taos. They're the all things Tao, the ultimate sword Tao, and the primordial Tao. I've already cultivated the all things Tao and the ultimate sword Tao to the peak of the 6th level. As for the primordial Tao, I've cultivated it to the 5th level. It also involves the use of some Taos, but it's mainly focused on the ultimate sword Tao. I'm a master of the ultimate sword Tao, so the use of the ultimate sword Tao is naturally easy. However, the all things Tao and the primordial Tao are much weaker. The use of these two Taos is still in its infancy. The diagram of 9 heavens had 9 levels. Each level was a world, a universe, and a sky. The Tao power of the 3 supreme Taos and the Tao power of many other Taos formed a huge structure that formed the diagram of 9 heavens. Each level was extremely powerful. The power of the 9 levels was boundless. The entry level of the secret manual was extremely difficult. The threshold was too high, not to mention a 4th-step divine god. Even most of the heaven rolls almighties couldn't reach this threshold. Thus, it was too difficult to cultivate. This was also the reason why Qin Shao hadn't cultivated the diagram of 9 heavens before. The diagram of 9 heavens uses the great Tao laws to construct the 9 heavens. It uses supreme power to integrate the 9 heavens into one and intimidate the 9 heavens. Using the 9 heavens as the diagram, the 9 heavens as the supreme, and the 9 heavens as the extreme. Using the Tao power, and laws to the extreme. There is light above the 9 heavens. Light shines on the 9 heavens. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand seemed to have turned into the sun and moon. The blade of the sword was the sun, and the body of the sword was the moon. The sun and moon were in the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. The sword moved, the Tao moved, and the sky moved. The 9 heavens were formed. Qin Zhao's sword was working hard to construct level by level. This was like a huge and complicated project. It was like building a huge tower. It had to be built level by level. The higher the level, the more difficult it was. Only when the 9 levels were completed would it be complete and united. Such an incomparably huge project was naturally not something that could be completed in a short period of time. It had to be accumulated over time. In terms of cultivation, there were basically not many obstacles for Qin Shao. At most, he needed to spend some time to think about it, ponder over it, comprehend it more, and deepen his understanding. On the other side, Hongmeng Mountain. The oppressive atmosphere lasted for 1,000 years. Everyone was able to keep their composure. They didn't make a move for 1,000 years. They had been waiting, and there was a deadlock. More and more powerful figures were unwilling to wait any longer. They all left to search for other opportunities. Instead of waiting for the Hongmeng Cauldron, which had nothing to do with them, they might as well look for other treasures. More and more powerful figures left. So, there were less than 50 people left to watch the fight. These almighties were basically all at the top of their respective forces. Ordinary treasures were no longer attractive to them. Even holy objects weren't that important. Hence, they continued to wait patiently. Only Qin Shao, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Yan were left in the desolate land temple. The others had left to search for other opportunities. They came here not long after coming to Hongmeng Mountain. They didn't obtain any benefits. Hence, they naturally couldn't continue to waste time here. After 1,000 years, everyone was numb. They looked at the Hongmeng Cauldron, but no one dared to reach for it. Just thinking about it made their hearts itch. Qin Shao, are they still going to make a move? If they continue to wait like this, when will it end? We've been waiting for 1,000 years. Emperor Qing seemed a little impatient. Qin Zhao's clone had been cultivating the 9 heavens diagram. His original body wasn't idle either. He was comprehending in the deity ocean. His energy clone was cultivating in his internal world. There were many ways to cultivate. Just standing there didn't mean that he wasn't cultivating. Cultivation just depended on how much energy he put into it. Qin Zhao's original body was observing the situation while cultivating. Although his efficiency was a little low, he still relied on his clone to cultivate. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "How would I know? Who knows what those sovereigns are doing? There are probably only a dozen or so sovereigns who can make a move. Each of them represents a force. Who would dare to make a move? Facing the Hongmeng Cauldron, I'm afraid even the sovereigns of the 5 great sages of the divine world wouldn't give in. After all, who wouldn't want the Hongmeng Cauldron? An additional universe treasure is an additional source of strength for the Holy Land. It's of great significance to the Holy Land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized so many sovereigns. Emperor Qing nodded. He was also aware of the situation. I'm just waiting anxiously. Anyway, I'm not counting on it. Haha, I just want to see Master Qingye show off his prowess. It would be great if Master Qingye could get the Hongmeng Cauldron. The Desolate Land Divine Hall might be able to make a big splash this time. Qin Shao and Emperor Yin laughed. They naturally hoped that the Hongmeng Cauldron would fall into the hands of the Desolate Land Divine Hall. Of course, Qin Zhao's motive was somewhat different from Emperor Yan's. Emperor Yin wanted Master Qingye to get the Hongmeng Cauldron, but Qin Shao had his own plans. To Qin Shao, the later the sovereigns took action, the more advantageous it would be for him. The later they took action, the greater his chances of success. Although his cultivation of the 9-heaven chart had been progressing smoothly for 1,000 years, he was still far from mastering it. Therefore, what Qin Shao needed the most right now was time. Without the accumulation of time, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a secret manual to the great accomplishment stage. However, 1,000 years had already passed. Qin Shao sensed that something was not right. He reckoned that he would not be able to delay it for much longer. This was something that could not be stopped. He could only rely on luck now. If luck was on his side, he might be able to delay it for a little longer. Time passed day by day. Everything was silent and the void froze. Fortunately, 1,000 years was nothing to those almighty beings. It was just the blink of an eye. To the sovereigns, 1,000 years was not worth mentioning. Therefore, time continued to pass. Day by day, year by year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. This wait had actually gone on for 10,000 years. Many almighty beings were getting impatient. Emperor Qing had also lost count of how many times he had spoken. Chapter 1062. War begins crack. The great cry from the 9 heavens suddenly resounded through the 10 earths, shaking the ancient times. The void was torn apart, and a huge hole was torn open in the sky. It was extremely terrifying, shocking everyone who saw it. A beam of light fell from the 9 heavens, transforming into a giant hand that grabbed at the primordial cauldron. The heavens trembled, and 100 birds cried. Finally, they made their move. This ray of brilliance also hooked the hearts of all the almighties. Their nervous nerves were stretched to the extreme in an instant. After waiting for 10,000 years, the war had finally begun. A battle between sovereigns was extremely terrifying. Even Qin Shao had never seen a true battle between sovereigns. This time, it could be said that it was an eye-opener for him. As soon as the beam of light fell, another beam of golden sword light shot out from the void, descending with supreme Tao might, and struck the giant hand of light. It was as if the light had broken through the darkness. After a single exchange, the beam of light was directly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword shocked all the spectating almighties. What a sharp sword! What a terrifying sword! Qin Shao was also slightly shocked. Although the use of the ultimate sword Dao is only at the high level, that sword contains some of the power of the secret manual. Furthermore, the power of the other Dao was integrated very well, making the power of the sword abnormally strong. The use of the great Dao is indeed exquisite and powerful. When combined with the cultivation method, it can unleash unexpected power. However, the integration of the great Dao is even more powerful. If the coordination is good and the integration is good, then the power will increase exponentially. Qin Shao had been working hard on the integration of the great Dao. However, Qin Zhao's focus had always been on other aspects, so he was indeed a little weak in this aspect. Qin Zhao's main focus was on cultivating the great Dao. First, he had to let his cultivation level grow. When his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would consider the problem of methods. These sovereigns had lived for an unknown period of time. They were all old antiques, living fossils. After countless years, it was already difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Therefore, their thoughts were more focused on their methods. Naturally, all kinds of methods emerged one after another. Thus, Qin Shao had a lot to learn from watching the sovereigns fight. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he looked at it seriously. The battle had just begun. The Grand Mist Cauldron wouldn't fall into the hands of others so quickly. Streaks of light from the 9 heavens descended one after another. Streaks of lethal attacks descended one after another. He could only hear the voice, but not see the person. Although the war had begun, the sovereigns of the 9 heavens had only made tentative moves. They hadn't truly unleashed their full strength. The war had only just begun. A series of thunderous booms resounded through the world, and the energy radiance that radiated from them was terrifying enough. A figure suddenly tore apart heaven and earth, leaping down from the 9 heavens. It was the pure Abyss ruler, a ruler of the Abyss demon world. The pure Abyss ruler was known for his violent and ferocious aura. His huge body was like a mountain, exuding a monstrous aura that was abnormally terrifying. The Abyss demon race was known as the demon race. The innate nature of their race made them true demons. The ferocity of the demon race was ingrained in their bones. Their appearance was also hideous and hideous. They looked like monsters. They had a humanoid shape, but their body was incomparably huge. Their entire body was covered in black scales, and there were many spikes on their bodies. Their scarlet eyes were as slender as swords. They emitted a faint light that was enough to frighten anyone who looked at them. It was as if they had seen a real demon. Everyone in the Abyss demon world was a demon. They represented the dark side of the primordial universe. The Abyss demon world's ferocious reputation had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all living beings in the primordial universe. Who would have thought that the pure Abyss ruler would be the first to attack? He descended from the 9 heavens and charged towards the Grand Mist Cauldron. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly at the pure Abyss ruler's attack. He was prepared to take action if anything happened. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it his all. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice the ancient Saint Lotus and Saint Armor. This fortuitous encounter was worth Qin Shao risking his life for. The abyssal demon world's almighties cheered excitedly when they saw the pure Abyss ruler charging towards the cauldron. Pure Abyss, you've stretched your hand too far. Take it back. A figure descended as soon as the pure Abyss ruler charged out. This was a dignified human sovereign. He wore a long robe and had a long beard. His thin face was as cold and resolute as a blade. He held a 9-story golden pagoda in his left hand and a 9-segmented golden mace in his right. He descended from the 9 heavens and chased after the pure Abyss ruler. He swung his mace at the pure Abyss ruler. 9 rays of golden light surged out of the mace and transformed into 9 divine dragons. They were like ancient divine beasts that had descended. The power of the divine dragons was unparalleled. Ancient divine beasts were capable of suppressing all. The 9 true dragons roared as they charged towards the abyssal ruler, piercing into his body. Even though the abyssal ruler was an abyssal fiend and his body was extremely tough, the 9 true dragons still managed to shatter his body into pieces. The 9 dragons' power was indeed terrifying. Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. The Skysplit Tower Lord's strength is truly frightening. It's said that the 9-segmented mace is a sacred treasure of the ancient divine beasts. The Skysplit Tower Lord has heaven-defying luck. He obtained the Skysplit Tower and the 9-segmented mace by chance. They're both sacred treasures, and when combined, their power is close to that of a universe treasure. It's because of these 2 sacred treasures of the Skysplit Tower Lord's famed sword, and he broke through to the ruler realm not long after. That's right. I've long heard of the Skysplit Tower Lord's feats. That's a technique from the Star Alliance called 9 Dragons Destroy the World. In the hands of the Skysplit Tower Lord, it can unleash incredible power. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The Star Alliance actually sent the Skysplit Tower Lord. It seems they're quite ambitious. No way. The pure Abyss ruler died, just like that? That can't be. He's a ruler after all. There's no way the Skysplit Tower Lord could kill him with one move. Discussions and exclamations of shock rang out. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhao's brows twitched slightly, but he immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. If a ruler died so easily, then a ruler wouldn't be worth anything. It's almost impossible for a ruler to kill a ruler. Even universe masters wouldn't be able to kill a ruler so easily, let alone a ruler. A ruler has reached a terrifying level in all aspects. His godly body is immortal, his soul is immortal, and his will is immortal. Any one of these can allow a ruler to be reborn. He's immortal. A universe master has a way to kill a ruler, but it'll take a lot of effort. It's too difficult for a ruler to kill a ruler. At least, there's no record of a ruler killing a ruler." Qin Zhao didn't believe the pure abyss ruler could be killed so easily by the Sky-Split Tower Lord. That would be too strange. Sure enough, another figure immediately descended from the nine heavens, directly attacking the Tong Tian Tower Master from behind. With monstrous anger, a gloomy and cold voice resounded through the nine heavens. "Tong Tian Tower Master, no one else jumped but you jumped? Do you think you're that strong? Humph, I only sent a body to test your strength. You've jumped high, haven't you? Then let's see how strong you really are, Sky-Split Tower Lord. Let's see how powerful those two holy items of yours are." It was the true body of the pure abyss ruler. He held a strange-looking weapon in his hand. It was the size of a small mountain and exuded a bloody aura. The pure abyss ruler held the weapon and smashed it at the Sky-Split Tower Lord. The weapon was obviously a holy item, and the aura it exuded was terrifying. The aura it exuded was enough to make people feel as if the sky was about to collapse. "Humph, let's see how powerful you are." The Sky-Split Tower Lord struck out with his 9-section mace again. The 9 dragons roared out once more. The roar of the 9 dragons shook the world. The 9 heavens roared together, and the 10 earths shook together. The 2 rulers clashed with their full strength, and the power they unleashed was too terrifying. Fortunately, they were in the ocean of darkness and Hongmeng Mountain. If it was placed in the divine realm, it would probably be able to easily destroy and sink a prefecture. The boiling abyss ruler was indeed powerful and domineering. In a head-on clash, his giant weapon actually shattered the 9 dragons. The final blow landed on the 9-segmented mace of the Tower of Babel Lord, sending the Tower of Babel Lord flying. However, before the pure abyss ruler could rejoice, another figure descended from the 9 heavens. He carried 9 swords on his back, and they were unique and unique. The 9 swords shone brightly in the 9 heavens. The swords shook the firmament. This was the 9 desolation ruler of the 9 dragons' celestial palace. He was famous for his sword Dao, and was often mentioned in the same breath as the desolate land divine palace's Mongjin ruler. The 9 desolation rulers' attainments in the sword Dao were extremely powerful. The 9 swords came out together, forming an extremely powerful killing formation. It completely enveloped the sky, forming an absolute nirvana domain. The pure abyss ruler was surrounded by this domain. The 9 swords were a set of holy treasures. Their holy aura became even more terrifying under the influence of the great Tao. Their strength was boundless, and their power was boundless. In an instant, even the pure abyss rulers suffered a great loss, shocking everyone. What a powerful 9 desolation ruler. What a domineering 9 hands. Chapter 1063. Who will win? It was obvious that the 5 sovereigns of the 5 great sacred lands were in one camp. The sovereigns of the demon realm, nether realm, abyss realm, and demon realm were in one camp. Of course, if the otherverse realm was bold enough, it would definitely be in the same camp as them. The remaining sovereigns were the other sovereigns. The sovereigns of the other sovereigns were definitely the weakest. However, competition wasn't all about strength. You didn't have to suppress the other sovereigns. You had to beat them until they had nothing to say. The winner would be the one who obtained the item and escaped successfully. That was the crux of the matter. It could even be said that whoever obtained the primordial cauldron first was already halfway to success. The crux of the matter was to see who could take the first step and seize the opportunity. The 3 sovereigns of the Deep Pool Sovereign, Tong Tian Tower Master, and 9 Solitude Sovereign made their moves one after another, igniting the final curtains of the battle. Since they had already made their moves, the others naturally didn't hold back. They all made their moves. Sovereigns charged down from the 9 heavens, shaking the heavens and earth. Dim light, sharp light, golden light, Hong Ming, magnificent light, strange phenomenon, the entire heavens and earth boiled. Between the heavens and the earth, doomsday appeared. It was like a scene from hell. Streaks of energy fell from the sky, causing huge rocks to roll down from the primordial mountain. Some of them even turned into dust and returned to nothingness. The entire primordial mountain shook violently. It was enough to awaken the ancient spirits. The Almighties who were watching also retreated. However, these Almighties were all at the top of the heaven list. Their strength was extremely strong. Naturally, they could easily block some of the overflowing power and not hurt them. The scene of the battle became intense and chaotic all of a sudden. It was too terrifying. Every scene shocked the mighty figures. They felt as if the heavens were moving at the same time. It was as if a huge hole was going to be punched through the primordial chaos. Master Qingye, spiritual mountain island master, and Jiang Taichu were the sovereigns of the other 5 great sacred lands. As Qin Shao and the others expected, the desolate land divine palace really did send Master Qingye to participate in the battle. Master Qingye was the youngest sovereign in the primordial universe. In terms of foundation and experience, he was indeed the weakest. However, Hegemon Greenleaf was an unprecedented genius. In just 100 million years, he had become a Hegemon, rising from the 4th step to the Hegemon level. Although Master Qingye's sovereign, no one dared to doubt his strength. Hegemon Greenleaf's dazzling, peerless brilliance had rarely been revealed. Today, Master Qingye made his move. He was as elegant as ever, like an elegant gentleman. Even in the midst of such an intense battle, his elegance was still on full display. Master Qingye did indeed possess strength that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. His unparalleled beauty and his methods were extremely accurate. He stirred up the winds and clouds and shocked the heavens. The demon realm sent the 9-headed serpent emperor, the ancestor and emperor of the 9-headed serpent clan. The 9-headed serpent clan was known as a quasi-divine beast in ancient times. They even dared to challenge the authority of a divine beast. However, the 9-headed serpent emperor did not reveal his true form. Instead, he transformed into his human form to fight. The Netherworld race had sent out the monstrous sovereign. Monstrous was a term used to describe demons and ghosts. The fact that the monstrous sovereign had given himself the title of monstrous showed just how evil he was. The Netherworld race was also known as the Hell race. They were born in the Netherworld and grew up in Hell. They were the incarnation of the devil. They were only shadows and formless. The Netherworld race was born to be very strange and very powerful. The demon sovereign transformed into a shadow that was 100 million miles tall. He used his giant shadow to envelop and devour everything. He displayed an extremely strange and powerful technique. In addition to the 8 sovereigns from the 8 great sacred lands, there were 3 other sovereigns. These 3 sovereigns were not very famous, and not many people had even heard of their names. Even the Almighties present did not know them, and Qin Shao did not know any of them. However, he learned a few things from some of the exclamations. The chess progenitor, Wu Yi, and the Huanghai celestial emperor. 2 of the 3 sovereigns were sovereigns of foreign races, and 1 was a sovereign of the human race. However, they did not belong to any of the 5 great sacred lands. They were lone sovereigns who led a small faction and lived in peace. Such a situation was extremely rare in the divine realm. The chess progenitor was an ancient race. His people used the chessboard as a weapon and as a medium for cultivation. They used heaven and earth as their chessboard, the common people as their chess pieces, the great Tao as their power, and the heavenly cultivation techniques as their boards. They set up a chessboard of heaven and earth, trapping their opponents and killing them directly. The chess progenitor was an extremely ancient sovereign. It was said that he was born at the beginning of the universe. He was comparable to the river progenitor. The chess progenitor had not shown his face for many years. No one expected him to be attracted by the commotion in Primordial Mountain. Sovereign Wu Yi was also a human. However, he was arrogant by nature and had always kept a low profile. He rarely showed himself outside. Even when he was still weak, he kept a low profile. He was smart and far-sighted, so he was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. He also rarely made enemies and had very few enemies. He grew up quietly. It was said that even when Sovereign Wu Yi became a sovereign, no one knew about it. There was one time when a mighty figure went too far, and Sovereign Wu Yi could not tolerate it. In the end, he took action and killed that mighty figure. For a time, his name shook the entire Primordial Mountain and the Divine Realm. It was only then that the various forces in the Divine Realm knew that another sovereign had been born. The 5 great sacred grounds immediately threw out olive branches. However, they were all rejected by Sovereign Wu Yi. Sovereign Wu Yi continued to be a lone wolf. He did not join any forces and continued to keep a low profile. He did not expand his territory, nor did he form his own forces. He remained in seclusion, unknown to everyone. Since he rarely showed himself, he naturally attracted fewer people. As such, no one went to disturb him. When he heard this, Qin Shao felt some admiration for Sovereign Wu Yi. He had not joined any sacred grounds. In fact, he had not even joined any of the larger forces. However, for him to be able to become a sovereign was something that was unprecedented. Resources were extremely important for cultivation. Even though it was not absolute, it still had a huge impact. Without good resources, the path of cultivation would be even more difficult. For Sovereign Wu Yi to be able to become a sovereign all by himself, one could imagine how rare that was. This was why Qin Shao felt some admiration for him. Even Qin Shao himself did not know that he would be able to accomplish such a feat. Joining the desolate land god palace had given Qin Shao many benefits. It had allowed him to avoid many detours. Furthermore, he had become a disciple of a universe master. Even though the help that his master had given him was limited, it was still there. However, Qin Shao felt that even though Sovereign Wu Yi had not joined any forces, it did not mean that he had not become a disciple of some great being. Otherwise, it would mean that he had obtained many great opportunities. This was also possible. Sovereign Wu Yi had always kept a low profile. Who would have thought that he would join in on this matter? The allure of a universe treasure was simply too great. The last celestial emperor of the Desolate Sea was definitely an extremely famous sovereign realm existence with a great reputation. The Huang High Celestial Emperor was even larger than the Divine Realm. Within the endless Huang High Celestial Emperor lived an enormous race, the Huang High Celestial Race. In terms of population, the Huang High Celestial Race was comparable to the Demon Realm. It could be said that the Huang High Celestial Race was comparable to the 4 realms. Of course, the Huang High Celestial Race was not talented enough. It was extremely difficult for them to produce great beings. Without a universe master, they were naturally unable to contend with the 4 realms. As for sovereigns, according to the records, there was only one sovereign. That was Celestial Emperor Huang Hai. With the title of Celestial Emperor, one could see the extent of Celestial Emperor Huang Hai's prestige in the Huang High Celestial Race. He was the absolute sovereign of the Huang High Celestial Race. Celestial Emperor Huang Hai was definitely terrifyingly powerful. He was also an ancient sovereign. This time, he had come all the way from Huang High Celestial Emperor Huang Hai to join in on this matter. It seemed that he was extremely ambitious and even seemed to be determined to win. Celestial Emperor Huang Hai's methods were indeed shocking and terrifying. Everyone who saw it was shocked beyond words. The great beings who were watching the battle felt that their horizons had been broadened. They were deeply moved. Qin Shao stared fixedly at the battlefield. Many inspirations surged into his mind. The sovereigns had displayed the use of 6 types of supreme grade great paths. Qin Shao was now very eager to reach the level of using the other supreme grade great paths. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally inspired to watch these great beings fight. This kind of opportunity was too rare. If he missed it, he would not get another chance in the future. After all, Hongmeng Mountain had only opened twice in this universe era. How long would he have to wait for it to open again? 11 sovereigns engaged in a chaotic battle. This scene was naturally magnificent and terrifying. The heavens were silent, and the ages fell into oblivion. The incomparably intense scene made many great beings unable to help but wonder who would win the Hongmeng Cauldron in the end. As expected of the sovereigns, each of their methods is extremely powerful. Moreover, each of them has cultivated a secret manual and has a secret manual with them. The power of a secret manual is indeed incomparable to that of an ancient lost art. The use of great paths, the supreme power of great paths, the combination of great paths, and the integration of great paths. Each of these aspects can form extremely powerful methods. There are thousands of changes in methods. It all depends on how well you control and use them. Ingenious use, exquisite combination, the combination of treasures, the power of inheritance, the power of bloodline, the power of mystiques. The various applications are what I should be learning and comprehending. Currently, my level of application of the Myriad Path, Hongmeng Path, Chaos Path, Boundless Path, and Reincarnation Path is still relatively weak. There are too many areas that I need to understand. This battle is really exciting. It really is enough for me to ponder. With these insights, I believe that my future cultivation path will be much smoother. The beginning of everything is difficult. The threshold is the most important. Once I cross it, everything will be clear and bright. Chapter 1064. Qin Shao makes a move. The chaos caused by the 11 sovereigns was incomparably intense, exciting, and terrifying. The void was shattered again and again, and the firmament was destroyed again and again. A huge crater was created in Hongmeng Mountain. The rulers were all about the same in terms of power, and they all used their skills and techniques. All kinds of secret techniques, manuals, sacred objects, secret arts, successions, natal secret arts, etc., were executed one after another. Brilliant lights shone brilliantly as heaven and earth surged. The deity world was the strongest, so the three worlds and the other factions were fighting against the deity world. Spiritual Mountain Island Master was the strongest ruler in the deity world camp, and he was powerful enough to stop the other rulers from seizing the Hongmeng Cauldron. However, Huang High Celestial Emperor was also powerful enough to be on par with Spiritual Mountain Island Master. However, Huang High Celestial Emperor was very ambitious. He wanted to seize the Hongmeng Cauldron, so he launched several fierce attacks. Therefore, Huang High Celestial Emperor didn't unite with the other rulers, so it wasn't only the rulers of the deity world who stopped him, but also the other rulers. After all, even though it seemed like there were three factions on the surface, everyone had their own agendas. Who wouldn't want to get their hands on a universe treasure? Who didn't want a universe treasure? None of the 11 hegemons here had a universe treasure. A universe treasure was simply too important to them. For rulers like Spiritual Mountain Island Master and Huang Shun Celestial Emperor, if they had a universe treasure, no one could do anything to them, at least among the rulers. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they still had the power to protect themselves. If he had a universe treasure, he would have the ability to protect himself even in the face of a universe master. Sovereigns were virtually undying and indestructible. Ruler Greenleaf was a peerless youth. As the youngest ruler of this universe era and the fastest to become a ruler, Ruler Greenleaf finally revealed his true strength today. Of the 11 hegemons, Hegemon Greenleaf definitely wasn't the weakest. He was probably second only to the Spirit Mountain Island Lord, Celestial Emperor Huang Hai. He wasn't much weaker than Hegemon Ninth Solitude and the others. There had always been rumors that Master Qingye was the weakest among the rulers. After all, Master Qingye's foundation was too weak. But now, Hegemon Greenleaf had revealed his true talent. Only then did everyone realize that the rumors were false. Master Qingye was young, but he wasn't weak at all. He was indeed a genius. The battle grew more and more intense. The 11 sovereigns were all injured, and the situation continued to worsen. If they continued to fight, it was obvious that more and more of them would suffer losses. Even so, the 11 sovereigns continued to fight. Many people from the 9 heavens were watching, but no one dared to make a move. The 8 great sacred lands had already come to an agreement. If more sovereigns joined in, it would obviously be against the rules. TSK. After the Great Divine Demon War, there hasn't been a battle as intense as this. The allure of a universe treasure was indeed a bit too great. Now that the situation is in such a stalemate, it's hard to control the situation. I wonder who will win in the end. Emperor Qing clicked his tongue and said. The Flame Emperor shook his head. Yes, it's hard to say. The strongest are Spiritual Mountain Island Master and Huang, High Celestial Emperor. However, because they're the strongest, the other rulers are watching them. If they do anything, everyone's guns will be pointed at them. Although the 5 holy lands of the Divine Realm are very united, this isn't for the sake of the nation. It's for personal gain and loss. I don't think any ruler is so noble as to give up a universe treasure. The value of a single universe treasure was limitless. No one will give in to each other. Therefore, this camp is actually a pile of loose sand. At the crucial moment, they will point their guns at each other. This battle is going to be intense. I even think that these rulers are going to fight to the death with their clones. I think many rulers will be willing to exchange their clones for the primordial cauldron. Although the price of a clone was extremely high, the ancient sovereigns who were still alive would probably be willing to trade for it. This battle would last for 1,000 years. Normally, a battle between experts would end very quickly. However, the battle before them was very chaotic. Everyone had their own thoughts, so time was delayed. The 1,000-year battle caused the sky to darken, the 4 seas to sink, the 9 heavens and 10 lands to sigh, and the radiance of the sun and moon to dim. Suddenly, a black figure charged towards the primordial cauldron. This sudden turn of events made the eyes of the onlookers light up slightly. This was because the figure that had suddenly charged out wasn't a ruler. It was the black submerged demon emperor who was ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. Seeing the black submerged demon emperor make a move, many powerhouses exclaimed in their hearts. How bold! In fact, many of the Almighties had their own thoughts and ideas. The 8 great holy lands had agreed that each side would only send out 1 ruler. However, there were no restrictions on the number of powerhouses. Therefore, powerhouses were completely free to make a move. Of course, no powerhouse would dare to make a move. Who would dare to snatch food from the mouths of 11 rulers? However, the black submerged demon emperor was incomparably crazy and dared to make a move. Naturally, many powerhouses broke out in cold sweat for him. He was truly audacious. Qin Zhao's eyes sharpened when the black submerged demon emperor made a move. It was about time for him to make a move. After another 1,000 years, the 9-heaven diagram was basically completed. It was just a little bit away from reaching the peak of the primordial chaos realm. However, it was almost there now. After all, Qin Zhao didn't want to fight the 11 rulers head-on. He just wanted to obtain the primordial cauldron and leave quickly. The black submerged demon emperor's face was filled with madness. With a holy object protecting his body, he charged towards the primordial cauldron with all his might. How bold. Even a powerhouse dares to snatch food. You're courting death. Die. Although the black submerged demon emperor was prepared and attacked without any regard for his own life, how could the rulers let him do as he wished? At this time, the rulers' muzzles were still pointed at the outside world. Terrifying rays of light shot towards the black submerged demon emperor. One attack after another descended, and the power of destruction reached the black submerged demon emperor. The black submerged demon emperor ignored these attacks. He only wanted to obtain the primordial cauldron with all his might. Waves of destructive power came crashing down, and the black submerged demon emperor's holy object was instantly smashed to pieces. It couldn't withstand the attacks at all. As soon as the holy object was destroyed, the black submerged demon emperor moved his hand. A talisman treasure flew out, blooming with 7-colored light and forming a protective barrier. He threw out another trump card. The defensive power of this trump card was quite strong. It actually blocked the attacks of the rulers for a while. Qin Shao was secretly surprised. The black submerged demon emperor's foundation was indeed deep. It felt like he was overflowing with wealth. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the heaven list. Apart from the 2 ancient divine lotuses, he actually had 2 more trump cards. Moreover, he wasn't sure if these were all of the black submerged demon emperor's trump cards. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked for 1 more trump card. It was a bit of a loss. Qin Shao couldn't be envious of such a foundation. After all, it required countless years of accumulation. The black submerged demon emperor was ranked 4th on the heaven list. As the strongest person in the Nine-Dragon Celestial Palace, he had lived for countless years. It wasn't surprising that he had this kind of accumulation. However, this trump card only lasted for a moment before collapsing. The ruler's attacks were clearly weakened. After 1,000 years of fighting, many of them were heavily injured and felt powerless. Moreover, these attacks wouldn't be used on the black submerged demon emperor right off the bat. That was why the black submerged demon emperor had a chance. With the 2 trump cards, the black submerged demon emperor was able to approach the primordial cauldron. The black submerged demon emperor laughed maniacally as he reached out to grab the primordial cauldron. It was as if the primordial cauldron was already in his bag. This scene made the other Almighties look at each other. They couldn't help but wonder if the primordial cauldron was really going to fall into the black submerged demon emperor's hands. If that was really the case, then things are going to be interesting. 11 rulers had tried to fight for the primordial cauldron, but they had failed to obtain it. In the end, the black submerged demon emperor had benefited from it. If news of this spread, it would be the biggest joke in the world. If that was really the case, then they could also give it a try. Qin Shao stared at the black submerged demon emperor. He was also prepared to make a move. However, he felt that the black submerged demon emperor wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial cauldron so easily. Those rulers weren't to be trifled with. Indeed, just as the black submerged demon emperor was about to obtain the primordial cauldron, a chessboard suddenly fell from the sky. Heaven and earth as the board, the stars as the pieces, the sun and moon as the lines, and the great Tao as the grid. The might of Hao Yan descended directly, locking down the void, shrouding and suppressing it. A gloomy light destroyed everything. The supreme might caused the black submerged demon emperor to lose the ability to resist. He was immediately suppressed. The black submerged demon emperor's face contorted in agony. A ray of light shot out from the primordial era, destroying the heavens and earth and freezing the blue dome of heaven. The ray of light turned into a sharp sword and pierced through the black submerged demon emperor's body, creating a huge hole in his divine body. No, the black submerged demon emperor let out a cry of unwillingness. However, his divine body was quickly crushed to pieces, his soul destroyed, and his consciousness destroyed. Just like that, the Almighty who ranked 4th on the heaven list was killed. One could only admire the black submerged demon emperor's courage in snatching the primordial cauldron from the mouths of 11 rulers. Not only did he lose 2 trump cards, but he also sacrificed a clone. However, in the end, he still failed to obtain the primordial cauldron. It was a double whammy, just a little bit more. However, even a little bit more would be considered a failure. The other Almighties sighed as they watched. Many of the Almighties who had been scheming against the black submerged demon emperor immediately gave up on the idea. They really shouldn't have such delusions. However, just as everyone was sighing, another figure rushed out. This one was clad in sacred armor and wielded a long sword. Chapter 1065. The great battle begins. Seeing that Qin Shao had actually made a move, the Almighties were all stunned. Their gazes all landed on Qin Shao. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor's death was still a warning to them. How could Qin Shao make a move in such a short time? Was he too greedy, or was he just too confident? Logically speaking, it would be strange if he dared to make a move without any confidence. After all, there were many Almighties who had the same thoughts as the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. After all, those who were present were all on the heaven leaderboard, and they were all very high up. Even the 9th floor, who was ranked third on the heaven leaderboard, was present. To be honest, who didn't have strength? Who didn't have a foundation? Who didn't have such thoughts? However, greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If they still dared to have such thoughts under such circumstances, they would end up like the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. They would lose 2 trump cards and their doppelgangers, but they wouldn't even be able to touch the primordial cauldron. The fury of 11 sovereigns wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At this moment, Qin Shao actually made a move. It was indeed very thought-provoking. Of course, there were also many people who hoped to see Qin Shao die, especially those from the 3 realms. They couldn't wait for Qin Shao to die sooner. Crazy, he's really crazy. Seeing Qin Shao make a move, the Flame Emperor and the Cyan Emperor were the most shocked. The 2 of them were instantly dumbfounded and looked at each other. They really didn't think that Qin Shao would really make a move. Previously, the Cyan Emperor was still a little worried that Qin Shao would act rashly, so he specially reminded Qin Shao not to act rashly. However, they didn't expect that Qin Shao would really act rashly in the blink of an eye. Crazy, he really was crazy. Didn't they see how the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor was killed in the blink of an eye? Indeed, the Cyan Emperor and the Flame Emperor knew that Qin Shao was stronger than the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Furthermore, he was an ultimate Sword Dao user. His strength was actually not inferior to the Heaven Leaderboard's number 1, and he was qualified to fight against a sovereign. However, if he really fought a sovereign, Qin Shao would definitely be the one to lose. What's more, Qin Shao wasn't facing just one hegemon but 11. Even if the 5 sovereigns of the God Realm wouldn't attack Qin Shao, there were still 6 sovereigns. Why is Qin Shao getting involved? Hegemon Greenleaf couldn't help but frown when he saw Qin Shao take action. He felt that Qin Shao shouldn't have gotten involved. After all, there were so many sovereigns present. However, now that Qin Shao had joined the fray, he had no choice but to send a voice transmission to the other 4 sovereigns of the God Realm. At the same time, he prepared to help Qin Shao. This was Qin Zhao's true body. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to Qin Zhao's true body. He must make sure that Qin Zhao's true body was safe. At the same time, Master Qingye also sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you're crazy. Even if you want the Hongmeng Cauldron, you shouldn't take such a huge risk by risking your true body. If anything happens to my true body, it'll be a huge loss not only to you, but also to the God Palace of the Desolate Land and the entire God Realm. Don't force yourself. I'll come to your aid immediately. If there's any danger later, come to my side. Even if I have to give up the Hongmeng Cauldron today, I'll make sure you're safe. Master Qingye's words were especially serious and dignified. He didn't allow Qin Shao to react at all. Qin Shao had never seen Master Qingye so dignified before. This was the first time. This made Qin Zhao's heart warm. He was grateful to Master Qingye. The fact that Master Qingye was willing to give up the Hongmeng Cauldron to protect him at this time showed that he cared about him as much as a family member. Hegemon Greenleaf had always taken great care of Qin Shao, and Qin Shao had always engraved this kindness into his heart. However, this time, Qin Shao smiled and said to Master Qingye, "Master Qingye, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Qin Shao dared to say this because he had absolute confidence. With MT Fengyu as his final shield, Qin Shao indeed had the confidence to say this. Master Qingye had always known Qin Shao well. However, the current situation wasn't child's play. He couldn't afford to be careless. Hegemon Greenleaf, was still able to take the risk. Even if he did lose his clone, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. Qin Shao, however, was different. Qin Shao was the main body. If anything happened to the main body, it wouldn't be as simple as a minor injury. Although Master Qingye believed that Qin Shao had some life-saving means, they were probably not enough to deal with a ruler. Regardless of whether it was a holy artifact or a life-saving trump card, it would probably be useless. He would end up like the black submerged demon emperor. Therefore, how could Master Qingye not be anxious? However, since Qin Shao had already made his move, he wouldn't stop. Therefore, He could only follow this path to the end. Master Qingye had no choice but to grit his teeth and go for broke. He was prepared for the worst. Even if he had to risk his clone, he would do his best to protect Qin Shao. He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. I'm afraid he's been too successful recently. How dare he get involved in this? He thinks he can be arrogant just because he has some strength. Let's give him a painful blow today. Even the black submerged demon emperor is dead. How dare he refuse to give up? Let's beat him to death. The rulers were enraged. One by one, they charged towards Qin Shao. The spiritual mountain island lord, ruler Jiuji, and the other 4 rulers of the divine realm were in a dilemma. Should they help or not? If they helped, the benefits would definitely fall into the hands of the desolate land's divine palace. How could they not want the universe treasure? If they didn't help, Qin Shao could be considered to have made some contributions to the 5 great sacred lands. His contribution on the mother planet was still there. If they didn't help, what if the universe treasure fell into the hands of others? Therefore, the current situation was indeed a headache for them. They could only keep a close eye on the rulers and prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Master Qingye and Qin Shao were also on guard. The 5 great sacred lands of the divine realm didn't engage in internal strife, but snatching treasures without killing anyone was not a problem. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't sit idly by and watch the primordial cauldron fall into the hands of others. Although Master Qingye was willing to help Qin Shao at all costs, he was alone. How could he quell the anger of the 6 rulers with his strength alone? Qin Shao, clad in divine armor and wielding a long sword, charged over like a god of war. He was fearless as he charged. Waves of terrifying power descended and bombarded Qin Shao's body. Qin Shao allowed these forces to bombard him and did not make a move. He couldn't make a move now. If he did, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, he had to snatch the primordial cauldron as quickly as possible. That would be considered a success. Although the divine armor was a divine artifact that had been repaired and improved by Lord Huayang, a divine artifact couldn't withstand a single blow from the 6 rulers. It only lasted for 2 rounds before collapsing. The divine armor's collapse meant that it was completely destroyed. There was no chance for him to cultivate it all. Qin Zhao's heart ached at the loss of a divine artifact. It was his one and only divine artifact, but it was destroyed just like that. However, there was nothing he could do. Since he had already made up his mind, he couldn't afford to be stingy. Once the divine armor was destroyed, Qin Shao didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately threw out the ancient divine lotus that he had obtained from the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor and wrapped it around him. The ancient divine lotus defensive capabilities were similar to the divine armor. It could only last for 2 rounds. However, these 4 rounds allowed Qin Shao to reach the primordial cauldron. He was just 1 step away from touching it. Victory was right in front of him. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes. Although victory was right in front of him, he still tried his best to calm himself down. The sacred armor and ancient sacred lotus had both been destroyed, and yet another terrifying attack was coming his way. Hegemon Greenleaf was unable to stop the 6 hegemons at all. Terrifying beams of light descended from the heavens. Beams of power came charging over. All sorts of techniques were being used. The chess ancestors' chessboard descended once again, trying to suppress Qin Shao. The desolate sea appeared. This was the terrifying technique of the Huanghai Celestial Emperor. In the face of these terrifying techniques, even Master Qingye broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. The Flame Emperor and the Lotus Emperor were so nervous that they couldn't speak. The Black Nightmare Demon Emperor had been crushed like this. Would the same tragedy happen to Qin Shao? The other Almighties also had their own thoughts. Many of them shook their heads on Qin Zhao's behalf. They felt that Qin Shao was too impulsive. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was simply digging his own grave. He couldn't blame anyone else. Of course, there were also some Almighties who were gloating. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing to make Qin Shao suffer. This was especially so for the Almighties who had suffered at Qin Zhao's hands. They couldn't wait for Qin Shao to die. Faced with such a terrifying situation, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be careless. When the sword moved, the 9 heavens moved. The nine heavens diagram surged out and slashed open the nine heavens. The nine heavens diagram unfolded like a grand map of the universe. It went up to the nine heavens and down to the 10 earths. It was the power of the heavens. The nine heavens diagram was a secret manual. It was the most top-notch technique in the universe. It was an ultimate technique. Qin Zhao's ultimate sword principle was at the controller realm. Now that he had cultivated the nine heavens diagram to perfection, its power was naturally terrifying when used by Qin Zhao. A mighty force descended. When the nine heavens diagram's technique was used, it really shocked everyone. Secret manual. This is definitely a technique from a secret manual. He actually cultivated a secret manual, but this secret manual is so strange. I don't think the Desolate Land Divine Palace has a secret manual like this, right? Not only did he cultivate a secret manual, but he has also cultivated this secret manual to great success. Isn't this too frightening? He's only a fourth-step divine god. How can he cultivate a secret manual to great success? This definitely isn't a secret manual from the Desolate Land Divine Palace. It seems like he obtained a secret manual by a heaven-defying opportunity. I didn't expect him to have such a technique that he has never shown before. Chapter 1066. Primordial Cauldron obtained. Yes, I've heard of it as well. Emperor Guiyang used the nine-heaven diagram to flourish for a period of time. However, it's said that Emperor Guiyang died a long, long time ago. I don't know how long it's been since I've heard anything about him. Who would have thought that Qin Zhao would be able to obtain Emperor Guiyang's inheritance? No wonder this kid dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. He has some tricks up his sleeve. He's a master of the ultimate sword Dao, and he's cultivated the nine-heaven diagram to great mastery. He really does dare to challenge a ruler. The spectating powerhouses were also stunned. They couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't help but be convinced, let alone a fourth-step celestial god. Even among the almighty existences, there were probably only 2 or 3 who had cultivated the secret manual. At most, there would only be this number. It was a secret manual. Powerhouses could barely reach the beginner level. It was far too difficult to cultivate it. Only ruler-level secret manuals didn't have much of a threshold. Just this threshold alone was enough to stop countless almighties. However, who would have thought that Qin Zhao would be able to cultivate a secret manual to great mastery? He was only a fourth-step heavenly god. Among the fourth-step heavenly gods, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang have been able to cultivate a secret manual. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang couldn't be compared to powerhouses. They just didn't want to, or rather, disdained to become powerhouses. Otherwise, as long as they wanted to, they could become powerhouses at any time. Moreover, they could easily become powerhouses. Not to mention powerhouses, even becoming a ruler wouldn't be difficult for them. Moreover, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were both survivors of the 7th Universe Era. They didn't belong to the 8th Universe Era at all. Therefore, among the fourth-step heavenly gods, only Qin Zhao had cultivated a secret manual. It was truly a heaven-defying act. When the rulers saw that Qin Zhao could actually use a complete secret manual, Qin Zhao's nine-heaven diagram became extremely powerful under the full power of the ultimate sword Dao. It could completely intimidate any ruler existence. Qin Zhao's nine-heaven diagram instantly blocked all the attacks, preventing them from landing on Qin Zhao. When Master Qingye saw Qin Zhao's technique, he was so excited that he almost cried out, "Good, Qin Zhao. No wonder you're so confident. You're Qin Zhao. You're Qin Zhao. You're really, with such a technique, I don't have to worry." As expected, Master Qingye, Qin Zhao Chun, Master Qingye Chun, said, "Master Qingye, Master Qin Zhao. Haha, since you have such confidence here, then I'll go all out today and lend you a hand. Anyway, it'll be difficult for me to snatch the Hongmeng Cauldron. I might as well help you now. It's been a long time since I've used my full strength. I wanted to hold back a little, but it looks like there's no need to anymore." With that, Master Qingye's aura suddenly surged. A leaf soared into the blue sky. Beyond the 9 heavens, there was a loud cry, and the brilliance was astonishing. Hegemon Greenleaf's supreme technique was unleashed, and the entire world seemed to darken. All of the hegemons were shocked, and their faces went pale. Even the spiritual Mountain Island Lord and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor were slightly surprised. This hegemon Greenleaf truly was an extraordinary figure. The mighty figures watching below were even more shocked. What a powerful aura! What a domineering technique! There's at least the power of four supreme great Taoists, right? There are secret manuals and secret skills. This ultimate move is too powerful. It looks like we've underestimated Master Qingye. No wonder he's the youngest ruler of the universe era. He's indeed extraordinary. Yes, he's too powerful. The Flame Emperor and the Qing Emperor looked at each other for a while and laughed. As mighty figures of the Desolate Land's divine palace, they had always had some guesses about Master Qingye's strength, but they did not have a concrete idea. However, after seeing Master Qingye use his full strength today, they realized that although Master Qingye was not well known, he was too powerful. They had thought that Master Qingye's strength was at the bottom among the mighty figures, but now they realized that they were very, very wrong. Master Qingye's strength was not below that of the spiritual Mountain Island Lord and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor. Although he was not at the top of the rulers, he was definitely above average. Hegemon Greenleaf really was a man who kept a low profile. This battle was definitely going to make him cry out in amazement once more. Hegemon Greenleaf unleashed all of his power, instantly blocking all three hegemons. However, Qin Xiao still had to deal with three hegemons. However, Qin Xiao's pressure was greatly reduced. He was able to block the attacks with his full strength. After blocking the attacks of the rulers, Qin Xiao was already in front of the Hongmeng Cauldron. He was just one step away from getting the Hongmeng Cauldron. Now that things had developed to this point, even the sovereigns were starting to panic. Stop him quickly. Don't let him get the Hongmeng Cauldron. Damn it. Ruler Jiuji, stop him. Kid, you'd better stop. Even if you get it, you won't be able to leave this place. A few sovereigns began to threaten Qin Xiao, but Qin Xiao ignored them. He continued to reach for the primordial cauldron as fast as he could. Soon, he would be able to get the Hongmeng Cauldron. The ruler Jiuji and the other three chose not to help either side. They were just spectators. However, when they saw that Qin Xiao was about to get the Hongmeng Cauldron, they became anxious. If Qin Xiao got the Hongmeng Cauldron, according to the agreement of the 5 great holy lands, they would not be able to fight for it again. They would only be able to do so if the Hongmeng Cauldron fell into the hands of another faction. Therefore, they naturally had some thoughts about it. The Tong Tian Tower Master's eyes were dark. He hesitated for a moment, but still made his move. Seeing that the Tong Tian Tower Master had made his move, the ruler Jiuji and the other 2 rulers followed suit. Master Qingye frowned when he saw the ruler Jiuji and the others make their move. Although he had discussed it with them, he could not say anything if they wanted to make their move. However, it was a little too late for them to make their move. Qin Xiao had already reached the Hongmeng Cauldron and broke through all the obstacles. With a wave of his hand, he took the Hongmeng Cauldron into his internal world. Once the Hongmeng Cauldron was taken away by Qin Xiao, the light disappeared and the humming in the Hongmeng Mountain stopped. Many people's eyes widened when they saw that the Hongmeng Cauldron had been taken away by Qin Xiao. Many people wondered if Qin Xiao had gotten the Hongmeng Cauldron just like that. The Azure Emperor and the Flame Emperor were slightly excited. They would never have thought that Qin Xiao would be able to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth. He was indeed very capable. However, it was too early to celebrate. They still had to protect the Hongmeng Cauldron. If they couldn't protect it, everything would be for naught. Kid, you're courting death. You're courting death. The rulers were completely enraged. They started to use all their means. The wrath of the heavens, the 4 seas rose, and endless destructive power surged out. Qin Xiao also sensed danger. No matter how strong he was, how could he withstand the wrath of a few rulers by himself? Although Master Qingye was trying his best to help him, Master Qingye's strength was too weak, and he couldn't match up to the rulers. However, Qin Xiao was already prepared. He didn't hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, Mt. Fengyu flew out. Before the attacks of the sovereigns could reach him, Qin Shao entered Mt. Fengyu and used all his strength to propel Mt. Fengyu into the depths of the Sea of Darkness. Waves of attacks landed on Mt. Fengyu, but Mt. Fengyu was actually able to withstand the attacks and wasn't affected by them. Mt. Fengyu was too fast. It tore through the void and swept towards the Sea of Darkness at an extremely fast speed. Even the rulers couldn't keep up with its speed. Although the space here was very unstable and ordinary aircrafts were all ineffective, Mt. Fengyu wasn't affected at all. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shao and Mt. Fengyu disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the consciousness couldn't detect them. Obviously, Qin Shao had escaped to a faraway place and was nowhere to be seen. He was running too fast. Qin Shao had left, and so had the Hongmeng Cauldron. The source of everything was gone. Naturally, the battle stopped. However, the atmosphere became extremely oppressive, terrifying, and tense. Everything was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many people looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on and were completely dumbfounded. Why did he run away just like that? The Hongmeng Cauldron that 11 rulers were fiercely fighting over was snatched away by Qin Shao in the end. How could this be? Such an outcome was far beyond everyone's expectations. It was really shocking. They didn't expect such a possibility at all. What treasure was that just now? Could it be a universe treasure? It should be more than 80% a universe treasure. Otherwise, how could a holy object withstand the full force attacks of several rulers? And it was so fast that even the rulers couldn't track it. Other than a universe treasure, I can't think of any other possibility. What a monster. Why is it that luck is always on his side? It's fine if he has a secret manual, but he even has a universe treasure? This is crazy. Yes, isn't it? I'm so jealous. Now that he has the Hongmeng Cauldron, it's equivalent to having 2 universe treasures. Moreover, they are good at different fields. With 2 universe treasures working together, who could do anything to Qin Shao? I'm afraid only the masters of the universe can do anything to him in the future. Rulers might not be able to do anything to him. In the past, when people said that Qin Shao was worthy of being the #1 genius of our universe era, I wasn't convinced. Now, I have no choice but to accept it. Yes, I have no choice but to accept it. He is indeed worthy of it. There is no dispute. Many powerful people were completely speechless. Some were envious, and some were jealous. But what could they do? The rulers were the most upset. They were rulers. To think that a 4th-step heavenly deity would actually snatch the food from their hands. Speaking of which, it was truly embarrassing. Chapter 1067. Surprise. It was said that when the clam fought, the fishermen would reap the benefits. Although this kind of situation was not uncommon, it was indeed unexpected that such a scene could occur in such a situation. The Black Nightmare Devil Emperor had been ambitious, but he had been wiped out with a flip of the hand. Perhaps everyone had thought of the possibility that some reckless almighty would take the opportunity to attack, just like the Black Submerged Devil Emperor. However, no one had thought that this would succeed. However, Qin Shao had once again awakened everyone, and once again displayed his heaven-defying abilities. Qin Shao's growth was one heaven-defying feat after another. It was like a miracle after a miracle. He had created record after record, and broken legend after legend. Using the word genius to describe Qin Shao was far from enough. The curtains had fallen, and Grand Mist was shocked once again, in the depths of the Sea of Darkness. After flying in the Sea of Darkness for 100 years, Qin Shao finally stopped. He didn't know where he was, and he couldn't sense his current location on the Grand Mist map of the Desolate Lands God Palace. He only had a rough idea of where he was. However, the Sea of Darkness was simply too big. Just a rough idea of where he was covered an extremely large area. It was probably larger than the God Realm. In the depths of the Sea of Darkness, there were many places that had never been explored. This place was filled with endless darkness and endless gloom. It was extremely terrifying. Everywhere was filled with danger. If one was unlucky, even sovereigns could die here. In the depths of the Sea of Darkness, there were many hidden dangers. However, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. As long as he was careful, he should have no problem staying alive. The more dangerous it was, the more Qin Shao liked it. Although he had escaped to the depths of the Sea of Darkness, it didn't mean that no one would be able to find him. At most, he should be safe for a short period of time. However, as time passed, there was a chance that he would be discovered. Therefore, the more dangerous it was, the safer it was for him. Qin Shao was still very happy to do so. Qin Shao stood in the darkness and scanned his surroundings. In the depths of the endless Sea of Darkness, there were gusts of eerie wind. If it were any other powerful being, they might not be able to withstand such a harsh environment. This place should be considered hidden. There are natural danger zones all around, forming a natural isolation zone. It could be considered as an invisible layer of protection for me. In this place, it should not be easy to be discovered. Qin Shao sized up the surroundings and decided to cultivate here for a while before deciding on anything else. After calming himself down, Qin Shao waved his hand and Mt. Fengyu flew out and transformed into a huge mountain. There was a palace in the middle of the mountain, and the entrance to the palace was a huge open space for cultivation. After settling everything, Qin Shao moved his hand, and the Grand Mist Cauldron flew out from his inner world. As soon as the Hongmeng Cauldron flew out, it lit up the entire Mt. Fengyu. The radiance of the Hongmeng Cauldron was unrivaled. Seeing this universe treasure, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel excited. Although Mt. Fengyu was also a universe treasure, it was given to him by Senior Baichuan Fusu. Naturally, Qin Shao wasn't that excited about something given to him by someone else. However, the Hongmeng Cauldron was different. The Hongmeng Cauldron was obtained by Qin Shao with his own strength. It could be considered as a spoil of war. This kind of feeling was naturally very different. Qin Shao reached out his hand to the Hongmeng Cauldron. A powerful force pushed Qin Shao's hand away, not allowing Qin Shao to get close. All universe treasures were extremely intelligent and had their own consciousness. Even if an ordinary powerful being obtained a universe treasure, they wouldn't be able to subdue it. Qin Shao's soul power gushed out and directly seeped into the Hongmeng Cauldron. As soon as his soul power entered the cauldron, he immediately felt a powerful force trying to destroy Qin Shao's soul power. If his soul power was slightly weaker, it would have been obliterated by the Hongmeng Cauldron. As soon as Qin Shao's soul power entered the Hongmeng Cauldron, he investigated the situation inside. When he discovered that there was something else in the Hongmeng Cauldron, Qin Shao's face couldn't help but fill with excitement and joy. Haha, it seems that the heavens are really helping me. I've always wondered if there was primordial origin energy in the Hongmeng Cauldron. I didn't expect it to really be there. Although he had thought about it before, it was just a thought. Now that he had confirmed that there really was primordial origin energy in the Hongmeng Cauldron, Qin Shao's emotions were naturally indescribable. Compared to the Hongmeng Cauldron, Qin Shao actually preferred primordial origin energy. This was what he desired the most. No matter how powerful the Hongmeng Cauldron was, it was only a universe treasure. Firstly, Qin Shao didn't like to rely on external forces. Secondly, he already had a universe treasure, Mt. Fengyu. Adding another Hongmeng Cauldron wouldn't make much of a difference. If Qin Shao had to choose between the Hongmeng Cauldron and primordial origin energy, needless to say, Qin Shao would definitely choose the primordial origin energy. But now he was pleasantly surprised. There was both the Hongmeng Cauldron and primordial origin energy. If I don't completely refine the Hongmeng Cauldron, I won't be able to release the primordial origin energy. Let's refine the Hongmeng Cauldron first. Qin Shao didn't hesitate any longer and began to refine the Hongmeng Cauldron. It wasn't that easy to refine a universe treasure. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to do it even if they spent their entire lives trying. Even sovereigns would find it extremely difficult to refine a universe treasure. But fortunately, Qin Shao's willpower was strong enough, and his soul force was also strong enough. He had a natural advantage. Heart Force cultivators truly did have a natural advantage in this regard. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to refine Mt. Fengyu so easily last time. While Qin Shao was refining the Hongmeng Cauldron, News of the competition in the Hongmeng universe also spread. It caused a huge uproar. Qin Zhao's reputation soared again, and his status rose. He was now comparable to sovereigns. After all, Qin Zhao's strength had indeed reached the level of sovereigns. Interestingly, Qin Zhao's ranking still wasn't higher than Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's. He was still ranked third. Such a situation was very thought-provoking. Previously, everyone had some guesses about Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength. There were all kinds of theories, but no conclusion had been reached. In the beginning, everyone agreed that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength should be comparable to the Heaven Rankings Top 10. Being so strong was already heaven-defying enough. However, after Qin Zhao's sudden rise, everyone realized that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength was at least comparable to the Heaven Rankings Top 3. They might even be comparable to Nian and Clear Sky Emperor. However, this time, everyone was shocked to discover that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength had reached the level of sovereigns. It was unbelievable. Qin Zhao was already heaven-defying enough to snatch food from the hands of sovereigns and successfully escape. This caused an uproar in Hongmeng. However, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang's strength was still above Qin Zhao's. This made everyone re-evaluate Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. Qin Zhao's name shook the entire Hongmeng. At the same time, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were once again discussed enthusiastically. Many sovereigns were naturally unhappy that Qin Zhao had snatched the Hongmeng cauldron. Now that there were no longer any restrictions, many sovereigns directly entered the endless sea of darkness to find Qin Zhao. They wanted to snatch the Hongmeng cauldron back. In particular, the power of the alternate universe had already started to act. Qin Zhao escaped into the endless sea of darkness and did not return to the desolate land shrine directly. This gave others a chance. If he returned to the desolate land shrine, he would really have thoughts of destroying others. After all, no sovereigns would dare to enter the desolate land shrine to do anything to Qin Zhao. Infernal Flame City, in a private room of a restaurant. A white-robed man and a green-robed man were drinking wine. Through the window, they could see the scenery outside and the people coming and going. From time to time, people would fly across the sky. However, those who dared to fly in Infernal Flame City were obviously not ordinary people. Ordinary people were not allowed to fly in the sky. The green-robed man was very lazy. He was half lying there with a look of enjoyment on his face. Big brother, this kid is really capable. He really knows how to play around. This time, he really made a name for himself in Hongmeng Mountain. The green-robed man smacked his lips and said, "This person was none other than young Master Yu." Baichuan Fusu was still as elegant as ever. He took a sip of wine and said, "Yes, he is indeed very capable. To be able to snatch food from the mouths of those sovereigns is really unexpected. As a four-step heavenly god, to be able to cultivate a dangerous secret technique to greater mastery in such a short period of time is really not bad." His mind is steady and he grasped the timing well. This shows that he is very smart. Young Master Yu did not seem to agree. He curled his lips and said, "Smart my ass. If we use MT Fingyu, I'm afraid we will be exposed. I didn't think that Big Brother would give MT Fingyu to him sooner or later. It will cause trouble. Good for him to cause trouble for us so quickly." Baichuan Fusu shook his head and laughed. "Second brother, he hasn't caused any trouble for us yet. It's just a universe treasure. They might not be able to guess anything. Besides, doesn't Qin Zhao have a universe master as his teacher? He is also a guest from another universe. Can't he be the one who gave it to him? I believe Red Dust Guest will not deny this easily. Red Dust Guest is a smart person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept himself out of this matter. We're just learning from Red Dust Guest and keeping ourselves out of this matter. If Red Dust Guest can do it, why can't we? Do they have the guts to threaten us?" Young Master Yu actually understood this logic. It was just that he was still somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, he had always disliked Qin Zhao. Young Master Yu said, "Let's not talk about that kid. Let's talk about you, Big Brother." "I say, Big Brother, don't tell me you really have feelings for that Yao Shuilian lady?" Baichuan Fusa laughed and looked at young Master Yu without saying anything. After a while, he said, "Why can't I?" Young master, you shook his head. "But big brother, she likes Qin Xiao. If you do this, won't it feel like you're snatching Qin Xiao's woman?" Baichuan Fusa laughed and said, "It's just a fair fight. There is no such thing as snatching. They are not together yet, right? Why can't I?" Chapter 1068. Refining Hongmeng Cauldron in the blink of an eye. Another 10,000 years had passed. The incident of auspicious signs descending on Hongmeng Mountain had finally calmed down, and many powerful beings had benefited from it. After the heated discussion, peace was restored. The three realms and the otherverse forces still hadn't made any big moves, and they were still relatively peaceful. The Devil-Beast universe had no intention of attacking the Hongmeng universe, and God-Sealing Abyss was relatively peaceful. However, behind this tranquility, there was still a feeling that something was amiss, and that there was an undercurrent surging. The Devil-Beast universe had reached the final juncture of the Ninth Era. Even if the three realms didn't erupt, they would erupt into a war. It was just a matter of time, and the longer this dragged on, the worse the situation would be. Once the three realms and otherverse forces joined forces with the Devil-Beast universe, the godly world would be in a dire situation. After 10,000 years of refining in Mount Fengyu, Qin Xiao finally succeeded in refining the Hongmeng Cauldron. The Hongmeng Cauldron was an offensive-type universe treasure, and its lethality was terrifying. Once the Hongmeng Cauldron appeared, it was said to be able to refine everything in the universe. If combined with the Hongmeng origin energy, it could even refine a ruler. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Even universe masters would find it difficult to kill a ruler, but the Hongmeng Cauldron could actually refine a ruler. It was too terrifying. If there was a comparison, the Hongmeng Cauldron's value was obviously much higher than that of Mount Fengyu. Although they were both universe treasures, there was still a slight difference. Of course, it was mainly because the two had completely different areas of expertise. Mount Fengyu didn't have any offensive capabilities, and it was a speed-type universe treasure. Mount Fengyu was a universe treasure that Senior Baichuan Fu Su had painstakingly refined, and it could shuttle between the Hongmeng universe and the endless universe ocean. Of course, with Qin Zhao's strength, he couldn't control Mount Fengyu. He could only use it briefly. Therefore, in Qin Zhao's hands, Mount Fengyu was only a treasure that could help him escape. It had no other uses. The Hongmeng Cauldron had more uses in comparison. The combination of the two made Qin Xiao feel invulnerable. After successfully refining the Hongmeng Cauldron, Qin Xiao felt more confident. If Qin Xiao were to encounter those sovereigns again, he definitely wouldn't end up in such a sorry state like last time. He would still be able to put up a fight. Of course, if he had to rely on treasures and external forces to fight, Qin Xiao didn't need them. Personal strength was the foundation of everything. That was what Qin Xiao pursued. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the Grand Mist Genesis Qi in the Hongmeng Cauldron. The Grand Mist Genesis Qi was like an exquisite delicacy, tempting one's appetite. With the help of the Primordial Origin Qi and the Primordial Cauldron, the power of the Primordial Cauldron will be maximized. This ball of Primordial Origin energy was probably enough to kill a sovereign. If I keep this ball of Primordial Origin Qi, I'll be able to defeat or even kill a ruler if I'm defeated. However, Qin Xiao thought for a moment, then shook his head. Even if I can kill a sovereign, I can only use it once. No matter how many trump cards I have, they're not as practical as my own strength. What I need now is to increase my own strength. That's the most important thing. As for the Hongmeng Cauldron, they're all external objects. I can't rely too much on them. This ball of Primordial Origin energy is best used for cultivation. Qin Xiao had never wavered on this idea before. He was still as resolute as ever. Now that he'd made his decision, he didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. Primordial Origin energy is the essence left over from the birth of the universe. It's the origin of all power and the source of all power. It's the purest and purest form of Primordial Origin energy. It contains the great Tao of Primordial Origin, the essence, the foundation, and the truth of everything. Comprehend Primordial Origin. Comprehend Primordial Origin. Qin Shao jumped into the Hongmeng cauldron without hesitation. As soon as Qin Shao entered the cauldron, he found himself in a world of primordial chaos. It was as if he'd returned to the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the universe. There is nothing but primordial chaos between heaven and earth. So this is primordial origin. Immersed in the world of primordial chaos, Qin Shao was quickly mesmerized and stunned. His primordial path had been stuck at the 5th level for tens of thousands of years. There were many areas that he hadn't fully comprehended. Now that he was in the world of primordial chaos, he suddenly saw many truths and understood many things that he didn't understand before. As expected of primordial origin energy, Qin Shao could clearly feel his understanding of the primordial path rapidly increasing. Many things were presented clearly in front of him, allowing him to recognize some of the foundations of the great Tao of primordial origin. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to be wild with joy. This was exactly what he wanted. He'd only heard that primordial origin energy had such an effect before, but no one had actually experienced it before. Therefore, he'd been somewhat worried. Now, however, he'd been able to verify his worries. It was completely worth it to risk it all this time. So what if he'd lost 2 trump cards? So what if MT Fingyu was exposed? As long as he could cultivate the primordial path to the controller level, everything would be worth it. However, it was still very difficult to take this step. Extremely difficult. All Daos turned into primordial origin energy, and primordial origin energy developed into all kinds of power. The origin of power was primordial origin energy. Qin Shao comprehended and cultivated primordial origin energy in the primordial cauldron. It didn't take Qin Shao too much time to cultivate the primordial path to the 6th level of perfection. It only took him 100 years to break through. However, it was difficult to cultivate the primordial path to the controller level and reach the pinnacle of its application. This comprehension and cultivation took him a full 10,000 years. Qin Shao still hadn't reached the final step. He'd only cultivated the primordial path to the pinnacle of its application. He was only 1 step away from reaching the perfection stage. However, this final step was like a natural chasm that blocked Qin Shao's path forward. It was simply too difficult to take this step. Although he had the help of the primordial origin energy, it wasn't guaranteed that he'd succeed with just external help. It was already pretty good that Qin Shao could use the primordial origin energy to reach the pinnacle of its application. It would be good enough if someone else could cultivate it to the intermediate level. It would be heaven-defying to cultivate it to the advanced level. It was just that Qin Shao wasn't satisfied with himself. His standards were too high and his expectations were too high. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to become a primordial master. Therefore, he was naturally a little disappointed now. The primordial origin energy in the primordial cauldron had been completely exhausted. Without the primordial origin energy, there was naturally no external help. If there was a little more primordial origin energy, Qin Shao might be able to become a primordial master in one go. However, this was obviously unrealistic. 1 primordial origin energy was rare enough. He'd risked his life to snatch it. It was unlikely that he'd be able to find another primordial origin energy. Qin Shao shook his head. It seems that I've been thinking too much. That's right. How can it be so easy to reach the master level? It's already heaven-defying for me to be able to cultivate the primordial path to the pinnacle of its application in one go. In just a short 20,000 years of cultivation, I've improved so much that I've increased my cultivation by leaps and bounds. If I'm still not satisfied, then I'm afraid it won't make sense. Forget it. I'm just 1 step away. Perhaps I won't need to spend too much time across it. Just as well, leave a small test for me to let me know that it's not so easy to reach the master level. With more tests, perhaps my growth will be more stable. I, Qin Shao, have experienced countless trials and tribulations along the way. This one is nothing. Perhaps it's not good for my path to be too smooth. Qin Shao wasn't too discouraged. He quickly comforted himself. In fact, he knew that it was just that his expectations of himself were a little too high. Qin Shao left the primordial cauldron and put it away. Now that the primordial origin energy was gone, the primordial cauldron was just a universe treasure. It was still powerful enough to threaten sovereigns, but it was impossible for it to kill sovereigns. Qin Shao didn't care about this. He didn't really want to fight a ruler to the death. Qin Shao waved his hand and put the primordial cauldron away. Fortunately, he hadn't been disturbed in the past 20,000 years. He was able to cultivate peacefully and smoothly. This was something worth celebrating. Since his cultivation was complete, it was time to leave this place and return to the God realm. But at that moment, a strange light suddenly descended from the sky. The four seas sank, the void was sealed, and the endless sea of darkness was suddenly illuminated. This vast expanse was completely enveloped. The space was solidified. It was filled with terrifying power and formed a great array. A huge chessboard hovered above the 9 heavens. It covered the vast expanse and divided the heaven and earth into countless squares. It was like a huge net that imprisoned the heaven and earth. 2 figures descended and stood guard in 2 directions. Qin Shao couldn't escape far. Seeing these 2 figures, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. With a thought, he put away MT Fengyu and stood in the void. His gaze fell on the 2 figures. Celestial Emperor of Huanghai, chess ancestor. It's been 20,000 years. How have you been? Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. Even in the face of 2 rulers, Qin Shao remained calm. He didn't show any signs of panic. This kind of calmness and composure made people's jaws drop. Celestial Emperor of Huanghai said, Qin Shao, we searched for you in the endless sea of darkness for 20,000 years before we finally found you. You're quite good at hiding. Chapter 1069. War Dominator in the face of 2 sovereigns. Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he gave off the impression that he was full of confidence. The chess ancestor and the celestial emperor of the vast sea were both formidable dominators, especially the celestial emperor of the desolate land. He was even stronger than Master Qingye. After all, the celestial emperor of the desolate sea was a supreme being who dominated a region. He was the ruler of the entire desolate sea and the spiritual leader of the desolate sea clan. The Desolate Sea Clan could be considered one of the top clans outside of the 8 Great Holy Lands. However, the Desolate Sea Clan had always kept a low profile. They lived in the Desolate Sea and didn't interact with the 4 realms. The people of the Huanghai tribe rarely entered the God world. They prefer to live in the Desolate Sea rather than on the continent. Just like fish, they preferred to live in the water rather than on land. Qin Shao had 2 universe treasures on him, and he was also an ultimate Sword Dao controller. He had also cultivated the primordial Dao to the apex, and he also had the diagram of the 9 heavens. It was only natural for him to be so confident. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't afraid in the face of 2 dominators. The Celestial Emperor of the Desolate Sea couldn't help but frown when he saw that Qin Shao wasn't flustered at all. He said in a low voice, Qin Shao, you are quite calm. It seems like you have something to rely on. Qin Shao could tell that the Celestial Emperor of the Desolate Sea was testing him. Qin Shao laughed and said, Yes, of course I have something to rely on. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to snatch the primordial cauldron from you, right? You're already here. What else can I do if I'm not calm? The Celestial Emperor of the Desolate Sea waved his hand and said, Qin Shao, cut the crap. Since we are here, you should know what we want. Let's get straight to the point. We are only here for the primordial cauldron. As for your other universe treasure, since you've already completely refined it, we won't try to take it anymore. We have completely sealed off this void. You can't escape even if you want to. The chess ancestor and I have joined forces. You have no chance of escaping. Although your strength is not bad, you are far from being a match for the 2 of us. Therefore, I advise you to be tactful, lest you suffer a little. Qin Shao looked at the Huanghai Celestial Emperor and said, Huanghai Celestial Emperor, no matter what, you are the supreme existence of the Huanghai clan, the leader of the clan. You, the Desolate Sea Clan. Are you not afraid of your reputation? You, of the Desolate Sea Clan? Heavenly Emperor Huanghai said, You are not an ordinary junior. Your reputation in the primordial chaos universe is not inferior to a sovereign. So it of stealing you. Of studio the studio of you. As the leader of the Huanghai clan, I naturally have to consider the Huanghai clan's interests. I shoulder the fate of the Desolate Sea clan on my shoulders. I must improve myself as much as possible before the calamity befalls us. A universe treasure is too important to me. I am willing to pay any price, even if I have to sacrifice this clone of mine, to obtain a universe treasure. I have not left the Desolate Sea for many years. This time, I came out with the intention of obtaining it. How can I give up so easily? Qin Xiao, I don't want to bully you. However, I must have an outcome for today's matter. If you know what's good for you, we can make a deal. If you don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Xiao did not panic in the face of the Desolate Sea clan's threat. He smiled and said jokingly, "There is only one primordial cauldron. Since both you and the chess ancestor want it, I would like to know who you will give it to. Why don't you two fight first and see who is stronger? Then I will consider giving the primordial cauldron to them. How about that? Look, isn't that great? We won't have to go through so much trouble." The chess ancestor had not said a word and remained silent. At this moment, he finally spoke. "Qin Xiao, you don't have to be so glib. I have already reached a tacit understanding with the Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor. This time, I will do my best to help him. Don't forget that this is your original body. If anything happens to your original body, it will be a huge loss for you. It is not something you can bear. Therefore, I advise you to hand over the primordial cauldron obediently. Otherwise, it is hard to say what the consequences will be. Why bother? You're only a fourth-step celestial god. No matter how heaven-defying you are, you cannot change this fact. If you were a ruler, you would indeed be qualified to possess the primordial cauldron. However, you are not. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It is not as if you do not understand this principle." The chess ancestor advised. The two rulers were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they advised Qin Xiao first. Qin Xiao's strength was not bad. If they were to make a move, they would naturally have to create a commotion. A fourth-step celestial god is not qualified to possess a universe treasure? Qin Xiao pursed his lips and chuckled. However, I have never believed in heresy. I have never played by the rules and acted according to common sense. In my opinion, common sense is meant to be broken. Whether you can break it or not depends on whether you are strong or not, and whether your fists are hard or not. Since I am able to snatch the primordial cauldron, then the primordial cauldron is mine. It is obviously impossible for me to make a deal with you. I, Qin Xiao, have never compromised with anyone. Therefore, if you want to snatch it, then come on. Show me your strength. If you can really kill me, then I will admit defeat. However, I am afraid that you do not have the strength." Hearing Qin Xiao's direct rejection without any room for negotiation, the chess ancestor and the Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that this was really a difficult bone to chew. However, no matter how difficult it was to chew, since they had already chomped on it, they could not let it go. They could only continue to chew on it. Then it seems that there is no room for negotiation? The Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor's voice became especially cold, eerie, and full of chill. Obviously, the Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor was angry. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense and oppressive. A great battle was about to break out. Qin Xiao flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He was full of fighting spirit as he said, "Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Although I, Qin Xiao, have a low level of cultivation, I still have some backbone. I will never allow myself to be bullied. Young man, it is better not to be too unyielding. If you are too firm and easy to break, it will not do you any good." The Desolate Sea clan's celestial emperor snorted coldly. Following his endless anger, the terrifying Desolate Sea appeared again and rushed out, annihilating this part of the world and enveloping Qin Xiao. The terrifying Desolate Sea was like the chaotic wind waterfall that he had encountered in the chaotic crevice. It was abnormally turbulent and terrifying. The waves were torrential, bringing with them endless destruction. Wherever it passed, grass would not grow, and everything would be devoured. What a terrifying power! This was the Desolate Sea Clan's Celestial Emperor's ultimate move, the Desolate Sea Descends. Once this ultimate move was used, it could easily destroy the territory of a prefecture. It was incomparably overbearing. At this time, Qin Shao did not have the sacred armor to protect his body, nor did he have the protection of the ancient sacred lotus. If he purely relied on his physical defense, it would be a little difficult. Therefore, Qin Shao did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The Joqian portrait burst out with full force, using the supreme power of the Supreme Great Path to form layers of defense to resist the terrifying moves of the Desolate Sea Clan's Celestial Emperor. The chess ancestor also made his move. The world was the chessboard, and the people were the chess pieces. All things were the chess game, and the gods were the power. The chess pieces fell down one by one. It was as if the ancient sacred spirits had descended, striking out with boundless power. The two sovereigns attacked at the same time, and they did not hold back much. They displayed their powerful moves, which was naturally very terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying suppression, Qin Shao also smelled the scent of danger. If he had the sacred armor on him, the situation would be slightly better. Now, it was indeed a little troublesome. However, there was no other way. Qin Shao could only go all out, urging the supreme power of the primordial great path to burst out. Qin Shao had now reached the pinnacle of the primordial great path's utilization. He was just one step away from the controller level. When the primordial great path and the ultimate sword Dao were combined, the power of the two great paths was also quite intimidating. In addition to the combination of the Joqian portrait, it was naturally like adding wings to a tiger. The power of these two great paths could be unleashed to an extremely terrifying extent. The Joqian portrait was used to seal the 9 heavens. The beasts of all ages roared in unison today. Light, strange phenomenon, phantom, the divine sword's flowing light, the wrath of the heavens, the pinnacle of the sword Dao, the pinnacle of the cultivation method, and the pinnacle of the power. This was also the limit of Qin Zhao's current strength. The combination of various means, power, cultivation methods, and great paths was enough to shake the heavens. However, the Huanghai Heavenly Emperor and the chess ancestor were sovereigns who had lived for countless years after all. They had many tricks up their sleeves. They attacked Qin Shao continuously, suppressing Qin Shao. Naturally, Qin Shao felt a little breathless. However, Qin Shao could be proud of himself for being able to withstand the attacks of two sovereigns. However, this kind of resistance was obviously on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that he would not be able to last long. If it was only one sovereign, he might be able to hold on for a little longer. However, now that he was facing the full power of two sovereigns, Qin Shao could not hold on for long. Being able to hold on for a moment was already an astonishing feat. There's no other way. Looks like I can only use the primordial cauldron. Qin Shao shook his head and gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to make the final choice. MT Fingyu's specialty was escaping. At this moment, the void was completely sealed. There was not much possibility of escaping. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be bothered to try and directly took out the clear lustrous cauldron. Once the primordial cauldron was taken out, a sacred light shrouded the area. It destroyed the power of darkness and returned everything to the light. All the power was blocked by the primordial cauldron. Qin Shao let the primordial cauldron hover above his head. He held the primordial cauldron and stood in the endless torrential waterfall. It was impervious to all poisons, and holy light shone in the 9 heavens. Seeing the primordial cauldron above Qin Zhao's head, the Huanghai Heavenly Emperor and the chess ancestor's eyes lit up slightly. However, their brows quickly knitted together. Chapter 1070. No discord, no concord. Qin Shao looked coldly at the Huanghai Celestial Emperor and said, "Do you still want to fight? I've already completely refined the primordial cauldron. Do you really think you can snatch it from me?" You won't be able to get the primordial cauldron if you continue fighting. Even if you and the chess ancestor can really kill me today, it won't be of any use. Even if my true body is dead, my clone is still alive. The primordial cauldron has already recognized me as its master. Even if you snatch it away, you won't be able to use the primordial cauldron's power. Taking a step back, since you know that this is my true body, you should know how important it is to me and the Desolate Lands God Palace. If you dare to destroy my true body, do you think the Desolate Lands God Palace will let you go? The Huanghai Celestial Emperor and the chess ancestor had no choice but to stop attacking. This was indeed the case. If it was an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god, it would be fine if he died. However, there was nothing to say if he died in the hands of a ruler. They believed that the Desolate Lands God Palace would not do anything to a ruler for an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god. After all, the Huanghai Celestial Emperor was also the leader of the Desolate Sea Clan. However, Qin Shao was completely different. Qin Shao was publicly recognized as the #1 genius of this universe era. He was an unprecedented genius with great potential. His status in the Desolate Lands God Palace was extremely high. Ordinary people might not know some things, but the Huanghai Celestial Emperor and the others naturally knew a lot. Even the Desolate Lands God Palace Master thought highly of Qin Shao. Therefore, if they really dared to kill Qin Zhao's true body today, the Desolate Lands God Palace would not let them go. They would definitely demand an explanation. How could they withstand the wrath of the Desolate Lands God Palace? Since they had said that they would not choose a side for the time being, they could not choose to offend the Desolate Lands God Palace, right? Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, the Huanghai Celestial Emperor could only choose to give up. There was nothing else he could do. The Hongmeng Cauldron had already been recognized by Qin Shao as its master, so the only way was for Qin Shao to remove it. But with Qin Zhao's personality, it was obviously impossible for him to remove the Hongmeng Cauldron's ownership, so there was no need to fantasize about it. They couldn't kill him, and they couldn't suppress him either. Given that Qin Shao possessed 2 universe treasures, there was nothing that Celestial Emperor Huanghai could do to him. Therefore, they could only give up. There was no point in continuing to fight. It was just that Celestial Emperor Huanghai, had worked so hard for so long and put in so much effort. Yet he had to give up. It was really hard for him to accept. Huanghai Celestial Emperor clenched his teeth and looked at Qin Shao. I didn't expect that you could refine the Hongmeng Cauldron in just 20,000 years. Even I might not be able to do it, but you did. In the past, I've heard many rumors about me and praises about you. You have many halos, but I didn't pay much attention to you. But now, I can't help but admire you. If I'm not wrong, you didn't just refine the Hongmeng Cauldron completely. You also obtained the Hongmeng essence from the Hongmeng Cauldron, which allowed your Hongmeng Great Tao to rise to such a level in such a short period of time. The pinnacle of the Hongmeng Great Tao is just one step away from becoming a Hongmeng Master. You're already an ultimate sword master. If you can become a Hongmeng Master, you'll be a master of 2 supreme-grade Great Taos. When that happens, I'm afraid that even if you fight head-on, I won't be able to gain any advantage over you. Furthermore, given your current realm, you can definitely cultivate the secret manuals of the Desolate Lands Divine Hall. You also have 2 universe treasures. At this point, Huanghai Celestial Emperor couldn't help but shake his head. There was a look of envy on his face. To be honest, even I am envious of you. I'm afraid that in another few tens of thousands of years, your strength will rise to another level. When that time comes, there won't be many rulers who can suppress you. It's indeed inconceivable that you could achieve this as a 4th-step sky celestial. You've embarked on the same path as Tian Lingzi and Lord Huaiyang. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that as long as you're given time to grow and accumulate, it's only a matter of time before you surpass Tian Lingzi and Lord Huaiyang. It seems that offending you today was indeed a very unwise move. Huanghai Celestial Emperor's words were rather sincere. After hearing this, Qin Shao felt that Huanghai Celestial Emperor wasn't as annoying as he had thought. How should he put it? Although Qin Shao didn't really admire Huanghai Celestial Emperor's actions, He felt that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor had done the right thing. If Huang Hai Celestial Emperor had really risked his life to obtain a universe treasure for the sake of the Huang Hai clan, then it was indeed reasonable. His spirit was also sufficiently great. Of course, whether this was true or not was hard to say. As for selfishness, everyone had their own reasons. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, you can praise me as much as you want, but I won't consider you a friend. Aha, friend. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor laughed heartily. To be able to make a friend like you, Qin Shao, is indeed a blessing. I have to admit that my earlier judgment was wrong. Although you're a fourth-step sky celestial, you've only lived for a little over 300,000 years. You're not even a fraction of my lifespan. However, I have to say that you're a young hero. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Your way of doing things is indeed worthy of admiration. Your spirit is also destined for your glorious achievements today. It's worth learning from others. Whether my words are flattering or sincere, you can judge for yourself. I won't say anything more. Qin Shao smiled casually. He felt that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor was quite forthright. Although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, there were some things that could not be covered up. The fact that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor could take the initiative to stop and not continue to pester him spoke volumes. When one's standpoint was different, one's way of looking at the problem would be different. The higher one stood, the higher one's horizons would be. Now, Qin Zhao's way of looking at the problem was clearly not the same as before. The chess ancestor put away his chessboard and said expressionlessly, Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, since this matter has come to an end, our agreement is considered complete. I'll accept your favor. I'll take my leave first. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor cupped his hands at the chess ancestor and said, Thank you, chess ancestor. Come to my Huang Hai Celestial Emperor as a guest when you're free. I'll definitely treat you well. The chess ancestor did not reply. He only nodded slightly and left. The battle was over, and both sides stopped. Qin Shao put away the primordial cauldron and prepared to leave. Qin Shao, why don't we go together? From here to the Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, the fastest way is to go to the Divine Realm and then pass through the Divine Realm. Therefore, we should be going the same way. I also have to pass through the territory of the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor took the initiative to express his goodwill. Qin Shao pursed his lips and looked at Huang Hai Celestial Emperor. He said, Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, don't tell me you still have other intentions? Are you trying to capture me while I'm not paying attention? Huang Hai Celestial Emperor laughed heartily. Ha ha, yes. You've even discovered my little trick. Why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then forget it. Who knows, I might really have some sinister tricks up my sleeve. Once you lay your guard down, I'll take action and capture you directly. Haha, that's a good idea. As long as I can capture you, I'll slowly force you. Maybe I'll gain something. Qin Shao smiled and pursed his lips. If you don't try to provoke me, I'll really be afraid of you. The more you act like this, the more I can't back down. Otherwise, I'll lose face, right? If you want to sneak up on me, then do it. If I'm afraid, then I'll admit defeat. Qin Zhao's words meant that he agreed to leave with Huang Hai, Celestial Emperor. Yi Futian was indeed bold. The admiration in the Huang Hai Celestial Emperor's eyes deepened. Perhaps Huang Hai Celestial Emperor had never thought that he would be able to chat with a junior like this. Qin Shao also knew that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor was joking. The more straightforward he was, the more Qin Shao liked him. Qin Shao also felt that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor was not a sinister person. Of course, this was all intuition. Whether it was true or not, he did not know. Although he trusted Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, it did not mean that he would let his guard down. However, Qin Shao did not think that Huang Hai Celestial Emperor would sneak up on him. Even if it was a sneak attack, it would not change anything. Taking a step back, even if he killed Qin Shao, it would be useless. There would still be no result. Therefore, Qin Shao had nothing to be afraid of. He could go back to the divine world with Huang Hai, Celestial Emperor. It would be interesting to have someone to chat with along the way. Since he was going with Huang Hai, Celestial Emperor, Qin Shao did not need to use Mount Fengyu. He went straight to Huang Hai Celestial Emperor's Celestial Emperor Palace. Huang Hai Celestial King brought out good wine and dishes to entertain Qin Shao. The two of them felt like they had met earlier. Masters appreciated each other. Come, Qin Shao. This is a good wine for my collection. I usually don't even bring it out to entertain the sovereigns. Today, you can drink as much as you want. I won't feel the pinch even if you drink for thousands of years. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor poured Qin Shao a glass of wine. Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony and drank it. This wine was indeed very good. After a few glasses, Qin Shao smiled and said, as expected of Huang Hai Celestial Emperor's collection, it is indeed good wine. Among all the wines I have drunk, it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, this wine contains many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare treasures in the universe, and exotic flowers and fruits. It is extremely precious. Even a small glass of wine is extraordinary. If it was given to an ordinary immortal, it would be worth a fortune. A glass of wine is enough to turn an ordinary mortal into an immortal. Good wine, it is indeed good wine. Did you brew this wine? Huang Hai Celestial Emperor laughed happily when he heard Qin Zhao's praise. Ha ha, of course it is good wine. Otherwise, why would I say it is a treasure? If it was not good wine, I wouldn't dare to say that. As for this wine, I brewed it myself. It is very troublesome to brew this wine, and the price is very high. Furthermore, it would take billions of years for it to be completed. This wine is a specialty of Huang Hai Celestial Emperor. I don't usually carry much with me. If you like it, you can drink as much as you want. If you want to drink more, come to Huang Hai Celestial Emperor. I have enough. Ha ha. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, you are really stingy. I thought you were very generous. It seems that you're still a little worse than me. Chapter 1071. Secluded Cave. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, why did you hide the good stuff from me? Why can't you just give me some now? Qin Shao said. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor smiled proudly. Of course I have to hide it. Now that I've given it to you, do you think I can count on you to visit my Huang Hai Sea? Haha, you don't have to say anything about my thoughts. Anyway, I've given you enough to drink, but you can't take anything away. If you want to drink, you can come to my Huang Hai Sea. Qin Shao teased. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, you're lucky I'm not a woman. If I were a woman, I'd definitely suspect that you're up to no good. But I really want to know if you've tricked any female rulers into coming to the Huang Hai Sea. I think you have a romantic history that no one knows about, right? It just so happens that I'm a little gossipy now. Why don't you tell me about it so that I can broaden my horizons and see how you, Celestial Emperor of the Desolate Sea, deal with women? Cough, cough. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor's face turned green. I'm a decent person. I've never tricked anyone. Plus, with my personality and charm, there's so many women who want to be my woman. I can't even pick them all. I know. You must have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards in the Huang Hai Sea. Qin Shao continued to tease. But this was the truth. Huang Hai Celestial Emperor had an empire in the Huang Hai Sea. He did have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. This was normal. The two were just joking. Naturally, they didn't take it seriously. It was precisely because of this casual conversation that the two people's personalities could be displayed, and it would be easier for them to get closer to each other. Otherwise, why would they be called birds of feather? That was more or less what it meant. Of course, other than chatting and joking, they also exchanged their cultivation experiences. The Heavenly Emperor of the Huang Hai Sea was a straightforward person. Without holding anything back, he shared all of his insights and experiences about cultivation. Although everyone had their own path and everyone's path was different, there were still some things that could be used as a reference. The path of growth was too long. For someone like the Huang Hai Celestial Emperor, who had lived for countless years, he naturally had a lot of insights. He could give Qin Shao some guidance so that Qin Shao would not take the wrong path. This experience was naturally more valuable. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was also humbly seeking knowledge and pondering over it carefully. As the saying goes, listening to the wise man's words is better than studying for 10 years. Sometimes there was indeed such a feeling. It was very difficult to get along with people and treat each other with sincerity. Unless their relationship had reached a certain level, it was definitely impossible. The desolate sea celestial emperor was also a dominating existence. Dominating existences were lofty and unapproachable. However, the Huanghai celestial emperor did not put on airs in front of Qin Shao. He was a straightforward person and treated Qin Shao with sincerity. Therefore, he did not hold back from Qin Shao. Whatever Qin Shao wanted to know, he would tell Qin Shao the truth. This kind of interaction made both of them very relaxed. They felt that they were birds of a feather and regretted that they had not met earlier. During this short period of time, the two of them had built up trust and a strong friendship. Qin Shao usually made friends based on his feelings. If he felt right, he could make friends. If he felt wrong, there would be a boundary. Qin Shao and the Huanghai celestial emperor suddenly frowned slightly at the same time. Both of them looked at the sea of darkness outside at the same time. What appeared in front of them was an incomparably huge nether cave. This nether cave was big enough. The outermost diameter was probably as big as the territory of a prefecture. It was incomparably deep and bottomless. It presented an extremely terrifying scene that would make one's heart tremble involuntarily. It felt like a nether cave of death. Even dominating existences would be in danger if they went in. If an almighty person saw it, they would probably hide as far away as possible. The feeling it gave people was indeed very bad. It was very eerie and frightening, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. It made people feel that there was something extremely terrifying hidden in the depths of the nether cave. Such a huge nether cave. What kind of terrifying existence was inside? In the endless sea of darkness, there were many things that people did not understand. There were also many dangers that people had not encountered. Speaking of which, seeing a huge nether cave in the sea of darkness was not a novel thing. Of course, this was not the main point that Qin Shao and the Huanghai celestial emperor paid attention to. The main point was that both of them had noticed something different. Huanghai celestial emperor, do you feel that this nether cave has been modified by someone? Although the traces are concealed very well, I'm afraid that many almighty people may not be able to detect it. Qin Shao frowned slightly and asked. The Huanghai celestial emperor nodded and said, "Yes, I also feel that. There are indeed traces of modification. The traces are concealed very well. Moreover, the past is relatively long and has existed for a long time. Such a huge nether cave. If you want to modify it, it will definitely be a huge project. Anyway, with my strength, there is no way I can do it. I'm afraid that if a ruler wants to do it, it will only be possible if at least 5 rulers work together. Otherwise, only a universe master can do it. It's strange. In the depths of the sea of darkness, there is actually such a modified nether cave. Which force is behind this?" Qin Shao was also thinking about this question. It was impossible for the 5 holy lands of the divine world to do this. The demon world, the underworld, and the abyss demon world were too far away from here. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. In the extreme depths of the sea of darkness, it was so well hidden that it was deliberately hidden deep and did not want outsiders to know about it. If Qin Shao had not escaped to the extreme depths of the sea of darkness using the chaos of Fengyu Mountain, Qin Shao would not have come here. If the Huanghai celestial emperor had not been tracking Qin Shao all the way, he would not have come to the extreme depths of the sea of darkness. Therefore, this place was indeed very well hidden. The endless sea of darkness was extremely vast and boundless. The probability of encountering this nether cave in the endless sea of darkness was too low. One would have to be extremely lucky. Qin Shao thought for a while and said seriously, "Celestial Emperor Huanghai, do you think it is possible that this is the nest of a power from another universe?" The nest of a power from another universe? Celestial Emperor Huanghai also thought about this, but he still shook his head and said, "It is really hard to say. Although this nether cave is indeed well hidden, don't you think it is a bit too big of a target? It is very difficult for us to find this nether cave. If it were not for so many coincidences, we would not be here at all. But if it is difficult for us to find it, it does not mean that it is difficult for universe masters to find it, right? If this is a nest of a power from another universe, It is hard to imagine that it has existed for so many years without being discovered by universe masters from the 5 holy lands of the divine world. But how should I put it? It is not impossible. It is also possible that it is a nest, but it should be a small nest. It cannot be a big nest, let alone a headquarters or something like that. If it is just a small nest, even if universe masters find it, they may not be bothered to take it out directly. There is no need to start a war so early or alert the enemy. Yes, it is also possible. Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Celestial Emperor Huang Hai's point of view. Seeing that Qin Shao was still thinking about this matter, Celestial Emperor Huang Hai said, "What? Your sense of justice is suddenly bursting? Do you want to go and find out what is going on?" Qin Shao curled his lips and laughed frankly. It is not bursting with a sense of justice. I just feel that I have the responsibility and obligation to protect the divine world. There's a saying in my hometown that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. Compared to the divine world, I am better than an ordinary man, am I not? Even an ordinary man is responsible. How can I not be responsible? Master Qingye told me before that the higher a person's position is, the more important the responsibility is. Now that I am standing at a higher position in the divine world, the heavier the responsibility on my shoulders is, and I have to be responsible for it. Since I have discovered the situation, there is no way I can convince myself to ignore it and just turn around and leave. When I, Qin Shao, do things, I do not seek to be righteous, but at least I do it with a clear conscience. I do it for the divine world, for the human race, for myself, for my family, for my friends, for my clansmen. In the affairs of the world, people also do it for themselves. Humans are humans who know how to contribute. The masters of the 5 holy lands in the divine world are great because they can support the safety of the divine world and the rise and fall of the human race. The burden on their shoulders is the heaviest. Right now, I'm nothing. The reason why the human race can become the ruler of the Hongmeng world for 8 universe eras is inseparable from the selfless contributions of the top group of people. This kind of spirit is worthy of me learning. After listening to Qin Zhao's righteous words, the Huanghai Celestial Emperor nodded approvingly and said, "Yes, you are right. That is indeed the case. The higher a person's position is, the heavier the burden on his shoulders and the greater the responsibility. This is something that I have experienced firsthand. I'm the ruler of the Huanghai clan, the highest ruler. Therefore, my every action and every word has to be considered for the sake of the Huanghai clan. The survival of the Huanghai clan is also my top priority. But I might be selfish in my considerations. For example, I won't get involved with you humans, and I won't stand on your side to help you humans. I'm just trying to protect myself on the bright side. I'm still lacking in your sense of righteousness and selflessness." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't say that, Huanghai Celestial Emperor. Actually, you have done quite well. Take this fight for the Hongmeng Cauldron as an example. Originally, there was no need for you to participate in such a fight, but you still did. You fought for the Hongmeng Cauldron for yourself and for the Huanghai clan. Although the Huanghai clan has many clansmen, it is unfortunately weak. You're the only hegemon in existence. It is indeed very difficult for a ruler like you to protect an entire clan. Therefore, if you participate in this war, it may be disadvantageous for you. Actually, I can understand what you're thinking. You are not a human and not from the divine world. It is not a big deal for you to stay out of this. It is understandable, and no one can say anything about it." Chapter 1072. Crimson Essence Stone Bags for Flowers. Qin Shao nodded and tossed aside some of the thoughts in his mind. The situation at hand was the most important. "Celestial Emperor of Huanghai," said Qin Shao, "this cave is most likely a small nest of the power of the other universe. You don't have to get involved in this. I just happened to run into it, so I have to go in and find out what's going on. Let's part here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll go to Huanghai and have some fun." Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai hesitated. He pursed his lips and seemed to make up his mind. "I didn't want to get involved in this, but as you said, since I've run into this, I can't let you take the risk alone. If there's any danger inside, I'll be abandoning my friends." I can't do that, said Qin Shao. Fine, I'll go in with you. If there's any danger, we'll have a better chance of escaping. If there's no danger, I won't do anything. I'll just be a spectator. No matter how overbearing the power of the other universe is, they won't destroy the Huanghai race over such a small matter. Hearing that Celestial Emperor of Huanghai still wanted to go in with him, Qin Shao smiled, but he still patted Celestial Emperor of Huanghai and said, "There's really no need. You know how strong I am. Although I don't have strong offensive skills, I should have some life-saving skills. Even if there's a ruler inside, I'm confident I can survive. You better not get involved. If you're the only one involved, I won't blame myself too much. If I really implicate the Huanghai tribe, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. The power of an alternate universe is capable of doing anything." Celestial Emperor of Huanghai shook his head and said, "Qin Shao, don't say any more. I made up my mind. No matter what, I'm still a sovereign. Don't think of me as someone who's afraid of death. I'm not afraid of trouble. I'm just used to keeping a low profile and don't like to cause trouble. This is just one of my bodies. I still have my original body to guard Huanghai. With the help of the Desolate Sea, no sovereign can do anything to me as long as I'm in the Desolate Sea. Even a universe master might not be able to kill me. Besides, if a universe master from another universe were to make a move, I'm afraid the universe masters from your godly world wouldn't just sit by and watch. At the very least, I can ask for help from your godly world." Qin Shao nodded. That was true. Although the Huanghai Celestial Emperor had not explicitly chosen a side with the Celestial Realm, he had not chosen a side with the other universe forces either. It could be said that he had stayed out of the matter and did not help either side. As for this kind of power, if they were to ask the God Realm for help, the God Realm would definitely lend a helping hand. Plus, Huanghai Celestial Emperor wasn't bragging. He was almost invincible in the Huanghai Sea. The Desolate Sea was like a gigantic celestial body that had its own origin will. And Huanghai Celestial Emperor was actually the master of the origin of the Desolate Sea. He could mobilize the origin will of the entire Desolate Sea for his own use. Huanghai Celestial Emperor himself was a sovereign, and with the origin will of the entire Desolate Sea, his power had reached a terrifying level. So when he said that even a universe master might not be able to kill him, it was true. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao could only nod in agreement, but he still felt grateful. Okay, Huanghai Celestial Emperor, let's go into this dragon's lair and see what's inside. I won't say anything unnecessary. I'll keep everything in my heart. I'll remember this friendship. Haha, don't be so polite. Let's go. I haven't been out for a long time. Indeed, I've stayed in the Desolate Sea for too long. I've become dispirited. It's rare for me to come out and do some activities. Just take it as adding some fun to my life. The two of them entered the Serene Cave. This Serene Cave was really terrifying and strange. As soon as they entered the Serene Cave, a strange energy surged towards them. This was the power of dark destruction. It transformed into a huge black hole vortex that could devour everything. Light, time, and space seemed to be devoured. Everything turned into darkness. Even if a powerful expert were to enter, he would be devoured and destroyed by the power of darkness. Huanghai Celestial Emperor and Qin Shao walked in the black hole and felt the attack of this terrifying power. This cave is really scary. It's much scarier than we thought. However, this terrifying power couldn't hurt Qin Shao and Huanghai Celestial Emperor. Although Qin Shao didn't have the Saint armor to protect him, his defensive power wasn't much weaker than the Saint armor. He could resist the power of this black hole. Besides, he condensed an armor for himself with the Dao might of the ultimate sword Dao. With another layer of protection, the pressure on him lessened a lot. Huanghai Celestial Emperor's body was also very strong. Moreover, he had a Saint armor. Naturally, it was easier for him. Qin Shao also frowned and said, "Yes, it's really scary. It's a little beyond my expectations. According to the degree of horror, I'm afraid it's difficult for those below the Dominator realm to enter. Even if Nian and Haoyan Emperor came in, they might not be able to do it easily. Those below probably don't have the ability to break through this black hole. The power of this black hole itself is terrifying enough. It distorts everything, devours everything, and destroys everything. Light, time, and space can't survive here. This is the magic of the universe. Plus, there are many restrictions. It's even scarier. We have to be careful not to trigger the restrictions. It's even more difficult to not let the people inside know. But fortunately, as long as we're careful, we'll just spend a little more time. We can still enter. Huanghai Celestial Emperor nodded. It was indeed so. The more complicated the place was, the more they felt that it wasn't simple. The more it was so, the more they want to find out. If it was really a nest of the forces of the other universe, they would destroy it directly if they could. Qin Xiao, your body's defensive power is quite strong. Seeing that you can resist the power of darkness without the protection of a saint armor, it's indeed very strong, Huanghai Celestial Emperor said with some admiration. The body was actually the most difficult thing to cultivate. Even if it was a lost technique, it was difficult to push the body's defensive power to the limit. However, Qin Xiao's body's defensive power had been pushed to an extremely high level. It was very strong. After all, Qin Xiao was only a fourth-step divine realm expert. Huanghai Celestial Emperor was a dominator realm expert. Moreover, he had gone through endless years of polishing. With some special methods of Huanghai and the natural strength of the Huanghai clan, he had a strong body today. However, Qin Xiao didn't have these conditions. Therefore, Huanghai Celestial Emperor was very puzzled. How could Qin Xiao's body become so strong? Qin Xiao smiled and didn't explain. There were some things that were hard to explain. The reason his body was so strong was obviously not just because of the lost technique. The most important thing was the cultivation system of the true meaning of strength, which made Qin Xiao's body so strong. The two flew in the nether cave for 1,000 years. Finally, they passed through the entire nether cave and saw some light. Paths appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Huanghai, Celestial Emperor. Each path was more than 100 million miles long. It could be said that it was incomparably huge. The walls of the passageway were all red, so the entire world was illuminated in red. The number of paths that appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Huanghai Celestial Emperor were more than 10,000. They couldn't see the end of each path and didn't know where it led to. Qin Xiao and Huanghai Celestial Emperor looked at each other. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After nodding, they randomly chose a path and flew in. After entering the path, Huanghai Celestial Emperor flew closer to the redstone wall and carefully examined it. His face showed some surprise. These stones are really crimson essence stones. There are crimson essence stones everywhere. Just this alone is a huge treasure. It's priceless. This is crimson essence stones? Hearing Huanghai Celestial Emperor's words, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. His eyes couldn't help but widen a lot. Qin Xiao had seen crimson essence stones in ancient books. They were very precious. The value of each ton was enough to make an almighty feel the pinch. The scarlet essence stone was also very widely used, but it was mainly used in refining tools, alchemy, and so on. If it was used as a building, it would also work. Crimson essence stones were very strong. Even if a dominator wanted to break them, it would be difficult. It would take a lot of effort, especially in front of them, which were connected into a whole piece. It would be even more difficult to remove a little bit. Even though Qin Xiao and the Heavenly Emperor of the Huanghai Sea had extremely high standards, the countless crimson essence stones here were truly tempting for both of them. However, there was no way to take away so many crimson essence stones. If they really took a small piece, it would be exposed. Therefore, Qin Xiao and Huanghai Celestial Emperor gave up on this idea. Moreover, if they only took a little bit, it wouldn't be meaningful. No matter how high the value was, it didn't mean much to them. It was better to focus on the big picture. Qin Xiao, come and see. After flying the path for a while, Huanghai Celestial Emperor suddenly pointed to a wall and said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also saw the situation here. There were many marks on the wall. They were of different depths and sizes. The deepest one was more than 10,000 meters deep and more than 100,000 meters long. It was like an abyss embedded in the wall. Moreover, there were quite a number of marks. There were marks all over the walls, and there were even many deep pits. After taking a closer look, Qin Shao said, "This should be left behind by at least the top 10 on the heaven list. It might even be a dominator who fought here. The area left behind is very big. It can be seen that the fight was very fierce. I just don't know what the final result was. It seems that the inside of this place is really not simple." Chapter 1073. A Strange World. Qin Shao and Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai continued to move forward, passing through many passages. The deeper they went, the more traces they saw on the stone walls. Apparently, they were all left behind by battles. There were too many of them. It was obvious that many battles had taken place in these passages. Qin Shao and the Heavenly Emperor of Huang Hai frowned in confusion. They were puzzled by the situation. Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai, why are there so many traces of battles here? Why are there so many along the way? It feels like a large-scale war took place here. Furthermore, it has to be on a very large scale. Qin Shao asked in puzzlement. Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai shook his head and said, "Yes, it's very strange. I feel that there's something fishy going on here." Judging from these traces of fighting, there was indeed a large-scale war. Also, did you notice that those traces were not left at the same time? Some of the traces have been left behind for a very long time. Although we can't calculate the details, we can roughly see it. Some of the traces were left behind for a very long time. They shouldn't be left behind in our universe era. There might even be traces left behind in the previous universe eras. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I feel it too." In other words, this place has existed for several universe eras. In every great calamity of a universe era, the universe will experience a great upheaval and great destruction. To be able to survive the calamity of several universe eras means that this place is not ordinary. It's very powerful. And this place hasn't been recorded by the God Realm. It means that it's a place that hasn't been explored. This place might be an ancient site. It shouldn't be simple. Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's idea. He also had the same idea. Needless to say, this place was definitely not simple. It was very complicated. The more complicated it was, the more likely it was that there would be more changes. It might be a place of opportunity, but of course, it might also be a place of absolute danger. Based on the current situation, Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai was more inclined to the latter possibility. Therefore, he and Qin Shao became more cautious. Although their strength was at the level of dominators, they couldn't be careless. After all, dominators weren't truly immortal. They could still be killed, especially when facing some extremely dangerous places in the universe. Those places had terrifying power. 100 years passed in this passage. With their speed, 100 years of flying was a very long journey. Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai, have you noticed something? Although we have seen many traces of battle along the way, we haven't seen anything else. For example, there are fragments of weapons and treasures, such as corpses and other things. There's nothing at all. It's very clean. Celestial Emperor of Huang Hai nodded. "Yes, I have noticed." Indeed it is. Logically speaking, with so many intense battles here, there should be a lot of debris left behind. The corpses of Almighties would not decay over time. A fragment of a holy artifact will not be destroyed even after a few epochs. Since this place is so clean, it's obvious that someone cleaned it up. Since it's still so clean, it's basically certain that there's life inside, and there should be quite a few of them. It's not necessarily the human race. It could be other races. It could even be Eros, the machine race, or the forces of the three realms. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Let's not care about him for now. Since we're already here, we have to find out what kind of monster he is. If there were demons, then he would kill them. If there were ghostly immortals, then he would slay them. If the two of us join forces, we might be able to survive even against the rock overlord, right?" The Huanghai Celestial Emperor nodded. That was true. No matter how strong the Kunping sovereign was, there was no way the two of them would be able to defeat their foes if they joined forces. That said, they should be able to stay alive. As long as they didn't encounter a universe master, there shouldn't be any problems if they acted together. Theoretically speaking, It was impossible for there to be a universe master hidden here. Eros Master and Machine Master couldn't be here. The two of them continued to move forward. The passageways here really extended in all directions. There were too many to count. Even if Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor worked together to deduce, they would always end up in a dead end. Just like that, the two of them wandered in the tunnels for 1,000 years. Finally, something new happened. Qin Shao, look ahead, the Huanghai Celestial Emperor said. There's light coming from there. Obviously, there's a big space there. We've probably reached the center of this strange object. From the looks of it, it should be a world. We should have discovered the core of this world. If we go any further, we'll have to be careful. Let's enter the mirage. Qin Shao nodded. He had the same idea. Qin Shao had cultivated the mirage true body unique technique, so he could easily enter the mirage. Besides, with Qin Shao's current power, it would be difficult for others to find him in the mirage. He could hide himself very well. The Huanghai Celestial Emperor also had a similar unique technique. Besides, he had his own talent and skills. On top of that, he was a dominator. Naturally, he had better concealment skills. In terms of concealment skills, the Huanghai Celestial Emperor was obviously better than Qin Shao. Even if there was a dominator, it would be difficult for him to find the Huanghai Celestial Emperor. The two of them acted cautiously. They entered the mirage early and hid. Then, they quickly approached the other side. When they got close, they could see the situation inside clearly. It was just as the Huanghai Celestial Emperor had said. There was a huge world at the end of the tunnel. The territory inside was as big as the Hidden Dragon territory. In fact, it was even slightly bigger than the Hidden Dragon territory. However, this world wasn't like the Hidden Dragon territory, which had green mountains and clear waters. Many places were beautiful. This world gave people the impression that it was barren and desolate. At first glance, there were huge boulders, intersecting peaks, and deep abysses. At first glance, it was a bit ferocious. Moreover, it was mainly black, brown, and red. There was basically no green or blue. Therefore, there were no flowers, plants, or trees in this world. There were also no beautiful lakes or endless seas. The land was indeed barren and desolate. It was like an abandoned world. However, on this barren and desolate land, there were countless buildings. One after another, they appeared in front of Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor. There were many tall buildings, which reached into the clouds. Most of them were tens of thousands of feet tall. There were even buildings that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Moreover, there were roads and bridges connecting these buildings. They extended in all directions. Looking at it from afar, it looked like an incomparably huge spider web that connected the entire world. The buildings were connected together. With the existence of these buildings, this huge world became orderly. It presented a different visual effect. Perhaps it was not beautiful, but at least it was spectacular. The impact was very strong, and it felt incomparably grand. Especially for Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor, they were incomparably shocked. This was because they had never seen such a majestic building complex before. It was not that there were no tall buildings in the divine world. There were even taller ones than this. However, groups of buildings like this, a huge area was like this. Moreover, the planning was very good. It looked very neat. Moreover, all the buildings were connected in this way, forming a huge web that extended in all directions. This kind of shocking power was indeed very strong. It made Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor feel that they had to have a new understanding of architecture. They had seen many building complexes, but none of them could compare to what they were seeing in front of them. Inside, it was clear that it was filled with the crystallization of endless wisdom. It was really an incredible feeling. More shocking things were yet to come. In addition to these buildings that were filled with great wisdom, Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor also saw many strange flying devices flying in the sky of this world. These incomparably huge flying devices had very strange shapes. Moreover, their bodies were made of metal, and their flying speed was also very fast. In addition to these flying devices, on the roads that connected the buildings, there were also strangely shaped things running on them. They were like extremely fast carriages. The number of these flying devices was very large. At a glance, it was like looking at the stars in the sky. However, it was also orderly. They each went their own way and did not interfere with each other. Looking at these novel scenes, Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. They had never seen these scenes before. It was really a feeling that was really beyond their imagination. It was too novel, too unimaginable. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it was really hard to imagine. This was something completely new, something that had never been seen before. After looking for a while, Qin Shao and the Huanghai Celestial Emperor looked at each other. Qin Shao said, "Huanghai Celestial Emperor, I am relatively inexperienced. Indeed, I have not seen these things before. This is the first time I have heard of it. Have you not seen it before?" The Huanghai Celestial Emperor shook his head and said, "If I had seen it before, would I have such a reaction? It's true that I've never seen or heard of it before. It's too inconceivable. Logically speaking, there should be something that exists in the Hongmeng universe that I have not heard of. Therefore, this matter is very strange. Now, I have two ideas. Listen to them. The first possibility is that this world was created by the machine race. The reason why the machine race is called the machine race is because they have superhuman intelligence in the field of machines. Look at those aircrafts. They can all be classified as machines. Eros does not have such buildings. I'm sure of this. Therefore, Eros can be ruled out directly." Qin Shao nodded. He had also thought of the first possibility. Although Qin Shao had not interacted with the machine race before, he had heard some things about them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.